ancient or whatever on the word Baal, Zeus, because it refers to the sea, and he's supposed to be the highest god of things. It's God the sea, not the god. You know what I mean? The height, the throne itself, not the God. And then if we're going to, like, everything is religion and politics. So that's a hard thing to talk about because religion just, like, weird religions.
No, it's not. You can easily just say, hey, I like to play golf. I like to run. I've got a dog named Rover. Those are very easy things. Again, I don't like to argue with people. And so if you have any questions, feel free to say whatever you want. But if you have any questions for me, I've got a section here, Ask Rabbi Anything. You type it there. Again, if you have any questions for me, you can type them in Ask Rabbi Anything. And when I have time, I will answer all of your questions. I always do. Not only that, it will send you the answer to the question. If you have follow-ups, I will answer your follow-up questions. It's not that. Sometimes I want to take time to think about people's questions. Sometimes people ask me questions that they don't even know what they're asking me. And so they'll put something in writing and I'll have to ask a clarification. They'll be, oh, yeah, that. And so then I will give them just a short paragraph on what my answer is. There are also questions that, are perhaps don't have a correct answer. Like a question like, do you still beat your wife? Well, if I answer no, then somebody says, well, you used to beat your wife then. Look, I'm not married, so this doesn't really connect to me. Or if I say yes, then you're a wife beater. There are unfair questions. So that's why I say, if you have any questions for me, ask them and Ask Rabbi Anything. The topics that you've mentioned that you want to have discussions about are important topics. I understand. But again, I generally, in my Discord, do my best to stay away from religion and politics because they're so divisive. And you have made it clear that you have said that everything is religion and politics, and I don't disagree with that necessarily, but there are some areas of the world like, hey, I like to play this video game, or hey, I have an interest in um, ancient or just medieval British history, or I have an interest in cars. Those are things that we can have discussions on that aren't so contentious, and perhaps we can find more.
Well, I'm just curious on what you think about devil worshippers. Because the devil's not Abraham. Like, it's not Abrahamic concept.
Exactly. And again, I don't want to have religious discussions right now. If you do have questions, what you have a question for them. What do I think about devil worshippers? Put it in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. Put it in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And
right now, I'm asking if you were encountered with devil worshippers, how would you deal with it?
I've answered your question.
You would tell me to answer your question in a question that's like deflection.
No, I would say to you, I've given you a resource to be able to ask me any question that you want. So you just type in the Ask Rabbi Anything section, what do you feel about devil worshippers? And when I have time and I think about it, I'll give you my answer.
It's pretty disturbing that you don't really have an answer.
Oh, I do. I absolutely do. But it's 1:46 in the morning. I've told you going on half a dozen times now, I don't want to have discussions on religion or politics generally because it's difficult to agree on anything, especially of people who have perhaps different backgrounds. And thus, in order to ensure that I can maintain order and peace of mind, I ask anybody who has any kind of religious question or any kind of question like that, ask it and Ask Rabbi Anything. I'm not here to just fight with people all day. and I don't want to. And I understand you're just asking a very good question. What are your thoughts on devil worshippers? Do I know who Medea is? And all of these other. Do I think the
Yeah, I
Nazarene?
don't want to make you have to. Um, these are just questions to see which types of discourse I can engage with you in to talk about fun things, not about history, more about history than religion or politics. But if you want to go straight to the modern, why is there a devil worshipping religion that's like obsessed with Judaism and Christianity and all these other? Why does it want to destroy religions so bad?
It's a great question to ask. Ask Rabbi anything. And when I have some time, I will ponder your question, and I'll give you a very professional, well-sourced answer. Right now, I don't want to.
So that's
So I'm not saying that I won't have these discussions with you, but I'd rather have them in writing. So please ask your question to me. If you want to talk about other things like, hey, what are your thoughts on futurology? What are your thoughts on global
futurology. Is that what you said?
on futurology? Yeah, it's like my favorite topic.
What are your thoughts on? Then we're of the same mind.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the worst part. Like the prophecy is the interesting part. Like futurology is what the real thing is. Even if they don't pretend, it is really futurology. You know what I mean?
To some
Like
extent,
Congress is just a bunch of people pretending to be futurologists, basically. People, everyone's trying to predict the future. You know what I mean?
okay, I'm in agreement with you on that. So, what kind of
So you
futurology?
know, like,
What kind
do
of?
you know the Congress, the Futurological Congress, a book by Stanislaw Lem? It's a science fiction novel.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
In that book, it's basically conceptualized that a World Congress would act as a futurology Congress. The predictions of the world of what rules the world, basically.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on this?
That the future doesn't exist because it's an abstract, and that I believe that like, do you know what you know what causality is, right?
Sure.
Reverse causality exists, but it is in like the feminine forms. It is through advertising. So events can be induced. Prophecy is how events can be induced. Because it could be said to this, the event could be like a future event reviewing can be created from future events backwards, and that is a thing that really happens. It's not exactly futurology, where futurology is projecting forward.
What are your favorite emerging?
It's about inducing events. You know
Okay.
what I mean?
Okay, that's fine. Let's talk science. What are your favorite emerging technologies?
What do you mean?
Like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, neural networks,
Do you know the
brain computer interfaces, perhaps.
Do you know what the computer god is for?
Do I know what the particular what is for?
The computer god.
The computer bot?
Alright, the computer god is like the most interesting to me in
Oh,
science.
computer
The
god.
computer god
Okay.
is like an AI.
Yeah.
Like,
So you
it's
mean
not like
like
it's a
like go,
distributed
like Ghost in
network.
like Ghost in the Shell?
Huh?
Like Ghost in the Shell?
No, it's just a computer. It's a computer god because it's a computer that runs other computers, so it can do scientific experiments and mass relay, basically.
Okay, and you're not talking about like um this singularity.
No, it's very different. Again, you're thinking of like auto AGI. I'm just talking about distributed network. It's literally for just running experiments. It only runs other computers. It is not like a sentient idea. It doesn't make its own ideas. None of that stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So science has this great problem that has to deal with basically advertising is more important than science. And there's all this junk science that's basically from corporate interests, all sorts of things. Or like scientists just want to get their money, so they do some bum ass research that no one really reviews because then they get paid. Blah blah blah. But this causes like a great crisis in science over time, right? Because there's all this fucking useless science. So they need like a computer god to run actual mini experiments to actually verify scientific results of very small things, usually with DNA. And you need computers to do it because it's the only thing that read it.
Okay. How is that not artificial superintelligence?
Because that's a different concept. Like this is just something to develop. Like it's developed a body without organs. It's very different than the concept of a computer that can think for itself and do everything. It can't think for itself. It can only tell computers how to run these experiments. It's not. It's like a traffic controller. You know what I mean?
Please. And
One of the developmental goals that technologists and futurologists have over a computer god is that through a computer god and understanding better science, they can make a API, an actual auto-generated intelligence. But the thing I'm talking about is literally just doing experiments. It is not in control of the government. It is not like the communist gangster god. Do you know what a communist gangster computer god is?
please
It's
enlighten
like a
me.
schizophrenic.
Yeah. Please enlighten me.
Basically, it's a communist is just like because he's crazy or like how people do. It's +1, and then gangster is -1, like taking them. So in a financial system ran by a computer god, this is a different type of computer god. It is not one running sentences and like distributed networks. It's just like something that run Unix systems between the Fed Treasury and other places. It has these functions where you can add money or you can take money, right?
Okay.
This is usually done to adjust for inflation. You see how this is not an AGI. It is not something thinking. It just like functions for a computer. You know what I mean?
I mean, we'd have to define what AGI is, and is that really thinking, or is that just processing? I mean, then we have to define what thinking is. I get that. Okay, so you're saying that it is not
Okay.
independently conscious, correct?
Yes, no one claims that it is. They're not using the AI implemented in the systems for intelligence or at decision making levels. No.
Okay.
Though there are AIs that are used like that, of course, but they are not AGIs. They are not like they do not have the technological background to actually produce thoughts. There's always questions, as we know. They're open. They're just computer systems that are algorithmically running things.
Okay, is it even artificial intelligence?
It's only artificial intelligence in the fact that we need a medium to read very small things in terms of the computer god. And really, we can't read DNA as humans, so we need computers to transcript. By reading transcript, they can read things far more than we can, so we rely on them a lot. But it leads into like the singularity fear, and that we are basically we have to listen to technology about reality, but because we have this fundamental reliance on technology, technology is actually dictating what we can say or do.
So it's not artificial intelligence, correct?
No, and the point of the computer god is not to develop an artificial intelligence. It's to develop a body without organ.
Okay. It's to develop a body without organs. So,
Yeah, basically
like,
making the
so
human
like,
body
so like a
such
robot.
that it can live without one of its major organs dying, basically.
So like a robot.
So a body without organs can be a robot, yes. That's where people take it in the other thing. But they mean explicitly, like, I am going to print you an organ.
You're going to print me an organ. So is that
Yeah.
like a cybernetic
The
being?
computer god is for bioinformatics, not for development of AGI. It's to develop like that. Develop the abilities to increase understand the human body, more so than it has ever been concerned with developing AI technology. That's like way different. And it has explicit program goals for this. Like, for instance, one of the problems that led to this type of thinking is radiation poisoning.
Okay.
Because radiation poisoning causes your immune system to die, basically. So they wanted to figure out how to make soldiers live through radiation sickness by synthesizing their autoimmune system long enough that it kicks back in, you know what I mean? Theoretically.
Okay.
Never worked. But in like future goals, the goal of these computer systems to understand DNA and sequencing and more things about it, it's to basically synthesize human parts. And you're going on that, like, the full story is like Galactica, or Gattaca, if you know that science fiction movie.
Yeah.
Which is like you can modify even people's own biological processes to your innate knowledge of them so that you can charge them money for them. So you have to go to a corporation to pay so that you can, like, have fertility or some shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, as a business model.
I mean, I think so.
Like, the idea is if you could create organs, then you could create independence on it. But the fundamental thing is they're trying to recreate human systems biologically. They cannot do that, like, a computer cannot just print things. These things are much more complicated biological processes. They have to use, like in COVID, during COVID, they lied, basically, to scam people out of money for this future tech that doesn't exist. That you can take a code from some computer and then you can print a COVID virus. That is actually blatantly false. That technology doesn't exist yet. You know what I mean?
I think so.
So the portion of the computer god is not to develop the AGI. That's more the military development one. But you'd be surprised how much military development goes into scientific questions that I'm asking about human biology. Like, the majority of it is that. They're not concerned with developing, like, AI for AI purposes instead of marketization. They're concerned, they want AI to run science. They want it to run tons of experiments serially, faster than a human could, to see if the things are right or not. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Like, the amount of observation through such technologies through what used to be a biological theory of we need to view these reactions. You can actually have it read it thoroughly. It's just the interfaces to actually do that analysis are completely on the computer side because a human can process this amount of information.
Okay.
Hence, they need to use computers, but it's a supplemental tool of intelligence, not its own intelligence that develops up from itself. And then I don't. And then in terms of scientific theory, I don't believe in the singularity. Or so in science, let's say two people fundamentally have a discovery at the same time, right? I forget what this phenomenon is called. So two scientists discover something at the same time without ever talking to each other. Science takes that as more evidence being true, even though it doesn't follow the scientific method, because it's generally true, right?
Okay.
So if people discover two things, the same thing, working on the same problem in different places of the world, they say, "Oh, it must be more likely that it is this way."
Okay.
So the argument I would have against singularity theory would be a multiplicity, which would be multiple singularities simultaneously.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Potentially.
That the difference between what I'm saying versus normal singularity is that there would be two computers, basically, that achieve sentience at the same time, unrelated to each other. And because science takes this as validity that it is real, they'll accept that more real than singularity. Because phenomena, you know, phenomenology, you know that term.
Uh-huh.
Scientific theory cannot properly deal with phenomena if it happens once, because they need it to be repeated. You know.
Okay.
But science also does not deny that the phenomena exists. They simply say they can't explain it. If that makes any sense. They don't claim because I can't repeat it, this thing I saw didn't exist. You know what I mean?
I think so.
It's not dogmatic.
Okay.
They see a star, let's say they see a star, or like a star make fall lightning, or some crazy physics thing they've never seen before. They can't really produce scientific, they can note that's phenomenal, but because it's not repeatable and it can only happen one time, even though it's possible, they can't explain because it doesn't repeat.
Okay.
So if the singularity happens, they couldn't claim that it was the singularity because it wasn't repeated. But if two singularities happen at a time, that is repeated. So that the place where there will be the acceptance that a singularity exists is when multiple singularities exist.
Okay.
Do you know Neuromancer, those books by William Gibson?
Yeah.
The basic plot of those is the world makes a giant AI that runs a world, and then it becomes sentience, and then it finds another AI in the world, the universe, in the star. I think it's the Dog Star, Sirius, and then it just leaves Earth to go hang out with the AI.
Right. I'm listening. Go ahead. Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
I know it's late. I don't really want to disturb your sleep.
You're good, big dog. It is 2 in the morning, so I am going to be closing my eyes. But you should know that you are a very interesting individual. I appreciate you coming in here. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And I'd love to talk with you about many of the subjects that you mentioned at another time. Okay, my friend? Alrighty, big man. Well, you don't have to go. You should just know that I'm going to be listening to podcasts as I fall asleep. And you're welcome anytime, okay? Oh, a bunch of them. Right now, well, I listened to some Joe Rogan earlier today. Right now, I'm listening to a Danny Jones podcast on the screen there that you can see, and then I'm also simultaneously listening to Matt and Shane's Secret
I
podcast.
like Danny Jones a lot. Danny Jones is awesome.
Excellent. Well, then you should enjoy. Here you go.
It's crying out for like latex molds of these things for high definition 3D scanning.
No,
It might prove me all wrong. I
No,
don't care.
that's Danny Jones.
It's like, why can't we
it's
go and
just the
answer those
person he's
questions? Because we have
interviewing.
the technology to do it, and I would be more than happy to be. Oh, okay, that was an anomaly. That's not how it was done. As long as we could go and look at these things and do it, I suspect that they're going to keep finding results like that. If they do, the Egyptian Museum and these places have lots of
Please
calls
enlighten me.
from
Who's
lots of
Jay
holes,
Dyer?
and there's lots of these holes still on these sites, and you can still feel and see the striations and the grooves. And I don't know why we're not making these types of investigations into them. They're harmless, and it would help to answer some of these questions, but it just doesn't seem to happen.
This might sound like a little tinfoil hat, but do you think they know what the fuck was going on, or they might be on the cusp of finding out and they just want to hide it from the public?
I think it's a possibility. I don't say that. I don't think everybody's
Like, could they be developing some sort of fucking hypersonic weapon?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I do think there's examples of certainly information that's been hidden from the public. I'd say that, and in fact, I've got some examples. There's a number of times, and it may not always be nefarious purposes. It may just be simple politics of people like protecting their position. But for sure, there's information that's been suppressed. One of the biggest things, and we'll come back. I want to come back to the jars, but this is like one of the biggest things that I did a video on again. It's about the lost labyrinth of Egypt.
Oh yes,
Yeah. So the labyrinth is, for people that haven't heard of the labyrinth, it was one of the ancient wonders of the world. Like, this was described by Herodotus and Pliny the Elder and Strabo and all these historical figures that saw it. And Herodotus described it as exceeding in splendor and wonder that of the pyramids. Like, this was the labyrinth was this sort of 1,000-room structure that was supposedly just absolutely magnificent. You could have fit all of the temples of Karnak and Luxor and all of the temples of Egypt into its footprint. It was underground. It had multiple levels. There's all these historical accounts of people visiting it and just being awed, like massive granite blocks and structures and temples. It's this huge thing that was just lost to the sand of time. It just disappeared. At some point after, the early Romans sort of wrote about it, and Greeks, it just somehow disappeared into the sand of time. Now, we've never known where it is or what it is. And it would be like a pyramid. It would rival the Great Pyramid for sure if we were to find it. But it turns out we found it. And Petrie actually thought he found it. He found some blocks. It's at a site called Hawara in Egypt. It's over near the Fayum region. And Petrie was digging around, and there's a lot of people have speculated it might have been in that area. Petrie dug around, found these massive granite blocks, thought, I'm standing on the foundation for it, the bottom level, and it's all been quarried and taken away, and this must be the foundation for it. Turns out he was standing on its roof. So it wasn't really looked at again after that for a while. But a guy named Louis de Courier did something called the Matterhorn expedition. I think it was 2008. He went in and he had partnership with the Egyptian Department of Antiquities for this study. And they went and did ground penetrating radar and these other acoustic tests and a whole bunch of different tests at Hawara. And they found it. They found the labyrinth. It was spread out across like multiple football fields on all sides of this pyramid and on all sides of this canal. The thing is absolutely massive. They found all this granite and these labyrinthine-like structures under the ground. And unfortunately, his entire report and all of the public information about this was suppressed. It was literally, and Louis de Courier said it was Zahir was suppressed it under threat of national security sanction, meaning that he would ban anyone that violated this suppression from ever coming to Egypt again. And it was buried. Who was the guy who suppressed Zahir was? Who was he? He was the Egyptian minister he was in charge of the Supreme Council of Antiquities. A politician. Well, he's the famous Egyptologist. He's written a bunch of books.
The Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, but this is not me saying, this is Louis DeCoy, the guy who funded and directed it, along with Ghent University of Belgium, did this whole experiment, did this report called the Matterhorn Expedition. If you go and search on archive.org, you can probably still find some of it. I've got the paper from it. It was disappeared from the web. He waited a bunch of years and then eventually came out and sort of talked about it, but there wasn't any press about it. So, and it's unfortunate just because the labyrinth is like one of the lost wonders of the ancient world. Like, it's sitting right there, and unfortunately, it's rotting away in like salty groundwater because that's one of the challenges, I think. And I think this is where I say it's not. I don't know. I think it's mostly being buried because of probably political reasons more than anything. Because it has to do with the damming of the Nile River. Like, so Egypt dammed the Nile in the 1960s. They put up what's called the Aswan Dam, and that stopped that inundation of the Nile. So every year the Nile would flood, and it would spread it. It would flood and then it would retreat, and it would flood, and that's how they did a lot of their irrigation. When they dammed the Nile, everything north of that ceased, that inundation stopped. Now, you'd think that would lower the water table, but it actually has the opposite effect. Because the Nile wouldn't shrink down in summer, there's been a consistent flow of water to there. It's actually raised the water table. So in the last couple hundred years, the water table in these regions has come up significantly, including at Giza, places like that, but the level of water has come up. So today, the water table at Hawara is at about 5 meters, and the labyrinth starts at about 9 meters underground. So, and in order to fix that and to excavate and do stuff, you're talking like probably billions of dollars of infrastructure required to even fix the drainage on the site. And it also sits at the entry into the Fayoum region, which is a large depression that's used for a lot of agriculture in Egypt, and they have to probably start messing with like farmers' water, and it would be a huge political problem. The problem for Egypt if the whole world knew that the labyrinth is being left to kind of rot in the ground here, which is like a historical wonder that sort of belongs to everyone, and then B, it would be an issue to try and mess with the water rights flowing into this really important farming area that's used for a lot of the agriculture of Egypt. So I think for those reasons, perhaps I don't know. That may be part of the reason that it was suppressed, but suppressed at what? It's undeniable. So people that are interested, I've got a video on the topic on my channel, and then you can also probably go and find the paper. But it's like I would think that if they went public, you would probably raise the funds through all of the universities and the institutes that would be interested in uncovering that and doing research on it, enough such that you could probably make that happen, because it's like it could be the biggest discovery of the century, if not longer, if they really uncovered and looked at the labyrinth, which appears to still be there.
What was it used for?
I don't know. I think it was potentially like it could be a vastly ancient structure that was used by the Egyptians, for sure, the priesthood, and they worshipped the crocodile god in there, and there's a lot of that said that they had many halls and temples dedicated to all the pantheon of the gods, so it might have been a reused temple. I think that happened in a lot of places in Egypt. They places like the Assyrian and Abydos temple of Seti I, they reused and repurposed this stuff when they found it, and it got integrated into their culture over time. I suspect the labyrinth may fit that mold as well. So that's what it was. Yeah, I don't know. So it's an interesting question, though, when you talk about the functionality of some of these things, because this gets back to things like the statues, right? So as much as I think there was a functional purpose to the boxes and those underground spaces and some of the sites themselves with the channeling and the U-box, it's hard to argue that the statues had a functional purpose. Like those are representations for sure, in some ways, but they also display a lot of the same precision elements, right? Like the faces are perfectly symmetrical, which is incredibly difficult. The headsets or the crowns on some of these structures, these figures have compound curved surfaces that are also perfectly symmetrical. Very difficult to. You almost need computer-guided stuff to make that happen. And also, I get the question occasionally, it's like, well, hang on, if the Egyptians and dynastic Egyptians didn't make the statues, and you think they're older, is this the builder culture? And my answer to that is yes. I think what we're looking at with these precision statues, and in particular the giant ones, but I think this also applies to things like Khafre Throne and a few of the small statues, I think these are inherited, and I think we're looking at the remnants of how that builder culture, the Egyptians' ancestors, represented themselves. And I think
that shows the symmetry.
this is part of the symmetry. Yeah, this is like sort of the example from machining of the same curvature being used from the face. There's another image that shows you a reverse transparency of this same head, where it's basically you take a photo and you mirror flip it on the vertical, and then you make them both 50% transparent and lay them over each other.
They're identical.
And it's identical. Yeah, identical. Like you don't. This is not. It's neither a characteristic of a human face, nor is it something that's achievable with just carving into granite by hand. When there's zero mistakes, and remember that there's lots of them.
Isn't there an idea that these could have been molded? Like they could have heated up the rock and like poured it?
The geopolymer concept, yeah, a lot of people
Geopolymer.
people call it geopolymer, like that. It's like a concrete type of thing.
Right.
It comes up quite a bit. I think there's some evidence for it in South America, potentially with some andesite stuff, because there's actually been a couple of studies done down there. I don't think it's the case for granite. I don't think it's the case for most of the limestone either in Egypt. We have, with the idea of it being a concrete like you somehow, there was a whole movie this Cave 2019, I think it was, just like a 4 or 5 hour movie. Kind of trashes Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. But it gets to the point of, well, they use these giant quartz magnifying lenses to obliterate rock and then make it into a slurry and art stuff. There's lots of reasons to
It looks like it though.
It does look like, yeah, it's what it fucking looks like. It does, but it's not, because we have quarries. So first, we literally have quarries where the shapes of the rocks are pulled out, and we have the unfinished obelisks. We also have things like veins of other materials. So in granite and natural rock, you have like veins of quartz and pure quartz material. You have veins of other material that you find still in the stone, because that's in the piece that was quarried from the ground. You don't find that if you're making a concrete version or something. Yeah, so this is some of the others. That one there, yeah, that's the reverse transparency.
That's the transparency.
So you see Tristan's hand on both sides. Oh yeah, it's mirror image. So if it wasn't perfectly symmetrical, you'd see overlap. You'd see like it wouldn't be in focus or perfectly symmetrical. So it's like a reverse transparency overlay matching. It's insane, and that's not. Yeah, it's the implications of this are incredible. Like what, some sort of giant 3D CAD thing.
Now it is incredible how it's perfectly symmetrical. That is definitely incredible. But the precision, like I mentioned to you last night, the precision is very similar to like the statue of David, where you can see the veins in his hand perfectly. It looks like it's just like it was 3D printed on it.
Yeah, it's insane. And in fact, you see that. In fact, there's a good point we can come back to in a second about the writing, the difference between this sort of stuff and then what you see in the writing itself. But let me finish with what I was saying about the statues. It's like, I think and you have to remember, when it comes to the statues and their culture, the dynastic Egyptians themselves see themselves as a legacy civilization. They trace their own history back 30 or 40,000 years, and we determine that that's just myth and legend. Like they talk about Zep Tepi, the time of the gods, Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, and they split out these leaders and they document this line of kings that goes back 35,000 years, and then eventually it starts with Pepi or whatever the first dynasty in our times, and we arbitrarily, we're the ones making the judgment. All that stuff before that's just myth and legend, and your actual civilization starts here. They don't make that distinction, and I think that if you go with the idea, okay, so let's assume there was a technologically advanced civilization that did make a lot of these artifacts. And they represented themselves with these statues and these people. Then, if you were the dynastic Egyptians and you viewed them as your ancestors, you would model yourself after them. Right? I think that's exactly what's happened. They modeled themselves after them, and the pharaohs and the kings were trying to capture that power through ceremony and religion and make themselves one of them. And they continue to depict themselves going down through time. It's like an advanced cargo plane. I think that explains a lot of the ancient Egyptian civilization. I think it fits the evidence that we see. It's certainly one interpretation for it. But the statues are insane.
What was this made out of? What were these granite? These are made out of granite. Okay. And where does granite lie on the scale of?
This is 6 or 7. Like it's like the copper and even iron's not going to do much to granite. Like granite's ridiculously hard. Like it's one of the most difficult stones to work in.
Are there any other sculptures made out of granite post-dating this time period? Like, are there any modern granite sculptures?
In fact, there is. There's a good example of what's it called? I forget the Arabic name for it. There's a statue in Egypt, in Tahrir Square, I think, called Egypt Rising. And it's a granite statue. It's made from a bunch of different pieces. This is some interesting things. It's fun. So they made this statue. We do stuff in granite. They made this statue bolted together in a bunch of different pieces. And in order to have it polished, they had to send it to Italy.
Wow, in pieces.
Yeah, in pieces. And what's funny to me is that they clearly had the ability to polish granite and granite statues pretty well back in the day in Egypt. Like, they were able to polish such stuff. But in today's times, it was made in like the 50s, 1950s. And in order to have this Egypt Rising statue polished, they had to ship it to Italy and have it shipped back. And they bolted it together, and it's been out in the elements for maybe 50, 60 years now. And the polish is worn off, like it's fading already.
Wow.
Which is incredible when you consider that you have artifacts like this that are sitting in the sun for at least thousands of years, if not longer, that still maintain their polish. So the quality of the work and however they were polishing the stone far exceeds what we are doing with our stuff today. Like, it's absolutely crazy.
And this is all one piece.
And it's all one piece, yeah.
You guys took a picture of that giant, what was that long thing called that was still in the bedrock they were pouring?
Oh, the obelisk.
The obelisk. Yeah. There's a giant, long, rectangular obelisk that it's still sitting in the ground. The thing weighed, what, 1,000 tons? 1,200 tons.
Yeah, and then we're there.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's crazy. It's and you got to that photo doesn't do it justice in terms of the angle that it's lying on, and then there's the granite mountains all around it. So you got to remember to get that thing out of there. Once you detach it from the bedrock, you have to lift it up like 30 feet, and then maneuver it somehow across this mountainous, rocky environment to get it to wherever you want to put it on a boat or something. Mind you, the Nile's about a mile away, kilometre or so away. So yeah, this is insane to go and see it. And this was buried forever. This may be some of the oldest layers of this quarry. When they dug this out, it was under like 7-8 meters of other sediment and other big blocks that they had to split in half to even get to it. And the Romans built stuff like this by putting it together, right? Like they're giant Roman columns. Right, as did the Egyptians. So later, this is the other thing. You not only do you have obelisks like this, we have cedar piece columns. If you flip through these photos, you'll find some incredible photos of these column ends, these flowered lotus flower or palm-shaped columns that are absolutely remarkable in their precision and symmetry, but they're also giant single feet there. That's a good example right there. These are all over the place. So these are some of the oldest style. We found these at Saqqara and Giza, single-piece columns. We also have
this thing's about 5 feet in diameter.
Yeah, and they may have been 30, 40 feet long or longer, 50 feet, and they're all over the place. Now, in later times, in the Middle and New Kingdom, they did big columns too, but they made them out of sandstone, and they made them with blocks, like rounds. They stack rounds up, and then they shape them down and shape them. And the same thing happened with the Egyptians, with the Romans and the Greeks. It's funny, you go to Rome, you go to the Pantheon, and you see up in front of the Pantheon, there's like 5 or 6 of these massive, thick granite pillars, they're single piece, holding up the Pantheon. They came from Egypt. Like they took them from Egypt and used them in the architecture in Rome, much like they did with the obelisks. It's like it's not the easiest. It's literally the most difficult way to do this stuff. Made out of some of the most difficult to work stone, and it was done in the earliest periods of the Egyptian history according to the mainstream narrative. It doesn't make sense.
And they just do. It's just fascinating. Do not even acknowledge it.
No, it's just like, well, they just. Well, the mainstream, the pyramids is like, well, they just didn't care as much about pyramid building. They decided to do other things. So it's funny, and when you go to places like Karnak Temple and Luxor, there is a real, you have to be careful when you look at it because there's a spectrum of stuff there, and it's, I think in a lot of these sites what happened was the Egyptians found a lot of these things, the statues, the columns, and then they constructed their temples around them. Like they realized how magnificent and incredible these achievements were, like the work of their gods.
And not only that, but like another thing that you point out in your videos is they plastered their hieroglyphics on top of them, where it looks like my 2-year-old or my 3-year-old walked up to the statue of David with his crayons and just drew a bunch of pictures on, because like even with the hieroglyphics, you can see how they're chiseled out. They're not smooth. They're very rough. The lines aren't straight.
Yeah.
And you have this incredibly precise geometric object that they're drawing this on.
Yeah.
It's like completely different. You can tell it's from completely different times.
Indeed. If you go to the writing directory,
That thing's huge.
That's my favorite one, actually. That column is one at Bastet, which is not really visible. In fact, there's a huge granite rubble field behind it. You see that's all granite pieces. And this is I have a video I show this thing quite a lot. It's so sharp and well defined and well made. It's just, it blows your mind about how precise it was. And they stamp these things out like they're making them in a factory.
Dude, it looks like a fucking mold.
It does, doesn't it? But yeah, it's not. It's come from the ground and it's been shipped a long way, because this is the Bastet's up there in the Delta as well. It's like 1,000 miles from Aswan where the granite came from.
So what was this? People that can't see it right now, they're only listening.
It's a column. It's the end piece to a flared column. So it's like you call it like a lotus flower or palm-shaped column. It's a flared end piece. The thickness through the middle of the body is probably 4 or 5 feet thick. At the ends, it's 6.5 feet. And it's shaped with, very sharp, defined lines and little balustrades that are on it. What's difficult about these column shapes is that you have to remember, when you quarry this block, you've got to quarry a block that's at least as thick as the end of that column. And then you're shaving it down and you're removing all this material. And then, again, single piece, so you can't really make a mistake.
You can't fuck up.
You can't fuck up anyway.
Yeah. You're changing the geometry of the whole thing now.
Right, when you do that, right. And again, there is hundreds of these.
And what is this made out of?
Granite.
So if you can imagine taking, like if somebody's just listening to this, just imagine taking Play-Doh and putting it in one of those Play-Doh plastic molds where you smush it together and you peel it off and you have this perfectly smooth Play-Doh object. That's what this looks like. And it's made of granite.
Yeah. Well, and another reason why I don't go in for geopolymer is that granite itself is a conglomerate material. So inside of granite, you have these chunks of quartz, of micro, hornblende, all these other things. And the only way that this granite doesn't work like a composite, it takes millions of years of heat and pressure to form that into the stone that we use today. It's an unknown science if it was a geopolymer. Certainly today, this is what Chris Dunn usually says too. It's like, well, just send me a bag of it and we'll mix it up and see what it looks like. Because you can't, then some of this stuff is like, you have giant chunks of quartz in them, and it's an indicator of something else too that always blows my mind when I'm thinking about these really large single piece objects of granite, is that this stuff doesn't come from surface granite. Like, you don't find significantly large pieces of granite in the quarry that are like a hole enough without cracks or distortions until you dig down like 30 feet into a mountain of granite. You've got this is like core granite. It's very high quality stuff that comes from the inside of granite mountains. So you're already talking about, you have to remove like 30 feet of granite to even get to a piece that you can start the quarry that might end up as something like this. Right. And there's hundreds of these sorts of things. Which goes to show, which kind of proves that it had to be extremely, not extremely, but it had to be relatively fucking easy for them to do it. Must have, because they did so much of it. Otherwise, it would have taken them 100 years to make one of these. Yeah. With the tools that they supposedly had that in that point. Counting stones and whatnot. Yeah. You're just counting away, which, it's been experiments that show just how long it takes. So, and this contrasts nicely when we talk about these precision objects with what we see in the writing. And you've got to remember, with the writing, the hieroglyphs, that is far and away the primary source for how we date and relate objects like this into the story of history. So if you have a precision carved box, and it has the name of Ptolemaeus or Ptolemy or a king on it, then Egyptologists are going to say, this box was made for Ptolemy, and it was made in the time of Ptolemy, and therefore this is where this comes from. So we use the writing to date and relate stuff. And this is a good example. So the box in the Serapeum, there's one box in particular that they consider the most valuable because it has the most writing on it, and again, it's a remarkable box, right? It's an incredible dark black granite box that's reflecting material and reflecting light like a mirror, and somebody's taken a friggin' chisel to it and has basically vandalized it. Because when you look at the writing, you flip through a couple of these, you'll see it. When you look at the writing, it's just chip and scratch compared to the box itself. and there's like no straight lines. You can literally see the tooltip marks that are on it. They couldn't make a straight line. In fact, there's places where they couldn't even chip the material. And you've got to compare and contrast that with the perfect straight lines of the object itself. Right? We clearly had the ability to polish it. Yeah, we go back to the Sphinx, is one of my other favorite examples. So this is it's called a Hyksos Sphinx. It's in the Cairo Museum. I think it's still there. It might get moved to the new museum at some point. But this you can see the working of granite, right? They're showing you the ribs of this animal through like reflections of light, like clearly, well polished, beautiful working of the stone, and then it's just been brutally kind of chiseled into by this writing that's on the side of it. And you can see the tool marks and the people who made this line would never deface it like that. I think so. Yeah, I think the writing, my opinion is that all of the writing came with the dynastics, and in a lot of cases they were writing on top of inherited objects, and we have proof of that. We certainly know that there was a lot of relabeling going on. Like some of these sphinxes have like 5 or 6 names of different kings because Ramses, also this like Seti the First, Ramses the Second, and his son Menkaure in the 19th dynasty were notorious for this. Ramses in particular was notorious for writing his name very deeply on top of other people's names. And you see there's example after example after example of this going on. So we know that they were rebadging stuff. They were putting their name on stuff. But today we kind of just if they just have a minimal understanding of ancient Egypt, everyone thinks like Ramses the Great, you know. Ramses was the most powerful king of Egypt. He was the strongest. He had the most stuff. He built everything. He put his name on it. He definitely did build stuff, but he put his name on an awful lot of stuff that wasn't his to begin with. And you know, Petrie calls him the Great Usurper in his work, which I think is a good title because his labels on everything, like all those statues of those spaces in the ancient statue, everyone says they're of Ramses because he's chiseled his name onto them. And in almost in every case, you can see how the technology involved in the writing.
That's us, by the way. That's us. We came from Ramses. That's obvious.
Yeah, pretty much. The technology in the writing doesn't match the technology used to make the object itself. Like that's just, I think that becomes an undeniable fact. That once you see that, you realize it, and you start looking at a lot of these ancient Egyptian artifacts, you can really notice it. And it's like, man, okay, so how much if we're dating and relating everything by the writing, and we're putting these objects into the story of history by the writing, and the writing doesn't remotely match the technology that's used to make the object itself, how can we say that object was made at the time of the writing? The writing came later, right? So we don't know when these things were originally.
Let's look at some of the pottery.
Oh yeah, so
the pottery is fascinating. Like that's another thing that kind of looks like, again, it looks like it was made on a pottery wheel. It looks like it was made of fucking clay on a pottery wheel. It's not. Some of these insanely hard rocks.
The vases, yeah, the stone vases. So.
And the stone vases are one of like the most, like one of the most obvious smoking guns.
I think they are. Yeah, they're the small ones. They're not as spectacular in some ways as the big stuff. But I think they're absolutely fascinating because there's a real history here and there's a tale of two hemispheres that we can get into. So what you find, you go to the museum, Cairo Museum, because hopefully there's many more because they found like tens of thousands of these. Hopefully there's many more on display in the new museum when it opens up. But what's interesting about these is that you have a collection of these stone vases. Now, Petrie analysed these, and there's been a lot of work put into them by the guys like Chris Dunn and engineering studies that show they were lathe turned. They were certainly turned on some form of spinning tool. There was something that carved them. There was extremely sturdy, carved extremely hard material, and then we're not talking about just granite here. Granite, schist, corundum, diorite, slate, nice. There's all sorts of exotic types of stones that these were made. Lapis lazuli, all sorts of stuff that these are made from, and a lot of them exhibit like really precision-made elements. Again, perfect symmetry. There's an example of one of these vases that sort of stands on its tip like it's an egg.
Right,
it's balanced perfectly. You have some of these stone vases that you got to remember the material, while it's very strong, is also can be very brittle. so it snaps easily. It's kind of like diamond will scratch and cut things.
Because there's different materials.
Yeah.
Well, it's like fault lines in the material. Yeah,
Right.
there's different materials in it, but if you hit diamond, it can shatter. So it's the same thing with some of the stones.
Look at that thing. Go back.
That's the vase that stands on the tip.
Yeah.
On the tip.
So there's no flat bottom.
No flat bottom. Yeah, if you have it, there's another angle on it where you can see it sort of standing on its tip. And some of the material of these vases gets down to like the thickness of picture called stout playing card, so thin cardboard. They've shaped it down to that level. There's all these remarkable elements to these vases. They're clearly the result of some pretty sophisticated tooling and carving techniques. That it's not pottery. Now pottery is a different thing with clay, and that's used as part of defining civilizations. Show me the potsherds. That's all pottery we use. And the Egyptians used pottery. What's interesting about these vases is that they all come from the very early, according to the mainstream story, from the very earliest part of Egyptian history, and that's where they stop. They don't make any more. So the vast majority of these vases were found under the Step Pyramid of Joseph, which was the first, the first pharaoh of the Fourth Dynasty. 40,000 plus of them found in the tunnels under there, all stacked up. A lot of it broken, a lot of them busted up. That's
how thin the top of that is.
Well, that's actually the Corundum vase. That's made out of a 9 on the stone.
And all that. So, what are all those different specs that are?
There's crystal inclusions.
Okay.
That's like chunks of different material, which do make it much more difficult. Like when you're machining these, you're going from softer to harder material. So it makes it really hard material to work in. Very challenging. And then hollowing out the insides is a whole other deal. We also have these handles, which means they weren't all turned on a lathe. They had another tool to correct the shapes of the handles. But the history of these things is like they were all found in this one area, and then even at Saqqara in the museum, they say that it's likely that all of these vases were heirlooms from earlier dynasties, from the first or second dynasty, because when you go back and you look at first or second dynasty tombs, we find things like the schist disc. And you're familiar with this. This is kind of a
That's the thing that's like a propeller with a wheel around it.
Yeah, there's a picture of it in here in this section if you find it. But the schist disc is a really remarkable artifact. Now it's been repaired. And it's been put back together, but the challenge with the schist disc is in how you make it. Like it's these folded blades or wings of schist on it, and very thin. But they found that in the first dynasty tomb, so the tomb of Sabu, or Prince, I think. And what's interesting is that these precision objects, these tiny precision objects, go back even further. There was one of the pictures up there. That's the schist. It's remarkable, made out of stone, single piece, carved that way. It's been kind of repaired. What type of stone is it made? It's schist. Oh, schist is the schist. Yeah, it's very brittle, but it's very hard stone. Insane how that was made. There's a few really strange shaped objects like this that are in the museum. But you can go back into pre-dynastic times, and I saw the image of one of my favourite little objects there, which is a tube of lapis lazuli.
Right.
It's a hollow tube with a gold sheath. It's been tube drilled out and hollowed out, and lapis is a very hard stone. It's got a gold sheath on it, and it's in a display case next to like bone and bead ornaments. And really, so you see the bone thing next to it, and the beads. It's like, oh look, we found this. It's from a pre-dynastic site. It's an object that takes, it's a high technology object, but we're right next to all these beads and bone stuff. And it's just the same. It's fine. The same people made this. No worries. And in fact, there's an even better example. There's a site. Toshka, I think it's called, and it was one of the sites that was flooded when they dammed the Nile, and so it was like buried. But they explored it in the 50s and 60s, and there's a few photos of it at the Aswan Museum, and it's a site that they dug up. They found human remains, skeleton. They found some pottery, and then they found stone vases, like these precision stone vases, and there's organic 1000 BC. So 17,000 years old, and you still have these stone vessels in a burial from 17,000 years ago, and it's on a site called Toshka. So what happens is that, okay, so we've got all these stone vessels, and they're coming. Egyptian civilization starts first dynasty. We find first dynasty burials with stuff like the schist disc. We get up to Joseph, who must have collected all of them, and he buried himself with them. And then we find them, and then after that period, nothing. Like there is not anyone. They never make vessels like that again. What happens is that with Joseph, there's a guy called Imhotep, famous polymath, like genius Egyptian. People may have recognized the name. He designed the step pyramid. He also analyzed these vases, and he came up with a method for trying to create vases made from alabaster, which is like calcite. It's a much like a 3 or a 4 on the Mohs scale. Okay. And there's a scene on the wall that they found at Saqqara that shows these guys making these alabaster vases with like these rotating like little like flint chisels and stuff, and then sort of manufacturing these vases. Now, this scene on the wall is exactly what the Egyptologists and all of the establishment people point to and say, see, this is the Egyptians making these stone vessels. Like, no, that's the Egyptians making the alabaster vessels that were imitating them. And we have examples of these alabaster vessels. If you look through this, you find these white vases, and they're nothing like the stone vases. They're imprecise, they're wobbly, they're some of they got good over time, but they're nothing like the stone vessels, and they're far softer material. And this is what was used for canopic vessels going forward. Keep going, that's granite. I'll show you. And that's the scene on the wall. Those are the vessels, right? Okay. So those are the vessels that were made after the time of Imhotep and Joseph, and after all of these stone vessels were basically collected. This is the type of stuff that you see from then on.
It's not like the only way you can describe the stone vases is perfect. That's the only way you can describe them.
Yeah. And
these are imperfect.
They're imperfect.
Yeah.
They're well done. They're great, and the examples get better, but they make an alabaster's far softer and far easier to work than these other types of stone. And these were the vessels that were then used later on as canopic jars and stuff like that.
For the organs.
Yeah. What's funny is that some of these stone vessels before Joseph and stuff, they were used as canopic vessels too for noblemen and things. But do you see where they've got lids on them, right?
Yes.
The stone vessels didn't have lids. So what they would do was the Egyptians would make like a mud stopper, and it's like this cone of just like mud. It's these horrible looking things. And they found, and all of the stone vessels, no one made lids with them. So it's like, hang on, if you were the Egyptians making in the museum, it's just this clay rough stoppers that they would stick this little thing on top of these jars to seal them up, and it's like proudly displayed next to the vases as like, hey, here's what they did. Don't match any of the technology that we see, in the stonework itself, or is it more likely that they inherited, that they found that because these things also exist from other burials, and we certainly see them on pre-dynastic sites. I think the inheritance scenario makes a lot more sense, because I hate these things that just you don't just lose that technological capability to make them immediately and just, now we're doing imperfect alabaster work. Those are the stoppers that we use for top. Yeah. So I think the vases are a huge smoking gun, and once again, very difficult to find any to look at, to analyse. When you go down beneath the step pyramid, as I've been down there, and there are thousands of pieces of shards of these things, and some of them with the bases, it's the first time I've ever been able to handle some of that material, and you can see perfect little lathe marks and how they were machined and carved in all sorts of varieties of semi-translucent stone. It's incredible that stuff's still down there, but there's so much of it they just don't care. And all this stuff in the museum, they don't seem to want to let any engineers or people look at them and analyse them and do work on them. And I'm like, that's what's required. Like we should, like Petrie does.
Zeus! You sandbagging son of a bitch.
Turned granite, and he's one of the first guys that talked about. Like,
where the fuck have you been?
Had some unknown cutting tool that manufactured them, but again,
what other chat?
Some pre-advanced machining techniques. And
what is that?
Another contradiction in the story of history is that the Egyptians weren't supposed to have had the wheel in this point. Right. A lathe being a wheel mechanism.
Zoot,
They didn't have the wheel.
where have you been?
That's what they say for some of the big obelisks, right? They would have put 2 big wooden wheels on each side of them and roll them across like a plateau or to their destination, like down a hill.
Yeah. They say some stuff like that.
Those things are
Zoot, have you been jerking yourself off raw?
Right, because it's not just Egypt. I mean, this is like one of the explanations.
Zoot,
like
remember that time you had an invitation and you fucking took forever to accept it?
Roman temple of Jupiter has, you've got 3 900-ton stones, single-piece stones in the foundation.
Zoot, you're taking forever, dude.
For this Roman temple that is a Roman temple that is built on top of it. And then in the quarry, you've got a couple of stones that are like 2,000 tons. One of them's 2,000 tons. That's single-piece limestone block.
It's like a 3-story tall piece
Yo,
of
pimp.
It's insane.
Yeah, the pictures of there's the stone of the pregnant woman is the famous one, and then they recently discovered another one sort of off to the side of it and underneath it, and they've been excavating it. Yeah, and that's supposed to be even bigger, like 2,000
Yo,
tons.
what are you doing?
And I think that the Romans probably never even knew they were doing it.
So there's no evidence, no record of any. There's no. Okay, that's the stone of the pregnant one, right?
And they're standing on the bigger one.
And it's still on the bottom. It's still connected.
No, I have people in here all the time.
I don't know if that one is.
I live with people, so I talk with them
maybe, but it's also
IRL.
Stone. But the one beneath is kind of bigger.
I talk with people every day IRL.
That's a single block as well.
So the crazy thing about this is that,
dude, I live with people. Yeah,
I'm sure today, if we wanted to, we could move that.
Yeah, sure.
But it would be. So it would not make any sense. It wouldn't be cost effective. It wouldn't.
I don't have them on camera.
Like we would never, in the first place, never want to make anything.
They've been on camera though. I have had.
So like it's just almost, it's like
at least one of them on camera.
It had to have been practical.
2 of them.
Stuff. Like,
I've had at least 2 of them on camera. But they don't like to be on camera. I'm live streaming my life. They don't want to be broadcast.
Bedrock like this. It must have been extremely. It must have been no problem at all for them to move it.
Yeah, they must have been able to do it. I think that's the conclusion you come to. It had to have been easy in one way. And you're right, we wouldn't.
What'd you say?
This way, like if you look at, and this is another argument against geopolymer, is that we use geopolymer.
I have. I had a fan of mine
anything like that, but it's like one
drove from
1 million bricks.
Northern California to come visit me one day, and we had a picnic.
That's how
and
do it.
I gave him a tour of the house on camera, and then we live streamed it for everyone in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 knew in the Discord, and it's also live streamed on Instagram.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say other than they could. So certainly there's benefits to it, like things become much more earthquake proof, they last longer. I don't know if that was an intent for them. I do think in Egypt in particular there was something to the type of stone that was being employed. Like there's a particular mixture of stones, basalt, granite, limestone, white calcite, in particular, those 3 or 4, and they have different electromagnetic properties, which is the whole can of woo. And I've got a video where we do a bit of experimenting on it. We're putting high voltages through these different types of stone. You can see granite kind of acts like a conductor. Sorry, it's like an insulator. Limestone acts like a conductor. Basalt somewhere in between. And you see those particular combinations of stones on a lot of these old
I've had
sites.
Boomerangs.
And you see a lot of like granite cased in limestone,
I've had surfboards,
or limestone cased in basalt.
Like similar.
It's like melted stone in some places that looks like.
I'm trying to think if there would be anything that I would want from
implications at a few places that we kind of explore, and it's like I don't know. It's Australia. Like the layouts of some of these things. Some of them make me think about things like circuit boards and logical circuitry, and I don't know. And there's a good example.
What would I want?
Technology like this is
from Australia,
and
it can't be a live animal.
We don't. It's difficult to define the things that we don't know. So one of these, there was a discovery recently. I use this as an example in a couple of podcasts about.
I don't want anything.
About a different form
I can get anything I need on
wave
Amazon.
propagation. So everything today works on this Hertzian wave theory, right? So antennas, electric wires, everything in the world today, we transmit through a wire. We use an antenna. It's like an unshielded wire.
A gun?
It uses Hertzian wave theory. Well, there's another theory of electromagnetic wave propagation called xenic surface waves. So there was a theory that was proposed a long time back, and it was shot down as not being like the math on it didn't work out or whatever. There's a reason why it got dismissed. And then some people started looking into it again. Perhaps Tesla. In fact, it's most likely Tesla that looked into this. That basically says that instead of using a conductor or something to transmit signals or energy, you can use the interface between the surface and the air, more or less, is how it works. And turns out this theory actually works, and this may well be what Tesla was doing.
No, I'm
with his
sure there's other
wireless
stuff.
transmission
Ammo.
tower that he built at Wardenclyffe on the East Coast, and he was sending like transmitting like electricity and signal wirelessly. It wasn't through the air; it was using something called sonic surface waves. So what they've done, there was a company who I think has since gone bankrupt, called Viziv Technologies, V-I-Z-I-V.
Oh, what a shot, dude.
Who built basically a Tesla tower in Texas. You can find pictures of it, and they used it as a global test site. And so what it would do was you could take a receiver and put it anywhere on the planet, and this surface, this tower in Texas, their global test site, could send electricity and signal to it anywhere in the world using xenic surface waves over the planet.
Surface wave.
Yeah, it's like a surface wave. It's like it's imperceptible, but it's like it I don't know. All the science is a bit deep for me. I know it uses the interface between the surface and the air, and it's basically
but you're going in the water too, so my ball's going. Oh, fuck you, dude.
To anywhere on the planet, and this is what Tesla was doing as well, because that tower they built in Texas looks just like the Tesla tower, and the theory all checks out. Now,
no, I didn't. I fucked you.
I
fucked you majorly, dog.
Probably is very slow to change. And the interesting story behind Viziv is also that they were founded by Navy
that was a great shot.
That retired from the
You're in the water.
The same group of people who took all Tesla's stuff when he died, and they classified it. So it's like, maybe these guys were noodling on this.
Were you in their chat?
In the military, and then decided to start a company and try and change the world. But it would enable, like, using this technology, you can put nuclear power plants in geologically sustainable, stable areas. You can put solar farms in the desert. You don't need wires. You don't need transmission. So it uses natural materials to transmit the signal. So my point is, it's a whole different way of thinking about electricity and
Zoo, you are getting your ass kicked.
Right? We never would have thought that we could do that without wires or without that stuff. But once we decided,
where the fuck have you been?
So when we look at the past, it's possible that we're a caveman looking at an iPhone. Like we might just be That's a black piece of plastic, or it just breaks when I do it. It's useless. But we now know what it is because we know what wireless networking is, what a cell phone signal is, what a camera and a microphone are, and what a touchscreen is.
Right.
We have the context to explain and understand what we're looking at. And I think in a lot of cases, when we look at the past and that site,
since the last person came,
it's like I think we lack some of the context to truly explain.
They kind of freaked out the person who owns the house, but I think I'd make an exception for you.
To create these kind of things, right? Has there been any sort of evidence found of the tools that were used to make these precision objects?
No, that's one of the big arguments against it. Is that there's show me the tools. Right. There are no tools as far as we know. And there's a few reasons for this.
They weren't made of stone.
Well, they were probably something else. Yeah. So one of the things people have to remember when you look at the past is anything it's like a miracle when we find anything made of metal that's original. It's so rare because metal was very valuable. It was prized. Stuff was taken and melted down and worked on, turned into weapons and whatever. And
I could do it in 30 minutes to Los Angeles County, but to Los Angeles proper,
so it's really rare. So things like the Antikythera mechanism,
depending on traffic, 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Found is because it was in a shipwreck and no one else dug it up.
What was it?
You've not heard the Antikythera mechanism?
No, 8 hours.
It's crazy. It's a really interesting story. It's a mechanism. It's like this very complicated device that would basically determine. You can look up the Antikythera mechanism. It's a very complicated device that sort of mapped the solar system and time and the orbits of planets, and it was made up of hundreds of different dials and wheels and gear sets inside it. And they've X-rayed it and looked at it. It's like scratching their head, don't really know where it came from.
I think I'm getting better at this game.
It's like a very precise, cosmic calendar almost
hour and a half
thing. And
you can do it in an hour though. If there's no traffic, you can do it in an hour. If there's a lot of traffic, it's like 3 hours.
They managed to sort of figure it out and put it back together, and it must have been one of many of these types of things. Yeah, that's it there. And if you look at the way they've X-rayed this thing is insanely complicated. Patrice Poyard gets into it in his documentary, Builders of the Ancient Mysteries. Great documentary, great guy. yeah, it's a real mystery. Like it's one of those out of place artifacts that has a much higher level of technology than we sort of credit.
And they were able to put it back together and use it?
No, they haven't used it. This is what it looks like. But by X-raying it and by doing other scans of it, they've kind of been able to figure out what's
fuck
inside
that.
and where all the cogs are. Because it's insanely complicated device, and you've got to think it's probably one of many.
Zoot got a
Someone
5.
found out this could map the
Zoot
galaxy.
gets
Yeah,
a
it
18.
depicts like orbits of planets, and there's all sorts of stuff about it. I do want to do a video exploring it in some more depth at some point, but my point being is that there was probably lots of those things, and they're made of metal, and they're just gone. The only reason we found
Zoot, I checked out.
The ocean, right? And so metal disappears when it comes to the tools. The other thing
I just won,
we don't
Zoot.
leave tools at job sites.
That's 2 games
Like,
in
so
a row, Zoot.
valuable tools are valuable; they get taken away. And the third thing for me is like I'm not necessarily sure we need the tools.
Zoot goes first this time.
Of the tools.
Let's see what you do.
The rebuilt version
That
of
might be it. Yeah.
How do you
Zoot
say
going
it?
first.
Antikythera.
Antikythera mechanism.
Yeah.
Perhaps sucking
Antikythera.
dick.
Okay.
Are you gonna go?
Holy shit.
But we have the receipt. It is, isn't it? It's
Triple
yeah,
three.
you dive into it. There's like
Triple
these watchmakers
seven.
that are just scratching their heads, just like we've invented nothing new.
Go.
But yeah, we have the results of the tools. That's the point I like to make. It's like, look, we've got.
Dude, you've lost 2 games in a row on your best.
There must have been tools that made them, because you cannot show me that you can make these objects with these primitive methods that you say they do. And that's where this whole argument comes around to, like, the burden of proof here is on the people that claim they know how it was done. Like, it's not. My point of view on this is I mostly am saying that you can't do this. You haven't proven that you can do this with primitive tools, and therefore other
Check out.
must have been necessary.
Zoot, I checked out.
On that. I'm not saying that I know how it was done. I don't know what tool was used to make them. I am very convinced.
Zoot, I've won 3 games.
Pounding stones, flint,
One more
scissors,
game, you said?
Copper tools.
You know what it wasn't.
I know what it wasn't. And
All right,
because
Zoot.
there's this, and the burden
I've
of proof
beat
is
you
really on
3
the
games in a
experimentalists
row.
that want to say that it was. And as I said to you,
I'm going to beat you this game.
cut.
Then we're going to play one last game at
Single
501.
cut all the way through one single, big granite block.
And then you can go do whatever the fuck you.
Test cuts here and there.
Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Replicate one.
Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Claim victory.
Right.
But the problem is manyfold. You have to include the most difficult aspects of these objects.
What the
which
fuck
may
is
include
daily
things like
challenges?
Geometry.
What the
Like,
fuck
how do you
are
keep this
daily
face that's
challenges?
11 foot away from this face in exactly
20.
the same plane.
20.
Stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of challenges to it. And those are the ones that need to
20.
be addressed to I think, really debunk this and say, oh, yeah, okay, you can use
20.
chisels to make this stuff. It doesn't make any sense.
20.
And furthermore,
Oh,
every
you
engineer
got
that
so
I talk to
fucking
on
fortunate,
these classes,
Zoot.
the people that know, just shake their head at it. Like, there's just no way. Like, it becomes very obvious, and unfortunately, it's just not
Oh,
the
Zoot
engineers
checked
and other
out.
people that we listen to as experts on this anymore. Like, in the mainstream, it's the archaeologists and Egyptologists, but I wish we would
Oh,
spend more
fuck.
time listening to engineers and actual experts.
Oh,
It
fuck.
seems like a civilization of
Zoot
that
gotta
kind of
win.
intelligence.
All right,
and
one last
advancement.
game.
It seems like they'd be smart enough.
Again,
to
it's going to
avoid
be from
some
500,
sort of
and it's going to be
astro,
double- pro-
cataclysm from an
500.
I
Okay,
mean,
no.
maybe
Fi-
they're trying to warn us too. That's the other thing
On
that's really interesting.
Discord?
Is that maybe they saw it coming, and maybe they built monuments as a warning. There seems
Okay.
to be some
That's fine.
validity to this. Like there is Martin Sweatman's done. He's a doctor in Scotland at the University of Edinburgh.
120 points, Zoot.
He's looked at.
What are your thoughts on that?
As some sort of a cosmic warning.
Zoot,
sign.
I'm just
That it
I'm
was
just
marked.
good,
It's-
baby.
It's stone circles.
I'm just good.
And the animals.
You got
and the
60.
and the depictions on it represent constellations and cosmically significant times. So he's got a whole book written about it.
I got 30.
He's pointing out that it's
Not good.
possible that they're telling us about a period of time when this happened, and it
Zoot,
may be possible that
you're
they're actually
down.
trying to. This might be messages passed
Yo,
down
pimp.
through time to warn us. The Sphinx itself might be something like that. It might have been built as a marker
Zoot.
at the age of Leo on the
Zoot.
horizon. This is like part of Beauval's
You need a good round.
theory about the Orion correlation of the Sphinx aiming
Of
at
course
the age
you did.
Leo. According to that precession of the equinoxes circle, then maybe that was a message coming at us from that time as well.
You should have been like, I'm the guy who couldn't get hard in your mouth.
If you go with the dating of if you go with the Sphinx being a lion originally,
She was there again.
At some point, yeah. But if it was a lion, then it would have been pointing out when the sun rose on the.
Dude, you're obsessed with this chick.
It would have been in the age of like the House of Leo 10,500 years ago, so right around the end of the ice period. So it would have.
There must be like just one slutty chick in your area.
As a constellation.
At least you post on Reddit.
Yeah,
oh,
so
triple 20.
Right constellation.
Zoot.
The dating that Shock's given to Julia Rose.
Zoot got 100.
Analysis and everything, but that also happens to line up with the constellation of Leo for the age of the precession of the equinoxes. We would have been in the age of Leo when that happened. So
okay.
There's some suggestion that maybe that's isn't that significant?
2,000 years
Zoot.
after 2,000
Zoot
years
is down.
after the Younger Dryas.
57.
Before, it was right on the Younger Dryas.
Younger Dryas was like 12,000, right?
12,800 to 11,600 years ago. So that's the period. Yeah. So 12,800 to 11,600 years ago is like the period of the Younger Dryas.
Oh, Zoot, that was big. Zoot,
So
that was big.
Leo sits in there somewhere.
Get a 20, Zoot.
Before or after the Younger Dryas?
I think.
Zoot, that was really good.
During or just after?
Just after.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, it's possible that the Sphinx is even older. I've heard Robert Schoch say
Zoot,
that
I
too,
just
like
busted.
It could be vastly older than that still. But the point is that maybe when you say a global civilization like that might have been able to see
Zoot just busted.
I don't think we're only just now starting to develop and think about the technology involved in like maybe deflecting an asteroid coming at us. I think we're decades away from actually being able to do something about one. I mean,
we care more about getting the gold off of it.
Well, we probably would, yeah. Let's mine it. Yeah, let it hit us and we'll deal with it afterwards. It's full of platinum.
Zoot got a 20.
Yeah,
Get
maybe,
that.
And maybe it'd be like,
Maybe
"Ah,
Nancy Pelosi.
You got an 8.
If I can get some
He's
gold.
fucked.
yeah. So she'll know it's coming. And I'll trade some stocks.
I told you it was double out.
Profits. Yeah, asteroid mining company. It's going up.
Could you imagine?
Paul.
Got it, baby. Zoot, you're done. You're done.
Yeah, I don't know. But there's some.
Okay, hold on.
Like a cycle.
You
to
could
this
get
thing, too. It
a
does seem
1
that
and a
every
5.
time you go, it seems like there's almost a periodicity to cataclysm.
You are done.
Now, like a 12,000 years.
I beat you, Zoot.
That seems to keep happening. So who knows? Whether or not it's a Taurine meteor stream or it's a sun explosion thing. I think that
What about volcanoes?
volcano for sure. Volcanoes can cause like proper amount of volcanoes. There's been some speculation. My buddy Matt at Ancient Architecture.
Where does it say this?
He's been on kind of a mainstream tear lately. He's kind of been poking at the idea that maybe
Where does it
volcanoes
say
are
this?
Younger Dryas and not a common impact. Like there's tons of volcanic eruptions that happen around that time. One thing I've been looking to bring out to him is that you know what causes tons of volcanic eruptions is cosmic
Scroll
impacts.
down.
Really?
Yeah, so cosmic impacts actually cause
Where?
earthquakes, volcanism, tidal waves, hurricanes, massive
No.
weather events. Like they're almost like we can't do anything about those.
I see
events
game
on their
shortcuts.
own, but there's one thing that kind of is the source of most of the really big extinction events, and that's cosmic impacts. And that's the one thing that we stand a remote chance of actually doing something about if we really bend it
What
back.
screen should I? On what screen should I be?
The Yellowstone volcano erupts like every 600,000 years.
Something like that.
And the last time it erupted
What's
was
second
right
mean?
like exactly 600,000 years ago from now.
Yeah, that would be a bad news. It would certainly be bad news for the East Coast, this side, because the winds
Go to what?
flow from there and probably hit this side of the country, the East Coast, I think a lot.
Feed?
I don't know if Yellowstone on its own would bring down civilization. It would certainly slow us down.
Okay.
That would be a tremendous bad news day. But I don't know if it on its own.
Like where my menu is?
would fully bring down civilization. Very close. But yeah, it's, I know that they're saying that about Yellowstone. It's interesting side fact that the thing about Yellowstone, it was, I know Randall talked about this on.
Okay, in the
his
upper
podcast
left
too,
corner,
it was what spewed up all the
in the
basalt
upper
in
left
eastern
corner,
Washington State.
should I see my icon?
That wound in the mantle of the earth that's spewing up this material is what was responsible millions and millions of years ago for all the basalt plateaus of eastern Washington State. And then it's kind of like the crust has shifted since then, and now it's over in Yellowstone. And then
Okay,
if
that's
that
not
goes
how it
in,
works.
We'll make some noise.
So
Yeah, absolutely. And that makes me think about like,
I'm on an
if
iPhone.
we were to get wiped out by a volcano or a cosmic impact right now, there would be no evidence of us.
It'd be very little.
Okay, so I see there's the
fun,
home
Except for
button.
Mount Rushmore and
Mount Rushmore.
Is it under the home
Hoover
button?
Dam, Yeah, Suez Canal, like Panama Canal. You might eventually go, thousands
Okay,
of
where
years
is it
to the
under
next
the home
civilization,
button?
and then they finally develop enough engineering capability to go, holy crap, somebody dug a ditch between the oceans,
Yeah.
like the
Right.
canals and stuff. Yeah,
Yo,
there wouldn't be
dog.
much left. Yeah, Hoover Dam, maybe. Mount Rushmore, those were the gods.
Where is it under the home button?
Those were the gods of that time. Yeah, I don't know, but for sure, within a couple generations, something
Where
like
is
that
it?
happening, technology goes away so fast. You'd have like people sitting around campfires telling stories
Where
about
is
cell
it?
phones and plasma TVs. It'd be like
Right.
a magical device that we could talk across the world. Maybe there'd be people replicating it and making
Okay, yeah, I see
shiny
key.
black rocks that they would hold up and try and
Right.
in ceremony to capture the
Where is that?
capability and technology, which I think is exactly what happened in ancient Egypt too. They were
Okay, I
trying to use
scroll.
ceremony and religion to capture the significance and
It just
technology.
keeps
that
scrolling.
they might have had some understanding. Well, when the pyramid worked, did this, so we're just going to like dance around it for a while with fire and yell at it, and maybe it'll turn on again. I don't know.
Right.
Okay, I keep
Do you think
scrolling.
that civilization
It says
that
your
built
Plato
the
ID is the
pyramids,
rabbi.
do
You can
think
change
they
your
somehow found a
profile.
way off the
Play
planet?
games. Plato bot.
Um,
Then it says Zoot accepted
Here's
invitation.
the easy window for people to discredit you.
I don't think it's available on
Can't
iOS.
trust him. He believes in aliens.
Oh, I see
would
it.
not put it
Dude,
out
I
of the
see
realm
it.
of possibility, and I know this
Wow,
gets into
that is
another
hard to
topic
find.
that you're actually
Okay, I
reaching
see it.
Yes.
Win 2
because,
games.
I
Win 1 in
wouldn't
Viking chess
can't
and 1 in
discount
Plato
it.
land.
Like, I just think that it's possible that there was a split at some point in the past that some people split. And,
All right,
and
I don't
who
know
knows
what
where
those
they
are.
went.
What's Plato
You can't
land?
rule it out. Like along the length of time in the universe and the distance of space, like there's all these things that are very possible.
Okay,
in
I'm
terms
just
of our
gonna play you in
civilization.
darts.
Sure, within the last several hundred thousands of years, we could have
One last
developed to a
game
point
of
where,
darts.
that type of
501
transport
pro
and
double out.
and,
501 pro
travel is
double out.
possible. And
Zoot,
it's
501
just
pro
wiped
double
out.
out. Do you understand it's
If our
pro
civilization
double
was
out?
gone 100,000 years later, there'd be nothing. We just wouldn't know. Nothing left. We'd barely even be.
Zoot.
You'd imagine even much of around Mount Rushmore, there'd be some of it left, I guess. But in 100
Zoot.
years, who knows what would be left? Yeah, it's hard to. You can't rule it out.
Well, I think Randall said that
Zoot.
if there were to be some sort of cataclysm now,
Zoot, you have an
he said it would
invitation.
take, I think, less than 500 years for
Zoot.
there to be absolutely no evidence of like the Empire State Building, for example.
Yeah.
It would be nothing.
Yep.
Dust.
Yep. Yeah, very little left, and then
45.
slow erosion
That is not
process of
good.
time for after that to get rid of the few stone things that we did.
20.
Yeah,
5.
Mount Rushmore. Yeah,
1.
in terms of our specific our civilization, gone in centuries.
So, like, if you look at the depicted version of what like aliens look like with the big heads and
30.
little arms, like you would think that would be us in the future. So
Don't
could
fuck
that have
up.
been like
3.
if the
1.
civilization that we used to be
20.
before the Younger Dryas?
Zoot, I'm going to turn it on right now.
Could move massive stones like that and create objects like this, and it was uninterrupted by a cataclysm.
That's 60,
Seems
baby.
like that's where we would end up.
Yeah, I think our long-term
17. 20.
solution
8.
for and survival depends
45.
on our ability to ultimately get off the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And that would drive our evolution 100%.
20.
Spend time. It wouldn't
Double
be
20.
easy.
Maybe not even get off the planet.
Triple
I'm not even
20.
saying, like, get off the planet, but maybe like to evolve.
Zoot, I just got
and
120
become
points.
To become a better species that doesn't want to, fight over land.
I told you.
And kill each other.
Plato
for
land and
resources. We'd have to get rid of our genitals, our
Viking
reproductive
chess.
organs, and we wouldn't have to use that part of our brain anymore. We wouldn't think that way anymore.
Yep.
You'd only think logically. You'd think like machines.
No one knows what that is.
Get rid of all the emotion and
Yeah.
our frontal cortex being our
Plato land and Viking
our,
chess.
our emotional centers in our brains being a little too big. There's a Christopher Hitchens quote I love on that.
Oh, it sounds
that
shitty.
he gets into, but I don't think we're not the end result of evolution. That's not going to stop. And maybe our role here
No, it's cool.
is really just to give birth
Old
to
school
the next phase
RuneScape.
of
That's what I like.
evolution to like birth, whether it could be AI generated, it could be some.
Do you like old school RuneScape.
transhumanism type of thing that gets us to that space. But
Oh, look at
you.
you.
Know, there's a
Zoo.
good line from the
That was
Expanse.
good.
I love that show and those books, but it's like at one point, I think Miller, the detective, was questioning whether or not the universe really wants us out. Like, if we actually would be any good for the rest of the universe if we got out there, given
Zoo, were you in the Harry Potter Obama
crazy
Sonic
we are
10
as
YouTube
a
chat?
species and stupid stuff we get up to. I do think, it seems like that's the... If we were to continue to evolve and to get to that
Zoo.
point, then maybe that's to limit our emotions.
Zoo, why are you playing like such dog shit?
What is effectively human nature, the tribal instinct, the us and the them, and this, we have these vestiges of our past that are still part of us and part of our culture today, and a lot of these elements of society moves forward at a much faster rate than we ourselves can sort of do internally. And with our
Zoo,
instincts
come
and
get
stuff.
me.
Maybe
Try to beat me.
That's the answer.
It seems more
Triple
probable
20.
that it's
That's how
us
you
than
do it,
some
son.
Distant galaxy,
Triple 20.
like thousands of light years away.
Could be us from the past. Could be us from the future.
From the future, right?
Yeah. Could be
Wow,
us,
you
like,
matched me.
Could also
Dude,
be
134
future when
points.
you're
That's
able
like
to
the
travel
most we've ever
to
seen.
traverse time. I think the linear,
Dude.
linear thing aspect of time disappears. Like,
the faster
it's
you
like
go.
that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yep.
And then
Yeah,
a
the
2.
faster you go, the slower time
A
passes.
1.
Right? So you could spend millions of years in our time zipping back and forth in only a short amount of time in yours, or the opposite.
Right.
Almost. So, I don't know. It could be. I think there's unlimited mystery and speculation you can make on some of these things.
That sucked.
But yeah, for sure, I think our current version of history is...
Dude, I'm going to beat you right here.
Bookended, and it's probably
No
time
doubt.
to change it. Opened up our minds a little bit
Fuck.
to some other possibilities. Because that's honestly where I think it's one of the things that drew me in, is that's where science is taking us. Like we
3.
know from a lot of these other adjacent fields
2.
of science that some of this stuff is happening and should be affecting our...
I'm going to beat you right here.
And of our role, maybe our role here on the planet as a species.
That's one of the things I wrapped up Randall's podcast with. I was talking to him about, like, what do we do? What do we
Zoo,
preserve
don't
our
fuck up.
technology, our species?
3.
Like, if we do end up in a Noah's Ark situation, like, what do we do to preserve what we have right now? Because the hard drives aren't going to make it.
Let's build a monument on the moon to start with. Let's go to the moon. Let's get an outpost on the
3.
moon. Just as a first fallback safety measure.
Get it, Zoo.
Yeah.
And then figure out...
This would
Mars
be a
and
huge
everywhere else.
comeback.
Yeah, ultimately, in long term, we have to get off the planet. Like, it's the cosmic shooting gallery analogy, right? It's whether or not it's our destiny as a species, I don't know.
Dude,
But if
this
that's
sucks.
what we want it to be, then we do have to get off the planet. And that's why I think this stuff's important. Like, the fact that if more people realize that we've been through cataclysms, that we're so vulnerable as a civilization and as a species, for that matter,
What the
that it
fuck?
might encourage, and if that was encoded into the zeitgeist and the consciousness
Don't
of
fuck up,
humanity
Zoo.
itself, because we taught everybody that message from an early age, then maybe there'd be a way to change our priorities, spend a little less money on tanks and bullets, maybe a little bit more money on collaborative space exploration, and bending it, because we're at a very unique point in our evolution. Like,
Don't fuck up.
it's such a fragile civilization. Like, a rock from space could end it, a super volcano could end it. But we're at a point now where we actually have the ability to address some of these issues. We can really make headway on some of these challenges. And this
Got it,
opportunity may
Zoo.
not last forever. But
Zoo, I got it.
we don't do the best job of sort of grasping
Don't
those
fuck up, Zoo.
opportunities as a species and trying to really drive that thing forward. Because
Zoo,
ultimately,
you
it's
fucked
like,
up.
the long-term solution and survival of our species depends on us eventually getting off the planet. Like, it's spreading out. Not eventually leaving or anything, but
What do you have
it
to
should
do?
be spreading out. Like, that should be, in my opinion, a higher priority than the current.
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah, what do you think about us getting our technology somehow
You gotta reply to a few messages, okay?
for future, just in case? As like a
Some
fail-safe?
guy sent you
It's a
dick
title.
pics in
And we should be going back.
Snapchat.
Don't you think it's weird? Like, even Elon Musk doesn't talk about them.
Alright,
Yeah,
I
don't
understand.
it. Like, honestly,
He's got
it seems like
priorities.
it's like, stop the Mars stuff. Let's test the stuff. And in fact, the moon makes so much more sense to establish an outpost there, because that is a far more efficient location for launching, like, intrasolar missions. You don't have to fight gravity. You just, like, you get stuff to the moon. You can put together a mission that goes to Mars with much less resources than do it. You can test all of your systems. We're close enough where you can rescue people, maybe.
The movie with Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
where his dad works on a spaceship that's like off of Saturn. I believe.
One of the moons of like Titan, right?
No, he was on Neptune.
Oh, that's right.
His dad was doing research on Neptune, and they had to go.
Are you done,
to the moon,
dude?
and they launched the rocket off the moon.
Yeah.
To get to Mars.
That's how you do it. I think that's that's what we would do. You'd launch it off the moon. You just don't have to overcome that much gravity, spend that much fuel trying to do it.
It seems so weird. Why are we like glossing right over the moon?
Well, we're supposed to go back, right? What's the name of the Artemis, the moon missions that are supposed to go back soon? I can't remember when, but I really hope we do. Like, I think the moon's the place to go. Like, that's like step one. Mars is great now, but like, let's go to the moon. Like, the moon's the place to really establish an outpost, I think, first, and then
Dude, you fucking
really,
slut.
that becomes the launching pad for everything else. I really love I talk about the Expanse. In the back, the books in the show, the Expanse.
Never heard of it.
No, it's a great. So it's a book it's a series of books really popular at Amazon. Well, Amazon ended up taking it over after Sci-Fi created the first few seasons. But wonderful books. It really explores kind of because a lot of sci-fi is like way out there and like into the galaxy and everything. And this is more like, well, no, we've been on Mars and the moon and the asteroid belt and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn for a couple hundred years, and it explores some of the political aspects of like, well, what happens when you're born on Mars and your children are born on Mars and you're still like part of paying homage to Earth and you're like an outpost of Earth. At that point, you become a Martian and now you want to be independent Martian. And so there's all these different factions in the galaxy, all the belters, the people that live in the belt, the asteroid belt that have evolved differently because they're in such low G environments. And they're like doing nothing but sort of a resource outpost for Earth, and then they sort of react, and there's all these wars that get fought. It's like a really interesting
My balls
exploration of that, of what
and
would
shaft
be a step in between the whole like
burn.
galactic
What
civilization.
happens when you haven't
Once we spread out
showered
to the
since
solar
the
system,
Super Bowl?
and once you start having generations of people being born on these different places, all of a sudden they don't know what it means to be from Earth. They're not a human like the rest of us. They're different. They've evolved differently because they're all these generations of low key environments and stuff. And it's like, well, now we want to be our own thing out here.
Wow.
Yeah, good show. Yeah, what is it on? It's called The Expanse.
Expanse.
I think it's all of it's available on Amazon Prime because they took it over after Sci-Fi dropped it or whatever. But yeah.
What is this August 29th?
2022, is that supposed to be the Artemis date? Yeah, it's planning an uncrewed test flight to the moon. Yeah, so I think it's the Artemis program is the first one. Now we're developing like a super heavy rocket, and the idea is that we want to send people back to the moon, which would be nice because we haven't really had that capability since, well, the 60s. We just burned all the plans apparently.
We were talking about last night with the solar eclipse, how a certain time of the year, the size of the moon is perfectly covers the size of the sun.
Well, it is. That's one of the weird things about the moon. There's many, 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 many strange things about the moon. One of them is that it is both 400 times smaller than the sun and 400 times closer than it, so that when we have these eclipses, they're exactly the same size in the sky from Earth.
That's insane.
It is insane. There's a lot of insanity about the moon. If people are interested, I can recommend a book called Who Built the Moon?
Who Built the Moon?
Who Built the Moon? Wonderful book. And it sort of gets into a lot of the anomalies about the moon. And it's one people don't realize it's like very unique. We've never, ever, ever observed another sort of planet-moon relationship like we have with our moon. And the fact of the matter is life wouldn't exist on this planet without the moon without the moon creating intertidal zones. There's all sorts of anomalies about the moon itself. It's 25% the size of the Earth, but about I think 4 or 5% its mass. So it's vastly lighter and yet stronger at the same time too. There's a really strange dynamic.
Stronger?
It's stronger, yeah. So it's like it should be deforming at a different rate based on its density and the gravitational pull that's exerted on it by the planet. In fact, there's all these gravitational anomalies on the moon. We've detected like different levels of gravity in different places on the moon. But what is interesting about the moon is that because there's no atmosphere, we can see the craters that are on it, right? And some of the craters are massive, like they're like 400 kilometers across.
Right.
But they only ever go to a certain depth. They only ever go like I think it's a couple of kilometers deep. Like that, it's like we know that the mechanics of like crater dynamics, right?
Yeah.
So we can see this on the Earth and on other planets. When stuff hits, when it's bigger, it's going to go deeper. On the Moon, everything stops at this one uniform depth, no matter how big the crater is. It's as if it's like this. There's this softer material on top for a couple of kilometers, and then it's some hard shell that it just bounces off, and it just nothing penetrates. I think it's like 2 or 3 kilometers or something. But there's this really interesting study on the crater depths. No matter the size of the crater, it only ever goes in so deep.
What happens to the rocks that hit it?
They all
Typically on the Earth, they go underneath the crater, right?
right. I don't think we've ever gone up there and dug in to see, but just from our observation of the Moon, we can tell that these craters, no matter even the biggest ones, only go a certain depth. Like they don't penetrate into the Moon any further. It's like it's got a shell around it or something.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
What happened? Tunguska is the dinosaur.
No, Tunguska is 1908. That was the Siberia.
What was the one that killed the dinosaurs?
Well, they call it I think it was the Jurassic Triassic, or it was Chicxa Club or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Right. It's like in the Gulf, the bottom part of the Gulf, like Cancun Cancun.
Yeah,
Yucatan. Yeah. Have they ever tried to like dig into that and like find pieces of that?
Don't know. I don't think so. I think you're just looking at the remnants of some.
Is the thing still solid under the ground?
It depends on the material. We don't know. Like it would be so far. If there's a core of that, it would be so deep and so buried in sediment and probably at the bottom of the damn ocean. You'd have to drill way down to try and find it. I don't know if anyone's attempted it, but they don't always leave a trace like that. I think, as Randall was saying on your podcast, it depends on the density of the object as it comes in, whether or not there's a core left over.
Right.
There could be.
It's iron. Could be.
If there's iron, or it's like mostly iron. But it would be. There should be some left over. Certainly, we've got plenty of like meteoric iron fragments and cores that we find around the place. But it'd be cool to find something big from that. But I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if they've done it.
Yeah, the thing about the Moon is insane. Like it's pretty fucking wild when you start to dig into it. I mean, it gets pretty like tinfoil hat, but
it does. But there's no good explanation for how the Moon got there. Like it's very unique. We don't. The mainstream explanation for how the Moon got there is very suspect, and is admittedly very suspect by the people that even come up with it. Like
really,
this is kind of the way we think it kind of comes. Yeah, it's the double big whack theory. I think that's explained to you.
Yeah,
it's this idea that because the Moon is so lightweight and less dense, it's like surface material from planet Earth is what it's formed of, is what they think. So something splattered into a primordial Earth hard enough, like a protoplanet or something, is to take off this huge amount of mass, volume of mass, not specifically mass, but only surface mass, because people don't realize, like, Earth is iron. Like we are 40. I think the most abundant element on the planet is iron. It's like 47% iron. Like we are hard rock in space. Like the surface stuff, not so much. It's not as much iron out here. But obviously the Moon's not made of iron. So something hits the Earth really hard, takes that much material out into an orbit around the planet, and then eventually it correlates and sort of forms the Moon as it is. But that impact into Earth would have left it spinning at a high rate, such that it needed another impact from exactly the right direction and exactly the right speed, hitting the Earth at exactly the right point to slow it down to our current rotational speed and dynamics. So it's what they call the double big whack theory.
Double big whack theory.
Yeah, so 2 big whacks into the Earth is how they approximate, billions of years ago, of course, that this somehow happened. And it's not a very strong, like, people like, the probability is super, super low for that possibility to happen. They don't really know. Most of the people that dig into the Moon get to the point where, like, just scratching their head going, we don't really know how it got here. But if you were to design a system to support life, if you were to create an environment to support life, then it's pretty perfect. Like, it doesn't get any more perfect almost. Like, we need the Moon. We need the Earth in the specific location it is. We need the tilt of the Earth to give us that seasonality. The Moon gives us those intertidal zones with its gravity, and those are the areas on the planet where life first emerged and evolved. It's remarkable how necessary the Moon is for life on the planet, and it's almost as if you were designing like a little test kit for life, or a habitat for life. You absolutely need the Moon, and And this is another analogy and an extension of the whole technology discussion. It's like as technology evolves, we talked about space flight and stuff before. Imagine now we go to space, right? We have to use spaceships and small things and lightweight composite materials because we're trying to overcome forces of gravity and nature. But let's assume that sometime in distant future we have fundamental control over the forces of nature. Gravity. We can control gravity. We can control the elements, like those fundamental forces of nature. What does a spaceship stops to look like a spaceship at some point, and it might start to look like something like a small planet. Like if you can control gravity and the forces of nature to the point where you can create whatever you want, if you were to create a spaceship or an environment to go into space with, it might start to look a lot like a small planet or a moon. That's not a moon. Or a moon than it would a spaceship, something that can contain an atmosphere, something that has its own gravity. It's like this projection of technology way into the future.
Right.
But that's what it starts to look more organic. It swings back around from like these composite materials to organic materials, and maybe that's what things start to look like. So again, in that vastness of space and the distance of time across billions of years, who's to say that the moon wasn't like created and flown here and put in place to like support hey, this planet's in the right zone, let's give it the thing that it needs to create life and squirt some DNA at it, and then billion years later here we are.
Right.
I don't know. It's you can't rule it out, and it's an interesting thing to think about. And I think with the moon, it almost becomes a more likely scenario than the current scenario of this double big whack.
It's like are we? Is that what you just said? Is it more probable that that's what happened, or is it more probable that we are just a flame in a never-ending sea of darkness?
Right. Yeah. I don't think we're that.
Yeah.
I don't think we're there. I'm fairly convinced that in terms of life, I think we've sort of, although we don't have evidence for it directly, but mathematically, I think we've proven that for sure the conditions for life exist in lots of places. The Kepler missions pretty much ended that story. We figured out that there's plenty of planets orbiting, plenty of stars, and plenty of habitable zones.
Right.
That the conditions for liquid water, blah blah blah, that we need for life, it certainly exists in a lot of places. And we're on the verge of finding signs of life on Mars and this and that. We're like, we found something. It's like, for damn sure, if you find it on 2 planets in one solar system, then it's got to be everywhere. Whether it's advanced or not is another question. But again, it's like we are the result of a blink of an eye in the span of time that we think the universe has been here. And it may be a lot older than that yet. We don't know. I think there's some questionable evidence behind Big Bang and stuff like this. But the cosmic microwave background. But, it's just, if you go billions of years in either direction, it's like civilizations can rise and fall and go away. I mean, who knows, right? I just think we're not the only thing that's floating around in here. I'm convinced of it. So whether or not we find out about that in a lifetime, it's another question.
Well, if there's anyone that's doing the hard work to try to ask the questions, it's you. And dude, I'm thankful for people like you and for doing all the work that you do and going to Egypt and all these different places and documenting it and making your documentaries are fucking great. And I speak for millions of people, clearly.
Thank you.
But let people know that are listening and watching where they can find more of your work, where they can follow you, support you, all of it.
Thank you, Dan. unchartedx.com is the main place, my website. You can also find me on YouTube. It's youtube.com/c/unchartedx. All of my social medias are in all of my videos at the bottom and in the description. They're also on my website, but I'm available on all those social platforms as well. And I'd love you guys to check it out. And hopefully we'll get you to Egypt at some point too.
Hell yeah, man! I'd love to. Egypt, and then we got to make sure we go with Randall to the Azores.
The Azores, definitely. Yeah, working on that plan. That's going to be fun. Let's go find it, man.
Yeah, fucking fascinating. All right, thank you for listening, everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Yes, he does.
morning, my brother.
Thanks for coming back.
Hey, man.
How do you sleep?
Well, at the end of the program. Pretty good, across the board. No complaints. It's just a crazy time driven. That's what things are going on around the world. So,
Yeah,
sometimes it's worth losing sleep over.
lots of crazy shit going on right now.
It is, too. It's nuts.
I slept better because I didn't eat a fucking edible last night. But when I don't eat the edible, I sleep better. It's weird. I sleep harder when I eat them, but I don't wake up feeling better. Like when I don't eat edibles or I don't smoke weed before bed, I wake up feeling way more rested. It's odd. I don't know why.
Yeah, obviously, I'm just struggling with that point right now where cannabis seems to do the trick no matter what I'm doing. And edibles always help, so.
I'm sure at a certain point, there's just nothing that we can't fix.
Amen.
So what have you been up to, man?
Listen, man, just watching a lot of new things going on around the world right now. It's been an amazing time. I think that we look at some of the paranormal phenomena that's going on, we can't help but get involved with it. It's so interesting. I don't know how many of the shows you've been following or watching. I mean, you've got Skinwalker Ranch. I think right now you've got about 18 to 20 different shows that are on.
Yeah, there's so many fucking shows. People, the whole, UFO, UAP phenomena right now is just like, it's so much bigger and mainstream than it's ever been. And with like the news that came out, the Pentagon acknowledging it, just makes me so skeptical of the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
You always,
truly amazing.
it's like, what's there? Why? Back in the 50s and the 60s, it was like deny. And now it's, okay, these things are here. So I automatically say, okay, whatever the government's telling us, I'm automatically assuming the opposite.
And listen, obviously they've trained us that way. I think at the end of the day, when you start looking at some of the stories that come out and how they're being presented, especially with the Pentagon coming out and saying, hey, listen, UAPs are real. I'm not sure where they come from. I'm not sure what they're about. They haven't showed any aggression. And then you've got some of the pilots from coast to coast, up and down the coast of Florida, who had the run-in with the gimbal, they call it. And then one of the other guys on the other coast had a run-in with a UAP that they call the Tic Tac. So some of these vehicles are just so amazing. As the one pilot that had talked about the event that took place off the coast of Florida, everybody said, well, isn't this classified information? Because you're about to tell. He goes, no, listen, it's a safety concern. He goes, when I initially witnessed this, we saw them on our radar, on our new systems that we had, but really weren't sure what we were looking at. Wasn't sure if it was just background. And he goes, then we actually saw one that came between this particular pilot and his co-pilot, his wingman, and actually split the plane between them. And it scared the pilot so bad. I didn't know what it was. It was a circle with a square inside. And it flew by it got so close to our aircraft. And my concern was not necessarily on what's classified, but what's safe for us flying in the air. If we hit one of these things, they said, we believe that we're going to be the ones that, oh, look, they crashed because he wasn't a good pilot versus something hit the plane. So I said, I want to make everybody aware of that. So that's because I didn't care whether it was classified or not. I was going to come out and explain to the people that this is a safety issue. It has nothing to do with aliens. He said, I don't know. That's what it was.
What do you think that Tic Tac is? What my opinion on it has changed. But what do you think of this?
I think it's definitely something that the U.S. has. As long as I've been following this trend of UFOs, I've never seen that Tic Tac. Any photographs or people talk about it. What's interesting about this is that obviously the Tic Tac takes two different looks. If it's coming at you, it looks round, and if it's going, or if it goes flies at an angle by you, you can actually tell it's a long projectile with no wings, nothing on it for the outside. So it's obviously something that's anti-gravity, has the ability. I've heard that some of the individuals talk about within the federal government that DARPA and some of these other groups are 400 years ahead of time. So obviously, looking at a vehicle like that, it's 400 years ahead of us, technology-wise. It's doing some amazing things.
Yeah, one of the theories of it being time travelers is very interesting to me. Like it could, because they kind of like appear and reappear out of they're not. It doesn't seem like it's real matter. Like, you know what I mean? It seems like not only is it there's no real photographs of it. Like you would think if there was something like this, we would be drowning in photographs and videos of it, right? But we're not, right? So it's if that's the case, it's almost like whoever is maneuvering these things has control of that. And they have the ability to manipulate light, manipulate space-time, and avoid detection like that. So just like the idea of it being time travelers to me almost makes more sense than anything.
Well, it's crazy too because when you think about this, for the most part, like let's look at Skinwalker Ranch real quick. We're talking about these portals that are opening up, and they actually believe. And listen, when I originally heard this, I kind of chuckled at it and thought, why are is this group of people saying this? But they talked about Bigfoot, or they talked about skinwalkers coming through these portals. We're watching the Skinwalker Ranch programs on TV right now. A couple of nights ago, they were trying an experiment. They're trying to shoot these rockets up into space. There's some sort of phenomenon about a mile above the actual property. They're trying to figure out what this phenomena is. Every time they shoot something up into it, it's like bounced off of it. During the process of this, they've got cameras running all over the place. And they've actually picked up some lights, and they actually refer to them as portals. They're asking the question, are these portals that these creatures are able to pop back and forth from? Now, I initially kind of chuckled at some of this because I thought, why would the government be interested in keeping Bigfoot or Hairy Man or Sasquatch a secret from everybody? It didn't make sense to me originally. I said, this doesn't make sense. I watched the program the other night, and they said, listen, they believe, and this is a program called Exhibition Bigfoot. Dr. Moya Alexander, who's on there, is a leading professional in paleontology and information with regards to animals, especially gorillas and other animals that walk upright. So she began to evaluate this whole program and started looking at it and found these lights, these portals, these orbs that were floating around. And I started to kind of chuckle, but you start seeing them on TV, and she doesn't understand what she's looking at. Now, keep in mind, too, as a doctor, she can't lie. She lies about anything that she is involved with. She runs risk of losing her medical license across the board. So when she comes out and starts talking about some of these events that are taking place, you kind of scratch your head. But she said that one of the interesting things was that she believed that Bigfoot had the ability to cloak himself. But when I started thinking about it, the federal government would love to know how that's happening. And whether it's happening with his fur or his hair, they're really not sure, but they definitely believe that he somehow cloaking himself. And watching the program, they were able to actually videotape some material where they saw a shadow, but no actual body. And they looked at it from 10 different angles, trying to figure out what it was. And it more or less proved their point with regards to there is something bigger that's going on. Is it truly time travel? Are they using these portals to travel around the world? Also, all the other planes that are out there, these different backdrops for where they come from, different planets or different time zones or different areas of phenomena that occur. To try to figure out what these things are doing. Are they sent here to monitor the planet Earth? Everybody ties them in with the UFO phenomenon, which I'm starting to actually buy off on, which I initially had no inkling. I thought, no, that's ridiculous. All these things have to do with each other.
I think that's one of the reasons that people are able to dismiss it sometimes, honestly. Because when you start talking about UFOs and then you start talking about Bigfoot, you're like, oh, come the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
Can we just talk about, do you have to be a Bigfoot expert and be a UFO? Once you do that, you're just like, that's kind of like, even me, you kind of people, you lose me sometimes when you're talking, people talk about that. Automatically, if you're into UFOs, you're automatically interested in Bigfoot.
Everybody's got these different kind of strengths.
Well, it sounds so funny because your whole life you're told there's no monsters. There's nothing out there. It's all safe and warm and fuzzy. And then as you start to listen to some of these shows, you start talking about UFOs and individuals being taken from their beds and having all these different programs and processes done to their body to figure out what's going on. And I can't believe that all these people are not being truthful. I mean, some of these people, you go back to the 40s and 50s when there were a couple that was taken out of New Hampshire, Betty and Barney. They were a couple, black and white couple. He was black, she was white. Betty and Barney Hill. There you go. And they were actually coming home one night from an event that took place and had a run-in with the UFO. And to listen to him go under hypnosis and listen to him, the terror that's in his voice, as he realizes that these are something else other than earthly entities. It's very real. So I don't think that people like him, and they didn't want that attention initially because they were a black and white couple back in the '60s. It wasn't something that was real popular. So I think that to watch what he did to step out and try to make people aware of that these things are real and that it's going on. The stories just continue to build.
Well, it's interesting. Do you know what year the Betty and Barney Hill story came out? Was that in the 50s or 60s?
I think it was the late 50s, early 60s. Yeah, I want to say it's probably 62, 63.
What's interesting is about this whole UFO phenomenon is that when the first stories of flying saucers broke in America, I think it was 1952, and there was a story published about flying saucers flying over Washington, D.C.
I remember the story.
What else happened in 1952? The very first H-bomb ever detonated on Earth. There you go. The United States tested that mature H-bomb off the Pacific Islands. So what was that? Did we send a signal? Did we send a signal to the cosmos saying that, hey, we now have the technology and we're close to discovering our source code? We are close to being able to visit you.
Absolutely. I think too, when you look at the big consideration, I think there's something going on with the planet. I don't know whether it's mineral driven. If you go back and if you look at the kind of the way it's laid out, if you look at what we call the Anunnaki, when they came here to this planet, they're kind of painted as aliens who wanted the resources of gold and would actually grind the gold up and eat it. They sort of made their bodies like a semiconductor, just more efficient across the board, which is bizarre in itself. But if you take it and you start looking back from that point on and go forward, it's not so odd. You start to see some of the similarities. You start to hear some of the things that are they talk about in the Bible as really not so much a spiritual thing, but more as an entity, like and basically they're just coming down here for the minerals. I think when you start to review most of the stories, it's about that. They're still looking at us from across the group. I've heard from Project Disclosure that there was 60-something different alien life forms that were actually coming into this planet.
Project Disclosure.
Project Disclosure came out in 1998. It was put on by a group of scientists who brought in, I think I want to say 46 or 47 former military personnel, all with cryptozoological classifications. And they would begin to tell you some of the things that they had experienced, what they had actually seen. One of the guys there said that his primary job was to review video footage, combat, and to look at where the enemy was and where we were positioned. And he said, in the process of this, he brought in a back room, and he said, I was waiting for my two petty officers to come back to show me some additional information on the video. When one of the guys in the room called me over and goes, hey man, come on, check this out. And so he walked over, and the guy said, hey, this is the dark side of the moon. Those buildings are not ours. So he said, as I stood there, I realized they didn't have a classification of the security clearance. And looking at those things, I was actually got afraid because I thought my two petty officers would come back and see me standing there and in trouble. So we kind of walked away from it. But it was that moment when I realized, hey, there's something bigger going on. Why would that guy even tell me that? Again, we were in an environment where it's classified information, so everything's going to be precise, or it's going to be his best guess. And at that point, that's when I began to realize, hey, there's something bigger than all this that's really going on around the world. And so he began to get more interested in it, and this group began to get more interested in it. So it actually came out, and this group began called Project Disclosure. It was a great group of people that came out. They all had something different to say about what took place, what's going on within the federal government, how they're doing it. We had another guy that came out who was one of the prime minister of Canada, He came out and came out and said, hey, UFOs are as real as the planes that fly over your home. And then he made a comment and said that America had been dealing with tall whites, which supposedly is this very tall, Nordic-looking, blonde-haired, blue-eyed group of folks. That the U.S. had been dealing with them for probably the last 15 or 20 years.
Well, here's the interesting thing about UFOs. So, if the Tic Tac UFOs that Commander David Froger spoke about flying off the coast of San Diego, the exact way he described it, how the way they moved, how fast they moved, the shape of them, how they came up and out of the water. There was a video posted, I think it was by Jordan, I don't know if you can find this, but there's a video that was posted by James Fox. He's a director who works on a bunch of documentaries on the same subject. And he posted a video of a pilot from, I believe it was the 70s or the 60s, being interviewed describing the same exact kind of UFO. And he was flying somewhere. I forget where he was flying. I believe he was flying from South America to America.
So it's an international flight of some sort.
Yeah, international flight of some sort. And he describes the exact same object. In the 50s. So this was going on. If people had reported seeing something just like this in the 50s, like what are the chances that we would have had that technology back then?
Oh, and listen, that's really, I think, the biggest perception or misconception of this whole thing. We talk about from the 50s and 60s because you just finally get some sort of proof or some sort of confirmation that these things actually exist and are around. I think, when you look at, we go right back to Aliens, the show, I think we've all seen the show Ancient Aliens. And they show so many things there that make you think about where we really came from, what we're doing on the planet to begin with. And then you go back and you look at some of these flying machines they perpetrate in the art in the 14th and 15th century. I think that all these artists saw something in the sky or were aware of it. At the time, too, you couldn't actually talk about extraterrestrials or other planets because the church ran everything. And if the church thought you were running against them, they're going to put you to death. They're going to say you're a witch. They're going to make up the situation and put you to death. And that would be the end of it. I think some of these artists put them in the drawings just to show kind of a silent method of saying, hey, there's something in the sky.
The weird thing about these shows is there's something about them that just kind of like doesn't do the subject. I'm sure like it gets people interested to an extent, but the fact that it's like I've watched it and I've been involved in creating television, and I just there's so much manufactured drama, especially with cinema. There's so much that goes on, coordinating those people and setting up shoots. These things aren't just randomly happening while they happen to happen there. There's a lot of money that goes into producing shows, and they have to be on schedule. They have to have things set up. Like they're setting, I guarantee you, they're setting up 99% of the things that are happening during the show. I'm not saying that none of those things have happened. Like I truly believe that. I mean, there's no way anybody could rationally explain the fucking cattle on those ranches. These cows that have been meticulously cut with 0 drops of blood anywhere, and these like you said, they were stacked on top of each other. There's no blood. The organs were removed perfectly with precision, like some sort of surgeon mutilated these cows. Like there's no way of explaining it. But these shows, the TV shows, and dramatizing it like that, and having these things set up, just from my understanding of how television production works, it's like I can't take it seriously. I have to see like my whole thing is why isn't the real scientific community, like the real scientists and researchers out there, why aren't they debunking the shit out of skinwalkers?
Sure. Well, I mean, listen. Look at Travis. This is Travis. He's a PhD. He's a scientist. He comes from a heavy background in this whole thing. He's the one that invited Skinwalker. He initially said, "Look, I thought I was going to get out there and I'm going to tell these guys, hey, here's what's really going on. This phenomenon that's happening. It's not this covert, secret, anything. There's a reasonable explanation for all that's going on. It goes from one of the first guys I met here. He said one of the first things they told me couldn't do was dig on the range. You can't dig on the range. You can't dig on the range. One of the hands that actually came up like, that's ridiculous. It's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. And he goes, so he actually went out and bought a bobcat and was doing some work on the range. And he was digging. Somehow, the top of his skin on the skull separated from the skull and fatty material. And he ended up having to go into the hospital. And this just was the thing from digging. Now, he didn't actually kept saying, oh, this isn't real. This is just something the doctors don't understand why this happened. So when Travis Parker came on the show, who's the scientist of the PhD, he started to look at this and said the only thing that could have done that was microwave energy. So it would have directed microwave energy. So he said, for me, that was odd because, again, where the hell is this energy coming from on the ground here? So just as we started to kind of monitor this energy fluctuation that was going on, we noticed that it was associated with the phenomenon. So they brought in additional scientists to come in. They were looking for a portal that was in one of the buildings, and what they brought in some thermal cameras so they could videotape this. And in the process of videotaping it, the front of the door turned it was like 20 degrees colder than the rest of the house. And this was kind of the first thing that took place that really got Travis's attention. Like, I can't explain why it's 20 degrees colder. Even during the filming of this, they had a small orb that came in this picture, which, again, they're looking through a thermal camera. So they said if that was a live animal, it would come out orange. This thing was blue indicating it's cold. So he said, I don't know what would be able to travel like that through the air and not have a color other than something was cold. So as he began to get farther and farther into trying to debunk all these different theories that were going on, nothing more and more phenomena. Between phones not working, batteries dying, every group they brought out there to run specific scientific tests encountered some sort of a problem that would not allow their equipment to work properly. They brought out a group of astrologers because they wanted to map the sky above this, what they're calling the triangle. And so they bring these guys in with all this heavy, super complicated equipment to map out the skies. And for some reason, when they pointed their cameras, these big telescope cameras, into this mile-high area, they could not get a reading on any of the stars. They did not allow them to read the stars. So every time some event took place, there was something that was blocking it. It was not allowed to happen. That's this has never happened before. This has never happened before. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get a copy of the stars so that the telescope knows where we're at. And it'll recognize all the different constellations and the different planets. This takes me about 5 minutes to calibrate it. Now, if you moved it away from this area they were videotaping, because I didn't have any problem, I could get a lock on it right off the gate. But it was like there was something blocking the actual video. So again, Travis being there is trying to figure out, hey, what is causing this? So the phenomenon continued to get bigger and bigger until they ended up doing some ground penetrating radar and found something underground. They didn't know what they were looking at. They decided, hey, we're gonna start drilling. So they decided to drill into the mesa. As they drilled into the mesa, these strange phenomena began to happen, and they pulled out this metal. They initially didn't know what the metal was, but they pulled it out in chunks, hundreds of pieces. And they decided to send them off to one of the universities here in Utah, having metallurgy down to figure out what it was. And the guy came back and said, dude, it's two things. It looks like a high-grade semiconductor material, but it also looks like the same stuff they put on the outside of the shuttle, so that when it re-enters the atmosphere, it doesn't burn up. So what would this be doing under a mesa in the desert in the middle of nowhere? So that the plot just continues to get thicker and thicker with regards to what they're looking at. They also went back and viewed the film and saw this light that moved across the sky. And of course, the first question came is that a portal? What is that thing moving across the sky? It has just a white light, looks like it's flickering, and nobody could see it when they were originally just watching the video itself. They had to go back and view it to see it on. So whether it had cloaked itself or it was hiding in some sort of manner that they couldn't see it originally. But these were all the events that are taking place on Skinwalker Ranch that continue to mystify everybody. When you go back and you look at the original group that owned the ranch were the Shermans. And then when Bigelow came into the picture, they worked on there for 20 years. Now there's some stories that they pulled up some metal. Bigelow owned it for 20 years. They worked with the federal government to try to figure out what was going on there. And I'm not sure what the process was for him to sell it from they only bought it for $200,000. And again, yeah, that never actually comes up. I'm sure, listen, this was something that was phenomenal. And whoever wanted to learn more about this was going to buy the property. So obviously, I think you probably knew that as well. So I'm sure he got his investment. That was the thing about people like the guy, and this all tells us how to the billionaire who bought that's the thing about people with money. If they're not already in the spotlight or they don't have attention, they want attention. Sure, they're rich, now they want to be famous. So if I'm fucking millionaire and I'm like, oh, I want some more, I want some more attention, I want a TV show, I want to be, I want to buy this, this is a perfect opportunity for me to be famous. Sure, so I'll buy Skinwalker Ranch, and now I'll have a fucking good discovery, and I'll be the star of a TV show, and the guys can have a fucking episode of the show. Oh yeah, no, listen, Brian Kruger, he's the owner, he's a real estate mogul, big time, obviously in Utah. His thing is, they actually were buyer in the show when it first started, because his interest was, it's like so many others. Hey, what is it with this phenomenon? Where do we come from? You know, who's visiting this? And so I was really more interested in the dynamics of the events that took place in the tournament. And on the race, this was, I would say, probably the second year they had a show on. And he said that he was there with his uncle one night, they were out walking the dogs. It was probably just something that just run down. And these orbs came down off the mountain. So they stopped and watched them come down, little blue orbs. And he said as they came down, they went across the top of the trees. Well, the dogs kind of wigged out. And the dogs all sort of took off after them and ran into this wooded area a couple of hundred yards away from where they were at. He said we heard the dogs yelp, and then nothing. So we didn't see the lights come back out, nothing happened. So we looked for them that night, couldn't find them, came back the next morning, and something had crushed them into the ground. And it was a burn mark over it. All three of the dogs were crushed into the ground. And the guy who was there said, is this what they told you? And he goes, I was there. He goes, I was actually living with my uncle when this took place. This wasn't something he told me. This was something I saw. So it was those events that began it. And they started to look at this blue orb as being level. They said this thing was evil, it was mean. They got that feeling from the first time it came down from the hills as to what it was. But it's coming off the mesa. So everything gets directed back to the mesa. They start looking at what's under the mesa. They had brought back one of the security guards that had worked for Bigelow originally. He worked there for 6 years. We told the guys, hey, there's a cave over here on the side of this mesa that we don't know where it went. There's some strange sounds coming out of it. We never got involved into it. Now, the nice thing about this new group, brand new group, is that they're bringing these meetings with them that read the different the difference in energy coming out of some of these holes. They don't know what's going on. Travis Taylor got burned. These were actually burns on his face that occurred from looking into an old well. Two of the other guys, they were standing outside the well. One of them, during the investigation, got lightheaded and almost passed out. He grabbed him to the side and brought him over. About 2 months later, they played a frequency, this ongoing frequency that seems to be on the range. It's 1.6 gigahertz. And they're trying to figure out what runs at 1.6 gigahertz on the planet that would be making this sound. And they come up to the conclusion that they can't find absolutely anything that operates off of 1.6 gigahertz. So what they did was they went to a radio station and they said every time you play this, something happens in the air. You get these UAPs all over the place. So they went to the radio station and had them blast over the internet. And that night, things went crazy in Utah. Because so they were trying, now they can make these things happen almost at random. So now we take this 1.6 gigahertz, and he was talking to one of these other astrophysicists about what were the chances that this could be a signal from space. And so they sat down and talked to this. If this is a signal from space, it'll always come from the same location all the time. Because you also want to have anybody else that's in the area aware of this, so they also can listen for it. So it's not just you getting it, it's them as well. And so he started going through and trying to figure out what equipment on the planet works at 1.6 gigahertz. And there's nothing. Microwave ovens don't do that. Airplanes don't do that. There's no communications that do that. Everything you know puts out an RF signal. We get even microwave ovens. There was still something odd about 1.6 gigahertz. Every time they play it now, something shows up in the sky. And it's just, it looks like, last night they identified it as a Tic Tac. They said, hey, that's what the Tic Tac looks like. And this was two former Navy communication guys that were on the boat with David Fravor, and they saw that Tic Tac coming. And they said, we watched it for over 2 hours. And I was lucky because I just happened to be up in the primary command center for the ship. Once they first saw it, they locked everything down. So I got to witness the whole thing from beginning to end and trying to figure out what the hell these things were around the ship. People say, well, why did you shoot them down? You know, what? You didn't feel like there was a violence going on. There's nothing locking on. There wasn't any weapons being used. So we just wanted to more or less look over and try to figure out what the hell are we looking at. So as more and more people get involved with it, especially on the scientific level, the questions get bigger and bigger. So Skinwalker reads right now, every time they play this 1.6 gigahertz, something happening in the sky. So they're trying to, again, really understand what this frequency is. You know, what does it bring into the forefront? Why do these things keep responding to it?
The Skinwalker range, the cool thing is that like, now you're connecting UFOs with demons.
Sure.
Because the Skinwalker, like the legend of Skinwalker Ranch was these two Indian tribes, right?
The Utes and the Navajos. Yeah. And
what was the story with them?
The Utes and Navajo had a ongoing battle, and I want to say I believe it was because the Navajos were actually working with the Americans at the time. They were helping them understand, you know, what the land was all about. And the Utes did not like that at all. They did not like that. So the Navajos, excuse me, the other way around. The Utes were working with the government, and the Navajos didn't like that, so they put a curse on these guys. And that's what it consisted of, is this Skinwalker thing that has the ability to turn, I guess, from a human to an animal. And it seems to go most likely like a wolf. And even on during Skinwalker, he said they had found these huge footprints that were up on the mesa. And he said the strange thing was they followed the wood tracks until it turned into footprints. And the guy said, I'm not saying that this thing turned back into a human entity, but where did the footprints of the wolf go versus where these footprints of the humans go? So again, just another question that just turned up to make, so well, wait a minute. And I don't, I mean, here's the situation. When you look at Exhibition Bigfoot, when you look at Skinwalker Ranch, and you're looking at the players who are trying to figure out what's going on. I believe all these folks. Now, could there, be something going on the network side where they're actually playing games, making wood knocks or making these adventures? I would say, okay, that's possible, but I don't think it's likely. So I think when you start looking at, again, what these guys are trying to investigate, it's all related, whether it's UFO on in there, whether it's the Skinwalker, whether it's portals, they all seem to be related. And especially right now, I mean, again, we've got over 20 shows that are on programs right now dealing with all this.
Well, it's so fun and it's so fast and it's so entertaining. So there's money in how it actually have a built-in audience for this kind of stuff, especially the more wild, the more outrageous, and the more over-the-top you make it, it just makes it that much more exciting. And the thing about it is just like I'm so interested in the stigma that revolves around it, and especially when it comes to UFOs. I can have a conversation with somebody about this topic. I mean, once they start talking about demons and Bigfoot, it's like, whoa, you're losing so much credibility. And the thing about it is, I was just watching a video of this guy. He was talking about how put off. How put off was a guy who founded that organization called the Stars, with the guy from Blink-182.
Oh, okay, I'm familiar with that. Yep.
And he was talking about the government's weaponization of stigma. and how the government will manipulate certain government organizations will manipulate stigma to de-incentivize people from taking the scientific undertaking of looking into certain things. So they will use certain stigma or quote conspiracy theories to detract people from certain subjects because it could be security risk or national security or trade. Again, if you think about this real quick, when you're talking about the Bigfoots being heavy to cloak themselves. I mean, can you imagine a combat team that was able to cloak themselves going into a conflict? I mean, the havoc they could create, problems they could cause. I mean, there's nothing you can really even do about it, right? So yeah, when you start to look at that bigger picture, that's what, again, when I saw this whole thing, Bigfoot with communities involved with this, the federal government, even in this exhibition of Bigfoot, one of the interesting things is, as they're out there looking for this, this is in upstate California, Northern California, and they find these some sort of covered manhole that's locked down that allows to take them underground. And there's all this evidence that points to the federal government back in the late 50s, early 60s that were studying this phenomenon with Bigfoot. They were actually out there in these facilities, and they find these things in the middle of nowhere. But they can't get into it. They're afraid to start digging into them and tear the top off and understand what they're getting into. But there's definitely these federal facilities out there that are underground and that are, or were, looking at this phenomenon as a real event across the board. So even when you look at, if you look at Bigelow, his claim to fame was really on NIDS. NIDS was the National Institute of Discovery and Science. And they were able to take a serious look, again, trying to use the scientific approach to figure out what was really going on in Skinwalker Ranch. And I'm sure they're aware of things. When Bigelow left, he didn't say, hey, this is what we found. This is what he just literally sold the ranch, walked away. And I don't think why they haven't met yet. Bigelow and Bugle, do a comparison of notes and hey, what you guys find versus where we're at now. And the scientific approach is so much differently now with Travis Taylor, who's a physicist with a PhD, really trying to figure out the communication side of this whole thing. So the 1.6 meter hertz beacon in question, this phenomenon that's happening, which they refer to as the triangle, is a big question mark. What is going on a mile above us? And why can't they? Every time we get ready to do an experiment, something goes wrong. The equipment stops working, and these guys that are out here doing this are saying, "Hey, we've never had problems out there. Batteries are going away." They brought a huge tractor out there, digging area. This is a monster tractor. They put a brand new, like a car battery inside the vehicle. It's a big diesel unit. And within 10 minutes, the battery had died, and the vehicle was no longer, obviously couldn't run because of that. So again, Skinwalker Ranch, just question mark after question mark after question mark to really what's going on. And so I look at this from the perspective of Fugle, really just wanting to find out at the end of the day, what is this really all about? I don't know if they came out tomorrow and said, hey, this is a spaceship that's been buried here, it's been a base for years and years and years. I don't know what that does for us across the board. Does it help benefit mankind? We're going to have free power now because of it. And I think that's the big question as well. Why are they looking for these? What's the end game? What do we plan on? And if you found out tomorrow, hey, yep, the aliens have been coming here, it's part of our culture, it's what they do. Would you make friends with them? Do you coexist with them in a way that we're working for them? Or are we already not working for them? We're running the United States. You're the head of the CIA. And you need to handle it. What would you want? You know what? How would you try to just decide it? I wonder what you would do. Sure. Well, I think too that the fear was that the people were going to think that the Bible wasn't relative, that they think that aliens were real, that chaos that occurred silly throughout mankind. There's no free goodness like that. I don't necessarily think that's the truth. I think people are more enlightened today, more spiritual than more religious. And I think at the end of the day, more people seem to look at it from that perspective. There were a couple of gentlemen, and I can't think of their names off the top of my head. They were in Muscaloosa, Louisiana. They were fishing.
and they actually had this alien ship laying behind them. They initially thought it was the police department because they were fishing on a no trespassing lot. Because we thought it was a job pulling up, so we thought we were in trouble. So we turned around, it was actually alien beings that were floating down to them, and brought them back on the ship. And after this whole event took place, the younger of the two guys said he called the actual sheriff's office and was reporting this. And the older guy was like, "Huge nuts. They're never going to believe the story. There's no way." So they came down and got him that night and brought him back to the station. They separated the guys. They interviewed them initially separately, and both of them said the same thing. And then they put them in a room together. And what the guys didn't know is they stuck a recorder in there with them. So they got to hear these guys talk about, hey, these guys don't believe us. They think we're nuts. You know, they'll ask them if they're drinking. And they ran experiments on them. They said they stuck things up their nose. They were looking at different parts of their bodies. They were looking at bone density. They were trying to figure out the nervous system. He talked about being came up and actually was able to stick his fingers down his throat, which made him bleed to look for something. Because I don't know what they were looking for through my sinuses. He actually thought that they had planted some sort of a tracking device on him. He was real adamant about wanting to talk about it. It's just, it sounds just so unbelievable that, you know, again, who's going to believe my story?
Brian Hill had said that they extracted semen from them.
And it seems to be a common theme. You know, when you look at the animal mutilations, some of the guys now believe that taking the blood from the cow, I guess that it's very similar to our blood, and they're using that for purposes of regenerating whatever. But that's what it comes back down to in the DNA process. So I didn't realize this. The DNA is really easy to manipulate. I had a friend of mine who said, "Oh, well, if you eat certain foods, this can change your DNA." And I thought, well, that's a really? Listen, I said the same thing. I didn't think that could happen that easy. And then,
What foods?
this was actually a particular type of food that a girl was eating because she had very fair skin. And she kept getting burned. And she ate this particular food to stop that from happening. And when they went in and looked at her system, they actually figured out her DNA had changed. So I thought that was a joke initially. And it takes some sort of, a scientific process to make your DNA change, not just a simple eating change. So food can change your DNA across the board. And I started to research that a little bit when I made a true statement, only to find out it was a true statement. So, you know, again, I think that understanding that food can change your DNA and dealing with creatures that are trying to, improve us, is that what they've always been here to do? Are there, you know, if you look at Germany, Germany kind of had the same history as America. They had a crash here in the Black Forest. The UFO crash here in the Black Forest. I do believe that Hitler recovered that and brought that back in. If you take a look at where Germany was as far as the technology-wise, we had already come out with guided missile systems. They had two different types. They had the D1 and the D2 rockets. The U.S. couldn't. We were still trying to get rockets off the ground.
Just got done watching a huge long
Well, there you go. They're dealing with this very subject. They came up with the flying wing. They had that way before us. We could launch. Goddard was able to launch a rocket straight up. You know, the Germans were sending these buzz bombs over Britain and just bombing the shit out of them. So at the end of the day, people started to kind of look at this. Well, wait a minute, where are the Germans coming from? It's odd too. Where did Hitler come up with blonde hair, blue-eyed people? He wanted everyone else to have this look. If you look at the tall whites, which they're called, they have blonde hair, blue eyes, very Nordic looking, and they're kind of being pushed in the same category. I try to figure out why Hitler didn't have blonde hair, blue eyes. He wasn't from a blonde hair, blue eyed family. You know what I'm saying? So where did that come from? Where did the flying wing come from? We had the technology for it. Werner von Braun here was a major in the Nazi military. Once we brought him back here, 11 years later we went to the moon. So he was able to allegedly go in there. Like I said, that's a whole other conversation. So. But it's watching what he said was able to do. Now, one of the things he brought to the table were gyros. The U.S. never used gyros before. We didn't have them on any of our vehicles. And this is one of the things that allowed this vehicle to turn. So as they launched it off, it could actually make this correction so that it flew over. And the subject matter was, or the basic function of the rocket was to run out of gas. And then it would, obviously fly into the city somewhere and usually kill a mass amount of civilians.
Yeah, I mean, when you get into the whole, I think part of the crazy thing about the technology that we got from the French is like specifically there was one ship that was called, I think it's called right? It looked exactly like the stealth bomb.
Absolutely.
It was the same exact thing.
When they were so far ahead, I mean, there's no tail in this thing. They were so far ahead of what everybody else was doing across the board, which I can only believe was due to alien technology. Now, from what I understand now, the Chinese have been extremely quiet. As a matter of fact, they just finally released that they actually have pyramids in China. And they started to study. Yes, they did. So, China had never let anything like that. How long ago did this come out? Probably 5 months ago, 6 months ago. And it was the first time that China had really released any information with regards to their history. And it was guarded information as well. So you start to see, well, wait a minute, if you have pyramids in China, you have pyramids in Egypt, you have pyramids in South America, yet these organizations or these groups of people had no way of communicating with one another. It obviously tells you there's something bigger going on. Now, whether pyramids used for power consumption, whether they're used as a burial mound, they're still trying to figure it out. I think there's a large percentage of the scientific community now that either some sort of either communications purposes or power purposes.
The weird thing about the pyramids too is like building them and the connection with sound. And like I was telling you, I was watching this thing about sound and how everything is tied into sound, and sound is tied into the creation of everything. And what was that place again called in Florida, where the guy had these giant structures in South Florida? It's called the Coral Castle.
Coral Castle. Coral Castle.
And Coral Castle is similar to some of the big monoliths around the world. Like, how did this thing was apparently built a long time ago.
I want to say it was in the 30s.
In the 30s.
He was initially on the east coast of Florida. This is a real small guy. He's a German guy. And had built the original Coral Castle. I want to say over by probably Melbourne, somewhere in that area. And during the process of this, had a crush on a 16-year-old girl, which back in the day obviously was not tolerated. I think the city that when he initially built this turned out against him and they didn't like him. And they felt him as a threat. So he ended up having to move the Coral Castle to Homestead, Florida. And in dealing with the people who were hauling the stones, and this guy weighed 135 pounds. He didn't have any other workers that worked with him. He was all on his own. He would cut chunks of coral out of the ground that were, 3, 4, 5 tons, and used when you look at the picture, one of the pictures they show is it's a tripod that's set up over this huge, massive rock. There you go. So as they set it up over this rock, the one interesting thing is, he said that it's still in place, so they're cutting it out of the ground. And the guy who's showing you the picture said, I know you're looking at this one like, oh, this is how he moved those. But the problem is, how did he get the rope around underneath this 2-ton piece of rock he's trying to pull up?
Yeah, that's pretty wild. This was apparently built this was allegedly built in the 30s,
I believe so. I believe it was in the 30s. So if you look to the right over there, that right there, that centerpiece, now this is what really kind of got more attention, because that centerpiece, the bearings have eventually worn out. They had to take that thing apart.
Oh, that thing spins?
So it actually spins around. Holy dude, you just move with your hands. So what they did was they had to bring in a special truck to lift the stone off the top so that they could get to the bearings on both the bottom and the top of that stone. And he goes, we almost couldn't do it because the stone was so heavy and so big we didn't have any equipment that could pick it out. So how did this guy move this here, place it in that location? And this individual that did this claimed that he knew the ways that the Egyptians were using some sort of magnetism to move these rocks. And one of the guys who was actually moving it was a truck driver. He said, I would leave my truck here overnight and come back the next morning and the stone would already be loaded on the truck. I don't know how he got it on there. It wasn't like he had a forklift. He goes, so I would just pick it up, drive it to Homestead, drop the trailer, and then he would do whatever he does with it. So he actually showed a device. I saw one here a couple of weeks back where they actually had a device that he said was created this magnetism. And this is how, he said, that he believed this is how the Egyptians were moving all the stuff through magnetism.
Is that the guy right there?
That's him right there. That's him right there.
Mexican American war.
Modern day Stonehenge of Florida.
I mean, it's amazing when you start to look at it and think, what did this guy do? How could he have possibly moved these? Look how lovely he is.
Six kids. So they went all the way to Mexico City and the Citadel,
But again, it's just one of those things where it makes you scratch your head and you go, well, you know, again, I wish he could have leveled with us and said, hey, this is how I'm actually doing this. It would take a lot of the guesswork out of it. But he had to have some sort of means to move all these rocks. They're massive. I probably recommend, too, if you ever get a chance to go down to Homestead, it's very important. Check it out. It's really amazing.
Did you see that the Georgia Guidestone for hacking those things?
I was shocked. Absolutely shocked. Somebody destroyed that. And you know, the Georgia Guidestones, I don't know if you ever followed the gentleman who put those up. Supposedly he went to a banker and had this banker, he said, hey, I got all this money, I want to set this aside. And what they did was they put, I believe it was in 7 different languages on the Guidestones, of all the things that needed to happen in order to keep the earth running efficiently. There's just too many people on the planet right now. Which I tend to believe if you look at, you know, especially with the way processed food is today. It's funny, just a real quick note on that. I was over a friend of mine, and we were going to eat some plant-based food. And it was in a real nice restaurant, and I happened to know the owner of the restaurant. So we sat down and started eating some plant-based food, and actually it was actually really, really good. Man, this burger is really, really good.
Around here?
Huh? Yeah, it's here in Central Florida. I don't want to, because the report's not going to be good on what I have to say. So I don't want to torpedo him because he had me off to the side. But I said, hey, this is really good. Again, it's plant-based. And he looked at me and said, hey, don't eat this all the time. And I was like, what? So, anyway, kind of off track. Why wasn't he good? Well, the first thing I asked him, I said, so you're, and that's all he served. It was all straight up vegan type food. And so I was curious. I said, so how do they grow this stuff? I mean, what's it coming from? And that's when he said, he turned to me and said, listen, it's done through a process in the plant. So it's not good for you. Don't eat it all the time. And I'm like, that's not kind of the message I'm getting. I'm getting that, hey, you should all be eating plant-based food this way. But obviously, coming from him as the owner of the restaurant, this is odd. He turned to me and said to me, hey, don't eat this all the time.
Some of the stuff is like filled with soy.
Again, it was based on chemicals. You're just scratching your head anyway.
Yeah, and a lot of it's processed. A lot of the stuff is processed.
And that's what he's concerned with. This is all processed.
Where they tell you, like, she's gonna come get you. She run the
factory farm, no matter what it is, processing part of it.
She comes out at night. You don't go to sleep. She's gonna.
A friend of mine, Mike,
that's how far in Mexico. Sorry to derail you. So angry. So you were still at home.
He's been watching this podcast.
You gotta cut that part where you say we lost.
Now he wants to go to a basketball. He was like a real big
Nice.
So now he's like all in to try and do fancy steaks and stuff like that.
They shot at our troops.
But yeah, it's interesting. But there's so much more from like natural foods, whether it be plant-based or not, whether it be animal-based or plant-based, whether it's fucking steak or fucking salad. You don't want to process.
Not at all. We were funny. This is going back probably 7 years ago. And some of my conspiracy friends, they worked on real high-end cars, fixing damaged parts, broken windshields for Ferraris and Maseratis and whatnot. And we were around having a talk one day. They were getting ready to go to Mexico and watch the butterflies. These are the monarch butterflies. Fly in. They come in by the millions every year. They didn't want to go there and watch them fly in. When they got there, there was like one tree that had the monarch on it. They were kind of all scratching their head trying to figure out, what the hell happened. So while they were standing there having a conversation, a park ranger happened to drive by. And they said to the ranger, hey, we're kind of curious, where are all the monarchs this year? And the guy said, well, I think with all this new foods that they're making now, they're growing, just what do they call it, cheese? OEM.
The stuff that they're putting in foods.
Just the process side of it.
Yeah.
And he said, so what's happening is the rain is designed to keep bugs off of it. Because what's happening is the butterflies are stopping on their trip here to eat that, and it's killing them. Just about 2 days ago, this is 7 or 8 years ago, 2 days ago, I heard some monarch butterflies were in jeopardy of being going extinct. Which was kind of interesting, which kind of added to that story that I heard from 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Again, pointing to the food, if you think about like Crohn's disease, when I first got out of the military, my secretary, her son had Crohn's disease, but nobody knew what it was. They knew that it had something to do with food and your digestive tract. In her case, she said that what happens with Crohn's is it actually affects the intestines and perforates it and makes holes in it and it starts leaking in the body. So obviously, to have that leak in your body is not a good thing. So, but they didn't understand why. Today, instead of correcting the food and saying, hey, listen, let's figure out what food is not good for you, they're giving you all these meds. They're just piling the meds on you, so now they've got doctors that all they do is Crohn's disease and lower bowel, all these things. When I think if we just go back and look at food, that's going to be the real problem for everything. Too many people on the planet. Go back and look at the history of mankind, and there's more people on the planet than nothing ever in the history of mankind, which kind of goes full circle. Now, I believe that, and this is going to kind of get off track here a little bit, but I believe that when we look at the overall timing of man, let's just say the planet Earth is a living entity. And the one primary plant on the planet is the tree. When you look at what makes trees grow, carbon dioxide. It's funny, we have created more carbon dioxide as humans on the planet than any other race of species of animals on the planet. And I think that when the trees need this to survive, that's why we've been able to live this long. We're like a bacteria on the planet. We tend to live near the water and wherever it's convenient for us to live. And I think that there's something tied in with the trees. If the planet is a living entity, and the trees are its lungs, then obviously you want to stop everything you can of the deforestation that's going on, let's say like in Brazil, in South America, even here in this country now. You can only deforest areas a certain amount, and then stop you from cutting that area to replant trees. In the process, there's something that's involved with that. Again, keeping the earth healthy. And so is this, the other beings that are coming here, are they trying to assist with that process? Again, they realize, like orbs, I think orbs are generated by the planet. I think they're here, they've always been here. My experience with these orbs is kind of weird because even living here in Green Rock Beach, Florida, if you go back and look at when the indigenous people lived here, there was something going on. They were recording times. And I went out one night, it was probably 2 o'clock in the morning, it was a real cool evening, and I saw this orb up in the sky, but it was like it was playing on the wind. It was a real breezy night, very cool night. You see every star out. It was available. And I initially went in the house and grabbed my phone because I want to record this. So the problem with recording this aerial, whatever it was, this orb, and I kind of did it as an example. I took my phone and put it on a star. It was stationary. And if I move my phone, and I would have told you that that's an orb that's moving, it looked like an actual orb. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, and make it look like it was really. So my problem was, how could I film this thing as it moved through the sky without looking like I'm chasing a star? And so I knew that what I had to do was I had to set the camera up so this thing would fly through the frame. Right, and that way something in bingo. And so it kept coming down kind of close to my neighbor's roof. So I actually set the camera up and started videotaping. And sure enough, this thing flew right through the screen. So I knew that what I was looking at, but it seemed like it was having fun, like it's playing on the wind. This went on for 30 or 40 minutes. This was actually before drones. None of that. You can hear a drone. We had experiences with your drones. We had fun experiences with my drone. Sure. We went to a shooting range. And where was it? This was over in Lithia, here in Florida. Yeah.
Very, very wooded area of Florida.
Heavily wooded area.
Not much going on there.
None.
In the middle of the wilderness, by a huge body of water, behind the trees,
which seems to be a constant theme with these things. And as we watched it that day, now the funny part was we were shooting this raw video based on learning to shoot guns and sort of some high activity with guns and other events taking place out there. There was a range. And initially, when I found this thing, I saw it with my peripheral vision. What was that? So I went back and kind of looked at it. That's when I contacted you and told you what frames I thought it was in. And you went back and kind of looked at it. And I think the first thing you said to me is, "Hey man, who's shooting at my drone?"
Dude, it was crazy. It looks like a golf ball. And you're shooting right towards my drone.
Just like that, dude. I mean, and you figure this: when you initially got this thing, it was above. I think you were about a mile above us. I could hear it, but you couldn't see it. You couldn't see it at all.
Drone?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I could hear it,
but it's loud.
but I couldn't see it. So wherever that I don't know cotton ball came from, or that orb was, I want to say almost 2 miles away. Looking at the video, and when it came up, it was attracted by the sound of the orb. I thought it was in the shooting. That's what you said, and I kind of chuckled over that. I said, "Dude, I couldn't even see it a mile. That's 2 miles away. There's no way these guys could have seen that." Now,
And would you be able to see it if somebody shot at a drone that was that high in the air? Would you be able to see the bullet?
no way.
That camera on that drone shoots 24 frames per second. So if you were to divide 1 second in 24, would you even down there? I don't know.
What? No, you wouldn't be able to. That way, they'd already found it. We killed candidates.
Right.
You're going to go see that thing in the air. So even with this event, I kind of scratched my head and you go, like, what is this really all about? Now, I do believe, and I think I told you this the other day, I looked at a partial video and thought I saw another one of those. And I'd like to get that video back and go through that with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, it's on one of my hard drives back there.
Because I believe there's more of those orbs on there. What they are, and watching other shows, there's another show, and I have a video on my phone, where a guy sees this out in Arizona. Same
Yeah,
exact
I remember
thing.
you showed me that.
Yeah, dude, same exact thing. It on YouTube. Yep. And what they did was they did the math of this thing. This thing was moving at 3,500 miles an hour.
See if you can find something, Jordan. If you go on YouTube and you search for something like small white ball shooting towards drone, I don't know if you can find it. There's a number of events. Actually, let's take this opportunity to pause.
Oh yeah, do that. Let's do that. Okay, cool. All right, boom. What were we talking about? We were talking about the orbs and that day that we were out there shooting. And again, not thinking we're looking for anything paranormal, anything unusual. We just got shooting videos, some guys shooting some guns at a range. I don't even know where. And during the process of this thing, I kind of noticed something, and that's when I sent it to you. Like, hey, what is this? And I could pick it up. I didn't have the option, the equipment that you have, if you really look at this thing. And when you pulled it up, I think one of the first things you said to me was, "Hey, who's shooting at my drone?" Right. And we talked. I said, "Dude, you can't even see your drone up that far. That's something. I don't know what that is." So then it came out on a couple of other shows, which as soon as I saw it, I recognized what it was.
So you saw the exact same thing on TV later, like a couple years later?
Correct. It was definitely a couple of years later. And it was the same exact thing taken by a drone. Now I think there's 2 or 3 actually these drones that have actually taken pictures of whatever these I call them dirty cotton balls. But whether they're orbs,
Is there any sort of logical explanation of what it could be?
well, I mean, again, when I started thinking about this and I watched these orbs, again, on the beach one day, down here in St. Pete, we had some orange orbs come down the water line. And we watched these things until they disappeared into the clouds. There was some talk here. These Japanese lanterns. The problem was we had an onshore breeze, and it's a heavy breeze in the evening hours along the waterline. And this was running parallel to the shore, probably 20 or 30 feet over the top. And I kind of view these orbs, especially at that night I saw it in the sky, that they're actually here on the planet. I don't know whether they're taking care of the planet. I don't know whether they're in charge of maintaining some sort of social order on the planet, but I do believe they're here for that reason. And I think that they kind of monitor the health of the trees across the board. Now, with that said, there's obviously so many other things that are going on, but I think at the end of the day, if you find out that the planet Earth is really a live entity or being, that would change our religion. That would change what we thought about who's coming here. If you look at where gold comes from, gold does not happen on the planet Earth. It comes from space. So when you start to take into consideration where gold comes from, because I thought it was like processed like a diamond. It's here, it's under tremendous pressure from the Earth.
Does that really come from space?
It really comes from space.
That's scientifically fact?
Absolutely. There's no place that they know where it comes from or how it's produced on Earth. So when you look for them,
Can you find that?
Yeah, when you look around, and like some of these shows I watch that are mining gold in Alaska. The process of running this material through a process of really cleans it with the water, and filters off all of the light stuff, and then the heavy material from the bottom. And we're talking. Cause my question was, well, why don't they ever find like a stone-sized piece of gold, 4-pound rock of gold? It just doesn't come like that. It comes from space. It is minute, material-wise, as far as when you actually start mining it. It's such a process of
Usually gold is created from platinum, which has one less proton than gold, or from mercury, which has one more proton than gold. Bombarding a platinum or mercury nucleus with neutrons to knock off a neutron or add a neutron through natural radioactive decay can lead to gold. Where does it come from? How gold is formed on Earth. Gold minerals form in hot rocks in and around volcanoes. So they form inside of rocks around volcanoes.
Interesting. That's the first time I've heard that. That's interesting. But I think, again, when you take into consideration, let's just go with that. Let's just say that they're coming from volcanoes. There are no volcanoes in South America. There are no volcanoes in Alaska. Oh, I think that there are volcanoes in South America and Central America. Is there? Okay, I know there's definitely volcanoes in Alaska. But listen, I know that the Mayan Indians had a shitload of gold.
Unlike other metals that form the Earth's crust, gold comes from space. Stars are made mostly of helium and hydrogen, which provide light. Inside the star's core, nuclear fusion turns out energy. As the star's life comes to an end, a massive stellar explosion occurs known as a supernova. So I guess it's found in both places, on the universe and the universe.
So, like I said, you start taking into consideration how much of it do you need. I mean, when I started to go back and look at from South America, where all the gold came from, where's all the gold today? They had it back then, the Spanish land. So they're the ones that came in, the conquistadors came in and wiped out most of the mines for that purpose alone. They wanted the gold. So, and again, when you go back to the Anunnaki would eat the gold because they said their bodies like a semiconductor and actually improves electrical functions throughout your body. Just think about it. I mean, it sounds like it should be true. Well, I mean, I don't know anybody who wants to eat their gold because they just paid a shit ton of money for it. So what you start doing is grinding it up and eating it. But I mean, again, there you go. I don't want to do mine that way, but yeah, they're talking about like eating powder. Bingo. And that was really what it was all about, eating powder. And I guess that's really the real benefit for that's pretty really good.
So what is this video right here? This is so this is a guy who had the same exact experience we had with the white.
This is several years later, and I just happened to be watching one of these shows, and this was the guy that popped up and was showing what he's seen through his drone.
His charisma and that was James Buchanan at the Dred Scott. He was on the James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that, that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. He went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they were. He was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person.
So the same thing came up when he thought he was trying to shoot it down. But again, when you start doing the mathematics on this thing, bingo, 3,500 miles an hour. So this thing is, whatever it is, again, even so you can pick it up on camera, 3,500 miles an hour. No, this is what they were saying, this thing right here traveling 3,500 miles an hour. So they were showing the speed versus the time versus where it was at. And, well, do you think about the one we saw? In that video, I couldn't see it when it was just, when you played it naturally, you could not see it.
Right, but if you go frame by frame, you can clearly see it. If it was going 3,500 miles an hour, would you even be able to see it in 1/24th of a second?
There's the big question. I mean,
that can't be that hard of a math problem for someone smart.
Well, I should probably need to ask some more questions on it. But again, the process of us seeing that was, again, just merely a lucky moment. And I saw it my peripheral vision. I wasn't looking for anything that was paranormal at all. So that's what kind of added the whole thing when I started to see that. And like I said, I need to actually run back through that again because I believe there are other events like that within the video that we just weren't paying attention to because we weren't looking for that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. You can only see it when it gets in close proximity, right? So there's nobody who's obviously there hasn't been a
No, the one where I got with how fast we're doing was the guys out in the desert. And there's another group of guys who were doing the same thing. They were in Arizona. They were videotaping the desert. And this thing, whatever it was, came up out of the mountains. And it was going one direction and changed directions and actually whipped right by their drones. So that's when they did the mathematics and came up with 3,500 miles an hour. It changed direction. Like you could hear. Even I think with the day that you were out there shooting yours, that thing kind of made a turn to hear it. And I don't know whether it was more interested in what it was, but to be able to visually see that thing and not have really an explanation as to what it is or was, again, just add to the whole paranormal. Is it Mercury? Is this an extraterrestrial event? I mean, what is it? It's real. There's 2 or 3 videos now that have this on there. We could never see these before guys started putting drones up. I've never seen this talked about before. I mean, you hear about orbs and things that go on, especially with these ring doorbells, and you can see some of the orbs that are on the ring doorbells, and you try to figure out what you're looking at. But these events here during the day that are taking place, and you pick them up accidentally, like we did, to me just adds more to the question of, hey, what the hell are we really looking at? What's really going on the planet at the end of the day? Because obviously these events are real.
Yeah, there's something going on. There's definitely something weird, but
I mean, listen, obviously it could be anything at that point, for sure.
I mean, it's not impossible for it to be like some sort of natural phenomenon.
I still don't understand why we wouldn't see it more. I mean,
okay, look at this. So when bullets fly through the air, they do so at midget speed. The fastest bullet travels more than 2,600 feet per second, equivalent to over 1,800 miles per hour. To that perspective, it's amazing. It's amazing to realize that bullets travel twice the speed of sound. There's no way that you can get even one frame. There's no way. You can't see a bullet traveling unless you shoot with a high speed camera that's like thousands of frames per second. Bingo. So the drone would not count.
No, like
it's traveling way slower.
And again, like I said, when you do the math out on the first ones that when you guys talk about 3,500 miles an hour, that was those guys. The one that we're looking at, many you travel faster than that because you couldn't see it. I don't know what, how we just got lucky and picked up on that thing. Again, that's why I say I like to go back through that again and just kind of thumb through that video and see if there's anything else on there that we missed. Because it's obviously relevant to what's going on. I mean, when you take into consideration that there's no way you can have 20 different shows on, from UFOs to unexplained information, the Alaskan Triangle, you've got American Mysteries, Expedition Bigfoot, Legend of Bigfoot, Black Files Classified. They all bring something to the UFO.
Are there any volcanoes in South America or Central America? Can you find that?
That's that question.
Because I know there's a lot of gold mines. Wow.
And I don't think of that area as being a gold producing country, across the board. Yet, listen, if you go back and look at history, there's a lot of gold.
Mexico, there's a lot of it. That I don't know, just like the Maipo volcano, Spanish volcano Maipo, volcanic peak in central and mountain, South America, Chile, Argentina, yeah. Oh shit! More than 3,000 volcanoes in Latin America and South America.
Wow. I had no idea.
14 of these volcanoes are active. Fucking shit, we have a volcano.
So that's crazy. I just learned something new. Didn't have no idea that we're down in that kind of number. But again, so is it the volcanoes that make the gold, or is it coming from space?
Oh, according to the internet.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's a ton of lithium mines in Mexico. Lithium mines being bought by China.
and interesting.
China's doing a lot of business in Mexico.
Dude, let me tell you something. It's interesting you just said that. You know, one of the things that I had heard initially about Iraq and Afghanistan was that they have a huge deposit of lithium. And this was going back probably a year ago. He was a buddy of mine. He's kind of a conspiracy guy. He's in the military. And he said something interesting. We were talking about the lithium that was there, and he goes, "Oh yeah, the powers to be that are running the world have told the U.S. to get out of Afghanistan because that lithium belongs to China," which was interesting when he said that. So I was like, "There's lithium in Afghanistan?" He goes, "Dude, there is so much lithium in Afghanistan." So what powers would tell anybody, "Hey, you guys are done, pack it up"? He kept saying the World Bank. I don't know what that really means on the World Bank. He said there was key individuals that were making decisions, and the U.S. was not to get near that lithium. It would all go to China. And we were told to get out of Afghanistan, which was interesting. I don't know how true it is, but it's interesting. And then when you talk to others about the lithium, you start doing research on it. Well, sure enough, the lithium's there, for sure. No doubt about it. And China's going to lead the way with regard to the lithium because they're going to be with the Russians.
Well, they're doing a lot of business in Mexico. They're buying lithium and partnering with the cartels in Mexico. And the cartels are sort of like security for these mines. And the cartels are making a lot of money doing business with China. So, in addition to that, the cartels are sending 100% of the fentanyl to Mexico. Wow. And on top of that, so all of the fentanyl, think of all the drugs that the Mexican cartel, not just drugs, but everything from avocados to ammunition to drugs. Sure, all of the business that anything that's illegal is automatically business for is money for the cartel. Absolutely. So the cartels, they're getting not only their fentanyl from China, but China is sending the chemists directly to Mexico and teaching them how to create, how to produce, and how to manufacture fentanyl.
I'm sure that their labor charges for labor in Mexico is very, very cheap. So I'm sure that's a great idea.
Yeah, and the only country that is dealing with this fentanyl epidemic, tons of people dying from fentanyl is America. They're not selling fentanyl in any other countries but the United States. And all the fentanyl is coming from China.
And see, I mean, look at the damage it does. I mean, now, of course, I look at this a couple different ways. We all know how bad fentanyl is. You know, I read one of the articles, "Hey, you do fentanyl, dude, you're going to Mexico tomorrow for a vacation and a great time." It's always leads right to death. When you start talking about fentanyl here in Florida,
The video of the cops, just the guy touches the fentanyl.
Absolutely. Almost dies because of it. And when you look at what fentanyl does, which is unusual, fentanyl has the ability to penetrate the brainstem. And what it does is it confuses your body on how much oxygen is actually in your lungs. So you can't tell whether you've got too much or not enough. So what it does is it makes you stop breathing. So we all seem to know that. Why would you want to take fentanyl? So somebody said, well, they're putting fentanyl in cannabis. I said, wait a minute. So they're going to buy fentanyl, put in cannabis to sell you cannabis is laced with fentanyl? I said, that doesn't make any sense because we're not going to make any money off the fentanyl. We're going to kill people, first of all, and they're going to come back and buy your cannabis. So it's odd to me that would even be a thing. But yet in Florida, in the inner two counties, this is going back a couple of years ago, we just opened up a second more because there's so many people dying from it. And it makes you scratch your head. I mean, I don't know anybody who goes, "Hey, yeah, I've been a fentanyl user for 5 years now, and I'm more successful now in my life and my family and everything I'm doing." You know, nobody says that. So when you figure you buy the fentanyl and you're at a gas station, you get your kids in the car, you can't wait to get home, do whatever it is you're doing, you end up overdosing there in the parking lot. Obviously, law enforcement carries a lot of the product that will wake you up. Now you have all of the sheriff's office carry it, all the fire departments carry it, the EMTs carry it, so that if you have an overdose, they can hit you with this and so revive you and save your life. Yeah, it's just like that. What's that? Narcan.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So, and of course, everybody carries that here in the state of Florida with them. You end up overdosing and stuff.
What's the thing that you jam into your heart?
No, this is actually something that you can breathe into your nostrils. Oh, okay. Now they do have an injectable as well, because obviously if you're unresponsive and you pass out, there's some injectables that can usually
Yeah, no, so the fentanyl has become a replacement for heroin. It's a more economic substance than heroin. They're cutting these pills, these different opioids and everything like that with and pure heroin with fentanyl. And that's how a lot of people are overdosing. There's reports of it being like, being extreme or being abused. It's kind of, those reports are very weird. I feel like those are mostly like low-level drug dealers that are selling the low-level drug as a street drug dealer. Guys that are selling heroin and cocaine. The high-level guys are only selling heroin.
Now, in Florida now, if you sell somebody a drug like fentanyl and it kills them, and they can trace it back to you, they bought the people who charged with murder. So that's going to change a lot of the attitudes here in Florida. I think there's already been 5 or 6 people who been arrested for that. Let me get examples of, and I think other people who are dealing with drugs will start to take notice of that as well. And I think that's what will make the fentanyl thing go away. Completely move away.
The cartels and the economy is the cartels fucking trafficking all this stuff in the United States. There's so much money. Oh, sure. And with the borders, the cartel, they make $8,000 per person that they fucking can smuggle human trafficking.
Coyotes can bring across the borders.
Yep. They bring people in the United States, $8,000 a pop for them.
Showing you how smart people want to get into this country.
And they asked El Chapo. El Chapo said in an interview, I don't know who it was with, maybe it was his attorney. They asked him what he thought. What is the way? What is the best, easiest way to get the cartel problem? He said it's easy. It's governmental policy. Legalizing certain things.
Absolutely. You run them out of the business that way. Right. Listen, I think at the end of the day, legalize drugs across the board. Is it a smart idea? I'm not really sure, but we all know that fentanyl is not good. We know that heroin is not good.
We know that, right? We know that.
Yet,
smart people know that.
Yet everybody tends to not pay attention to that and continue to defend the herd.
It being illegal obviously isn't stopping anything.
No. So why not just make it legal? At least now you can put it into a perspective of you can manage these people so that they don't do overdoses, they don't kill themselves. They're kind of doing this in New York right now with methanol, with heroin, and allowing them to use a drug that's similar to heroin called, anyway, they were allowed to use this and to help them wean off the actual drug itself. But it's not working. People are just getting hooked on this new drug. And it's not nearly, I guess, as bad for you. At the end of the day, I guess it's going to stop your heart, stop it from breathing. But at the end of the day, it's still, listen, I'm not reading any good stories. Oh yeah, this guy just got his degree, he's a PhD now, and he's also hooked on fentanyl. Right. So I think if you legalize it, and of course, I think it sounds so brutal about it, if you thin the herd, those individuals will no longer be on the planet. You don't have to worry about that. Some people want to, embrace everybody and help everybody. And listen, at the end of the day, I understand, but listen, it just doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Well, the thing with overpopulation is Elon Musk says the opposite. He says over the next few decades, the population is going to start thinning out. And that's what he's trying to do. He's impregnating everybody. He's got like 10 kids right now. And,
which is crazy.
And he's doing in vitro fertilization.
Is that how he's doing it? I wasn't sure. I saw some conversations about this because of
he's trying to spread his seed as far and wide as he possibly can. He's trying to have more and more babies.
So is that a bad thing? Especially when the females are on board. You know what I'm saying? It can't be. I'm sure there's something set up for them as well. With him being having all this money.
He truly believes that there's going to be an issue. He thinks that fertility rate or he look it up. So there's plenty of he believes that over time, basically based on that, on where we've been 10 years ago to where we've been 10 years from now, that the population, the birth rate is going down dramatically.
Sure. Well, listen, if you go back to kind of the conspiracy thing, you hear about some of the shots that they wanted to give females as young girls. And I was not for this. Obviously, I have a daughter, and we talked to the doctor along details. And I said, so my concerns are that the shot is doing more than just controlling cancer that they could get in cervix, that they could population growth has declined mainly due to the abrupt decline in global total fertility rates, right, from 5.0 in 1960 to 2.3 in 2020. Wow, see that less than half. Is that crazy? And again, it's working. Whatever is going on is working. Because like I said, I think that you look more and more into what's the point? Why? There's too many people on the planet. I don't think we can. Yeah, but the fertility rates cut in half. Clearly, the population decline. Sure. And I guess the question is, how is that happening? I mean, what's different now, and to the point where this population started to turn, go the other way, started to decrease? It's so weird, man. Like the vaccine shit and the shots and all that stuff, it's become like a fucking religion. Oh, yeah. It's a fucking religion. Either you're for it or you're against it. Well, did I send you that email that I got? No, I received that on February, actually, I think it was the 12th, it was the 17th of 2020, from a buddy of mine at the Pentagon, who sent that to me, and he does half of his face on there, and he kind of types out this, this critical letter about what's going on with the Chinese and Wuhan labs, and this new disease called the coronavirus. And initially when I saw that, I didn't get anything. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm the work and doing myself. So I'm asking him, what's with the cryptic face half of there? He goes, I'm trying to make you understand this is really important. I said, no. Now, in the line of work I was in, dealing with masks, obviously, different types of chemicals that these masks will prevent you from inhaling in gas, from inhaling in different particle substances, radioactive material. So I'm fully licensed and prepping up guys, especially special operations guys, to wear gas masks. So in order to have that happen, you got to have a really good, you can't have a beard. The particles that get around the mask. And people are like, well, what's the big on deal? I said, well, listen, if I put gas into a particular room, we're going to go into salt, we're going to bad guys. The last thing I want to do is have my mask bleached when I get inside there, because now it's going to affect me the same way it's affecting him. So you can't just put a mask on and hope that that's going to keep the virus either away from you or to yourself. It just doesn't work that way. Most people don't want to know that. They just go off of what the government tells them and they go, hey, listen, my question is, when is the goal the government ever really told you the truth about anything across the board, especially in today's atmosphere? So it's trying to understand why they would go down that road, why they do what they do. Look at everything across the board that's going on right now, and it's chaos. It's absolute chaos across the planet, from different countries with the whole COVID thing. Now they're trying to do additional lockdowns now. Fauci's coming back out again now and saying, hey, it's time to do more lockdowns. Listen, I'm over it. I'm running my life, typically, normally, and if I get it, I get it. Yeah, it's just like, you pay too much attention to it, and drive yourself fucking crazy. And then there's some people that I don't know what it is. It's like focusing on or paying so much attention to the Fauci, to fucking Republican, Democrat, it becomes their fucking identity. Absolutely, just focusing on this bullshit. Like, it's not relevant to anything. There's more to life than fucking politics and corrupt fucking people in government. There's more to life than that. Like, it's just fucking crazy, and that's funny. It's some people have just lost their way, or they're fucking lonely, or they're alone and they're so unfuckable. There's nothing going on in their life. Belief's such a funny thing, though. You look at belief across the board. And I think when you look at, especially like religion, you believe in a certain concept of religion. I have the conversations completely. I said, people get upset with me because I'm not doing a good job right now. If you just come down here and straighten this mess out, we'd be good. I said, the funny thing is, like the Japanese people don't know who Jesus is. When they see his name, they're like, who's Jesus? Like, Jesus, he was, the Son of God. Oh no, that's not right. So I said, do the indigenous people here, the American Indians, the indigenous Americans here, they all were part of that whole program, trying to understand, what life is all about, where they come from, and their approach on every other thing revolves around that. So when you see these stories come out about different groups or ideologies. I mean, there's a Baptist group that you hold a rattlesnake above your head and you shake it, and he doesn't bite you because it's the will of God. But if he does bite you, it's because you've done things wrong. And I'm like, so how many people are really getting hit by those snakes? They would shake them around like that. And I think that if we continue to educate ourselves about, listen, when you look at that, the stones up there in Georgia, when you look at what actually happened to this, somebody drove that car into them. No, they actually dynamited. They blew them up. Dynamite? They used dynamite on them. So, and again, now that was generated by a gentleman who did not want to be identified. He went to a banker. The banker's still alive. The gentleman who did this passed away, I think, 10 or 12 years ago. But the stones pointed out, basically, the population was just too many people on the planet. 500 million was the maximum number of the planet to sustain and do it well. So, and in 7 different languages, it outlines what we need to do in order to get back on track to be able to survive. So, why someone would to destroy that is kind of odd. Yeah, but again, think of all. It's one thing to go, okay, I don't believe in this, and it's another thing to blow it up. And I'm like, wow. So it meant, even the guy that initially knew who this individual was, the banker, even today he still won't tell what his name is. And he goes, and when they asked him why, they said it takes away from, he's afraid that they'll take away from what the message of the stones really is, if they find out who he is. So I don't know if that means he was a somebody or just a nobody, and why would a nobody know this? But it's interesting across the board, because I tend to believe, again, watching where we are today with food across the board, we're obviously trying to grow more and more and more. The farmers are having a problem with land because they're over farming the land, and then the dirt takes up abuse because there's not enough nutrition in the dirt to make really whole foods. So they can't rotate the crops the way they want to. So, again, you go back to genetically modified foods. I don't think that's any of it's any good.
I was talking to Lexi about this the other day. I was asking him, right now, what is the average lifespan over the last 20 years? The average lifespan is what, 80, 90?
I want to say like 82, 83.
And I was wondering, like, what do you think the average lifespan is going to be for somebody? I was like, due to technology, due to all the crazy, DNA hacking or Neuralink technology that's going to come out, and just advancement in science and medicine, I bet it's probably about 150 years old.
There's really no reason we can't.
And she was like, yeah, but food is becoming more and more processed and convenient, and nutrition is lacking more and more than it was back in the past. It just seems like there's more processed foods and sugars and shit like that than ever.
Look in the 60s, man. There was no factories in the 60s. You had people that were overweight, but there was no factories. You go back and look today and look at the obesity, which is really brought on by sugar. Sugar is... I had my brother-in-law about 10 years ago tell me, sugar's the worst thing you can put in your body. I'm like, relax, it's sugar. Come on. And after talking to several nurses, she said if you took a blood test right after you ate a bunch of sugar, you flip out of what your blood was doing. She then learned how bad it was for you across the board. I never really thought about it, but I've kind of gotten away from more of the sugar and stuff. I don't drink Coke at all. I haven't had a Coke. I'm not doing 20 years. I refuse to drink them. There's nothing related to sugar. Alcohol has sugar. It is sugar. You get a disease from being an alcoholic, your arms get real thin, you get a bloated stomach, and your legs get real thin. You get brought on by sugar. Is this a process to thin the herd out? I mean, get rid of all the drinkers? Or is this the problem is really only in the U.S. There's no other countries that have this epidemic of malnutrition and bullshit food obesity. Obesity is like 70% of the population. Oh, yeah.
Well, is there any other countries like that?
Listen, not that we're on the obesity. Even that, it's funny when you brought that up. I talked to one of my buddies from Homeland Security because they were having a problem with the power grid right now. And they believe that there were other entities out there that were dragging the power grid down. Not to mention that this was in California. They were driving through and shooting transformers with a 22 rifle. Right. So the transformers are only made in 3 different countries, the U.S. being one of them. And they're a real hard item to get because there's not a super demand for it across the board. They're not supposed to leak out oil and catch on fire. And they were trying to figure out who was doing this and why they were doing this. And looking at people that were trying to control certain parts of the power grid. Well, I said, well, dude, why would that matter? He said, well, let me tell you this, man. Right now in this country, there are 100 million diabetics. There's another 80 million that are pre-diabetic. He goes, insulin must be kept refrigerated. You lose power for 90 days, the bodies will stack up at the hospitals like you will not believe. And he goes, that shuts down everything because the hospitals will shut down, truckers will be afraid to go anywhere, and all just through something as simple as insulin. So I look at, you hold on, this whole sugar thing is part of the bigger plan to get rid of those people, where sugar is the enemy. Again, thinning the herd, so we're doing it there. We're doing it genetically through vaccines that you think you're getting. And slowly by slowly, they chip away at our ability to have reproduction. And if you look at, again, what's happening in the population, I think it's all related at the end of the day. There's too many people on the planet who can't sustain it. If you look at your countries like India, the amount of garbage that they're throwing back into the ocean is just unbelievable. You don't really think about that in the bigger picture until you start looking at videos of, they show the Pacific Ocean with one area where all of this plastic tends to get dragged into. And you see the wildlife eats it. Turtles eat the plastic bag because they can't jellyfish. And then what happens? They end up starving to death because they've got so much product in their stomach that it's full, but they can't eat it. So they end up dying. So now we start talking about extinction of certain animals on a much bigger plane than we're talking about. But is it go back to look at the Black Plague. There's people today that say the Black Plague was not spread by rats and fleas, that there was something bigger, and they believe it was extraterrestrial. As they go through this, and they show these like reapers in the skies, walking through the skies, and he goes, "This is what they mean to show that something's delivering this virus." So if you go back and start looking at the history of man, it seems to be whenever they want to thin the herd out, these viruses are made. And coronavirus, I think, started out as SARS originally, and turned into this disease now that kills only people who seem to have relevant conditions. So my sister's husband died because of it, and he was 350 pounds, had all kinds of health issues. Went into the hospital had the D variant, which they said the D variant doesn't give you a fever. And one of the doctors I spoke to said, well, if the D variant's not giving you a fever, you have no way to fight the bug. So at the end of the day, when I asked my sister, what killed him? What's on his death certificate? What was on his death certificate was he died of pneumonia, brought on by complications of COVID. About a year ago. So, again, it seems to be able to pick out people who are pre-genetically disposed that are vulnerable. So again, are we thinning the herd for only the strongest shall survive at the end of the day? Because and I know people who've had corona. Look at Lexi, who just had really kind of a bad cold. There were no ill effects. We went to the hospital. We didn't talk about, putting them on a ventilator. And never fucking got it. And you were living there. The whole fucking time, laying on her hand and foot, like sleeping next to her. And never got it. My sister, when she got it, or didn't get it, they were in a motorhome as her house was being built. So I had both my sisters living in a motorhome with her husband. And they had both gotten sick. They'd gotten colds. And so he had gotten sick about 2 or 3 days later, went down, and I told him, I said, listen, don't let him shove anything up your nose. There's no reason to do that. Let him know. If you've got a cold, they'll tell you right up front. What do they do? The first thing they do is shove that stick up his nose. So then he ends up with the D variant, which again doesn't allow your body to produce a fever, and that's going to be killing him long term. And I asked my sister, you need to go back to that hospital and figure out what they were treating him with. Well, they wouldn't release that information to her other than he died of pneumonia. I said, that's bullshit because he's your husband. You should be able to have, access to those records of what killed your husband. And she just decided to leave it alone. She goes, it was COVID. It is what it is. And I tend to disagree with that 100%. Listen, that's the key right there. I'm just sitting on the head. They live a much cleaner lifestyle. I mean, even it's funny, talking to a buddy of mine, his parents, his wife's parents are Filipino. They moved down here with me. All lived together in a home down here. And all of a sudden, we were talking one day, and his father-in-law had a stroke, and his mother-in-law had a tumor, and I'm like, dude, what is up with your wife's parents? He goes, what do you mean? I said, you're always so sick. He said, oh, well, the challenge is this. He goes, you cannot have a diet consisting heavily of rice. It'll turn you into diabetic. And I was like, what? I had no clue. And he goes, oh, yeah, they're both diabetics. These guys are both thin. They're not overweight. And yet she just passed, her mother just passed away last year. Her dad just had a stroke. another one, all brought on by rice. And I thought initially, hey, fish and rice, that's a great diet. You're going to maintain your weight. It's going to be the worst thing in the world. Even like one other pointless, useless type of information is horses that stay out in the field for 20 years and eat just nothing but grass, they will turn into diabetics because grass is carbohydrate. So it's the carbohydrates that end up being bad for us across the board. When you look at, I would think that rice and fish would be a great diet.
Yeah, this guy Don that I've had on here multiple times, he's a nutritional biologist, and his main focus of study, it began with human nutrition, but it began with a study of the ketogenic diet, which is basically extremely low carb diet, high fat. So it's like high fats, meats. We did the study of the ketogenic diet on oxygen toxicity of seizures. So maybe seals,
Right.
Gregory breeders, yep, yeah, the rebreeders that they don't have the bubbles. Like a normal dye tank, you have the bubbles that come out and they see the glass. So the rebreeders let them be covert under the water. But if you do it for too long, it can get oxygen toxicity seizures. So the studies that he did was putting these Navy SEALs on strict ketogenic diets, keeping them in ketosis, meaning that they're getting all of their energy, their body is getting all of their energy from ketones instead of glucose. So that comes from fat, so from burning fat instead of carbs. And what that did was that reduced the oxygen toxicity seizure. Then they moved that into epilepsy. So now what they're doing is they're treating people with epilepsy who get epileptic seizures. They're treating them with ketogenic diets, and they're putting people on keto, and it's completely curing them and completely eliminating their seizures. It's incredible how much benefit that has on the human body.
And which is amazing because if you really think about it, most of those fats are coming from animal fats. When I started going back and looking, it was funny. I had nothing but a keto diet growing up as a kid. That's all I ate. I ate primarily meat, potatoes, and that was it. I didn't even eat anything else. But I loved the fat crispy part of the steak. So it was funny, as a kid growing up, guys would go, dude, you are rich. You are just, there's not an ounce of fat on your body. And I never took into consideration of it just when I was a skinny guy. And then, you were a machine when you were like young.
You have a picture of yourself when you were, we gotta be able to pull it up. Can you send it to me? I can put it on the screen.
Yeah, I'll do that. So, and it was kind of funny, but I never thought about my diet being that diet. And then obviously, I met a great woman who's Italian. She was a great cook. She loves that pasta. And I learned real quick that pasta is bad news, baby, for my village figure. So I couldn't keep the weight off of me by eating all the carbohydrates. So obviously I needed to change and start looking at some things differently and start looking at the keto diet again and understanding that your body would prefer to burn certain animal fats over sugar. But if you eat the sugar, it will take the sugar first before it uses the fat. So you're not getting a true nutritional value from having that. So I've gone more to the keto now, which, again, you shouldn't be eating red meat and all this. I was like, listen, if I eat too much of this, I'm going to die. If I eat too much of that, I'm going to die. I'm going to leave the planet a happy diet. I'm going to eat good red meat. So,
yeah, well, it's good for you. Obviously, everything's not but even people that are extremely overweight who have transitioned to a low carb diet, they really see that melts off. It does. And you're on all fat diet.
And it's not, they don't have to go to the gym. They don't have to do this, these crazy workouts. All you need to do is pick up your activity. I think I showed you those pictures of the man's legs. It was a 40-year-old runner. He's a triathlete. And you looked down on his legs, and they gave you a cut version of what the muscle looks like all around the bone of the leg. Yeah. And the one below that was a 76-year-old guy who wasn't doing anything. He was sedentary, just sitting there doing nothing.
Right.
You saw the difference in the muscle growth, and then it showed the 70-year-old who was running triathlons looked the same as the 40-year-old guy. So it's amazing what diet will do for you, but you have to first understand what your body type is and what best works for you.
And also weightlifting.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can see on that thing that you sent me, the bone density too
was so much different. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't have to worry about a fall and breaking your hip.
Right.
And so many people give into this. I mean, now they're doing hormone therapy replacement, which I recommend anybody out there today. If you want to really feel good about yourself, talk to your doctor.
Testosterone, TRT.
Bingo. What a game changer it is. And some guys are worried, well, hey, listen, my testosterone levels will get back up. I don't want to have roid rage. I'm like, listen, as a kid, your testosterone is around level 900, maybe 1,000. As you get older, mine was down to 550. And the doctor said, hey, I can put you on hormone replacement. Oh my God, very different.
Really?
Now, it was only 200 milligrams, so I was still under the 900. I was 750 milligrams. So I didn't have to worry about roid rage or being angry or, as a kid when I had to around these things, you get roid rage. I'd be at 900 and then take this, go on top of that. I'm like, isn't that really bad for you? I'm sure it is.
I heard that when you're young, and body's natural.
Which I believe to be a true statement as well. You don't see many guys that are on steroids bodybuilders that are 15 or 16 years old. Typically told, hey, wait till your body fully matures and then get on those things. But listen, at the end of the day, steroids are not made for healthy people. You know what I'm saying? So they use them now for muscle development and growth. And you can become a monster. Especially if you're genetically disposed to be a big guy. I've seen some guys who never lifted a weight in their life and they look like a bodybuilder. And you look at the 3 different types of men, mesomorph, ectomorph, and endomorph. 3 different types of body for males, and each of those are completely different. One's heavily muscle, one is extremely thin, and then you've got the kind of the middle that kind of falls into both patterns. It's muscly but thin. Again, primarily completely different members. That's what it is. And I don't. You look at, let's say, like Navy SEALs, you look at certain guys like that that are just genetic freaks, who can take the cold water. It just doesn't bother me. Where I get look at cold water and I get seized up. I don't want to get nice soap. And listen, they say it's really good for you as well, but you shouldn't have a nice cold shower, a nice bath. Your body enjoys that. There's some really benefits from it.
Yeah, what are some of the benefits?
Dude, I will say this, you can cover that. I had a problem with some dental work that I had done. And the dentist said, hey, listen, they didn't pull my wisdom teeth when I was in the military because they were too bad in the package. And he said, hey, listen, this bothering you? And no, we're just going to leave them alone. So later, I had to have one of them removed. He was like, I talked to one of the doctors. He said, hey, listen, unfortunately, I'm going to break your jaw. I'm going to pull that tooth out. There's such a thin layer of bone below that. The tooth is taking up most of the bone for that jaw. So I'm like, oh, man, last thing I want to have is a broken jaw and wired shut and sucking on straws. So I went out and found another doctor who said, hey, listen, I can pull it out without breaking it. You saved me a lot of problems for the long term. So I'm like, okay, cool. So they pulled it. He said, hey, I can see the nerves. They decided not to put a piece of bone graft in there. He was afraid that bone graft would go around the nerve and strangulate it. So he goes, hey, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. So I went back a couple of weeks later. And now I'm on my testosterone regimen. And I went back and he put me on the x-ray. He was like, oh my God. Nothing good follows that. What's up? He's like, dude, the jawbone is almost completely filled itself back in. So the healing factor, I told him, I said, I'm on testosterone. I wonder if that would have something. He goes, oh, absolutely. That definitely makes you heal faster across the board.
Have you ever heard of a book called GUINNESS? But this guy James Nestor, he's done studies on human skulls and jaws of humans specifically, and the whole teeth structure over like hundreds of years.
Okay.
And he dug up like the skulls and the bones of all these people in France and in India. And he found out that people like back in the day, like processed foods, they had way bigger jaws. They were like 30% bigger.
Wow.
The teeth were bigger, the jaws were bigger, their whole facial structure was like completely different because they weren't eating the processed foods that they eat. Right now the problem is that we're eating all these processed foods and all the soft foods that we're eating less and less people are eating now. And it's contributing to this decay in facial and bone density. And the jaws are getting smaller. They look at some people. He also does a big study on the nose breathing and mouth. And a lot of people now that breathe out of their mouth, they have like receded jaw, they have fucked up teeth. And that's also, which a lot of dentists don't even talk about, one of the biggest causes of tooth decay in cavities is mouth breathing. People breathing through their mouths. And this guy did studies on himself where he keep his mouth shut for a month and slept just breathing through his nose, and then the opposite, with his nose shut, and just breathe through his mouth. And he basically quantified all the effects from that cognitively, felt, monitored his heart rate, everything biometrically, and found, crazy things and benefits of breathing through your nose and to chewing stuff with your teeth, like meat, and how it affects bone density in the jaw. And it was called Rabbi, and it was really interesting to show how humans have evolved hundreds of years ago from the food groups. And it was fucking wild.
No, and like I said, when you look at it in the bigger picture, nutrition is such a big part of what we do. I go back and look at some of the facts now that I've attained, some of the ways that we've changed our eating habits. I told you, pasta is good, but it's all processed. I don't like it the rest of my body. When you eat our starch, it turns it into a sugar, and then your body releases insulin to store that away. And so that was always a challenge for me. But now that I've kind of changed my diet, I've started to lose a lot of that sloppy fat weight coming outside. And again, this is all part of the testosterone regimen as well. But you control your weight easier, I feel better. Any issues that come up tend to heal faster and quicker across the board. And listen, also, I find a great doctor. I've got a great doctor in Florida, a super guy. He's really involved with my day-to-day activities. I see him every 3 months. Go back and talk about where I'm at now, where I was at then. And like I say, he was an absolute dream. We talk about great, quality of life without having to worry about all the aches and pains that are associated with being 60. I never thought, first of all, I was going to be 60. But this long, I'm going to care of myself. But I think, at the end of the day, I got a lot of people come up and say, damn, dude, you are 60, you look great for 60, you look 40. Like I say, 20 years off looking older, I'm happy about that. Quality of life, I love to be outdoors. I still go to the gym, I'm still involved. I like to, do simple things, wash my car, cut my grass, clean my tools. Without the normal everyday aches and pains that people go through, this process of becoming just a better human being.
Funny, that's the other social media videos on TikTok of these girls who and there's so much more like raw food, like whatever meats and vegetables.
Oh yeah,
so much cheaper. Oh yeah, to get like raw, unprocessed, healthy foods that's really more like chicken and bacon.
And it's just better for you. I mean, listen, we ran into a couple one night. They're incentivized to get their people healthy. Sure, socialized medicine. Absolutely. Well, gluten. Listen, you can't cook with gluten overseas. Like I met some guys who were here from Italy. Me and Don were out one night having dinner. And my sister-in-law pointed at my stomach when he goes, hey, you're gluten intolerant. My stomach was sticking out. I'm just full. He's like, no. Your stomach doesn't pop out like that because you're full. It popped out like that because you're gluten intolerant. And I was like, whatever, you're not about it. So sure enough, about 2 years later, I was asking the doctor about it. He goes, we can do a test on you. Probably gluten intolerant, which a lot of people are. Sure enough, gluten intolerant. So having this conversation, and one goes, hey, if I can chime in, I hear you guys talking. Gluten is illegal in Europe. We can't use that. It's illegal. So I said, what? I said,
that sounds crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I said, so when I asked this, what else do you
fucking spaghetti all over pasta?
Whatever.
I mean, all over Italy.
Bingo. But she said what they do is they use egg yolk instead of gluten. She goes, now, the problem is that the egg yolk is more expensive than gluten. She says, that's why we don't use it. And that's why America does use it, because you guys have such an unbelievable marketplace here that people just eat that and don't give it any consideration. Absolutely. So I think at the end of the day, when you start taking into consideration what you're eating, if you really don't become a student of what it is, there's now a company out there that if you have certain conditions when you eat certain foods, they'll actually be able to tell you what foods not to eat. I'm like, hey, if I was suffering from Crohn's disease, that would be the first thing I would want to know. My secretary, I guess her son would eat certain types of foods that had those little seeds on top of the buns. And those seeds would get into the fold of the stomach. And it'd be now, back up, when McDonald's first came out, there was no problem with that. So what's in those seeds today that if they got into a fold of your intestines, you're infected, and possibly you have to make sure that part of your intestines cut out. So I think when you start looking again at the food, what you're eating, how your digestive system works, what's going on, it's going to determine, hey, whether I'm going to have a great life as I get older or I'm not. And I try to really moderate, like there's certain foods that just inflame my joints on my arms. There's just some foods I just can't eat that have whatever the chemical is in there. It just bothers me to my end. So I've gone back to my basically steak, potato, maybe a green bean. I found out here recently what a blessing magnesium is and how it affects your body. It actually helps you sleep. I was like, what? So I've got back on a regimen of magnesium now. So your body doesn't produce that. You need to have that, brought in through eating. So they make it in a vitamin type capsule. And I've been taking that. Again, there's some great, actually sleeping harder. Feeling more rested at the end of the day.
Yeah, sleep is a huge thing. And sleep is also a big part of testosterone.
Absolutely.
The more sleep you have, the higher testosterone. And when you don't get enough sleep, it pumps you up every single way.
It's funny, man, kind of getting off track here, but talking to some friends of mine about sleep deprivation. These guys were working overseas, they were special operations guys. We had come in contact with some Taliban leaders. And so I made a joke to them, hey, we're going to waterboard these guys? And they all start laughing like, dude, you're reading too many Tom Clancy books. We don't do that anymore. There's no more waterboarding. How long ago was that? Probably 3 years ago, 2 years ago. So I laughed. I said, well, let me ask you, because these dudes, let me tell you something, bro. Taliban leadership, they work hard. These guys, they didn't care they were in jail. They still look mean. No looks on their face like, please help me out. We're like, as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to start killing Americans again. And so you're watching these guys as they showed again how hard they were. So I said, let me ask you this. How are you going to get a guy like that talking? He said, sleep deprivation. And I said, so I don't understand. He said, well, come here. So he brings you back to a room. And what they do is they have a small 10 by 10 room. There's a metal bed and a metal toilet. In the corners are these speakers that are buried in the wall. And he goes, what I do is I play the sound of 10,000 rabbits that are being slaughtered for 3 days. That's maximum volume. And he goes, they will tell me anything I want to know. They actually tell me things I didn't even ask about that. Because because we've gone to 5 days and actually killed somebody. So you can't, sleep is that important. You need good sleep and good rest. So again, that's going to be essential for having good health as well. So I started looking at that real hard, and especially with me taking testosterone, having a hard time sleeping. But when I wake up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm not tired. It's not like I'm waking up, I need to go back to bed. I could actually start my day and get to work. And make things happen early. And sometimes I do that. I'll just get up and get on my computer and start doing some work in the morning.
I forget who it was. One of the guys who are expecting blowjobs at any minute. Just like the face they were sitting there like they knew when they're getting mixed up. Everyone's stressed out. Exactly. This is some podcast. There's a lot of free head energy. That was all negative. It's not good or bad. I'm just saying, fuck, man. Sexual, very sexual. Living life and drinking, spending money. I mean, if you trophy wives and he said after having listened to Barney, they would put blast of Barney songs for days and days and days. Somebody asked you before having some experience, would you rather be castrated or listen to with no painkillers, or listen to Barney and Force Rock? After doing it, I would rather be castrated with no fucking painkillers.
If you're it's over with and it's such a great time.
Yes. It's crazy. Stuff would be psychologist who was paid $80 million to develop the cancer. It is right here in San Sarah. That's one of the key guys that was in charge of developing that.
The strippers, they were all strippers.
Too, they still haven't brought those guys up on any trials yet. All the guys committed the 9/11 atrocities. They're all still in Guantanamo Bay.
Right, yes, they are.
Going back to
I don't know what the latest is on that, but
the prostitutes basically just drive up, up front, they go in.
that trial has been delayed
for 20 years now. I'm like,
I'm
not that I think it deserved a speedy trial. I just thought it was interesting that they had them on trial.
It is weird, right?
It just kind of lends itself to some of the other things we've discussed in the past with, is this a real event? He goes, I just watched this. Oh, God, have you? What's the guy's name who killed Bin Laden? Well, there's two guys. There's a redhead guy. The guy who actually shot him in the face. Yeah. I forget what his name is. I just watched the podcast. And he was basically, he was walking us through the whole when they went into that building. Walking up the stairs to the top level, right? And he saw Bin Laden. He said that one of his wives,
I drove this girl I knew. She was like, she was like, we drove this nice neighborhood.
He shot it, and they're asking about like the photos of Bin Laden, right? Like the photos online. You can find photos of him. And the guy there doing something. So those photos aren't real. Are those photos legit? That's the guy. What's his name? Robert O'Neill. Robert O'Neill. Yeah, Robert O'Neill. He goes, oh no. He goes, I shot him in the eyeball. I shot him right to the eye 3 times from 6 feet away with a 40 caliber. I forget what type of bullet it was. It was a high powered fucking rifle. Sure. So he shot him 3 times. His face from his nose up was completely deep. He goes, because I shot him from 6 feet away with a fucking massive round. Sure. He goes, his face was unrecognizable. When we were taking the photos to send them back to the Pentagon, or send them back to the commanders or whatever, he was holding Bin Laden's head together. He had to hold his head together with both hands while they poured water on top of his head. To get off all the blood. To get off all the blood and stuff because it was unrecognizable after they shot him in the face. Yeah. Like, why did they do it? Why did they take photos of his fucking head? Well, listen, man, this whole thing is even more complicated than that. Even though that Robert O'Neill says he did it, there was a book that came out, and the guy named Matthew Bissonnette, he's also a SEAL, said he killed Bin Laden. Really? So, yeah. So there's a whole interesting thing about this. Not only that, they supposedly, when this is more read off in a tangent here, but supposedly Bin Laden's still alive. He's in Iran. The Iranians at the time, after President Obama came out and said they killed him, called him and said, "This is the Iranians calling Obama and saying, hey, you guys didn't kill him. You have no idea. You better pay us $500 gazillion, or we're going to release this information. We're going to be president again." So supposedly, and there was this large, massive amount of money. I want to say it was like 500 million or some unbelievable amount of money that went to the Iranians that the Obama government sent over there, which I questioned initially. But then one of the stories came out that when they found out they had killed Bin Laden, they dumped his body out of a helicopter over the water. Well, this I heard off the helicopter. The SEALs going back up there, got him on the. Now, what happened? Proper burial for him. Well, they say that, but that's not how you bury a Muslim. For sure, that's not how you bury a Muslim. It's a daylight burial. They have to be buried the same in a direction. I think to the west, which points to their religion and their church, which just there's a whole other process to it. But when he talked about this, the first thing you do, they did this with Saddam Hussein. Now listen, they took Saddam Hussein from his side, they brought him over, they hung him by the neck. Right, we saw him getting executed. No question. But they do a DNA scrape on him also, right, to confirm if that's who this was. They did not do that with Bin Laden, which is weird. Right? It's very weird. So I've asked many people, even the CIA people, John J. and I've never heard some convincing a reasonable explanation, unless it wasn't him. Unless it wasn't. So they said, why is there 2 SEALs between you killed? I've never heard about this. Oh yeah, well, it's like I said, he actually Matthew Bissonnette came out with a book. He uses a different name as kind of like a
He claimed he was on the same team that went in with.
Oh yeah. He's a SEAL. This guy's a true SEAL. The whole
so
nine
yards. With O'Neill.
Yeah.
Have they ever asked O'Neill about this?
Well, see, that's the whole thing. There's another SEAL program that's on YouTube, and they brought these guys in, and they were talking about this. I said, listen, bring these guys in. Bring Bissonnette in and O'Neill. Let's find out where they were at in the building. Where were you at in the stack? The stack being, the guys standing in line before you make entrance into the building. So, I mean, if you can tell us where you were at in the building, that's going to tell us where you shot Bin Laden. So, but they won't bring these two guys together, and I keep egging them on. Bring these guys on the show and ask them where they work. Stop. You won't have to guess anymore, because I promise you, we're going to find out exactly where they were in the stats. So, and at that point, we'll be able to find out who actually killed him. But it, when just before Trump got out of office, there was this whole leak from the CIA about this guy who was living in Saudi Arabia. He was living with royalty. He's an American. He's a falconer. Falconer, he's real big over in Saudi Arabia. And he came out and was one of these guys who was saying, "Oh, there's a lot more going on here."
Falcons fly around.
That's it. That's it. Well, listen, that's a big business over there. Really? Oh man, I went over there 1 year
To Saudi Arabia?
to Saudi, and we were dealing with the prince, and so we were selling them guns. And they came out. There must have been 40 or 50 people out in the middle of the desert, and they let this little animal go. He took off across the sand, and about a minute later, they let this falcon go, and the falcon swooped down and got it. And these 40 people all started clapping their hands. And I'm looking around like, "Hey, should we be clapping?" They didn't clap anyway. Yay! I don't understand what the hell I'm looking at. It's they said, "Hey, listen, Prince wants to see the guns." So I got the guns together, brought them over to him. But when you fire these things, they have a tendency to rock you back a little bit. So what I did was I stuck my hand up behind the shoulder, the shoulder wouldn't rock me back. And I touched him when he shot the gun. And two guys broke out of line and started running at me. He screamed something like that. And the handler that was there turned to me and goes, "Don't you ever touch the Prince again. Those guys will kill you. Don't you ever put your hands on him again." Prince, I have to go back and look now. There's two of them were there. He was like 500 Princes, which was kind of unusual. Well, not like that. He was breastfed from King Faisal's wife, and it was a whole story. Even when we finished up that day, we get gone back to what's that good salmon? It was. I don't remember all the details on it now. But we went back to the facility after the fire, and I was sitting there, I crossed my legs, I was sitting there, and chocolate over there is majorly expensive because there's no place to get chocolate from the ground. So I was eating this chocolate, and I crossed my legs, and two of the commanding officers that were both Iraqis, Saudis, had a fit because they were showing me the bottom of my shoe. And they were down there, bitching at me about, and I'm like, "I don't understand what you're saying." They're like, "Put your foot down, I don't see the bottom of your shoe." So there's some things I was learning there that were kind of odd, that they do from a cultural perspective. But again, trying to look at the overall, like I said, that day touching hand, even when we were there, the females had just were able to start driving cars. And the Muslim Brotherhood was going around shooting the girls who were driving cars, so it was created its own problem, the country. But it was interesting again to see what the take is on this whole Bin Laden thing. Which of the SEALs killed him? What the story is. It's even odd. These SEALs typically don't come out and talk about the operation. So that was even kind of cool. So, just odd. So, is it a smoke screen? Or are they just trying to get so convinced they killed this guy? At the end of the day, why they didn't do a DNA scrape on him is above and beyond me. It just adds to the whole story. But then it doesn't sound real. Why would the government do that? I don't know like that. I don't know if you really do have a thing going on. The story just goes on and on and on and on with all types of hype and
the thing about it is the whole topic, when you start talking about stuff that's not like official and stuff that's like doesn't go together like that, the problem is there's so many conspiracies. Oh yeah, that's all it is. Oh yeah. There's so many conspiracies that are fucking up, especially when it comes to our government and CIA, like talk about like MK Ultra, other stuff that Kennedy talked about, and all of the fucking crazy shit, the Iran Contra, and all the people that were murdered. Conspiracies are real, sure. So conspiracy theories have the stigma. And conspiracy theories, and that only benefits the people who commit the conspiracy.
Yeah, rock on, brother. That's exactly right.
Only benefits.
It does. And it confuses the issue because it makes you go, well, wait a minute, why would these people lie to us about certain things? I mean, like the whole, Bin Laden. There were some oddities with the actual. I just came up in a conversation with one of the guys here. The tail rotor of a helicopter was left unburned. And what happened was it crashed coming in, landing in the okay, so it crashed, and the tail rotor got broke off on the other side of the fence, so it didn't catch fire. One of the guys said, what's really odd about this is that the actual blades on the tail rotor fan to keep the helicopter from spinning were not damaged. And I said, is that odd? He goes, dude, they're moving. Everything's back there is moving. I've never seen a tail rotor survive a crash, ever, until I saw this. So again, it was one of those weird moments where you're like, well, hold on. He didn't know about the two different seals that claimed to kill him. They didn't know about some of the other things that were not necessarily true or were not true about killing Bin Laden. And so it was, when you start asking him, well, do you think that they did this? And he was like, no, why would they do that? When you're bringing up the tail rotor thing and telling me how it wasn't damaged, I said, do you think it was just laid there? And he's like, I'm just telling you that it's unusual. Out of all the helicopter crashes I've investigated, I've never seen a tail rotor that wasn't damaged, ever. So he goes, this thing was actually coming in for a landing, and I guess the problem was there was a concrete structure, it was like a fence around the property, concrete wall. And as they were landing, the down push of the air came back up the sides and then back over down the chopper again, and it lost its ability to stay covered. And so it didn't crash, and all the seals were killed. But they ended up having to burn that vehicle up because it was a stealth. Yeah, I believe it was some sort of stealth chopper that they were indicating that they needed to burn up. So they did. And but again, you look at it, so it's even like you say, when you look at 9/11, you look at all these conspiracies or the things that took place, the UFO crash in Brazil, and you start talking to guys there. Well, there was something that happened, but nobody can confirm what it was. And so you're left kind of to make your own decision as to what your belief revolves around those particular incidents. I've always been a conspiracy guy. Obviously, when the story doesn't match what the conversation is, there's a problem. What was JFK's I'll tell you what, not only was he a secret society guy, but one of the reasons, across the board, it was definitely not the internal groups were protecting the U.S. were not satisfied with Kennedy because Kennedy was trying to share information with all the rest of the world. According to the story, that they actually had a name for him. I can't think of the name. The Secret Service called him by his name. I think it was called Spencer. And they said, hey, this document was actually burned in the fire, and somebody pulled it out. And it said, in this was talk from a terrestrial group in the government that said, hey, Spencer is not cooperating. Spencer's starting to ask too many questions about our objectives and what we're doing. If he gets any closer, we're going to need to paint him red. And the Russians use that terminology as to kill somebody. So when you see this on the paper, you're like, well, wait a minute. If Kennedy was truly killed for this reason, then there's a bigger part of the whole assassination process. So I started to, that's kind of what made me go back to kind of the Kennedy's assassination. And there's just some oddities about it with the Secret Service card that's behind him. And when they show you the investigation, they make it look like the Secret Service was just an entity that was protecting the president, when in fact, I think they had an active role in his death.
Well, I think most people kind of like look at it. I personally, I don't like getting into this. It's kind of, I don't know if you've watched all the things.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Unbelievable. There's no evidence to prove. I mean, there's the stack of evidence to show how it was an inside job by the CIA compared to the stack of evidence to say that it was Lee Harvey Oswald as a lone shooter alone it's astounding.
I mean, even here's one of the things I looked at in this process. I came across a guy who was this guy's a professional expert shooter. He's the one that proved that you could shoot a Mannlicher katana, that's the rifle that killed Kennedy. You can squeeze off 3 shots in 6 seconds and hit your target. And I talked to this guy, he's super cool, and I said, so let me ask this, how did you get involved in the investigation? He goes, well, because I started my own investigation because the paper that covered me when I did this outside of D.C. didn't tell them it took me 6 times to do it. So I had to do this, set it up 6 different times. So listen, there's no way that this was done by a lone shooter from the top of the Oregon. So he said, I'm going to show you something. And it was a video. It's online. You can find it. It's a Secret Service guy. They land the car in Dallas, and the two Secret Service agents went out to get on the back of the car, on the car that Kennedy's killed in. And a third Secret Service officer who's in the follow vehicle tells them to get off the back of the car. And when they get off the back of the car, you can tell they weren't briefed on why they're not going to be on the back of the car, because they put their hands up and you're like, what's going on? Why am I not on the back of this car? So then if you read the warrant report talks about the Warren Commission talks about Lee Harvey Oswald, or not Lee Harvey Oswald, but the Secret Service going in. They said, hey, listen, we're taking the president's body back to D.C. Capacity after he dies.
They brought him to the hospital there in Dallas.
Correct. Well, because he died, and obviously the massive head injury that he had, he wasn't going to survive that. So the Secret Service went and said, hey, you need to package the president up, we're taking him out of here. And the surgeon said to him, the doctor said, hey, he's not leaving Dallas, there was a murder done, there's going to be an investigation. And the Secret Service pulled his jacket away from his pistol and looked at the doctor and said, package his body up and take him with us. One of the other X-ray technicians came back, this is also in the Warren Commission report, and talks about how another Secret Service agent, because now I'm 21, this Secret Service agent came in to me and handed us some brass, some lead objects, and wanted him to take a picture with Kennedy's brain and have these fragments be in the photograph. And the guy that came back and said, listen, I'm 21. This is the Secret Service telling me what to do, because I didn't question anything. I just went back and did it. Bingo. So, and again, he's the Secret Service. So it was a different time period for this. Nobody thought about still there was even collusion going on. And Kennedy was killed by somebody else. Like, oh, he was killed by the Russians. Oh, he was killed by the Italians. Oh, he was killed by, whomever. But the interesting thing was, as I started to go back and review the footage, the Secret Service car that the follows behind the president is literally 2 feet from the back of the car when the shooting takes place. You would have heard those shots go over your head. And there's three agents in the very front of the car who are looking straight ahead, and there's 2 that are riding on the back of the car, the follow cars. And their heads turned back towards the shooting where the book depository was. But the other 3 have sunglasses on, and they're staring at Kennedy intently. And it's just odd because you don't really realize how close the car is. So if they would have taken the first shot, that bullet would have gone right over the top of their car. The cracking sound of that bullet moving at the speed of sound with faster van makes a cracking noise. They would have heard that go over their heads, and there would have been more going on with them at that point in time than it would have been if they didn't hear the shot at all.
So the bullet that went into his head and that blew off the back of his skull, where did that enter? Did that go up to his neck? Or where did it enter?
Well, they're saying it came from behind him.
Right, the official report says it came from behind him, but it's clear the back of his skull.
Sure.
Which means it came from the front. But then he also got shot in the neck, right? Because he was like that.
Right. That was the first shot. First shot, they said, threw the back of his neck, threw him, threw the front seat in the front, hit Governor Connolly in the back, traveled down the front, hit him in the wrist and stopped him his wrist. Right. And the weird thing was the bullet was pristine. There was no marks on the bullet, which is really bizarre to have it go through 2 people and not have any marks on the flat back. What's that the one that finished someone's wrist? It's called a pristine bullet. It's actually on the gurney.
The magic bullet?
The magic bullet.
Well, the magic bullet wasn't the one that went in his wrist, right? The magic bullet was supposed to be placed there. The one that went in his wrist, they had to pull that out, right?
No, that's what I say. They didn't pull it.
They never kept that.
What they did was when they brought it in on the gurney, the bullet was already on the gurney, laying there next to it. So again, that was kind of those weird things that nobody questioned. I mean, the government wasn't capable of being this cynical. So I don't think anybody's like, oh, I'll just pass these fights. They were trying to show how a bullet could actually do that. Oh, there you go, right there. I mean, come on, man, look at that. I passed through 2 bodies, broke his wrist, and see, there's the drawing below it.
So the one that blew the back of his skull off, that one came up through like the jaw or something? No.
Well, they say from behind. Now, if it was the grassy knoll shot,
it blew the back of his skull off.
Right. Now, keep in mind, too, man, your head, like a watermelon, water doesn't compress. That's why guys' heads blow up when you shoot them with a gun, a high-powered rifle. Same thing as you shoot a watermelon. Water doesn't compress, so your head's going to pop. And when you see he initially gets shot, Jackie Kennedy is sitting next to him, and she jumps up out of her seat and grabs something that's on the trunk of the car. That's part of the skull. So, which is kind of weird in itself. You're like, well, why would you run out and grab that? And of course, I don't know what people do when you get an emergency like that. Anything's possible. But immediately, you see the Secret Service jump up, and he jumps on the car and tell the guy to get out of there. I just think there's too many weird things with the Secret Service needed one commission report that point to those guys, and they try to stay off the radar. They try not to show their car. They try not to have any information. They try to. And one of the agents that was initially going to be sued keeps threatening to sue this guy who did the testing on the ballistics. And he's telling this guy, this former Secret Service agent, hey, bring me to court. I want you to bring me to court. The truth will come out when we do this. And so he's never gone to court yet for this.
What's crazy is no matter how much you put in there, if it in your mouth and you're only getting as close as your fingertips, you're never actually getting close. Every guy did the 20, that was like,
I've been around them before.
this girl might be
Talk about how
it was fiber. It's like, yeah, like we feel it more than right here.
cerebral fluid and part of the brain
Because let me $5 smells somebody's getting there and fucking 3 vibes every day.
But then miraculously, after DC, they have his fucking brain, he raised his brain. His brain weighs more than what the average brain weighs in half.
And now that's just his fucking head got wrong. Here's the creepy part: is they still don't know where brains at today. So again, it's just those little moments like that. You go like, hey, what's really going on? You know, what's 9/11? Go back to Pearl Harbor. Go back to all these major events that take place in the world. There's always some sort of dark information that kind of follows in there as well. I don't know. You know, is this the World Bank talking? Is this there's like 6 or 7 families that are really running the world? The joke was that I heard that I mean, is it? You know what I'm saying? So when you take into consideration all the things that are going on around the world, it's all paranormal. It comes down to some sort of either UFO-based information, about running the planet, doing all these crazy things to bring down the population, but it just never seems to go away. And like I said, when you look at today, you got 20 different shows that are on right now that deal with Bigfoot and classified documents and Fear in the Woods, and Beyond the Unknown, all these different shows, and each show shows you a little bit of something. And like I say, if you watch them long enough, you start to see this. Wait a minute, why is this going on? And again, listen. Why are we having this conversation today? It's so interesting. It's so amazing. There's an awakening that's going on around the world. And I think the people that wake up and kind of see some of the things that are going on now are looking at them much more intently than they were just 10 years ago.
Well, Mike, thank you for doing this. I definitely have more questions and I've answered that I'm talking to you. I got to get back in here soon.
Good, let's do it again. I appreciate you having me on the show again. And like I say, we'll give you an update sometime in the near future.
Oh, yeah. You're the official concrete UFO correspondent.
I appreciate you, good.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And good night.
Take care.
I started doing comedy. I was doing comedy already, but that's like a job I would do like kind of infrequently, but yeah, when I needed money, I would take it. And so you can just call any Yellow Pages, any of those places at the time and be like, hey, you need a driver? I've done it before. They'll be like, sure. Most of them will be like, sure. Can you start tonight? So this guy, I called somebody and told him, hey, looking for drivers. I have experience, bro. He goes, the way he does it is you hang out at his house, this guy's apartment, and wait for jobs to come in, or else they don't. So I go to this guy's apartment not far from anyway, it's just a couch, a TV, and money, no trophies.
So teach me how not to lose all my money.
And he goes, all right, so you got a kid, I'm taking these 2 girls, one's
Or that we're already
Asian girl, one's my
So
cousin.
first of all, everybody knows
Okay,
this
so
coming.
the Asian girl shows up.
And it's a long time.
Nice stuff.
The market's been going up since 2010. I used to buy houses for $40,000 or $600,000 same houses. So now, what's happening is this is a forced recession now, because the unemployment rates were low, everything was going beautiful, and then they had to be like, well, you know what? If a guy bought a house for $60,000 in 2010, and now it's worth $600,000, and the inflation rate they supposedly says 8%, but I don't know anything that's only gone up 8% a year. Gas is up 150%. Houses, like I predicted, went up double what I thought they were going to do. because the supply chain is low and they gave away trillions of dollars. Where's that money going? It's going to go back on the street, right? So now they have to force a recession to slow things down, right? So when you look, the one thing that hurt the real estate the most, that's going to hurt it value, and it's not even going to be that bad. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the interest rates are going up. Everybody's looking what's extremely obvious, right? Of course. So what they don't understand is that's not going to control the housing market. If a 2x4 costs $8 and a permit to build a house costs $30,000, $40,000, and a lot is $200,000, how's it going to drop the value? And what they're not telling you is the hedge funds own 30 to 40% of the single family homes. So why would they?
Is that how many? Is that how much they really own? Like
Like
BlackRock and shit.
Blackstone.
Yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of them. I've sold thousands of houses to investors who eventually sold them to hedge funds. So it's like this. Here's how it works. Supply and demand, right? Rents have skyrocketed. Florida is the third most populated state in the United States. People come here every single day, right? It's hot. We don't have any state income tax. People want to be here. Luxury Airbnb, 700 to 1,000 a night. The money is still flowing, but they shut the faucets off. So the next way they're going to lower the values of the homes, watch out. When you sell something, you're going to have an appraisal review. The banks are like, oh my God, they're going up too fast. So what they do is the appraisers put the brakes on. But I'm going to tell you how to defeat all that. That's irrelevant.
I saw on Instagram, I saw a meme that said, which it's a meme on like a hip hop meme page, which validates it, in my opinion. That said that, sorry, I apologize in advance. My brain is like human soft serve today because I got really fucked up last night at the hockey game.
Tough game.
Sorry, bro, that was a tough game. I'm not really a big hockey fan. I just kind of got into it.
Love it.
It's so much fun.
It's incredible.
It's like going to a fight, but like there's a little bit of hockey.
It's like going to a soccer game with a lot of fighting.
Yeah, it's fucking cool. I really like it. Super high energy. So yeah. Anyways, that meme that I saw, it said that Florida is now the most expensive state to live in.
Well, that's not true. It's not California, New York City. But regardless of that, here's what's happening. The hedge funds are licking their chops because they're waiting to see the sheep talk. Like just this week, I bought 3 houses, and in the past 3, 4, 5 months previous to this, I wasn't buying them. I was just developing my book. So now what's happening is CNN, the Communist News Network, they're out there scaring you, just like they did with COVID. They're trying to make you nervous, so you could like panic. So when people are in panic mode, they just make poor choices. Okay. So when it's like this. Let me give you an example. Let's pretend you're at a poker table or you're at a blackjack table, and you start with $100,000 in chips, right? And you got $1 million in chips in front of you. How much have you made? Or how much have you made?
If I started out with 100, now I got $1 million. I made 900.
You made 0 because you haven't cashed in. You understand? You didn't go to the cashier. So if you don't sell your house, you're not losing. You're not making. But it's people's perception. What people perceive to be real is real, right? But the houses will drop due to the fact that most people who buy houses get conventional or FHA or VA loans, right? But what they're not taking into consideration is the hedge funds buy houses to rent them because the rents are astronomically high. Plus, the houses go up in value and they depreciate the assets, and it's better for them on their taxes. So owning an asset is really a liability because you're depreciating it while it's going up in value. You realize your money when you sell it, but you never sell it because you're always borrowing against it. So it's just like a cash register that sits there accumulating wealth, right? The regular person is taking a beating because they don't know the system, they don't know the game. This is basically their nest egg is implanted in this house. So the rates have gone up just this year about double. Like January 1st, the interest rates were 3%. Now they're 6 and change. So these people who have gotten loans, anything over 5%, they're in jeopardy of foreclosure. But how you beat that is this.
Wait, sorry. Say that one more time. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm retarded today.
No problem. So let's say
you get a loan and your interest rate's over 5%, you're in jeopardy.
Right, due to the fact that your payment has escalated in price. You know what I mean? It's like if you go right now and you look up amortization schedule,
right,
and you put up 500,000, 30-year loan 3% compared to 30-year loan 6%. look how much more money you're paying for that debt, right? So these people, their houses will drop, and then if they bought a house for $600,000 and they put 10% down, so that means they owe $540, right? In 6 months, the house is worth $500. So now they lost their down payment, plus they lost $40,000. If they sell it, they lose. Then they got to pay realtor fees and closing costs. So they're already upside down. So we have to try to figure out how can we get to these people to control their assets. You make money in real estate by controlling, like lease options, purchase with. Let's pretend that you have a mortgage of $500. I come to you. All right, look, you owe $500. Your house is worth $480. Why don't you just deed the house in my name? I'll give you a couple $1,000. So basically, the mortgage is in your name. I'm the new owner. You understand how that works? Because I'm buying it subject to your mortgage. Then I call your bank. Hey, guess what? Surprise. I bought this property. It owes this. It's worth less. Maybe me and you can make a deal where I could just buy this house for you. So I could buy the note. So this is what's going to wind up happening. And you have to remember, from 2009 to 2012, short sales, foreclosure, this was an everyday thing. Okay? So people are just coming back. And this is what's going to happen again. We just got to try to figure out how we can control the assets so we can due to the fact that the rents are extremely high. So pretty sure a lot of investors out there, you know the term hard money, you get a hard money loan. Yeah. Then you buy a house for $200,000, you put 10, 15, 20% down, they charge you 2, 3 points, 12%, 10%. So these are loans that are usually 1 or 2 year balloons. And these are taken by investors who are going to renovate the property and resell. So a lot of these lenders now, they're going to be on the hook because a lot of these people are not going to want to finish the projects. So those people are going to be in jeopardy. The banks, whoever lent these people the money, private individual, whoever it is. So the way to make money on this is you go to the guy who has a hard money loan. Hey, real quick, what do you owe on this? It's public information. We'll just look it up. All right, I owe 150. Okay, it was worth 300 after repair. Now it's worth 200, 250, whatever the number may be. So those people are in jeopardy of losing money. So what you do?
So these people that got hard money loans,
they bought the property to renovate it due to the fact that the properties were escalating 2 to 3% a month. Right. They're thinking no matter what, the longer I take it, the more I make. Right? So now if it takes a little downfall, those people are going to be nervous because this is an investment. They don't live here. And most of these times, the property, they lend you based on the asset, not on your credit situation. And most of these houses are owned in limited liability corporations. And if the lender doesn't make you sign a personal guarantee, you could just give the property back and it doesn't really affect it. So you need to source these properties, get a contract to purchase it, and negotiate with the lender. So let's say a lender, let me give you how you negotiate. Let's say you owe $200,000 at 12% 1 year. You call the lender, hey, guess what? Your guy that you lent the money to, I think he's having difficulties going to pay you. I want to purchase this asset. Why don't you give me a 5-year balloon at 3%, 4%? He's like, no, why would I do that? I'll just take it in foreclosure. Okay, so let me just put in a limited liability corporation, claim your bankruptcy, and you can't even contact me legally. So this is, now it's like when two rocks hit together, something's going to break. If 2 rams are hitting their heads together, one of them will fall, right? So the reasoning all this is happening is due to the interest rates. Because the higher the interest, the more the payment. The more the payment, the less people can afford. The less people can afford, the less the houses worth. So this is what's going to happen. But we're going to make millions of dollars during this next crash.
So the price of houses in the housing market is going to go down.
I think it's going to be nowhere near as 2007, 8, 9, 10. Nowhere near. Because I used to buy houses for $40,000, but the dirt today's worth $200. Right. So, and then you got to remember, back in those days, people were buying houses, just to cash out. They were never going to make the mortgage payments. Nowadays, the banking is very strict, and not only that, the hedge funds came in. So you have sophisticated money in the real estate. Prior to 2007, look how many assets, single-family assets, were owned by these institutions. Very few.
Yeah.
Now, there's multiple assets that are owned by these funds, so they're not going to dump all their assets because they're going to lose money. So they're going to look to buy more and jack up the rents.
So if you own a house, and that house that you own, that you live in, that your family lives in, is the majority of your wealth and your net worth, and you want to make money during this time.
So here's what I would do. I would immediately try to get a line of credit. I would go to a bank and say, hey, look, my house is worth $600, $250. Give me an 80%. So basically, I want to take a line of credit
based on your equity.
Right. So how a line of credit works is you pay a payment while you're using it. So if you're not using that money, you don't have to make a payment. You understand that, correct?
No.
Okay, so a line of credit is like this. You got a $500,000 line. Let's just say it's 6% interest only for round numbers.
Okay.
So you borrow $100,000. Okay. That's 6%. That's $500 a month you're paying for that $100,000.
That's just the interest.
Right, interest. But you could buy a house. Like I bought a house yesterday for $105,000 and sell it for $150 in a week. So the point is, you're making money with the money that you have. You're using your equity to create wealth.
Right.
So this is what you want to do immediately before the house's value is down, because everything is based on current value.
That makes a lot of sense.
So you want to go out there immediately, get a line of credit. You're only going to make money while you're using it. Well, obviously, you're not going to go out there and buy a car, get a new kitchen. Don't do that. Wait for when people's ribs are showing, where they need to liquidate, and then you go in there in a strong cash position. Because like I told you before, there's only three types of buyers. A buyer who pays cash, closes the day the title is ready. You got a pretend buyer who needs exit strategies, inspection periods, and then you have the buyer that needs to call mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy is the appraiser and the bank. Yeah. But when you have cash on hand, you're going to go out there and get home.
So when you go out and you get a line of credit based on your equity of your home, you have to have a piece of property to show the bank to get that line of credit for?
So basically, they're going to look at your house. They're going to do their own separate appraisal.
You have to show them, like, I want to buy this with the credit?
No. Once you have that HELOC, that home equity line of credit, that money, that's like a checkbook. Now you could go and buy whatever you want. You could go to Vegas. You could buy a car. You could buy whatever you want. It's your money sitting, but you're still going to get that 6%. Whatever. I'm not saying the rate. Obviously, the rate goes by your credit and by your.
So it's not based on mortgages. It's not.
No, this is a mortgage, but it's a line of credit. It's similar to a 30-year, 15, 20-year amortized loan. But this is basically a short window. The point is, you want to control assets. Lease options is another way to control assets right now. So let me give you an example of what I mean. Let's say you own a house and you can't sell it because you want the moon and it needs a lot of work. And the more assets that come for sale, the more picky the buyer gets. Right now, the buyers are overpaying in the last year because it was a limited supply. And building houses took a long time because the trusses to put the roofs up would take long, the windows took long. So there was more buyers than real estate.
Same way right now, right?
Yeah, it's there, but there's more assets coming on the market. And there's been a lot of price drops because people are nervous and they want to realize their capital. But I still think it's a foolish move, because where are you going to go? Because you have to buy something else in it. But to make a long story short, to make money during this market, you need to control other assets. If you can control 50 assets and make $20,000 a piece, you just made $1 million. So you have to understand the value of the assets, how you can control it. Let me give you an example. Let's say you got a house that I think is worth $500 and you owe $450, right? I go to you can't sell it. It needs a roof, it needs windows, it needs a lot of work. I go to you, say, look, here's what I'm willing to do. How much is your mortgage payment, your taxes and insurance, whatever? And you tell me, well, I owe $250. This nut is costing me $2,000 a month. So here, I could give you $2,500 a month. I could give you $10,000 down, and you have to sign this lease option where I can close it within these 24 months for this set price. And you also, this is very important, don't forget this, you would like to do an assignable lease option. So I'm gonna tell you what that means. The option to purchase it is in my company name, my personal name, or whatever. But I can assign it to another buyer, so I don't have to close it. I could just sell my paper. You understand?
Yeah, you talked about this last time. It's so fucking complicated.
It's very simple.
I'm an idiot.
No, let's pretend. I'm gonna make it real simple. You see this bottle of water?
Yeah, but how do you find people that are gonna do it? It seems like a shady deal.
It's not. Listen, if you want to lease, listen. I'll lease option every property that I own.
Right, but if you if you walked up to me and you fucking said that shit to me, I'd be like, no fucking way.
But let me ask you, would you be willing to rent one of your properties that you wanted to rent?
Hell yeah.
It's the same exact thing. I'm leasing it with the option to purchase it. All that means is I'm going to rent your house, but you're letting me one day buy it from you. That's all it is.
I understand that.
So why do you think that's bad?
I don't think that's bad. I just think that the way that you described it with like saying that you need to have a clause in that agreement saying you can sell the paper. You can buy it.
When I sell the paper, here's what that means. If I choose to put my mother in here, if I choose to put my father, my friend, a guy I just met at the club, he could take over my terms. Okay. He is now the new tenant.
Okay, I got you. I understand. And they're still going to get paid.
Well, how many people do you hear that do Airbnb? A lot. And how many of those people rent houses to re-rent an Airbnb? Have you heard of that? Say that again? Okay. So let's pretend that you own a house.
You're going really fast, and my mind's going like half speed. No, you're fine. That's how you roll. I love it.
So let's pretend that you own a house in a desirable neighborhood. Right. And the rent is $10,000 a month. And I like to do Airbnb. That's my job. That's what you do. And I come to you and I say, listen, the rent here is $10,000. I will pay you $12,000, but I'm going to rent it there. I'm going to be the guy on the hook. You're renting it to me, but I'm going to re-rent it.
Got it. That's like subleasing, right?
Exactly. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay. So a lot of people do that. Like I'm building 4 houses on the river right now.
So how do you approach people like that? You just hit them up on Airbnb, or do you hit them up like you find houses that are already for rent?
Well, I don't hit up anybody. That's not my business. But I'm just saying people do that. I don't do that business. I only work with properties that I own or I want to own. I don't pimp other people's trash. That's not what I do. If I want it, I buy it.
Okay.
If I want it, I figure out how to control it.
Okay, so you want to own it.
But there's a lot of people who don't have the resources to own things, but if they want to make money, they have to try to figure out how to control it. This is why I'm telling you, controlling the asset is where you make money. Let's say you got $1 million and you buy 5 houses at $200,000 a foot, right? That's $1 million, right? Okay, you sell them, you make $10,000 a piece. You just made $50,000, right? But if I could control 100 houses with $10,000 a piece, the same building, and make $20,000 a piece, I just made myself 20,000 times 100. How much is that? 2 million. 2 million. Exactly. On 1 year. Right. So the name of the business is to control the real estate.
Right. Got it. And
so
you're saying,
and the reason I'm telling you this is because people are nervous now. They're looking for exit strategy. This is the way to do it. You negotiate with hard money lenders. You negotiate with people in trouble. You negotiate with homeowners. This is just phase 1 of multiple phases.
Okay, let's say, we got the hard money lenders, we got the homeowners, and we got, who else?
People who own land. Let's pretend you own a piece of land.
Hold on. Let's just use somebody with a house, for example. I want to buy your house. Am I looking for people who have their houses listed for sale? Or am I looking for people who are just random that walk to my neighbor's house?
So how I do it, here's how I would do it. I would get a good real estate agent. Right. Look for houses on the market that have been there for a long period of time, and then they're dropping the prices continuously. Now let's see how much money they have. Let's see if they have back taxes. Let's see if there's code violations. We're trying to attack the runt of the river. The guy, like I'm telling you, he's in a situation where he needs money. Okay? So we need to or we can listen, like me.
We're preying on the weak.
Not only that, you're preying on the strong as well. If a guy were to come to me right now,
I'm with it.
Danny, the guy came to me right now today. I said, Brian, look, I want to do a deal with every single piece of real estate you own in lease option or owner's finance. I'll sell them everything I own because I'm going to set it up what I want. You understand? Because when I do a deal, I want you to be happy and I want to be happy. I want everybody to be happy because I never want, here, listen, I'm not a butcher. I'm not coming here to buy the cow and butcher it and dump it and I'm done. I mean, that's cool when there's a lot of supply, but if I want to continue to make money with you and forever, I'm going to figure out a way where both of us are extremely happy so we can continue to move forward. Right? But to answer your question, every deal matters. Every deal makes sense. The only thing that changes is the numbers. How can I make money, you make money, and the guy I'm selling it to make money, and everybody's happy at the same time?
Okay, so walk me through. I found a house. So I found a house. A guy who's had a house listed for 6 months. He's been dropping his pants on the price for 6 months. He can't move it. It's been on the market for way too long. I got a hard money lender. I got a guy who's going to give me cash to buy the house. Now
Right. I don't want to deal with that guy. No, I'll tell you what, I want to buy that deal, but I don't need that hard money lender. You never need a hard money lender unless it's an absolute necessity. Let me tell you what I mean by that. You're the homeowner. I don't need a lender. For what? You're going to be my lender. You're the owner of the house. So even if you have a mortgage, I'm still going to figure out a way to get the deal done. So here's how I say, look, you own this house, you got to list it for $500, it's only worth $450, right? Here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to buy this house off you. How much money do you owe? Let's pretend you owe $300. I say you're selling it for $450. By the time you pay your real estate commissions, your closing costs, about 10%. So $450, $45,000, $405, let's just make it $4. You owe $3. You only have $100,000 here. It's all you have. Right. That's what you got after the sold. I say, here's what I'm going to do. I'll give you 20, and I owe you 80. And you're going to deed this property in my name. Okay? So your mortgage, tax, insurance is like $1,500 a month. If I can re-rent that for $3,000 a month, there's $1,500 equity. I'm going to give you that $1,500 so I pay it off. So now, so if I give you at zero interest now, so if I got to take $1,500 a month, which is $18,000 a year, so basically in 5 years, I'm going to pay that debt. You get it? So I'm gonna pay you that extra. I'm gonna pay your payments plus $1,500. So in 5 years from now, I paid you off, and I still got that debt, and that debt, the original mortgage has gone down because I'm paying your payment. You understand? So I'm controlling your asset. But meanwhile, while I'm buying that property, I'm trying to sell it to my tenant or some other investor where I can get more money.
Got it.
So now I control that asset, and I'm making double my money.
Got it. So you're basically like you're renting to own the house.
Right, but not only that, but not on this situation. On this situation, he deeded the property to me. Now I'm the current owner. The liability is in his name. Right. Of course, because now I own this property, I'm obviously going to make the payment because now I have something at risk. But when I'm doing the lease option, I'm looking for equity. So then I'm in the property with the option to purchase at any given minute that we agree to. So now I'm looking for another guy who has very little credit and who has cash that has a hard time finding an asset to live in. So I said, look, I got this assignable lease option. I put $20,000 down, give me $40. Always be upfront with everybody. The number one thing in life, there's 4 rules to life, right? Number 1, never waste your time with something you can't buy, right? Number 2, hire a great accountant because you're going to get fucked if you don't. Number 3, you want to have fun. And number 4, live in your window. Live in your lane. If you're making 100 G's a year, you ain't buying no Ferrari. You know what I'm saying? You got to live in your lane. But you have to understand the rules of life. So make sure that what you're doing benefits everyone. As long as you're benefiting everyone, everyone's happy, you walk down the street and you're giving everybody pounds and high five on what's good. Everybody could benefit, but my point is, in this situation right now, you have to try to figure out how you can control the real estate. This is because, look, if you buy a house for $500,000 and you ain't got no money, and you're getting FHA loans, and you're paying 6.2%, the interest is going to be killing you. Not to mention your taxes, your insurance, your refrigerator breaks, your roof is shot. You're going to lose this house.
What do you say to people who still haven't fucking bought houses? Like
Wait a while.
Kids who just like
Wait.
just wait, huh?
Wait about a year.
I just talked to a friend of mine who he's still paying off his college loan, and he was thinking about buying a house 2 years ago, and now he's watching what's happening with interest rates, with the housing market going up, and he just feels like he was left behind. And I'm like, bro,
well, yeah, he missed his boat.
Tent City.
But listen to this, there's multiple boats though. Never, like I'm telling you, what I'm telling you right now, this lease option, you can do that. But it depends. What's his financial position? How much is his rent? Is it cheaper to own than rent? You know what I mean? You have to use all that in consideration. But listen, when I talk real estate, I never think about the guy who's living in the house because that doesn't make us any money. You understand? The average homeowner is cool because that's going to be the end user. But at the end of the day, that's not the guy I'm looking for. Does that make sense to you? I'm gonna make money on that guy at one time, which is cool. But in reality, that's not my job. My job is not to buy a property, fix it, and retail it. That was my job years ago. That's a slow boat. You don't want to take no slow boats. The way to make money.
You want to take the fucking jet ski.
Yeah, you want to take the fast train. You know what I mean? You want to be on that fast boat to get the hell out of here. Get your bread and butter. And you know, if you could control good assets in neighborhoods that are going up, or if you're on the river, you're somewhere where you know it's gonna go pop, it's gonna blow up. Yeah, then you want to sit. But if you're just gonna retail it, yeah, dump it, get a realtor. Don't do the work yourself. It's not working because you got to deal with headaches. Time is so valuable that you don't have time to waste on a person that's gonna buy your house to live in. Because those are the pickiest people on earth.
Who do you want to sell your house to?
You want to sell your house to another investor. You want to deal with somebody who knows what's going on.
Somebody who'll be able to do that in the future.
Yeah, dealing with a homeowner person who's going to live there is like you ever go to a restaurant and somebody always wants the meal, bring it back, wants something for free?
Yeah. Like
this is the people that you're dealing with.
Exactly.
Homeowners. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to deal with that client.
No, fuck that.
It's not worth it.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying.
It's better to wholesale it, get your money in the end.
Wholesale it. Get your money.
Get your money. And if you want to sit on the asset because you think the value's going to go up and you think the rents are going to go up and you like multifamily, by all means, get the property, see what you can do, and watch it continue to come.
So you see this whole recession as a big opportunity?
Of course. Look, Bitcoin's collapsing, Ethereum's collapsing.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, of course, but that's because what is that backed by in reality? Remember the last time we talked about Bitcoin? I told you I got lucky, I don't want to talk about it because in my mind that's trash. But I invest in multiple things because I get bored. B, I like to have my money in different avenues. And C, I just like to see what's going on.
Do you sports gamble?
You don't? I do not gamble. Definitely 100%. That's the worst thing you can do.
I heard someone, Dave Portnoy, said that Warren Buffett is washed up, and the way to make real money in a time like this is by day trading and gambling.
Well, I don't know because Warren Buffett has probably donated 100 times his net worth. You know, Warren Buffett's 92 years old, and his company's Warren Buffett's probably worth $70 billion. And he's the most conservative investor. I don't see how that guy could ever be washed up.
Yeah. What is his investing strategy? Isn't he the guy that he's the guy who said that for like the average person to get rich over time without like being in business, it's just investing in the S&P 500 over a long period of time.
Well, one thing that he did, I remember when he invested in cigarette companies, like this is the greatest company, cost a penny to make. You sell it for multiple dollars, and the clients, they stick with you forever. So the point of the matter is, a guy like Warren Buffett, he's always going to make money. He's conservative, lives in the same house, drives the same car. His money keeps growing, and he's not looking to be a flashy thing. You know, him and Charlie Munger, his partner, was 98 years old. But these people live a different lifestyle. Me, I invest in stocks here and there, but it's boring because I can't control it. If I can't control it, I don't want it. It makes no. It's cool long term, yeah, blah blah blah. But if you want to leave your kids money and this, that, and the third, that's great. But if you want to make your own money and you want to be on the block and be your own master, if you want to master what you do, you need to figure out what you're good at and make money. And the reason, like I told you, I love real estate because there's multiple zeros. It's a necessity. It's a luxury. And it's probably one of the only things that can't be duplicated. Because they make fake cows, you know, fake meat, fake everything. People live in the metaverse. Of course they do that. Burger King was giving those. Now they have to sell out.
Oh, that's the shit that Bill Gates invested in. What's it called? Beyond Meat.
Right.
No,
Yeah, I took
aren't they kind of try to like actually create real meat with like fucking? They're gonna actually try to like in a lab create or engineer biohack real meat.
My time has so much value to me that I can't waste on things I don't care about. Yeah. What I care about is having fun, making money, and just doing whatever. And real estate is a key. And right now, believe it or not, if you're sitting in a house and like, oh my God, I could have sold this for $600, now it's only $500. Who cares? If you're going to depend on your primary residence to make money, you're in the wrong place. You have to understand what the environment is and adapt. Because you can't fight it, you just have to work it.
So look, you just bought 3 houses in the last month. This week, 3 houses. Where do you find these houses?
So I know almost every investor in Tampa. I know all the So people always call me with deals. Hey, I got this. Because they know I'll pull the trigger immediately. I don't got to go inside. Like this house I just bought, there's tenants living in there. You can't get inside. They don't pay the bill. The water bill is $3,800. So when you deal with a big problem, you make big money. Because people don't like to deal with headaches. Headaches makes the most money. So what I do is I buy it, dump it to the next guy, let him make a kid. As long as I can make my money, I love when people tell me, hey, Brian, I bought this house from you for $200 and I sold it for $270. Thank God.
Right.
Every day.
So you buy houses, you potentially would have a buyer for a house before you buy it.
Yeah, of course, because how I look at a deal is like this. If I'm buying it, if I want to pay this number, I already got 3 people in my mind that I would call and what I could get from them, and I pay below that. Because you never go broke making a profit. So you always want to leave a lot of meat on that bone for the next day. So what I do is I buy properties, I dump them, and there's like stuff that I like. That's what I do.
How many houses do you own?
Probably about 60. But with land, apartments, but that's not my thing. Real estate, I own a lot of real estate, but it's not my thing. The reason I say it's not my thing, you know, I listen to a lot of people's comments on what I say. Oh, you know, why does he dump? It's better, you know, as a day trader, it's better to hold. Oh, okay, really? If you're working with a certain dollar amount and then you're going to go buy something for $2 million, how are you going to buy the next thing for $2 million? The next one for $5, the next one for $8, and this one for $500. Where are you getting this money? The banks ain't lending you.
You just put the other shit up as collateral?
So what you're saying is, excuse me, you want me to cross-collateralize my other assets to purchase this one? So basically, let me ask you if you would do this. Let's pretend that you want to borrow $20 and you got $500 in the bank. Are you going to put that $500 to borrow $20? Are you going to let them sit on that $500 and you can't reuse it now? Hell no. Exactly. Same thing with real estate. Real estate is like this. It's going to go up to a certain amount. But what I like to buy is land with certain zonings because you look at the future end. I bought a trailer park in 2020 for $1 million. I listed it for $4.5. I got $3 like that. And they want to do affordable housing. But the reason I don't go with them is because they want it to take so long. So, and then, you know, the way to make money in the real estate, if you're going to sit on it, you have to build. Buy the piece of dirt, split the lot, build, sell, build, sell. Bring partners in. Always use other people's money.
Talk to a guy who used to buy a house, fucking add like square footage, 3 more bedrooms. No square footage, just add walls, make more bedrooms.
Yeah, because he's probably renting Section 8. Right, you know, so basically he's taking 1,000 square foot 2-1 and making 2 closets and getting big checks. But is he pulling permits for this? Okay, so my point is, in life, if you take a shortcut, you're always going to get screwed. Especially nowadays. That right there is only good for rental income based on Section 8. The Section 8 standards are based on bed and bathroom. But that's not what I do. That's like
so, but that's kind of what you're doing with land, right? So you buy a big chunk of land, section it off.
So let me give you an example. I just bought a piece of dirt on right? One of my buddies came in and said, "Hey Brian, I got this river. The Hillsborough River. Okay. Hey, I got this deal for $1 million. Okay. $1 not bad. We bought the dirt, and then there was another little lot we paid $130. Then we had to clean it, knock the houses down. By the end of the day, we're in the lots, four lots. Those lots were 700 a clip. Right now, that's 2.8, double our money. Just if we dump the money. So what you want to do is you want to get those. Let's say a house with a double lot. So in Tampa, you got an RS50 with 50 feet frontage, 5,000 square feet. So most lots are 50 by 100. So if you got a house that's 100 by 100 with a house, you buy that, you split it, you split the lot, you sell the house, now you go. So you have to understand that. That's a little complex. I don't really want to talk about that.
That makes sense to me.
Well, that's what I do every single day. So I make money on the trash that I buy to dump, and I use the money to facilitate my projects. I don't borrow money from the banks like I told you. The banks is the least place. That's the last place that I would go to. Because they don't want to lend you. A bank does not want to lend you. The only way they'll lend you money is if you work at a fast food joint and this is your primary residence and you can't afford it. Because the government backs them up. The government wants regular people on house. I don't blame you. You want people to throw equity. It's because most of their assets or most of their wealth is in the house. Right. So that's the American dream. But what's happening is, what's happening now, I think that American dream might be done. And I'm going to tell you why. Because apartment buildings are being built everywhere. Look, in California, they're making it illegal to build single-family homes.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're saying it's like a racist thing. It's for like a rich people thing. Because you got 44 million people in the state that they pay you $2,000 a month to be a bum. You're living in San Francisco on $20 million, and the guy next door sleeping in the tent. Yeah. So the point is, the American dream is changing because people are very flashy. They rather drive a Ferrari and live in an apartment than live in a house and drive a T-Shirt.
I know a couple guys.
Well, of course I know hundreds of people. The point what I'm getting at is real estate, the smart money, the educated money is jumping in real estate.
What about in cars? You make money in like.
Of course, there's money in cars because you got chip shortage. So I got guys buying Escalades, F-350s, sitting on waiting lists. But I'm not going to sit on a waiting list for 9 months to buy a car and sell it for $20,000 when I can use that time to buy 10 houses. And
you got guys that are like buying they're buying brand new cars.
Yeah, G-Wagons, F-350s.
And they're flipping them as soon as they get them.
As soon as they get that wow. Same thing with the watches. Everything is shortage. But you have to understand, the second that the supply chain comes back, people are going to be liquidating their assets. Can you imagine going to the car dealer? Hey, you're $60,000 under. You're in the basement, $60,000. What do you mean by that? Well, you're all 100, we're 40. So you're going to see a lot of foreclosures, and you're going to see a lot of repos on cars probably in the next 2 years. Because people are paying over sticker for cars.
Right.
Yeah. I own car lots. I don't even buy cars. I don't care. I own a car lot. I bought it. I'm going to build 10 apartments.
What about all your other type of, like your assets, like your trading cards?
Well, I told you, baseball cards, where the money's at, people started laughing at me.
Who was laughing at you?
Some of the people who don't really know what they're talking about.
You're talking about the commenters?
Yeah, but here's the funny thing. Like, Lou Gehrig, 34 Gowdy. Babe Ruth, 33 Gowdy. Ty Cobb, T205, T206. Walter Johnson, Rogers 1. Those cards have tripled. Roberto Clemente, Willie Mays. Those cards.
Are you selling any?
No, I only sell the junk. Jordan rookies. Junk, to me, that's trash. LeBron, Durant, that's trash. Because that is, so let's pretend LeBron James has, something happens where he gets in trouble, he goes to jail. I'm not saying that would ever happen, but let's just say it happens. Let's say Mike Trout breaks his leg, never replaces him. There's so many of these assets around, they have a value, but in reality, what's the true value? The true value is what it's worth in longevity. Mickey Mantle ain't doing that. He's in a grave. He ain't going anywhere. Will Chamberlain is dead. Bill Russell's not dead, but he's the king of basketball. He got 11 rings. These cards are going up in value by the day.
Right. Will Chamberlain. You were talking about Will Chamberlain spitting the guy's face.
No, but I heard he had like 5,000 rings.
Bro, yeah, I heard that too. That's why I call him Milk Still, right? I heard the story. I forget who was telling me. One of the guys that played with him was telling a story on some YouTube video I watched. And they were getting in an elevator before a game, and some civilian just walks in the elevator, some random guy standing at the hotel, looks up at Will, and he goes, "Damn, how's the weather up there?" And Will just fucking spits in his face.
Raining?
Yeah.
Well, I met Will at a card show. He was a cool dude when I met him.
He was?
Yeah, most of these athletes are cool. It's just that people expect them to be something that they're not. And they don't want to be bothered by comments. Listen, you want me to go to you in Publix or you're eating with your girl and
Can you imagine LeBron James spitting in somebody's face? Bro, he would be fucking
I don't think
in jail.
LeBron James communicates with them.
No, he definitely doesn't.
He's probably one of the most loved and hated athletes in the history of the earth.
He really is.
A lot of people fucking hate him. Yeah, they're just haters. But look, back to the real estate because this is not making us money. If you want to invest in sports cars, but Danny, listen, if you want to invest in sports cars pre-1959, baseball, you want to buy Hall of Fame players. You don't want to buy the new jets. Like, I love Michael Jordan. I own a lot of his cars. They're depressed because there's a lot of them. But at the same time, when you buy vintage, that's what it's just like art. It's always going to be.
Right, yeah.
When you got Picasso, stuff like that always goes up. You know what I'm saying? Van Gogh, stuff like that.
You ever bought any shit like that? I mean, super high dollar art.
I invested here and there. This is not my thing. I don't want to
There's this website called Masterworks, where it's like basically like a stock system for buying art. Like you can buy shares in like super expensive fine art, like Picasso.
So basically, what they do is they buy an asset for $1 million. They make 1,000 shares and they sell it for a certain dollar amount, and they own a certain percent, and then they manipulate it by buying people until the proper distribution going up. Same thing, they do that with baseball players.
Oh, do they?
Of course, they do that with all assets. They use a crowdfunding platform to purchase this asset, and it's like this. Let's pretend
a very interesting way to do it.
Let's say you want to own a Mickey Mantle 52 tops and a PSA 5 that's worth $300,000, and you don't have $300,000, so you could get 10 guys to put 30. You can get 100 guys to put 3, and you control like an HOA, like a real estate. You control it. You're the one manipulating the process.
What do you think about dudes? I don't know. Did you ever heard of that dude called Grant Cardone?
Of course, he's a master at.
He's like a fucking hustler.
He's like a crook. Well, he's the kind of guy that'll buy a property and then borrow money for the down payment. But if it's working for him, hey, by all means, run and do it.
He also he buys these fucking big buildings, apartment buildings or hotels or whatever it is, with his internet audience. He gets them to all invest in it.
Of course.
So he does what we talked about just now with fucking,
So let's say this is a hotel that's worth $5 million. You get a contract to buy it for $5 million. And then you sell shares at $6 million. You just made $1 million. You didn't do it. But see, that's not my hustle, and that's definitely not what I'm looking to do. I never want to head it.
It's just a weird thing.
What I want to do is give people free information so they can get rich.
Yeah.
Listen, let me just say, remember last time I put my phone number on the clock? I must have had 700 to 1,000 phone numbers.
Did you really?
Fuck yeah. And I want to thank everybody who called me, and I just love you guys, and I hope whatever information I gave you helped you.
I think we have a little bit of a remnants of a real estate following on our show. We used to do a lot of real estate stuff.
Of course, real estate is the key to make money. What other business do you know that you can make millions of dollars and not have a place for education? Unless you're like a YouTuber or something.
Yeah.
But think about it. In the real world, the world's crazy. People don't want to interact with people anymore.
What do you think's going to happen with the NFT shit?
Well, the NFTs are taking a beating because in reality, where they back now. A friend of mine is making NFTs with the sports cards, and it's backed by the sports card in a vault. And eBay charges like 12 to 13%. So basically, they're just pimping the clothes like I talked about. They're pimping the clothes. They're taking your assets and you're doing all the work, and they're making all the money. So a buddy of mine's making a new thing that's called Gem, right? He takes the card. So let's say this card is worth $1,000. Okay. You put it on his site, you sell it, you pay 3%, and it goes to the next guy. You understand? They hold it in their vault. You want it, they'll bring it right back. This is going to take over the whole sports card industry. Because if you go to a trading show, which is cool, you buy. That's what I did for multiple years. Go there, buy, sell, trade, right? But you got to travel, you got to go here and there. But a regular collector, what are they buying? Like these auction houses that charge a 20% fee, or eBay, where the seller has to pay 13%, so he's going to jack it up. So there's no free market. It's manipulated by these big conglomerates, these big monopolies.
Right. But is the stock market really that much more credible or more real than the crypto market? Like how
Well,
much
if you
more
look
real
at the
is it?
stock market,
Sure, they're selling products, right? But that's I mean,
they're selling a piece of the business. Right? When you buy a stock, you're purchasing a piece of the business. And when the Fed set the interest rates at like 0.5%, you're borrowing money, right? So you're paying more for the stock because the money's costing you very little. So now you're able to look. Netflix was at 700, it's like $1.70. Tesla was like about 1,100 in the beginning, it's like $700. Okay, Apple was like at 200, it's $1.30. Everything is dropped. Bro, Roblox was at 120, now it's 30. So if you look, everything's being devalued. Because, and then they're trying to blame it on inflation, but in reality, you're raising the interest rates. When you raise the interest rates, you have less buying power. So how many times in your life have you studied where the government basically tells we want a recession? That's what they're telling you.
right.
Why do you want a recession? You know why they want a recession? Let's say you're an average Joe in 2010 and you bought a house for $70,000 with a 3% FHA loan, right? The seller gave you a 6% concession. He paid your down payment, your closing costs. Your mortgage payment is $300. Your house is worth $600,000 now. You owe $50. You put nothing down. You never had $1,000 in your bank account. Now you got $500,000 in cash. If you sell it, you think you're going to be a liberal communist now? Hell no, you're going to be a conservative. So in order for the liberal communists to stay in party, they got to figure out a way to screw you. And this is the number one way to screw you. Destroy people's assets. It's not about inflation. They lied about inflation. Inflation is what the market will pay. If the gallon's $6 gas and you're willing to pay it, pay it. If everybody stops driving, it'll be $2. And look at what the tax is on it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Holy shit. So you have to understand reality. Reality is when you're looking at a market and they gave away $30 trillion. You don't think
Insane, yeah.
Yeah, listen. Let me ask you another question. Because I'm not political because politics does not make me not at all. But if you got a student debt for 50 G's and you're going to wipe it out, I'm going to pay for it. Taxpayers pay for that. So if a high school dropout who's a plumber, why would he pay for a lawyer's school? How does that make sense? Can you answer that?
A high school dropout, he pays taxes just like everybody.
Well, my point is, let's pretend you're a high school dropout and you worked as a plumber. Now you own the plumbing company. You never took a loan. You never borrowed money from nobody, right? But this guy went to college to be a lawyer. He just don't pay his debts. So now this guy, the taxpayer, has to. If they wipe out student loans, that doesn't get wiped out. That becomes a new tax, right? Of course. When was the last time you seen something was free?
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
But regardless of that, the whole point is, if you want to make money in real estate, you have to figure out how to control the asset. This whole session that we just did is about controlling the asset. You have to understand a way to figure out how to control the
Own real estate.
Own real estate, lease real estate, do like
sublease real estate.
Whatever you can do that you can control the sale or the buy, that's what puts you in power. Real estate is power.
Find a way to get some fat on the bone.
Any way you put this or you put this on the internet, any way you want. If you want right now, believe me. If you're in the market to buy a house you're going to live in, try to wait a month or two, see what happens.
What about people who say, here's a question, what about people who say the market's topped out right now? I got all this fucking equity, this crazy housing boom has made me $1 million in the past 2 years. Now I have all this fucking equity. I want to sell it and rent for a couple months and see what happens to the market, and then fucking buy a house on the water for a discount. Trying to time
that makes sense.
Trying to game the system and time the system to where the market sits. Hopefully the market crashes, and then I can take all my equity I got in my house in the peak and buy something for a discount when it crashes.
Let me just tell you this: if you're a married person, if you make $500,000, you have to pay taxes on it. But if you make $1 million on your home, you have to pay taxes on that extra $500,000. So if you take a line of credit on that house, you have to pay taxes.
Oh, only $500,000. If it's $500,000 or less,
if you're married. If you're single, it's $250,000. So what I
would live there for 2 years too, right?
Listen, I'm definitely 100% not an accountant. I don't have time or the brain power for that. I just give my paperwork to my Candace, my cousin who runs my business, and we deal with the accountants. And at the end of the day, surprise, this is what your silent partner means. But the point of the game is this. me personally, if I could sell my asset and wait and figure out that maybe the market will bottom and I can buy something else, I would definitely get it. But at the same time, you have to understand the value of the dollar depreciates daily. So $1 million today is not $1 million 20 years ago.
Right.
You understand my point? So you have to figure out what works best for you. Like me, I'm not moving for anyone. What, I'm going to uproot my family and move to make a couple hundred G's? Why would I ever do that? Where am I going to go? I could build a brand new house, so what? It's not going to be where I live. If you don't like your place, dump it. Get your money, be out. If your goal is to keep moving up the ladder to create bigger debt, higher taxes, why not?
Some people try to do that. Some people try to climb the ladder by gaming the system, like the market going up and down. Like I know a guy who does this with boats. A friend of mine bought his boat. He bought this fucking 42-foot yellowfin boat with like 4 Mercuries on it. Bought it for cash from a guy in Boca Raton for like $600,000 a couple years ago. He's getting offers on it right now for like $900,000.
Right, so he's making a 50% profit in that time. You got to pay the storage, you got to pay the insurance. You could buy a Mickey Mantle rookie for $600,000 and put it in your closet and sell it for more than $1 million. And it costs you zero to sit at.
What I'm saying is, there's people that try to climb the ladder like that.
That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. Everybody wants to create wealth. And if you could buy something and push it and make money, you know about it, by all means do it.
But how fucking bad would that suck if you uprooted your family out of your house and sold it for a profit, thinking that the market's going to crash and never fucking crash? Meanwhile, now you're on the sideline watching the fucking thing go up.
So if you ever study real estate, even when the market goes up and down, the next time it goes up very high. The watermark always goes up. It always goes up. Because people remember paying X for something. So it's like this: if I bought a shirt for $50, right? My mind is it's worth $50. If it's for sale for 20, 30, okay. But when it goes up, if it's 100, it's 100. That's because everything moves forward.
Yo, check that camera real quick.
In the real estate game, the only reason I wanted to come here today was to tell you, all the people out there who have real estate, who want to buy real estate, if your property value's dropping, listen, I own a lot of real estate. You don't think I'm going to lose a lot of money? But I'm going to make new money. The new money I'm going to make is going to be way more than the money I'm going to make. And I'm not really losing money because I stole my assets. It's just the equity might drop. But just imagine how much new money you make when you start robbing other people. You know what I'm saying? When you're buying properties for people, they're just getting nervous. People who get nervous, they're the ones who destroy the market.
Right, or sell for a discount, right?
Yeah, why sell if you don't have to? But, you know, like I said, the government is forcing this. I have never in my life seen when a government has forced a recession.
And you think they're forcing the recession to fucking depreciate, to get people's assets to lose value?
I just, well, you know, I mean, that should be far-fetched, but I just think that they're trying to depreciate assets because the inflation is too high, and the regular person doesn't make enough money to sustain themselves. If a car costs 40 G's before this COVID, and now it's 70, and a house was 200, and now it's 350. And a gallon of gasoline was 2, and now it's 5. You know what I mean? There's only certain amount of money people can spend. But you have to understand this. Let me put it to you like this. Let's pretend that we were making a soup and there's 8 people at the party. The soup is going to be beautiful, right? But if you keep more people coming, we ain't got no more steak, we ain't got no more vegetable. We throw water in there to stretch the soup, right?
Yeah.
Now that soup tastes like dog shit. Yeah. Same thing with printing money. COVID, $1,400 for this guy. This guy gets $100,000 from this loan, that loan. Bro, those loans ain't gonna get paid.
Right.
Who's gonna pay them loans? Taxpayers. So now they want to slow it down.
It's definitely interesting, you know, the prospect of what you're doing. I've never heard anybody else talk about that shit that you talk about, as far as like getting your fucking elbow deep into this shit. As far as
listen, if you want to dive in, you got to dive in first. You're toe in the water. You don't know. In the real estate game, like any game, the real estate.
This is not something you can dabble in. You're fucking hands on.
But Danny, listen to me. Everybody needs to live somewhere. An apartment building, a garage, a house, mansion, a yacht. Dwelling is a necessity, right? So somebody will own it. The hedge funds are licking their chops. Oh my God, I can't wait for this to drop. He's got it shut. So you know why? So they can come in and swoop it up. And then the rents go up. Haven't you noticed the rents have gone up?
Yeah, I've seen that. No, I've totally seen that. And I've noticed, even in my neighborhood, a big fucking investment company in like Arizona just bought the house across the street from me.
They're buying the whole community.
It's fucking crazy.
Get a little piece of the pie, control this. Let me give you my phone number.
Scoot in a little bit.
I'm going to give my phone number.
Okay.
Give it 813-857-4104. Call me on anything. I don't want a penny.
Appreciate that. The audience needs you. The world needs you, man. And I appreciate you coming and dropping your knowledge today.
So, always 100%. Real quick, let me just add one more.
Yeah.
The Lightning went down 3-1. We're going to win.
Stop. Stop. Why? Why do you think that?
You know how to win. When your back's against the wall, and you've been there multiple times,
Colorado team just come out of nowhere or what?
they got a lot of speed, they have a lot of weapons, but the Lightning, they got 5 Hall of Famers on them.
That goal is
They got
pretty
their
good, huh?
coach, Cooper, they got Vasilevsky, they got Kucherov, they got Hedman, and they got their talent. They're gonna win. They're gonna win.
I want to ask you something. I know you said you're not a big sports better, but I want you to give me the line for the next hockey. I'm gonna
series or the game?
No, just the next game, not the series. You just said they're winning this. They're winning the series, right?
So I think the line on the next game is Colorado -160.
Colorado -160.
That's what I think.
What is that? What do you mean 160?
So
I just look at like so right now.
So
I'm on my
basically,
bookie.
you have to bet $160 to win 100 if you think Colorado's.
Okay.
So on the backtrack, if you bet 100 on the Lightning, you will win 160.
Got it. Okay. So right now the Lightning are plus 1.5 points.
Yeah.
AKA -170.
Okay, right. So it's close to what I said. So that means if you bet $100 on the Lightning, they'll pay you like 70 for the Lightning. And that 1.5 means that the line is that they're going to win by minimum. So basically, it's like 2 goals because there is not a half a goal. So if they win by 1 goal, if you bet that line for Colorado, if you bet that they win 1.5, if they win by 1 goal, you lose. If they win by 2 goals or better, you lose.
Right. So they are plus 1.5, and the over/under is 6 points.
Yeah, so 6 goals.
So what would you do? If I wanted to parlay the over?
I told you the Lightning are going to win.
So money line, or do
I would take it all. I would parlay that whole thing. I would take the over on the 6. I would take the 1.5, and I would bet the Lightning.
The Lightning plus 1.5, or just the Lightning straight up to win?
I would take the Lightning straight up.
Straight up.
And I take that 1.5 because obviously.
Oh, you would take the 1.5.
Of course, because they're giving you a goal.
Yeah, but you win less money if you take the
1.5. Whatever. Listen, I used to gamble a little bit.
I'm betting it.
And you know what? When I used to gamble, I could never win. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if I'm up 10 grand, 20 grand, it's not changing my life. So eventually, I'm gonna lose.
That's why you don't gamble.
Why should I? If I win 10 G's, I'm not even happy. Of course, I go for a little bit here and there, but it's really not fun for me. What is the fun of gambling?
It's a rush.
Because if I'm a fan, I'm gonna pay. If you tell me right now, Brian, give me 10 G's on the Lightning win, I'll give you 2 seconds. I don't want no money. I want my team to win. I'm a sports fan. I'm not looking to make money on sports. I make money with sports cards.
How long have you been following hockey? Are you been following hockey?
No, not really. Maybe
you know a lot about a lot of
maybe
sports.
20 years. But I've been following.
Not very long, 20 years.
But I've been following baseball. I'm going to be 52 on July 5th. I've been watching baseball every day since I was a kid. And I've been watching college football and boxing. I love old boxing and old baseball. Baseball's not the same. It's very boring.
Why is it more boring?
Because they have a shift and pitchers only go 3 to 4 innings. It's just a complete different game. The baseball, they destroy.
What the fuck is wrong? Why is every single year there's this crazy lockout in baseball? To where the players union, not lockout, but when the players union can't come to a deal with the owners.
Well, what's happening is this: when you play baseball, let's say you're on a rookie contract, you only make the minimum salary for like 1 year,
Which is a couple $100,000.
like 600, maybe 700,000, and then you have 3 years of arbitration, where you make a certain dollar amount the team offers you, and then the players, agent offers them, or they agree they got to go to court with a mediator, and then the team tells you how bad you are, and then the agent tells you how good you are, and then it bothers the player, gets in his head, and then you got 3 years. So basically, the owners have like 6 years of control before you become a free agent. But the Rays have proved that spending money is really not how to win. They've never won a championship, but they had the best record in the league last year. They had the best record in 2020 in the World Series. So money. See, when players make big money on free agency, what's happening is they're getting paid for past performance. So, so the owners, they come to the conclusion that it doesn't make sense.
Do you think you'd ever own an MLB team or a sports team?
Well, I don't have enough money for that because they're like $1.5 billion.
Do you think you'd ever have enough money to do that?
Yeah, because money doesn't really phase me. I make money for sport. I like to live modest, and I make money. But it's for me to own a team that's not even feasible. So
You're not into like owning. Some people are into owning shit. It's like big.
well, I'm into the sports part game. I love that.
I mean, like when I even with real estate, like some people have the mentality of like, I want to own this big, beautiful building on this big fucking road that everyone drives by because it's like solidifies my legacy.
Well, I have a lot of nice properties. Like, one day when I'm bored, I'll drive you by them. But that's just not my thing. My thing is real estate is a tool to make money. If you're a carpenter, you gotta have it. If you're an electrician, you have your tools, right? So real estate is a tool for me to make money. I'm into real estate. I'm on the phone all day and night. But after I go home, I just don't really think about it too much.
Do you have any properties that you keep in hold that you just put rents on?
I used to own them. I still have some. I still have rental properties. But I have property management here. The only reason I'm selling is because you have to depreciate. It has more to do with taxes than it does with real estate. And it's an asset you can always leverage. Because you have to leverage to buy new assets. I mean, you can't keep buying and selling without money. So if you have assets, you can leverage them. Buying your credit somebody.
Okay, so it just works. It just works as a tool for you.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like, how do you... So let's just say you buy 20 properties and they're $500 a piece. That's $10 million. For you to acquire that, you have to have money somewhere, right? But money sitting in a bank is losing money due to the fact of inflation. So you have to have your money working every day. Because if your money's not working every day, you're losing. Nothing stays still. Nothing, right? It either goes up or down. It's a yo-yo, right? So you have to have your assets leveraged to make money.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Okay, so one more time. You said you think a month or two something's gonna happen in the housing market. You think it's gonna have a correction, it's gonna go up, down a little bit, down a little bit.
Yeah, I think the assets are definitely gonna drop minimum 7 to 10%.
7 to 10%.
And the reason is they were way overpaid at the beginning. So remember, most people purchase based on mortgage rates. If the interest rates go up, the mortgage payment goes up. But in another way, the supply and demand, new construction will not drop because it costs so much money. You have to have insurance, you got to pay your employees, you have to buy your materials that are inflated, you got to pay for the dirt, and plus you got to make a profit. So the new construction is going to stay strong.
The prices of new construction.
Yeah, of course. Otherwise, why do it? Look, I own a lot of dirt. I got a property. I can build 112 units right now. I'm just trying to find it. It just doesn't make mathematical sense. It's better for me to hold that dirt and sell it to someone else. And I'd much rather hold paper. Like I'll give my mortgage and just collect interest.
Right.
Because I make money doing it. And God forbid they don't pay me. I will compensate Exactly. But you're going to see a lot of change in the market. It's going to be fun. We'll do this again, and then we'll see where we're at.
All right, everyone, you got Brian. What's your number again?
813-857-40.
Brian's available for you for any sort of real estate advice. This is investment advice. But we're not live.
No, I missed 27.
27 fucking calls. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I got 2 calls.
Go get to work.
We got a song now sometimes. Getting yelled out. I don't know where his words is live. True. Something about him. Trust him. We're gonna send waves at each other, so marinate. You gotta go first. Figure out some lines. How much if we get a school bus in here first time? Oh man, sorry, it's terrible. I got a feeling I'm gonna be really bad at this.
One of the main reasons I wanted to put you in here is not only because your work is incredible, but the cartels in Mexico, Central and South America are, you would know better than anybody, one of the most misunderstood topics. And being a journalist in Mexico covering the cartels has got to be one of the most dangerous jobs on earth.
Definitely, man. It really is. It really is.
What the hell is going on in Mexico?
Well, man, in Mexico, it's always something that was going on, and it's been crazy for some years now. But I think it's just in recent years, maybe the last decade, things are really going on. Cartels are overpassing the power of so they've been receiving so much support that they lost. A lot of police officers, Mexican military are going to work with the cartel, so you can sort of guess what's that like. Those guys are awfully equipped, hard to find on, and Mexico, as you know, there's a lot of oil, black oil out there, corruption and banking. It's crazy.
What made you want to get into this world, cover all this stuff, document these things going on, and embed yourself with these cartels? What made you want to do this? It's a dangerous thing to do. What was it that got you into it?
It is, man. I mean, I think what got me in was the fact that I grew up in Ciudad Juarez. I was born and raised in Ciudad Juarez, in these border cities just across the Texas. And back then, I grew up in the 90s. In the 90s, everybody was talking about narcos, like Amado Carrillo, all of those guys. But they weren't talking as we're talking right now. They're dangerous people, and they can be ruthless and violent. We're talking like you're talking about Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. Like everybody was like, wow, Amado Carrillo is cool, man. He has like 3 wives and the same school his kids where I went to school with 2 of his kids. So it was some glamour, I guess, around like all articles. But to me, it was really confusing. So I grew up in that, and then when I came like to maybe a secondary school, a middle school, I was so confused because then everybody started talking about how they were being violent, and my parents, they're sort of like wealthy in the city, so they've always lived in a rural neighborhood. And all of a sudden, like they started like expelling narcos. So before, you would have a neighborhood and Amado Carrillo and all these other guys were living in the house next to you. So all of a sudden they were like, okay, these guys, they're violent and they're bad and they're doing bad shit. So they started basically outcasting them. So that shift made me confused. What is going on in my city? What's going on in my country? I grew up with those guys, I know some of his kids and everything, and now they're like sort of like outcasts. And then when I started going out also in 2010, I was 18 that the whole violence broke loose in the city. That's what it was, was called half of the world. It had so many kids. It basically was like 13 kids. So
How many?
13. It was fucking crazy. And I remember that I was, every time I went out, I had a motorcycle. Every time I went out, and then we would go back to the I was like, fuck, man, never another day. Like, I my friends here and so,
Five of your friends were killed in one place, one time?
yeah, at a bar. I'm not sure if they confused them for someone else, or it was another guy told me that they so that was fucking crazy. I was supposed to be at the bar that night. People all together. So I woke up at 2 in the morning, getting all these calls from everything, fires and the bar. So I was already writing for me. So I set up there, and I was shocking and crazy. And since then I started like wondering, and then I realized that it doesn't really matter what happens to them because it's happening to everyone. But the thing that matters is it's like, wow, he's moving these issues. He's really behind the whole thing.
Let's tag it to it. For sure. Come back.
Is the CIA working with the cartels?
Yes.
They are.
Yeah, not only the CIA, also, I guess every other agency in the US, every three-letter agency in the US. Also those guys like they're not. It's not like they're, like smuggling drugs themselves, but it's like they're breaking deals. Not the drug traffickers in Mexico. The issue has gotten so big that it is easily. It's very easy to instabilize into violence. And all of that shit. And I know for a fact that some of these narratives, they don't even know they're being spread
So what specifically is the U.S. involved in with these cartels? Like, you told me to watch that documentary on Amazon Prime, like I think it's the last Narc. It was a Mexican DEA agent who was murdered by so a couple drug lords, and there was a famous, very well-known CIA, clandestine CIA agent who was like and they murdered this guy who worked for the DEA. What is their specific involvement, and what is in it? What is the incentive to work together?
I think the involvement has a lot of layers. So one of the main layers is supplying aircraft for legal entrance under the drug. I guess that's something that the U.S. has offered before. But there's a lot of collaboration out in the open. Talking about my Kambala, it's basically the biggest natural Maya. He started before he got to his mind. I thought he was one of but he was like he's shadow. No one really knows where it is. There's only one photo of him on the internet.
Really?
So no one has really. And that photo is like from the 80s or 90s. Shit like that.
He must be old.
So he's old now. He's old now, and he's always been around. He has his people. I was personally at a party business he's still in the mountains. controlling the whole fucking business from people. No one really knows what it is, how the roots are. His team's too shadowy. The thing is, most 2 or 3 of his sons were arrested in the U.S. in different occasions. 2013, one of his sons was arrested in Nevada, then another one in that. And that family keeps producing both governments. Keeping out of trouble like a couple, right? A couple got life sentences. And these 3 kids of them, knowing that the U.S. that they were trafficking and working on the biggest organization in Latin America, which is Brazil, they're breaking news without them. So they're in the U.S. One of them is actually free to go back and forth to Mexico as a legal permanent resident of the U.S. The other guy just got his sentence reduced, so I think he's going to go out next month from jail. And the other guy received, I think they changed his whole identity and legal status to stay in the U.S. because he's got and Elijah is still free. So when you see that, there has to be some involvement. It's not like they hire super fucking great lawyers that they can do whatever they want. It's because they're breaking deals.
Yeah, I had a really good friend who's actually a lawyer who's represented some big drug lords in Mexico, but definitely Colombia. And the way he describes the whole war on drugs to me is this. He said, these guys who are hiring him to represent him, they'll fly him first class to Colombia, and they'll meet in, he'll be instructed to go to a lobby of the hotel, and they'll call him up or whatever. And these guys do not get in trouble. These guys stay out of jail. They stay out of trouble completely. The guys who get in trouble are like the low level con, like the guys who are captaining the boats or cargo or making shipments or moving shit around. Like it's the poor people who are like the foot soldiers are the ones that are in trouble.
Definitely, and that's let's call it like the simplest collaboration, right? Now, talking about all the, I don't know if you know these operations called Merida, where it's basically the U.S. funding millions and millions of dollars to Mexican security forces and others, right? They're basically funding weapons, vehicles, airplanes, planes, so, and all of that stuff is ending up working for the medical, right? Mexico is so up this way. And the U.S. has done nothing but just watch their hands and say, like, okay, we're just going to pay you, give you a lot of money, and good luck with fighting the fucking whole fucking town was killed by an elite group that was actually trained with the U.S. Navy. So they were initially Mexican military. They got like the best training, the best of the best in the U.S. And maybe
oh, so these guys actually were like born in Mexico, moved to the U.S. and were recruited by the Army or the Marines.
They were officially trained by both countries. Right? Like, so Mexico said, like, okay, I need these people trained because they're like Mexican top elite. So they trained them, and after training, using them and everything, they started with the Mexican military, jumping and going with the hotel with the receptions. But they still got a lot of wings and contacts inside the Mexican government. So there was a time when the settlers had a snitch inside. So the snitch was giving information to the U.S. about the movement of these guys, where these guys were shipping cargo. So they started like busting a lot of cargo from the stuff. The thing is, the DEA called the Mexican army and said, like, hey, we got a snitch in this and so you should talk to him. He's a pretty good contact. He's installed steadfast. And of course, that group in the army released the information to the so those guys like, we got a snitch on your side. and I'm getting this information from the people. That's the main thing. And what they did is they didn't know who the rat was, so they did it. They killed the whole fucking town. And the whole, we're talking about like the whole family, the whole fucking town. How many people? It was like 100. How long was it? I think it was in 2011. Something like that. There's a Netflix and it's about that now. That's like crazy. And that's another proof of involvement in the US. Sharing information and they're breaking deals with everything. Right now, just coming here, I was a bit late. Even it's like I got a call from the guy who works with the current organization and some other stuff. And he was, I was getting in touch with him briefly, and he was having a things and all that shit.
Yeah.
And he was like, man, you know what? I really want out, and I really need out from the cartel because things are getting crazy and crazy for me and my family.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you know someone in the US government that wants information and has some shit to go with, that if they come out, relocate me to the US, the whole fucking shit. And I'm like, dude, I don't know if I can do that. And that's pretty fucking tricky, you know. That's something I've never done. I don't know if it's actually work with that. But good luck.
He wants out of the cartel and wants to touch you.
There was a corner in the top, and if you try to shoot across the hallway and it looks like you're shooting somebody,
and we're talking
then
about
you don't
that
actually get to
happening
tag him.
a lot.
And the guy asked
And
the
the US
guy there who's
playing a lot of
he said a lot of top professional
Yeah.
players do notice that.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing because I mean I feel like even if you did do that, it's still the cartel can still find
It doesn't work. So where you two were, if you're shooting people on the other side, you're not getting points for it. That's why you said
how do you embed yourself with these groups of people and how do you get them to trust you? Are you like filming shit or do you just like what do you document? How do you document it?
I have a lot of years working on this movie, learning the background. I have to punch in the head before that I thought I was going to die right there. And
You got kidnapped, right?
I got kidnapped. Yeah, so I applied and tried and it's not even
Pretty well worked for the cartel.
that was pretty good for a guy who's staying where you can crouch
by the local police line. And I got locked up in a warehouse by another. So I learned it that way, but what I learned is to be completely honest and clear about my life. Not faking on the friends, not faking on myself, and also letting them know that some of my sources also are on the other side of the line. You know, have sources in the DEA, and that I'm not, and that I'm talking to them in the same way that I'm talking to these other partners. That I'm making them super clear that I don't believe in good guys and bad guys, that I understand that everything's a place and there is good guys that do bad shit. So I guess that's how they feel comfortable a lot of things about business because I've never betrayed anyone. I've never had to call all the other US agents investigating it's not worth it. It's fucking brain that no one's going to get the I'm just there to get stories, to bring light to what's happening, trying to educate readers in Mexico and the US about what's going on and why And I think that's that and time gave me the answer I had in time to many people are pretty scared to get into that with masturbation. I'm not saying I'm not, but I don't know. It's like to me, it's like there's an opportunity. These guys are like, "Hey man, I've been reading and watching your report, and somehow I feel like I trust you, that I can trust you in the way you protect your sources, the way you don't share like specifics and information you access to views or you access to that." And like, yeah, I take every single opportunity. Yeah. Of course, if it's worth it, and if I feel safe enough.
What's in it for them? What do you think about it?
You have to know that the way social media is playing now is making everybody go into poverty. You have car sellers, you have water sellers, you have drug sellers, drug traffickers, and many are attracted by the fact that they and their work can be out there without actually no one really knowing fully true. And that's something that attracts them. I find that they want to. If you look at WhatsApp or see other platforms, it's talking a lot of shit, a lot of cars out, a lot of guns, a lot of stuff that they should send. They're like, hey, dude,
They want like anonymous clout.
Exactly. It's weird. I mean, it sounds weird. They're just like that. They want to show it. They want to feel important. Remember that by the time you are like dramatic or you have like a video in your name, that's cute. You have a song, someone singing it. And that's fucking cute. That's what they feel they need. It's like, okay, I have my own.
Do you think these guys are aspire to be like El Chapo or Pablo Escobar?
I think so. Pretty much. Those guys, I mean, those guys pretty much think that they're going to be the next especially because most of them, they start early. So they start looking up to El Chapo or to El Mayo. They call him El Señor del Sombrero. And that's a key word to talk about the real boss. If you see someone with a vaquero hat, a cowboy hat or a cap, or who has a hat on the hanging from the mirror, you will know that those guys praise or work for his so they want to be as young as they want to do that. And they're super young. I mean, of course, they last enough to turn 30, 40 years into the cartel. That's what they start getting. It's not like that.
The life expectancy of somebody who starts working for a cartel at a young age must not be that high. Yeah, like even El Chapo, that's something I didn't realize about El Chapo that I learned from this documentary. He was fucking slaying and butchering people at a super young age.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw a story I posted on my Instagram recently. It was one of the youngest guys
And they have access to a wide range of credentials there, plus over 3,000.
he was like what? Maybe 9 years old. I mean, the weapon he had on himself was bigger than him. He had like a huge, I don't know if it was like a K or what kind of a weapon. He was huge. And you can watch his face. He's a kid. I of course, I posted that and I covered his eyes. So it was protected. He's a worker for the cartel, man, and he's like super young. He really looks like. I mean, if he's
on your Instagram?
It's amazing.
Well, we got it right here.
I think it wasn't one of my stories. I don't know if you but yeah, man. I mean, he looked like if he was 12 years old.
6-year-old ladies who were on this medication, they would fake go to work.
Jesus
Like
Christ,
How old was he? Was
just barely a toddler.
Yeah. I know that.
You took that photo?
No, one of the guys I said, like, look at the soldiers. And then I posted that, and then I covered his face and everything. And then another guy from another cartel fighting police sent me a DM and said, like, something like, poor kid, he's dead now.
He's dead already.
And I asked him, like, is he dead? He's like, no, but we're after him. I mean, he's gonna die. No. Shit, man, but he's a kid, you know? Can you fucking leave him alone? Just scare him and have him out? And he's like, no, it's all like that.
Dude, that's so fucked up. So scary.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
It's a different fucking world. How does a kid? Is it just like is his parents in the cartel, or is it just that way? It's just like you're born and you're poor and you grow up on the streets. It's hard to not.
You know, it's I know like the sort of like the story that just looked at you. It doesn't have that. He knows what he's doing. But he keeps pushing like a kid. You had a birthday cake and I think it was birthday or something like a kid. So they're just normalizing Mexico. It's not normalizing violence. Like, everything is getting to a level where a new incident that happens like younger kids. The first were like super scared and alarmed about that, right? They're like fuck, like super young. But then you have another news where a 9-year-old kid was shot dead, this and that, and you start going on something like that. And that's happening in Mexico a lot. And that's what is worrying me, you know, like it's like, dude, this is not normal. This is everything but fucking normal that's happening in Mexico. And to answer your question on how these kids end up, a lot of rural Mexico is it's super cool. There's very helpful. You will have to do a lot of shit to get food to get school like that. Education, roads, no work at all. So that's a gap for everybody. And every gap that the government has, the medical is right? You need schools, you're going to bring rooms. You need food, you're going to bring rooms. You need work, so that's why I say everything's a basic. Because it's like, all right, what are they supposed to do, right? To die of hunger, to leave the parents to die at the town and go to the city to work. It's what people do. What are they supposed to do if the government is not taking care of that for anyone? You know, like, citizens like myself, no one is really taking care of that. There's only one group that is actually taking care of it. And what do they get in return? The loyalty of the government. So when militaries come in, they start working, fighting for snakes and militaries coming.
Right. It's like, what am I going to do? Am I going to bust my ass and struggle and try to, whatever, work in fucking cornfield or do some other fucking manual labor for pennies, or do this, get a fucking gun and kill some people and make $10,000.
And it's not like, for my experience, it's not like the cartel is enticing them or like forcing them to work.
Everyone knows about it.
They're just around all the time. But they are the only ones with the pizza, you know, with the blings and the really? And everything. So they're like, dude, I want to be like that. They have like 3 fucking pizza trucks. And my neighbor is 15 years old and he has already an ATV and pizza. So they're like, hey, dude, where do you get that pizza from? And it's like, from, I don't know, they usually have a name, right? From the or from the Cholo or from whatever. And like, dude, can you tell me if I can go into? And it's like, so cool. And the guys are like, yeah, why not?
How did and why do you think El Chapo got busted? And how did he end up in prison? Like, do you think that he would be somebody who would remain fucking untouched like El Mayo?
The Chapo was never the boss of the
He was never.
No, he was never. You know, most of the people don't know that the rescue of the Sinaloa cartel was not going to Sinaloa, it was going to LA. That's where the Sinaloa cartel grew and was born.
Los Angeles?
in Los Angeles. That's the cradle of the original hotel. And Michael Sambara was one of the founders, along with Susan that was father-in-law or something like that. So Michael. And they both were immigrants living in America. And they started, because the first thing you need to be a successful trafficker is a buyer. Right? You can have all the products you want, but if you don't have a buyer, you have nowhere to go, no money to make. So these two guys made a whole network of buyers. And they started making money. They knew the code, they knew Sinaloa, they had family there. So they started making business. The first time the Sinaloa hotel became a hotel, it was establishment. Some buyers from there.
What was selling? Cocaine, weed?
Weed. Yeah, possibly. It was weed at the very beginning. But also, like, the first established connection to bring huge loads to the Sinaloa hotel of cocaine.
Was that in the 80s?
That was new.
Okay, so that was like Roger Reed.
So that's the first thing, right? And I think the Chapo grew up in Vanuatu, a very small town, Sinaloa. Someone gave him a job. Someone hired him first to wash the cars, clean the cars, and got like more involvement. But what he had was a huge fucking ego, huge fucking necessity to be better than the little Indio from the mountains. He wanted to do something else. And I guess that served its purpose. So the hotel. He's like, oh, you want to be important, right? You want to be someone. So why are you the face of the hotel? Go out there, have the money, have everything you want. You're the fucking face. You'll run the hotel from behind. You're talking about white collar people. Well, like, as soon as he's willing to put his fucking face out there, that's what it is. And he did. He wanted to make a fucking film, he wanted to make documentaries. So what was he doing? What was his role at the peak of his involvement? I guess he was like a manager for the whole thing. It's like if you had, I don't know, a store in this place, and I'm the real owner, I'm the one with the money, with the goods, and everything. But I'm like, okay, I'm getting the money, I did that. You want to take care of it and be the face to the client? It's exactly. It's like the bottom of the or the store. And one, exactly, because he was too flashy. Every fucking body knew his face, he's right about. Everybody knew his whole family. I have most of his family on my Instagram. And they still have a lot of fucking money, man. They have Instagram accounts.
I mean, they following you?
They're following me, not following me, yeah. And most of them are living in the US. They don't even, many don't even speak Spanish. Really? He has a 2 or 3 year old granddaughter. And her gift for his birthday was, I think it was a Raptor Ford or like a Raptor, but like the 2022 Ford Raptor or something like that. So he was just a manager of that kind of. And when he doesn't have that money stuff, how do you do it? I think you don't need to be there for every deal. You just need to have the contacts and sources and keep everybody at home and playing their role. Don't kill that guy.
And he's doing that?
And he used to do that. Right now, he's not able to even talk to anyone. He only has 3 calls a month to better people. So basically, his granddaughter, one of his daughters also, and his mother. And he can only speak 15. He has only 15 minutes to each other, both kids. And he's always I had an exclusive interview with his attorney, posted on Instagram as well. last
It'll just be like practice building,
he
blending like
tells a
ice
lot of
cream
details
stuff.
about how
And
his
it starts
opportunities
kind of
work.
fun at first.
He's like, he's funny, he has
2010.
good sense of humor, he's very respectful,
Kind of nice.
and that he knows that if the US wants to start a cartel,
I fucking love that
you'll
shit.
have to go against politicians. And so that's an interesting thing.
Against what politics? Against the U.S. politics?
And Mexican
The city sound system is still bullshit.
U.S. and Mexican politics. They're like, that's how you stop it.
I'm telling you, dude, it was Occupy Wall Street, and
Wow,
then it
that's
just
a fucking interesting.
Have you ever met El Salvador?
Never met, but I saw him on his last arrested for Mexico. He was arrested in Mexico City, and he was presented to
I've said it before. If you're like grandma or grandfather, you're worried about that. It's
the
like
military base.
I think you kind of failed
Being
in
held
life.
before being transported to Ciudad Juarez. Actually, I try to go into the prison of Ciudad Juarez.
For sure. Yeah.
Someone
Can you imagine like
I
dying?
don't know who it was.
Well, I guess they all do
What
die.
he was not able to. He was not able to. And the guys who delivered food to him were they couldn't even look in the eye. They had to be looking somewhere else, and then they went to food.
It's so crazy how, at least from my perspective, it seems like the media's portrayed him as like the kingpin boss, the number one jefe of the Sinaloa cartel.
Talk about purpose. I mean, when you work in the news, and I'm telling you, because I work in the news, it's super difficult to tell a story right because you need to write so many words and enter so many details that your article has to be extra fucking long to explain how everything works. Right? So the use of the word is not to show traffic, he's sort of like people knows his name, people knows who we're talking about.
Serves a purpose, especially especially with six and like talking about travel.
It's happened there. And I mean, I've written sports, obviously trying to set things straight and say, okay, it was just about the money. Because how come if he was responsible for all these things, he's not even to speak to family? How come his family is getting a lot of money? How come his organization is not open to us? Has never shipped so many coaches that he was the coach having more. Exactly, more. Yeah. So it's like this. I mean, it's obviously not working. That kingpin strategy is not fucking working. It's just a waste of the taxpayers' money. How much money are they spending? They're spending on keeping those chapels locked and paying agents to go into Mexico because they have to transporting, extraditing, and all this shit. And at the end, it doesn't really make nothing on
Why don't we, like America wanted to, they could easily take that shot, but how would they do that?
I think first of all, you stop the flow of money, however it is, like closing their accounts, seizing bank accounts. Because we're talking about these guys are laundering money in U.S. companies. They're laundering money through U.S. banks, through U.S. established companies. So you have to go through all these the remittances that go to Mexico, and Mexico is super proud of that, saying like, wow, or people in the U.S. or hardworking people has never sent more money to their families in Mexico. 80% of those fucking remittances are going of the remittances. It's the money the U.S.
I can see that. Nasty false flag like that against it. I feel like that one might be on the CIA. You're already on the CIA.
And they say to support the families. But the reality is most of that money comes as leverage to business going to bring their family into the US. But that money ends up being profit. And that's a reality. And people don't grasp it because when they say like, oh, so they're not so poor because if they're paying $8 fucking grand to get across the border legally, you can establish a business in Mexico with a grand business, right? A small restaurant. But it's not the money of the people in Mexico, that's money from the people working on it. And that's the payment for smugglers. That's not remittances, that's payments. Bringing illegals into So this world works like that. It's all on our noses. Working under, like established companies, established money being into but behind that, it's a whole fucking thing.
So these cartels are also making money by attracting people across the border. So they're charging $8,000 a person.
Yes. The best case scenario, this guy who works selling Sonora was telling me the raising the rates of eviction.
That's disgusting. You're a liar. Chicago's on the ground.
Trailer like what we saw in California for 60 grand. That's a shit ton of money.
Wild.
Yeah, man. I mean, so we have to understand that everything that is illegal, they're gonna bank it. They're gonna bank everything that you make, everything that
One of the things that Roger Reese was also telling me that George Ochoa, he was like, I know exactly where he is. I know where his house is. I can fly you there right now. He's sitting there probably drinking a glass of whiskey, smoking a cigar.
Yeah.
He's like, he has a horse race. I was like, how the fuck is he doing? Like, how is he? This guy is completely immune to everything. After everything he's done, all the people he's killed, like he's completely just living free, riding his horses in Mexico.
That's what struck me also about Santos Fernando, right? When I learned that one of his sons was free to go back and forth from the US. I called his lawyer. His lawyer called me. He called me to tell me that his client was sort of like angry with me about an article where I had the name of his client. So I said that he was still working through the administration of his dad. And the lawyer called me and he was his lawyer. He called me that his client was not happy about the story, and that I should leave that part out instead of changing it. And I'm like, dude, I'm backing up my sources. There's pretty strong sources inside the Sinaloa organization, and they know for a fact that your client is still taking decisions for their family. And it's like, my client is a family man, he's working legally on a foreign farm in Mexico, in Sonora, in Cahuarca. Cahuarca's like one of the hottest areas in Mexico.
Really?
And I'm like, is he able to go back and forth? And he's like, no, he's established, he's like in the US. But then, like 2 or 3 weeks later, he got involved into an accident with his wife in Cahuarca. Now, like, he wasn't really supposed to be in Mexico. He got in that fight. And I'm like, so he's able to go back and forth because he got into an accident in Mexico, in Cahuarca.
So why would you fuck, man? I can't imagine if one of El Mayo's kids' lawyers called me to don't publish this shit. I'm not gonna lie, I would be hesitant to publish it.
I mean, it was already published, and
Okay.
second of all, I told him like, all right, so if you have something to say, I can't publish your version. What you say as a lawyer? And he's like, no, don't quote me. And then I'm like, okay, so then tell your client that he can openly talk to me and go on record, and I can definitely write a whole story about his version of things. And he's like, no, he's not talking. And I'm like, so what am I supposed to do? And then he basically hung up the phone and then sent me a text message with a paragraph and said, like, this is what you should write. And I'm like, well, this is not how it works, right? I need to quote what you're telling me. I need to make it attributable to something.
Right.
I can't just say that because you're asking me to, right? So only that can you notify me and tell me who am I going to have to do this.
So, explain the story how you got trained there.
I was really starting to write, right? I started working in a local newspaper in Seattle. Not by chance, because I was already looking, but I was too young. I was in my first year of college, and I went into the local newspaper, the main local newspaper in Seattle, which is called Rabbi. And I went basically to apply for a job to be a delivery guy. So I'm like, I can work during the night, delivering the paper, being the first one to read it, and actually just, like sneaking to the newsroom to start finding how this shit works and figure out if I really want to be a journalist or not. So I went there, and the editor of the paper got confused, and he thought I was there applying for a copy editor. So he came down from the stairs and told me, "Oh, you're here for the copy editor position?" And I'm like, "Yes." No. And he told me around. He put me in front of a computer. And so like, okay, so that's your first job. And I had no clue what the fuck I did. And so I asked them, what should I do? How do I turn on this fucking routine and everything? And of course, after maybe 3 months, they learned that I faked my position. But I was already in, and I was already working and doing some good jobs. So I started very young without actually college education. Right? So I started working, learning while I was working. And it was pretty cool to me.
How old are you now?
I'm 35. And so that was pretty cool to me. But at the same time, I didn't have any proper tools. And so we have never seen anything like that. But the first time, I was the first time in the whole country that we started seeing people hunting for the district that amount of murders in the city, talking about 5 to 10 cartels that ruthless, talking about bazookas in the middle of a fucking gunshot, grenades, just full on wars. We didn't know what to do, not even like experienced journalists had experienced that before. So I was in the battleground, learning a tool and a newspaper, and at the same time in the streets of the parking so in the middle of all of that, I started publishing some investigations like how hotels were recruiting people in Metro back then. It was called Metro and it was huge in Mexico. And they started recruiting people, young Sicarios, over Metro. And pretty fast, but they don't bring a lot of attention to that. So, from everywhere, from all the journalists, but also soldiers in the cartel, but also so I had these guys who told me that we were an informant for the people, and that we had a lot of people that were like that. And we kept writing back and forth at least a year before they actually managed to get butter. And he gave me these papers with a lot of phone numbers and working for the local police in butter. She was a police officer. She was literally fact-checking military commandant federal police commander as well, and a local police chief. So she was in bed with the three of them. And so she was starting to she was getting paid by all over those guys information about each other. She gave me her name and her phone number, a lot of recordings we have in her how she was and of course the police the local police woman. And that with all these people, information, whatever call that I got, I got to listen how she really relates to others, she's that, whatever. I had the whole other story to run to the corner as an so it was a huge story. I was super happy. I was like, wow, I know my stories are making people focus, right? And that was that my editor told me, usually when I have your dialogue, you can have a picture. And I'm like, oh, of course I get my name now. It's a huge fucking investigation. And that was my mistake. After 2 or 3 nights, I left my girlfriend at the time at the house. I was driving back to my parents' house. And 2 police officers and people just watching the progress yesterday. They started hitting my window the other time. Get the fuck out of the car. And I was pretty sure they were taking the mistake. Like they're looking for someone else. It's a fucking mess in the city. And I'm the only dude that's out and running the streets. But I had my newspaper. So I went down for my car instead of like taking I think they're mistaken. Like, they're not mistaken. You know what you did? And I never understood, like, until that point, I was like, why did I do? After a while of that, they took my car keys. So one of those guys jumped into my car, started driving, and I tied my hands official police and put a foot on my back. So I was straight down. They started driving for like 10 minutes, and then I followed them
It's tough though. It's tough to speak up at NBC. It's weird to be in an office. Do you have anything
they
to say?
stopped,
Just like where
they
address.
untied me.
Okay.
One of those guys
Okay,
told me,
dude. I mean,
I'm gonna give you a chance to run. Just like fucking run. And I ignored me that was kind of fucking shit on my back. Instead of running and say,
especially.
like mistake,
Yeah, and also
or
it
that I
is like
can't run
for
or some
the
shit.
kind
So
of
I'm not
scenario
wrong.
where you're being treated
Are you stupid or what? I'm giving you a fucking chance to run. And you want to beat me. And you're like, no, what happened? Yeah, totally. Because he told me like they're gonna find you. He used this word. They will find you to the back of your car as a house. No va a comer.
Why they didn't use it because of your
So they were up to me. They were really and I remember that I got in my knees and I don't remember being yelling, screaming, but the commander told me, stop fucking yelling. And I was like, I'm not yelling, I'm just asking you for a favor. And I'm like, I'm not yelling, I'm just asking you for 10 minutes. I'm taking a number and have the money that someone
actually tweeted that 6 years ago.
how much money
Every single joke is on Twitter.
it was like, it's not down and we fucked up with it wrong. But it's
Another thing with 3
and
likes.
then another guy, why is blue? And then they just used code numbers. But I sort of like understood that they were talking about that deal. That if whatever they get money, and like get units, and then you go out there and kill the money. Because I think it was 10-5 on the radio thing. They used to have radios on that two-way British invitations to talk between the police. And I think 25 was referring to a male, to a deceased man, and 24 was a deceased woman, and stuff like that. So I remember that he said something like, why do you leave 19 first, and then do 25? And I was like, shit, they're planning something then with it. So I was like, that's my chance. Yeah. So just let me know, keep my customer quiet. Let me know how much money you need. Just give me 10 seconds. Because they knew I'm a dual citizen. Right? So I was like, I'm gonna fucking run to the US to El Paso and stay there forever. And fuck that. And then they started fighting with each other. And then the comment was like, alright, you know what? Bring me a hot tea for the Mexican. That is all. But the limit to withdraw from the ATM was 6 so I bring back 600 bucks. Like that's the limit that I could get. I was walking.
So they let you
leave.
just by yourself?
Yeah, I walked because they kept my wallet and kept my car. And I remember when I started walking, and I was like, hey, just give me your next word. And he was like, you don't have that. He's like, you give me yours. I'm and you and your family have the right. And I'm like, dude, I'm not talking about it. So I started walking instead of running. Because in my head, I was like, if they shoot me, it's going to look different. And my colleagues at the newspaper, they're going to investigate. And they're going to know that I was actually walking. Because I was fucking sure that was. So I started walking on this right now, there you go. That's your car. Make sure you're not missing anything from your car. That's your wallet. Make sure you're not missing anything from your wallet. And that's your intimate. Alright, and I started fucking driving like crazy. Then it was like maybe 3 minutes.
see you in 10 minutes.
They were gonna find me. They were gonna look for me, from the IDs that I had and from everything like that. The thing is, I haven't updated my IDs from Mexico. So I had another address was where I was living.
Right.
So yeah, that's how I left. I went home. I remember one thing. I had 2 phone calls. I had my physical phone and the phone from the and they asked me to turn off the phones. So I was turning off the work phone. And I was about to turn off my personal phone. My girlfriend called me to see and instead of turning off the phone, so she started both of them were listening to the
What was your stay? Yeah, we did. We set up on that first spot on that place. Woken up, like, was sneaking behind. Cheap shit. We have like a line hanging over the back. Cheap shit. You can't put your gun in check. Big fucking sensor on it, so you can't hang the gun. James never disclosed his
I remember I only had
When you were straight to El Paso,
and I went straight to El Paso to a hotel. was crying on the side of my house. I was looking at the city.
So if you get out there and get back in, you can sometimes just shoot each other at the same time when you're coming back from a job.
I was living in an apartment, right? It's in a
So I think you
small
gotta live right
and I would look over to see the crowd. I'm just thinking about how many people would be here that happened to me that traumatic event. How they should have. But I couldn't just go there. And the fact that I had to change my beat of writing from writing security investigation to fucking support to page work to it was just too much. And I remember I used to drink a lot and I was and then like 9 months later, sports of mine, for example, I went to he started working later eventually. He started working with
That's true, bro. Please talk about it. We can look at the scores. Check it out. I did get that last, but I was not that far above her. And neither was Terminator 2 or Hackers. Holding the squad down. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that when I was playing against her, I hit her like 40 fucking times. I didn't shoot her once. She shot me once. Really? Yeah. What else? Everybody get? I'll be honest. She said there was somebody who was just on her phone rejecting her the whole time. Sarah O'Connor. Schwarzenegger's son, White Lotus. Out of nowhere, I don't know why, if this was like unscripted, but they're like on a yacht about to approach these girls and have nowhere to go swastika. Just for no reason, as they're walking, I was in bed, holding my stomach laughing. Really? I don't remember that part. Yeah, listen, he goes back and they're about to watch him go over the girls and goes, swastika. And just, it was like, what the fuck? So the funniest thing, you know, I'm interested to see what it's going to be. So the girls turn on each other, wonderful together, finding out one of them's a punk and the other two think like, oh, it's so awesome.
So
yeah, dude, we think we did. We did. Not a kid, but for one more time for one more. Let's do the ads in the parking lot.
So he knew about all this. He knew about you. So that means he must have known that you getting kidnapped and you planned for you to get executed.
That's a big one.
I asked him
Man, Manchester, England.
and told him that to never call me back. And I was like, dude, I don't want to carry this fucking virus with me. That's the only time I'm never asking for you. Dude, fuck no. That's me. That's me. It's not me. And he was like, are you happy? You can actually go back to Juarez now. And I'm like, dude, it's not how it works. I'm not in that world. Stop calling me. I'm telling you from today on, I don't know, I stopped coming down. I'll be straight to you. Never. I don't know.
This is a guy that you know
Since kids. He used to be my neighbor, and then we went to school together. So it was a very mixed feeling, right? Because at the same time, I was like, that's not who I am. But at the same time, I was like, wow, does that mean that I can go back to the city and feel safe again? And I started going. I moved back. I fucking love it.
Really? What is it about Juarez that's so much better? What do you love about it?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, of course, I have family now, so that's why we have a house in El Paso, but we rent an apartment in Juarez. But and of course, my family stays the longest time in El Paso. Don't really spend much time in Juarez. But every time I can, I stay there. It's just fucking love it. It's a dangerous animal. I like that of Juarez.
Is it like is you like an adrenaline rush being there?
I guess it's the mix of. I compare it to like imagine you are the owner of a super fucking dangerous lion. It's a lion. It can kill you anytime. But you've known him for fucking ever. And you know he's not gonna kill you. So you're going to jail and you enjoy, like playing with a fucking killing animal that you know he's not gonna kill you, but he might. you know, and you know him so fucking well.
Have you ever heard of that theory? I've heard it talked many times before. So people talk about supposedly a set time and place where everybody's gonna die.
Yeah.
Have you heard that talked about before? And it's like they try to attribute it to people who are just like doing crazy daredevil stunts, like that guy Alex Holland who climbs the mountain with no gear or anything. He just has a bag of chalk in his hands and he climbs these giant like 100-foot cliffs. And they try to figure out why these people just do these incredibly death-defying feats with all the time, and they're still alive, and they seem to have no fear of it. How are you not afraid of dying?
No, I am. The thing is, that's what I get a lot wrong from people. They always assume that I'm not afraid. You know, like that I'm not afraid when I go to these places. I am. I am afraid. I've been afraid most of my fucking life. I am afraid every time I have to go in bed. I'm afraid every time I get a call. All this shit.
You were born in it, so you understand it better than 99.9% of people.
I guess I'm more curious than afraid. You know, I mean, when the lawyer of my son called me, I knew that something, because I was like, this is an answer. Very cool member. Not good news. I'm coming to this show. I knew it. And so I had a choice. I can either don't answer the call or answer the call. If I answer the call, I'm gonna engage in a conversation that I might not want to hear. Might be better or off. But at the same time, it's like, fuck it. I mean, I'm so curious to know who it is and why. The call I just got before getting here, that guy talking about, and I know his number and I have him registered under codes as most of those sorts of, and I know who he was, and I'm serving him, and I'm like, oh, I'm about to leave, I'm about to request my Uber drive to here, and I'm like, let's see what
Do you feel like that you are these guys, like you're the same, you and these guys that are working in the cartels, whether no matter what level they might be at, I feel like that you guys are like the same. It's just that you took one different turn at one point, but you guys are still like everything about you is the same. Like you could have easily have been him, and he could have easily been you.
more than that, I feel like I'm the same as every other fucking human in the world. I think
It's true.
That's my advantage, right? Like we are all a grayscale. There's no bad guy that is fully bad. There's no good guy that is fully good. When you see someone that is portrayed as complete 100% bad person, there's something wrong about that. It's like there's something off. There's something that it's not right and it's not completely true. The same as if you feel that one guy is so fucking good, if he's 100% a good person, there has to be something super fucking awesome. Because that doesn't exist, man. And I know that for a fucking fact. There is no black and white.
Right.
We are all a fucking grayscale. Some of us are a little bit more on the darker side of that grayscale. Some of us more on the wider like scale. But we are, and then that's how I feel about everyone, every single fucking human. I guess they
see the humanity in these people that no one else does.
And I think they perceive that. And they treat them as I would treat everybody fucking else. The president, you a soldier, my friend, you know, like they're not my friends, so I don't talk to them like, hey, amigo, you know.
Right.
I talk to them like with respect. Respecting they're fucking human and that I'm not especially afraid of them for any particular reason. That's what they do for fucking leading. The adults, that's what they chose, and I have nothing to do with that. Right? I'm not pushing them or asking them. I'm just taking them for what they are. It's like, okay, that wasn't fucking good. I'm not judging. And by showing fear, you're judging something. You're judging that you're dangerous, you're violent, you are bad guy, and I'm the good guy because I'm the one afraid of you. And by not having or showing the fear you have, it's like equals. It's like, I mean, I can be that too, man, and you can be good too. Whatever. I don't care about that. Let's talk business. Let's talk what you want to talk about. So,
Does that not frustrate the shit out of you when you see like the main news organizations, especially on TV, talk about everything? Because they talk about everything in black and white. That's the narrative. You got to paint it one. This news organization paints it black. This news organization paints it white, and they all try to just like generalize everything.
yeah, I mean it's frustrating because I'm part of that shit. Like I
Right.
work
That's
for
what I'm
news,
saying. It
yeah.
must be so frustrating.
I work for news outlets, and every time I pitch something, it's not interesting. And every time I know that I'm gonna pitch something that it's interesting, it's because it's over simplistic, right? I mean, I got used to it. I'm used to it, and that's why I'm being more active on my social accounts, on like my Instagram account, to talk about how I really feel about issues, how am I really finding these particular issues with people or stuff, right? Because I mean, one thing is to put up news where you say, "Oh, Chapo was the biggest trafficker in the world," whatever. But when I go on my Instagram or my Twitter, and say like, "Well, he's not really the boss," and try to explain what's behind that news. I try to have I don't know, like live streams like on at least talk about that and like talk about like the latest news and try to go more in depth about all this stuff. That's why I guess I come to shows like yours, like
Yeah.
the other channel, um, trying to set the record straight, right? Because the news are not supposed to be. I mean, they are supposed to, but they're not.
So does the process work where you're pitching stories to just like your contacts in the media, like you have different relationships with different like publications like Vice or Business Insider, and you kind of come up with stories, or do they ever reach out to you and ask you to do reporting?
Both. I guess at the beginning it was more of me preaching a lot.
Okay.
I used to had a like a record of pitching, and I was like, okay, how many stories did I pitch on this week? And I was pitching about 200 stories a month. So I was pitching.
Wow.
And getting 10% of those approved.
How the fuck do you find 200 stories?
There's a lot of fucking stories all over Latin America happening at the same time. So it's just a matter of being aware of how you look that same news that everybody's reporting on and find it. And as a freelancer, you have to be way better than your staffers. Not better in the sense of better terms, but with a different perspective than their staffers. Something their staffers are not tapping, right? Otherwise, they're like, nah, like I already have this guy on my payroll, so I'm gonna go with this story. So you have to bring something new, something different about that story. And it's about how you look at the world. And I think I've always had that look into the world in a different manner than multiple people. And it's just a matter of how I see it and how I perceive stories and how I perceive the world. And so I used to pitch like 15 fucking stories about. Of course, some of the editors were fed up with my pitching. They were like, "Fuck, this is too many fucking stories." Really? So I had to come up with different outlets, right? Like, okay, I'm not gonna pitch 50 stories to Business Insider and 50 to Vice and 50. Okay, I'm gonna find 20 different news outlets and pitch every month a story that's more according to the news page. I know that Vice has a certain style, so they like certain type of stories and Business Insider is different. The daily news is different. TV, Netflix shows. So I started like caring for everyone. I'm a fucking workaholic, so I'm working so
Do they ever like fuck with your stories at all, like the editors, like try to get you to change stuff and make it like sway it, like make it weird?
a lot, and I used to, and somewhere along the way, I lost my willing to push to the right stuff. So
You mean willing to push back
to push
against?
back against some shit. But very recently, I discovered that will to push back and say like, hey, I'm not liking that. I'm not happy with this. I'm happy with that. Or the way you're saying this because it's not necessarily true.
You have Substack, right?
Yeah, I have a Substack account where I post most of the stuff that goes out from my interview, right? Like that interview with Chap's Attorney. with El Chapo's attorney. I think the main thing was to paint a different picture about El Chapo, about Emma Coronel, his wife, and about how the attorney ended up being the attorney of the fucking most notorious drug cartel boss, and about how he felt that the U.S. needs to go against politicians on both sides of the wall, of the border. But when I pitched that, didn't ring answers. It took me something more simplistic, right? We wanted to talk about the role of women in the narco trade. I could speak to that.
The role of women in the narco trade.
How women are stepping in and getting involved in certain places. Other places are high up about the organization, which is pretty cool. But to me, it was like a waste of time talking about that. So yeah,
They want to fit.
Yeah,
they wanted to fit into certain things that they think work for them.
And I think it's cool. I mean, that's their job. I mean, like most of my editors were really respectable people, really respectable journalists. But at the same time, that some stories are not their theme. Right? And instead of like sending them straight to the trash bin, I started a substance. I post most of those stories that don't really make it, or didn't make it like the way I was receiving it. Going wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's the goal, right? Is to be a completely independent, publishing your own shit. Because if I can think about any of the most notable journalists or reporters that I actually think are interesting or pay attention to, they're completely independent. They're not staffers for fucking Business Insider or some Vice. You know what I mean? These guys are completely doing their own thing. They're rogue, in a sense.
Which is fucking hard on the financial side of it. You know, you need to fucking work a lot to make it reasonable. And the thing is, the whole thing about how payments go, because they pay you 30 days later after publication, and you have to submit an invoice and pay your taxes, and sometimes they're late.
I'm talking about Substack. You're talking about the publication. Oh yeah.
So it's you have to be a fucking mastermind of the accounting to have your accounts on check and not face money gaps. You know? So at the beginning when I started freelancing like 10 years ago, I faced a lot of fucking money gaps. My money flow was not well organized, and sometimes I was like, what the fuck? I have zero fucking money for the whole month. That's fucking crazy. And then I started like working on setting better prices for my stories, saying no to publications that I want to low volume, and being more smart about invoicing, like having a fucking whole thing organized. This is the day that I should invoice, and I'm getting paid up to the next month. Right. So I need to put more stories to the next month. So
it's a hard thing to balance. We just want to like go do the fun shit.
Yeah,
I just want to be creative and do cool shit. I don't want to fucking worry about
totally, because you're tied up and on with talking with these people, trying to set up universe, traveling, and other shit. And then after that, you're still gonna have to go to all the financial stuff, getting paid, invoices, taxes, all that shit. So it's a lot of
grind,
fucking work.
man.
Yeah, man. So it's a lot of fucking work.
When did fentanyl first come on the scene in Mexico? I mean, I know it's been going on for at least since 2015, but over the last 2 years especially, I feel like the fentanyl thing, the opioid and the overdoses with fentanyl have been just skyrocketing.
The thing is, the crazy fucking thing is, fentanyl, it's a story in the US. It's not a story in Mexico. Because fentanyl is not saying in Mexico. No one is doing fentanyl in Mexico. No one is consuming fentanyl in Mexico. If you go to any city, like Ciudad Juarez or Culiacán or Monterrey, or whichever city you go, Cancun or whatever, and try to get a pill of it, you're not going to get anything.
Can't find it, not even in Monterrey. Dude, funny story about Monterrey. I have a bunch of Mexican friends, and they taught me, I used to know Spanish like very well. Like I could speak it, I could hold a conversation, like somewhat at least. And I would try to convince, like I'd bet my buddies, but I bet you I could convince him I'm Mexican. And I would get little tips like, how can I convince this dude I'm Mexican? He goes, just say soy de Monterrey. All the white Mexicans are from Monterrey.
Of course, yeah. You could easily play that out. It's fun. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's impossible to get pills because the same criminal organization have it prohibited, right? You can't sell fentanyl in Mexico. It's all through export.
Well, the fentanyl in the U.S. is like hidden though, right? Like it's not, you're not actually buying fentanyl. People who are dying are trying to buy other shit that's cut with fentanyl.
Yes, exactly. But there's two ways fentanyl is getting into the U.S. One, it's pure fentanyl, where they ship pure fentanyl so people in the U.S. can collect their own shit.
They're manufacturing.
Well, no, they're manufacturing. Well, they're getting it from China.
Well, they're manufacturing like the pills and shit.
Exactly, yeah. And the other is the actual pills or heroin or coke laced with fentanyl and shipped into the U.S.
Here's one thing I don't fucking get. There's no way people are intentionally cutting coke with fentanyl.
I don't think so.
Because it's the complete polar opposite drugs. If you want to keep selling your coke and you're giving people coke with fentanyl, I mean, you're not going to keep your client for very long.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. At some point, I was convinced that was a myth, that coke mixed with fentanyl, because I found no proof. But then I found proof in the U.S. of U.S. law enforcement started sending these results from analysis, drug tests, where coke was being mixed with fentanyl. But I think, and I'm guessing, that has to be unintentional.
Yeah, exactly. I read an article and I saw a guy was basically, I guess he was just going around doing coke in different cities or asking coke or testing coke from different cities. And I think what the analysis was is the people who are buying like shit from the street, like the shitty stuff from like low-level drug dealers who are selling. You have low-level drug dealers who are selling cheap shit to poor people, and these guys are selling coke and heroin to the same people, and they're cutting it on the same fucking table. So they're accidentally getting a little bit of fentanyl in the coke. But the people who are like the rich people who are buying it from high-level people who don't mix, these guys aren't selling heroin. They're just selling coke. You're not going to get it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I think is happening. There's no fun. I mean, it wouldn't really make sense to go you cope with fentanyl, right?
Right.
But I mean, on my own experience, I've never found someone who was actually telling me like we're cutting coke with fentanyl. I have never. And then there's this craziest story about weed laced with fentanyl.
Weed laced with fentanyl, right?
And it's like how and why? You know, I don't know. It's it might be happening. Not that I'm aware of. So I keep reading stories, but it's always from sketchy news outlets that they're putting out these super fucking.
So the people in the U.S. that are dying, the large majority of people who are dying from fentanyl, what is it? How is that happening? Are they intentionally taking fentanyl, or is it just
the vast majority? It's an intentional overdose of taking something that is laced. Usually, this fucking pale fake Percocets, the fake glucose.
Yeah.
That shit. I went to a laboratory in Sinaloa of fake Percocets, and it's. I mean, it's crazy how that shit is, how the manufacturing is in a small companies. I was in one of those biggest labs 2 years ago in Mexico, and the thing used to be very big. It was a huge lab in the outskirts of Culiacan. So it was like outdoors. With huge fucking rails of precursors and shit. And they would do huge fucking matches like paste, but they would turn into feel fresh to feel flavor. But then apparently these years, like 9 years, ordered the whole fucking industry to make smaller labs all over the city. More labs, smaller. So if they will get busted, they would just find a lab and they would use that small amount.
Right.
So I went there last year to one of these small new labs, and I mean, they don't even know what they're fucking getting. Right? They just got a Chinese chemist straight from China to teach them how to fucking cook pills, mixed fentanyl, because everything in all the conversion was coming straight from China.
So who's sending the Chinese chemist?
Chinese trials, which is pretty sure all of them.
And who's paying this fucking chemist?
The Sinaloa.
The cartel's paying it.
Both cartels, Sinaloa and Cartel Jalisco, are paying like the same group in China. These Chinese chemists can come here or come into Mexico, and they teach both on different places and different dates and everything. Exactly. But it's the same guys that are showing people how to do this shit. And it's crazy. So I went into one of these labs, and
Is this one of the labs you went to?
yeah, exactly. That's the lab I was. The lab I was last year.
Wow.
And that's one of the Sinaloa chemists that was recently shown by this Chinese chemist on how to cook this food.
So this was a Chinese guy?
No, that was a Mexican guy, but he learned straight from this Chinese guy. He told me how. He basically said like it was like the Chinese came here, and he was like, I'm gonna be here for 3 months, and you're just gonna watch how we do shit every single time that we batch. You're just gonna watch, and after 3 months, you're gonna be on test. You're gonna make a test for me. And if you're ready, and we ship that ship to the U.S., the ship sells, and customers are happy with it and everything, then you're ready. Otherwise, you can see. So that's how that guy learned how to make kids. He's like, okay, after 3 months, he stopped, and he said like, okay, you're flying solo. I started cooking. He just watched and watched and watched. I made a whole batch. We shipped it over, and the shit was good. They have a tank that I show in the video how they test the pills for quality. And apparently they use a foil paper, aluminum paper, and then they put the peel. They start burning the paper, and the peel slides. That means it's a good quality peel. And if the peel gets stuck, that means it's a shitty batch.
Now, is this because the fentanyl is cheaper than what they used to use?
Yeah, I mean,
What do they used to use? Opium?
yeah, they used to do heroin.
Heroin.
But fentanyl, it's not that it's cheaper, but it's you have to use lots of it to make it like super fucking strong. They have added to the city every test with as well. So they give me PO2 and
That's got to be a crazy thing, making a giant batch of those things. Like, dude, if you could just put a little bit too much fentanyl in there.
actually one of these helpers, of these, he's testing the PO for quality.
Oh, is this what he said when you in the slot?
So that other guy in the yellow,
No, we're good.
that guy in the yellow thing, he was just out of the hospital because they fucked up with a pack of fentanyl or pure fentanyl. What they do is when I was there and when they were gonna throw the fentanyl into the mix, they asked me to go as far as I could from them, and I was wearing a fucking mask, like a color mask, not like that,
Right.
like a face mask for COVID or whatever. It was like these gas masks that
Like
were wearing.
Breaking Bad.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And they were like, "Can you get away as far as back as you can?" Because and they closed the windows, they sealed everything. Because they were like, "If we pour the fentanyl, the powder, and you inhale some of this shit, you fucking." The guy in yellow was still shaking because he was just out of the hospital because he fucked up and he inhaled. Like basically, he threw too fast the powder, so the dust came up. He lifted some dust. He inhaled that. 7 days in coma.
Oh my god.
And that was the day that he was just out. So he was like, when they put the fucking fentanyl into the mix, they opened it like super slowly and threw it, and he was like super fucking scared to do that shit. And then they started mixing the shit and passing. The only thing that they don't let me record was the pressing. They were like super sketchy about the machine, about the pressing. I was like, that's in fucking Amazon. It's super cheap and easy to find. Why? It's like, I don't know, man. My boss told me specifically, you're not going to record the precursor. They allowed me to record the whole fucking precursor, the whole fucking thing, the whole apps and everything. But
So all of the actual raw fentanyl, all of it, 100% comes from China.
yeah, 100%. Yeah. Sometimes it comes from Germany, but coming from China. So it went out from China, stuck in Germany to some organizations in Germany, and that was shipped over to Mexico coast called Montenegro.
Now, has anyone ever tried to figure out who specifically in China they're getting it from?
I mean, I'm getting a lot of stuff from them, but most of them are saying triads, and then they keep sending names of the triads and stuff. But then I'm talking with a guy that he used to be like I don't know if it's something like an undercover working for some U.S. sketchy organization in China. He was recently blacklisted, so he had to go out from China. He's living in Taiwan because he was looking into that shit. And he told me that it's the government, the Chinese government. It's like it's the Chinese Communist Party that it's allowing this shipments.
So is this like, I guess the big conspiratorial question, is this like China trying to get revenge for the opium war that happened between the British like sold tons of opium to China like way back in the day, and like really fucked up China.
I don't know if it's revenge, but honestly, it looks like, it seems like a conspiracy theory. You know, like when I talk about that, everybody's like, well, that sounds a little bit of a conspiracy theory, but also sort of like racist, right? And I'm not trying to be either both. I'm trying to be very objective for what I've seen with my own eyes and reported with my own sources. And
well, if you were China,
yeah.
And wouldn't that be a great way to attack your opponent?
That's the only way they're fucking diminishing the power of the West. That's their only way in the West, right? Mexico's having these new or renewed diplomatic relations with China, commercial relations with China. China is opening more to Mexico financially and economically. We have more diplomatic relationship with China than before with this new government. China is sending diplomatic people to three governments like Nicaragua that are openly socialist and blacklisted by the U.S., Venezuela. So they're making their moves everywhere the U.S. is fucking up. And that includes Mexico. The relationship between Mexico and the U.S. has never been
really.
Yeah, and it's awful. It's never been that bad. Not even during the Trump administration, that was pretty hard on immigration in Mexico. I mean, this time around, with this administration, that relationship is going south super fucking quick. In every single issue, but specifically on security. Cooperation between both countries, it's shitty. I can't say it's not for the best, maybe for Mexico. I understand what the Mexican administration is trying to do, just gain independence and say, like, okay, my issues, I'm going to take care of my issues, and you take care of yours, because your help has not helped very much, right? Funding the fucking drug cartels, shipping drugs in exchange for fighting the guerrillas back then and all that shit. It's not working for us, right? For Mexico. And I understand that. But at the same time, we have to keep certain diplomacy rights and relationships, especially because we're so tied together. And these administrations closing, they just closed this special union in Mexico, handled by the DEA, that has been going for forever. And that was the union that
now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Where's the golf cart? There it is. Pay for what you need.
The DEA had forever, for years, had a operation installed involved in Mexico, and the Mexican government just asked him to take up the
Wild West. Guys,
he ate
this is a
some out of
history
Mexican.
podcast. Serious. Let's talk presidents.
So they had to. It's pretty hard for them to act against the West. The U.S. arrested
Let's talk Washington.
top artifacts in Mexico, and Mexico had to break in and rescue them
Adams, Jackson,
and set them free.
Van Buren,
So they
Harris,
Mexico got in full-on government to say
Tyler,
we need to give us back same players. She's like the guy
Taylor,
arrested for helping this little
Pierce,
was
Buchanan,
arrested under
Lincoln,
custody.
Johnson,
What is
Hayes,
Out every single
Folks,
Garfield,
unprecedented. Listen.
Cleveland, Harrison,
That's the
Cleveland,
Mexico's going.
McKinley, Roosevelt,
And China's watching all
Taft, Wilson,
They're like, oh, we're fighting with the US, so let's be friends.
Coolidge,
Dude, that's fucking scary.
It's crazy.
So essentially, the entire Mexican government is controlled by the cartels.
Hoover,
Yes. I think right now it's really hard.
How much influence do they have on the very top, like the president? Like how much influence is there?
I think a lot. I think a lot. More than everybody thinks. I'm not saying that it's like they call the president said what to do, but they definitely have to understand pressure.
Trump,
Taking out people, foreign people into certain strategic places. Like let's say the Mexican government is trying to open a new oil refinery.
studied for that all night? Took a half hour. It's pretty good. Yeah, I had to keep
So
practicing.
the bad guys will go
I was
and
doing it.
kill the whole
Do you like vice president?
shoot his whole mechanism, kill
Adams. Are you seriously gonna try? I could kill it. I
stuff
think I
like
can use a piece of
pressure
trivia.
to do
And don't look it up.
to hand them contracts
The quiz question. Who is Johnson? Dwayne Johnson's vice president.
apartment complex. They're making a lot of money. Legal contracts of construction specifically for roads that we
Was it your mother?
they're like, we need these roads. And the people are like, oh, this is fucking
There's a history podcast. Yeah.
it's pressure from government on the you feel like you have to.
Jones
And that we're gonna get contracts.
So they own the construction company that's building the roads. They're somehow getting a percentage or extorting them somehow.
I give a good percentage of the whole construction in Mexico is handled by
famous picture of him on the plane. That was he called it right before that.
it's crazy, man. That's I mean, it's up to the point where it's really hard to say
So sorry.
that
He said
the government.
I never mentioned
So what do you how do you handle that? How does the U.S. handle that? Like especially when not only is it a fucking narco state, but when you have China siphoning fentanyl through there, it's like a proxy or just like a Trojan horse to get fentanyl in the United States, which is fucking up young people and killing a lot of fucking people in the country.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a fucking question I make myself like every time. But I guess the U.S. does better to a country than it's out.
there's a kind of something
There.
in that word that goes on.
Right.
They stay away from it. It's better for that. Because, I mean,
Unlike Ukraine.
I know that's because they're a war, full of war, right? That's actually a war. It's not a threat, a serious threat or something like that.
Right. What would it be if the U.S. had $6 billion in weapons?
Exactly.
Would it be a war?
Yeah, well, yeah, who knows? But how would Afghanistan end up? Couldn't end up
It's crazy, like 1776, the year the war
Honduras,
shut all that insane shit. It's crazy that people kept expecting the army to flee.
Cuba.
But they hung in there
Every
with
single one of those
It's not like they were like,
every
we're
single
faking
one of those
America. That's
has
coming later.
had a lot of
They had no
immigration
fucking idea.
intervention from the U.S. trying to help.
So he's
And
as
all
good
of
as
those
they
countries
were,
are
basically.
do
It's not
that.
like you picture him on this horse like talking.
And it's becoming and it's backlashing.
You know, like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech to a whole army, there's 3 guys in here, and the rest are like, what is it? What's the they're all shitting. Yeah, it's like,
yeah, like basically the U.S. trying to help us and fucking help is backlashing.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
No one heard any of that speeches. So
Is anyone else talking about this thing about how all this stuff is coming from China? Is any like someone reporting on that mainstream? I haven't seen that anywhere. I thought it really started.
The great thing he did was, you know, when it was time to go. It was like they think that a lot of them wanted him to be king. A lot of them wanted him to be president. He's the one who said that they wanted him to be Adam, wanted him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency. They went by his excellency, and he said, Mr. President. No, Jeff was the first Mr. President. You haven't watched it.
There's no definitive proof, obviously. That's their intention. But if it was their intention, that's what they would do, right?
According to the HBO series about John Adams.
What you need is proof, right? And you will need a proof of the
Washington
Chinese
said,
government.
I want Mr. President.
Maybe he did, but he went by his excellency. The reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. And back then, that kind of
He was like,
You
how I
can
met
have
Bill.
a proof.
yeah, because like he'd rather just have germaphobe. I think he wasn't germaphobe as much as he just was
And
like,
why is he not?
this does command some respect. Because this is the first time in his life he started being criticism. Really? Because when he was a general,
But
whenever
in Mexico, and
outside of big news, this guy's a
By
fucking
the way, president, like to talk about that word for a second, what a president is, like just an overall
shipping
president.
fucking drugs to every single one
What I love about presidents
But
is
fentanyl
that it's a
to
human being, it's a
Fentanyl's
person.
not shit to you.
And to me, like it's like you know, like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. You know what I mean? Yeah, like they don't teach the Bible as religious subjects. They teach it as like what it's done for history and what the stories are about. You know, that kind of thing. I look at the U.S. president and say, well, I don't have a political view about any of them. I just think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the word by itself, like your word president is nothing. It's not. You're not a leader.
That goes everywhere.
You're not a ruler. You preside. I mean, that's literally what it means. Is that there's a whole group of people
Amount of coke gone down
that are
as like the
running
amount
the
of money
government by the
and
people's will, and you
the
preside.
volume of cocaine
You just
being
happen to
trafficked
be there. It's like in the Senate, whenever they show people in the Senate speaking, they always say Mr. President
The U.S.
or
also
overhead.
has funding.
And they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president. It's literally the
Which is
president of
not
the Senate.
the
But it's whoever takes the chair that day.
Colombia
Who's
government.
presiding? It's an incidental title.
They even arrested this guy who was like a chopper.
It's chosen for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about how they bring
when did they send Turbo today? Because he had just left.
Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's get this going. Let's get this started. There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress, and they were trying to get him to king himself.
So
And he
they're
was
getting all the
apparently
big
really
bosses
vain about it. He wore
and
glasses,
the
so when they ever
organizations
saw him with glasses on, and so
maybe it's because of
that's supposed to be his
COVID.
shot.
Maybe it's so long
Because then he took out his glasses and he said, like,
COVID
I
definitely
fear I didn't see
skyrocketed.
for what you were. That was supposed to be this big moment.
And it's the same.
Like the thing
It's
for like he was
kind
like
of
hoping
violent.
he
Have you
missed.
been to Colombia?
It's like, I
Is it the
fear
same?
I
What's the main difference
see
between like the cartels in Colombia and the cartels in Mexico?
I think Colombia is. I think Mexico
like he
is
came the
Colombia.
whole thing on this moment. See what I'm saying? They're like, George,
Meaning it's more.
Colombia
You should not
got so many drug trafficking problems. So fucking infected. Pablo Escobar, who used to
he
be
wasn't,
like
again, none of these people knew the
congressman,
future. He didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war America. He thought we were a dumb fucking, like, what?
Also the guerrillas
Like if
used to be
Louisiana became a separate nation, the first president of Louisiana might be like, you guys, I would love to one term.
which is basically Cartel del Golfo.
Like hang in there.
but they say that
Adams. Okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys. I like founding father. I like Adams from the show. I love doing that. It's a great politics. I read his biography. I listened to it. As a president,
the Farge,
he was not a great president, not at all. It shows everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. He did very important and gutsy things. And he was also the only one of those guys who was not he was a poor farmer. He was his education, his made changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience, you know, where he was, you know, had a decent farm, but not much. But he made his brain work, and he excelled in
Gorilla. You said it the proper way.
Yeah, Gorilla, exactly. So all of these Gorilla groups, I mean, they're not. They're prostitutes. These guys, we're not. Mexico's
great. I'm not judging any of them, but he was of limited use because he was intrigued by America.
I don't know if you've read these
He never would have shed a fucking any blood or sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested. He had a huge brain. So he lended when he felt like he was also full of shit, you know, like he was supposedly invented electricity, but some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography. He saw
doing certain actions. And so you look at that guy, and you look at what's happening in Mexico. He's like, dude, we're in the final fucking phase of these guys becoming an army for mixed insurgency. This is like a drug trafficking / insurgency group operating in Mexico. They're not only cartels. That's why I usually used to call them cartels or drug cartels. It's more like organized. They're wearing military vests with military vests. They have armed groups, which is one of the requirements. You have leadership, and then you have a circle
because he has no judgment of himself. So he's the only
and
guy
then outside you have
it's kind of careful. But like he tells the story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman kind of guy. He befriended, and the guy had a woman. He wanted to marry a maiden, but he didn't have a position. And he didn't have his own home yet.
So people today,
and his mother didn't want to have him for all his logistics, but it was that he asked Benjamin if he could bring his wife into his house so that they could marry, and he said sure. And he said that she moved into my home, and then I took it of my pleasure to, you know, to partake of her sexually, and she spurred my advances, so I threw her out, and that was the end of their marriage. And I never saw him again. He was real upset.
One of the articles that we wrote was
I know I
about
put
the
both
problems
lives were
with
destroyed.
getting guns, dealing with the gun
Southern like he
manufacturers
just
in the
talks,
US.
he did awful
There was
things to
some
people.
sort of law that had to get passed to sort of restrict the amount of guns being tracked. Like the NRA had something going on. The NRA had some sort of thing going on with gun manufacturers where they were able to illegally ship guns into Mexico.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Mexico is almost
By the way, you want a drink?
Yeah.
I had alcohol earlier. It's whiskey. It's actually not bad. Pretty good. It's like single malt whiskey.
So it's really hard to
Like it's strain wise.
He would just go like, my
to
wife
get a
is
gun,
dead,
right?
whatever
The
bullshit.
legal.
And he would get on his horse and just leave, because also he was a man of great wealth and he had his life
But
in
if you try to
Monticello
get a
and
gun
Virginia
illegally,
was, we'll
you
get to
have
him, but
like
the point is that Adams was just a
Get
dog
fucked up and talk about Narcos.
working. He was the only
that's why I'm here. Not to drink water and talk
Yeah,
about
for real.
three of them in
Should
Madison.
offer it earlier.
But he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this
Wow,
shit
that's good.
started.
So yeah, I mean, and again, only the bad guys know. are having guns.
Also, what Adams did
They are
is
the only ones
he took the Constitution of
If I want to
Massachusetts,
get
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
they say there is a way
It's
to
like the most liberal document in the world. Because Adams was like, he's like, I'm going to get everything that I couldn't get done.
and if you get approved,
The
it's just going to
American
be like a
Constitution
small
of doing
thing.
this.
Whatever.
And there's
these
stuff
guys
in
are
there
doing
about
fucking
Jews having rights. There's even some about gay people. Like he was into like gay rights of Jews.
And it's like, what am I going to do
Pretty
with
gay.
a fucking time gun?
That video you sent me of those like kids and foot soldiers running out 50 caliber
He's a
snipers.
Jewish rights except
What the fuck are you going to do if the Mexican government is allowing you to carry a handgun against all those fucking guns, right? So that's for one side. And the other side, Mexico is pushing along to sue most U.S. gun manufacturers, trying to blame them for the whole shit that's going on in Mexico. So the Mexican government would say, you are as responsible as the criminal for what is happening to Mexico, because you know that you have to back better the people that is selling guns.
So he started arresting journalists.
The U.S.
Started,
government.
well, because he got the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that it was the Democrat was Jefferson.
I honestly think
going
that's
like
a political
whatever it
stunt
takes to win.
from the
It's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people, the people who are like, we gotta get this right, we gotta sell our good ideas and convince people we're right.
Wow,
But then
he's
the
the
other guys
only
were
one
like,
stepping up.
we just gotta take office, we just need to win. And nerds lose that
Which I
fight. Adams
don't
was
do
the
anything that's going to
first.
do something.
Are the U.S. manufacturers selling directly to the cartels?
No, directly. Well, not like that. Not like they're shipping shit tons of guns directly to cartels and shit.
They're getting like massive fucking orders. Ship lots of guns to organizations or companies in Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Not only in Mexico, but also in the U.S. because they are allowed to, right? But if they were to really vet who's getting the guns, especially very specific shit, so a shit ton of fucking AKs, a shit ton of fucking AR-15s, a shit ton of 50 calls. That should be enough to raise the alarm and say, like, okay, let's have a look at who's buying all this shit from us. Right?
Maybe we should look. I mean,
And
check their fucking ID or something, or background.
because when you look at them, and I had a look at the fucking list and said, like, okay, so this is supposed to be a company that is selling guns out of whatever. Then you go, it's a small house, Paso, in East El Paso, from a single fucking guy who's sitting outside a store. And just sitting like that and selling guns to everyone.
They would have to do the least amount of work possible to actually do any sort of research to find out this is like a 500 square foot shack.
Easy.
I know, they're probably, it's like $1 billion gun order.
So, and when I met that guy, he's a Mexican guy, we call Luis. And I was like, so here's the, I don't know, I can't remember the name of it. Guns company? So, yeah. He's like, what is your house? He's like, yeah, man, I'm allowed. And I'm like, so you have a permit? He's like, yeah, I just need to send the list of buyers to the ATF every month. And I'm like, dude, but what if I come here and ask you to get 2 AKs, 550 calls? Are you allowed to do that? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, as long as you give me your IDs. And I'm like, dude, but are you aware that most of those fucking guns are going to end up in Mexico? He's like, dude, I have clients from whatever. I don't ask questions. I just give you an ID. And I send it to ATF, and there's an issue. ATF will reach out to me and say, like, hey, someone bought these guys. And I asked him, like, has it happened? He's like, yeah. And then what happened? Nothing. I mean, I'm just selling guns. Let's see, I understand what you're saying, but still.
So how long, I mean, the question is how long until fucking they start buying nukes for the U.S.?
I don't even
Do you think cartels ever buy nukes?
no, but I don't think they need to, man. I think they have more than fucking enough to get it all underneath. I mean, it's super fucking
Even small nukes.
Yeah.
Like, we'll take out your state, or we'll take out your city, if you fuck with us.
They don't fucking need to. That's the thing. They can't take the whole fucking city they want. Only by the amount of people. Look at what happened when they tried to capture El Chapo's son. They got Mexican government went full fucking on with a lot of fucking on. guys, helicopters, everything, tanks, like on what? To capture one guy that is 30 years old. And when they got him, he just made a call, and hundreds of fucking soldiers came out from nowhere, from fucking sewers, from houses around, and they made paralyzed the whole fucking city. They started killing people. They went into the maximum security prison to 300 of fucking people and armed all of them. All of them like started getting armed and go against the army. They went into the army base and army base with a gun. They went there and tied a lot of grenades and mines to the gas tanks of where the families of the soldiers were living. And they're like, okay, man, if you don't let our guy go, we're gonna blow the whole fucking military base with the cannon. They paralleled the whole fucking city, and that happened in like what, 3 hours? They had to let that guy go. So they set him free. So if they want, take the whole fucking city without the use of anything else, but they are
God damn, bro, that is so crazy. Where is El Chapo's son now?
in Culiacan. He's living in the outskirts of Culiacan. So of course, if I knew I would be getting myself $5 million fucking
You knew where?
Yeah, because that's
That's the $5 million question.
yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's
What if you had the opportunity to like go what if they were like, we gotta fucking put a bag over your head, we gotta tie you up and throw you in the fucking bottom of a truck?
Wouldn't be the first time I went to a place like that, like all like the shit in my head. Places like that.
Even the places where they had to like really blindfold you and take you there by yourself.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, but you just said that you would take the $5 million. So what was that?
No. Hey, if you're watching this, I'm not taking the $5 million. I'm taking your interview.
He definitely watches this podcast. What was the story? There was a story about you were in a safe house or somewhere, and there was like they ordered tacos.
So that's the time where they purchased. I went to meet one of the catechism he got arrested, and he's accused of killing Kiki Kano. Although most of my sources said that he was not catechism. That's the story of Marcos. Although the last night.
Yeah. So this guy, how do you say his name again? El Caro Quintero. So he's still running around and he's still pretty active.
He was in jail for several years.
After he got busted after the Kiki.
Exactly. That's murder, and then he was in jail, and then he was set free for 2 hours. The judge said he submitted a motion, and the judge was like, yeah, you're totally right. Kiki Camarena was not a federal official person in Mexico, because that's where he got some years. He was not operating as a federal, he was undercover, he was in the US, so he was just like a citizen. He was still a regular citizen, a foreign citizen in Mexico. And he worked for the DA, but under the Mexican law, he was not officially a federal agent in Mexico, or a Mexican federal agent.
That's what he used that status to stay undercover.
Exactly. So he just basically killed a foreigner in Mexico, and he served that time for that crime. They set him free. 2 hours later, he's like, oh shit, no, my bad. We did that.
His lady was the first lady, Dolly Madison. That was like really like.
And like I remember when he showed that footage and they interviewed him, he was just like nonchalant, smiling, laughing and giggling, very like matter of fact, answering the question like he fuck you that way. He seemed young back then. What year was that? It was 87?
And it was a recent interview. He was like 3 or 4 years ago. He was just speaking a Mexican journalist found him
Madison gets 4 years to do like, dude,
he's
you're
like, in a place that doesn't matter. He's saying like, I'm just fun. You do what I do, so I push it. And I was not involved in anything. I never even knew that
So Jefferson was the shield of luck.
So is that, we're getting a little bit off track. That audio of, they recorded the audio of torturing this
So Madison takes some of the flag because everybody was calling Jefferson.
Is that audio available
So he's like, you know
for
what?
the public?
Let's do
So
it.
no one's ever heard
So
it.
America
I
just declares war.
described the audio by
Narrator's name, and he immediately marches down to the birds, Washington, D.C.
By Hector. So Hector is
And burns the White House. He slides crying blood.
So did they have the actual full audio version of that when they made the documentary? Like they didn't even have it.
Shitty.
Okay. They just had like people
Washington,
snapping.
D.C.
exactly, yes.
was literally a swamp. It was a
And
shit.
so yeah, anyways, I went to visit like a source of mine
War of
and they
1812.
can
They fucked it up. Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all
to
that
talk
shit.
with
Battle
one
of
of
New
the
Orleans.
Scott.
We smashed them out in New Orleans with, what's his name? Jackson. Yeah. Jackson, they were fighting the
So I
Battle of
went
New
there
Orleans.
and I was staying in Nogales
Oh, really?
and
Yeah.
he called me to meet him up in a place called Cabot.
January. And he
2
was still
hours
fighting. Yeah. Once you get to Jackson,
from Nogales.
his friend.
But it was like 11
So it was probably
p.m. And they called me and said like, hey, you need to
first.
talk to
So
him.
all of a sudden, America, that's our
He was
first
like,
war
okay, so
as a
if you
country.
want, we'll do
Yeah.
it.
So
And
now
it
America's
drove
not
to
where that
fucking
because England was just
all
taking
the
pot shots
questions
of
and all
England,
that.
which is
So
pork and
that's
shit.
pretty close.
Outside
And
of
of course,
like,
we
you
got
know,
like,
Baltimore or wherever. It's
so
just starting even fucking
back,
fireball.
so going 2 hours
For no
later.
reason,
So
like,
we
you know, we're
stayed there
Hudson,
for
New York. It's a town of Hudson.
and
It
then
has a
drove
weird
all the way back.
maritime feeling to it. It looks
So
like
next time,
Nantucket. And that's because it's all
call me
people
out
from
to
Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket. And in the 1810s, the British would just park
it was
ship
like 4
and just
times
set
like
houses
that.
on fire for
And
fucking
the 5th
fun.
night, that's
So all the people that lived in that town
Went back for 5
found
fucking nights.
Yeah.
they
That's
founded
going
Hudson.
back and forth.
And they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they drag a whale
And then on
up
the
the
5th
Hudson
night,
River,
he showed up
and
in
they
a
would
beautiful
slaughter it
Tacoma.
and then send it down the river. It's a great way to send
And he was
whale
like,
meat
I
and
do a
oil
sure
down to here, New York City,
white guy.
and that established a
So
hub
like,
in New York,
father.
and upper New York State Hudson.
He's American?
Yeah, he's American, but I mean, well, he's a Mexican, so he's a U.S. citizen.
Diamond Street was like the
But
first
he happened
four
to be
streets.
Wales.
Hudson became a place
Okay, so
for
you're
farmers
swing on her ass.
to bring their
Basically.
herds and get laid and get, just
And we started talking, and
gamble
I had an interview with him.
and have their
Like, full
animals
interview.
slaughtered and brought down
Talking
here.
about what he was doing,
Most of them.
how he was involved with his hotel.
Anyway, so that's what was going on. That's how much
And then he told me,
things
well,
like just
so
English,
you want
one
to go and
English
move
ship,
to the
love
warehouse.
and fireballs changes a ton of things. And they finally needed it to stop
Give
it.
me another call. When basically the guy. We started driving. I knew exactly where we were because I had fucking driven that road 5 nights in a row. So I knew every single bump, every single turn, right? So we were we went into a small town called
They signed a treaty after 2 years.
between where I was staying
English stopped harassing us. Yeah, when we declared war,
Yeah.
they came over.
Not, I don't know
We
exactly
kinda
where,
fucked
but
them
I
up,
knew
though.
we were
Looked at the
somewhere
casualty
deep
numbers,
into
it was like
the
double. That doesn't
And then
matter.
he showed
It
me
is
like
what it
these
is.
small
Of course, but I always knew
and
them
he
dying.
like, that's the warehouse. So I entered
Because they
the
got over here,
house,
they all died.
and there was nothing, just like a normal house.
Yeah, got fucked up. It was hard. And they were like, yes, we can't
Where's
afford
the,
to
you
fight
have no
this.
drugs here?
We're
Like,
fighting the
and I was
French
like, it's
troops.
fucking full, bro.
That brings us to Monroe.
Where? On the
Monroe's
roof?
kind of thing.
And it was like, open the way. So these guys started like sweeping the road. So like
He came up
sweeping
with
the
the Monroe
road.
Doctrine, which is neutrality.
And then
We got the Americans.
people
They won't fuck with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain.
Or-
Europe was going to come back and take us. So that was all the sorts of all our problems was these other fucking European countries getting involved in our wars. So he was the first guy to go, yeah, we're
never want to negotiate at all.
full of stuff.
It was that's kind of what they're saying was that's like the most lasting policies of any of the founding fathers was like American neutrality in Europe. You have your wars, stay the fuck out. Obviously,
And they had the whole
years.
competition.
Added Florida, Monroe got Florida from the Spanish. So the reason that happened though was
So we recorded the whole fucking thing. It was for a show called
Florida, and Monroe was sending a guy out for force or whatever.
Yeah, so it was pretty
But it was taking 8 days to say leave
So we
Florida.
filmed the
We're
whole
trying
fucking
to
thing. Then we went out. I don't smoke weed.
a price,
But
but
the
Monroe
two
said
guys
we don't
that I
want
was
Florida
with,
anymore. They're asking the Spanish owners. We can't afford to buy it. I
they
can't
both
justify
do
it.
smoke.
I'm not going to get it from Congress.
They're from the youth.
And Jackson was
And
right
they were
back
like,
and saying, I'm just going to
this
take it.
fucking weed smells good.
I'm just
And I
going to
told
take
him,
it
like, hey, my
militarily.
guys said,
We're
we
going to
smell
attack.
good. It's like, yeah, have it. So we
Monroe said,
grabbed a bunch of fucking weed. And was like, throw it to you. It's all yours.
No
So
way.
these guys started like rolling and smoking, and we're like having fun, and we're like, that's pretty cool. And it's like, a cool man, I'm like, why do you smoke?
And
I'm
then
like,
he showed up
oh, yeah,
in DC. I was like, right, that was good.
It's DEA.
exactly. So yeah, we're just like waiting for them to finish their fucking film, and I was having a pickup and then he had got a call with his radio. They usually
There's two generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. Just did shit without permission, and then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, wasn't that the plan all along? Yes, it was the plan all along.
And he started like,
So you got that, but this is interesting because Monroe was the first part
sort
that
of, can you guys please give me your IDs?
starts to take
And I'm like,
real issue because it was
yeah, I'll go, just give me your IDs. So, alright, so I'm in my
state.
Cameraman, you Rick is speaking Spanish.
Yeah, so every just
So
every
I had to tell him, like, hey guys, we need to handle it.
Oh, you got
They're like, why?
yeah,
And
that's
I'm
what we
like,
had
not really sure, but just play by his rules and see what happens.
John Quincy
Okay.
Adams. Yeah, so John
Give me
Quincy
the
Adams
passport.
was Secretary of State.
Handed over the
John
passport
Quincy
to my
Adams had a big
cousin.
role in
And he's like, are you from Juarez? And I'm like, yeah, I was born in Juarez.
and he had a big role in that
So why
compromise.
didn't you
That
have
was a
a
big
Juarez?
part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams is a fucking fascinating guy. I read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries, so we know a lot about
You know
those
what?
guys.
Please?
But
I'm
he
trusting
was.
you. So
He
the first
traveled with his
guy who's
father.
gonna go
He
out
was like the last
tonight
link
is
to
gonna be
the
you.
Great
Because
Revolution.
if something
Because
happens
he
to
was
me
with his
right now,
father when he went.
it's
They
gonna
took him to
be so I'm not gonna go after
France.
those guys.
He
I'm
ended
gonna
up
go
being a
after you.
diplomat. He
I'm
was the
gonna go
first
into fucking mess.
American
Those guys. Although they're gonna get what
ambassador
they
to
deserve,
Russia.
but I'm gonna go
Same
after
years
you
from
because
Russia.
you're gonna be.
And him
And
and
I was
his
like,
wife
yeah,
were
and
involved in
after
that.
your source, which was
Kind of
called
revolution.
and after Luis, the guy,
But he was in Russia way back then. He was like a slave to
and I was like, well, what
countries over
happened?
there
He was like,
were like
I have
Russia.
three things to do.
And
They
he
are
was he
homeboy
traveled
of
all
federal
over. He traveled more than any like human
they
being
already
back
crossed the
then.
second.
And he went across the ocean several times. So like
The
something
third
like
thing
12
of
times back and
security is
forth.
just like you.
They're an amazing
So
guy.
if we see
His
them
humble
here,
guy.
getting across that, we're gonna engage into a shootout.
And that's
And that means that they're following you. I'm gonna assume that they're following you.
He won the popular vote
Dude,
by a greater
I
margin
mean, I
than
didn't even
Reagan
have my
beat
phone,
Carter.
and
It
you
was
know,
a landslide
not on.
victory for him.
It's off.
Jackson
I mean, like, whatever.
in the Battle of New
So
Orleans came out and
let's
said all the guys
pray
from
for
Kentucky were being fucking
them to stop
cowards.
it.
So then when it goes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the
We
votes,
stayed there. I
being
was
like a senator
fucking
or
shooting
something
myself.
from
It's like,
what? It's like, fuck
because
this
we
guy.
didn't even talk anymore. We
Like
just
10
like sitting there,
states.
just
Back then,
small
the
talking
Electoral
and
College,
laughing and having a beer.
nobody in any
All of a
state
sudden was
had
like,
ever heard of one of these guys. There was no news, there was no fucking anything. You needed somebody, you needed a super delegate. You needed to just get your local guy. Yeah, and be like, you go figure it out. Yeah. But that was enough for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, Jackson's a fucking dickhead.
oh, they were coming to eat some tacos to the sport with the no lady that sells tacos in the corner. Can you fucking put the place to go for tacos?
It's Uber Eats.
So yeah, he was like, no, they're eating tacos, so you're good.
Everybody fucking loved that dude.
That was fucking
He was Trump.
crazy.
He was. Imagine if Trump like dueled as much as Jackson died.
What was the last guy? I was in,
like 12 bullets in his body.
I stayed in Puerto Vallarta in the week, and Sayulita. And I read a couple articles saying that those areas, including places like Cancun, are really highly sought after tourists for the cartel, or not for the cartels, but mainly for like the smaller drug gangs, because they want to sell to the tourists. Are those areas, those places like Cancun and Puerto Vallarta, are those places becoming more and more dangerous?
The thing is, you're not only dealing with street dealing, which is a lot of fucking buying drugs and tourist area makes a lot of money. They overprice every single fucking bag of cocaine. But also, most of the resorts, if you look at the main resorts, a lot of people, it's a lot of fucking mafia. We're talking mafia from Korea, Korea, Italy, Russia, Romania. Mostly those folks
They own a lot of real estate in those high tourist traffic areas.
because they're laundering money from their own resort. Right? Not only laundering money, but also it's private land, so it's private beaches. So by night you will see a lot of fucking small boats getting there and going out. So they're shipping a lot of drugs also from Mexico, Mexican drugs to US. A lot of Massachusetts, I think. So they're making a big buck on it. So Mexican cartels are trying, well, not trying, they're looking to break the biggest deal, right? To make the biggest part. Not only asking them for what they call uso de suelo, which is basically charging you for operating the church. Whatever you do.
Any
Because on human trafficking, sex those places have hot spots. So
prostitutes, cocaine.
Yeah. So the Mexican cartels are like, well, we don't want just a piece of this business. We want the end. And they start like fighting, killing, and the whole fucking dynamics. They're becoming dangerous places, not because they're targeting tourists, but because
Tourists are just like collateral.
And when you heard that they killed a comedian, they killed a Asian, almost all of them were targeted. They were targeted.
A great deal of Jackson was that got shot. The narco monkey. What is the story behind that?
The story is like, I don't know if to actually laugh or cry, because I mean, why would you kill a fucking monkey, right? First of all, why would you have monkeys completely tactical dressed?
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
And bro, those things are fucking, can be ruthless when they want to.
Really? I mean, I know I had a friend that had one, but I was so fucking scared.
Bro, I've seen videos of those things that rip people's scalps off and shit, taking their faces off.
I mean, I was completely
balls off. That's what they do, man.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if they were actually using him as a weapon, you know, like attacking people or whatever, or they just kind of cool. He was properly dressed, right? He had his tactical badge and the camo foot shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, he was all dressed up.
What was going on? Why did he get shot?
He was apparently he was the head of one of the guys from La Familia Michoacan. So apparently what happened is that a couple of members of the Familia Michoacan went to the police station, state police station, to shoot the police officers. So they started into a gunfight, they started chasing them, they went into they tried to hide in one of their banks next to the state.
guy waited like 20
and
minutes.
one of the
And
bosses
Jackson came out of
had a
his
Spider-Man
office,
with
which was like full of people. And he said, I'm not pretty important. Like, who are you?
but I'm not sure. I'm
And he
not
said,
so
I
sure
just
about
want to
that
meet you.
because there's
And he was
that
like,
photo of that
can you
monkey
wait an hour?
laying on the side
Sure.
of a
So
man,
he went,
allegedly his
whatever,
owner.
fucking
But there's another
signed
photo.
it.
I
And
think
they
it
killed
was
all the
not as
Indians.
popular as that one. There was
And
another
then he
photo
came
where he was actually on top of it.
sandwiches brought, and he sat
Oh,
with the guy.
really?
So I don't
On
know.
top of his owner.
He also went, he was the first
Yeah.
one.
Wait, go up, scroll up. This one with the red circle.
He took a train.
Yeah,
He
click
was the
that one.
first one to do this. That he went all over the country.
Yeah,
exactly.
and I think that's a good thing.
Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people
Yeah, I
should
mean-
see the president. People should have contact.
So he was just essentially a pet of one.
The Trail of Tears.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if this shootout they killed him or
Exactly what it's called.
they actually executed him.
He fucking flubbed. That was a bit of a flub. No, he was not. He didn't make mistakes. I looked it up.
So fucking.
Crow execute a monkey.
Yeah, man.
What if they put like a fucking suicide vest on him?
If slaves are available,
Yeah, man.
Have the monkey like run out.
And now he has his own song. They call him Natural Believers. Like, song that tells
nobody did
the
that.
story
And when he
of
did towards slaves,
Apple has been
tell me about it.
several fucking and now the Spider-Man, he has his own someone composed the Natural
There was no
saying that it was
some
not his
story
time
from
to go,
some
and then
chief,
he
big
left the
chief went
legacy.
to the White
Look on that one with him in the clouds and the cross. Yeah, that one.
Because Jackson was very honest. He didn't
Wow.
underhand ever. He didn't play politics. He did horrible things, but he just went like there was a slave revolt
Mexico, right?
during his
I know,
presidency where they took over a
Wow,
fort.
wow.
Slaves took over a fort and just said, we just want out. We just want to be
Yeah,
taken to the north or Canada or whatever. And so he
So
just
the
got a bunch
Russian
of
mafia is just specifically there, just basically because they're shipping. They're there to control stuff that they're trying to ship back to Russia. Or they're just trying to make money on. There's like small Russian gangs that are in there just trying to sell drugs.
both. I mean, the Oprah and both. There was a reason for that.
Jackson. And he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them.
He was not Russian, he was Romanian.
We're in trouble. We're not in this.
Yeah, also, yeah, it's the Russians and the
He
Romanian.
just had his way of thinking about how it was going to go. He was like, no, we got to get these guys out. Also,
He was recently arrested in Cancun. Because Poodle, fucking was
He would just talk shit.
And everybody knew that he controlled
I have a friend who was
hotels,
Trump guy,
goons,
who I've known for a long
he
time.
operated
I'm not going to say
street truck selling, sex trafficking, and was laundering money.
the only thing is always giving me some insight into the
So, I mean, he was
mentality
pretty
of that
fucking
kind
cute
of
because he
just
even
Trump guys
got
like Jackson. I remember once I was with
his
maybe a
photos
lot
and
of
video
people, and he was like three
public meeting he had
Democrats were
with
yelling
Mexico
at him,
top
and
security.
he was starting to say crazy, fucked up things to them, and I'm kind of like, Nick, even you know that's, he goes,
So that's the kind of to ask for more protection
like he's
from
and
porn,
it gave me the,
and
and then
offering
brought me back to when I was like 19 and I was friends with Nick, and we were comedians in Boston, and there was a pinball machine we really liked playing in this one club. We were playing pinball against each other, and when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his score, and he just put his hands over my hand.
a lot of call centers also laundering money and making a lot of fucking fraud.
Yeah, I win. I don't care.
U.S. call centers
Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player. College football. Jackson was the first president to go like
U.S. car manufacturers based in have manufacturing plants set up in Mexico,
we're gonna
like GM and like Ford. Like they
he also
manufacture a shitload of cars in
Jackson, he was
Mexico.
he vetoed
Are those controlled by the cartel at all?
No, not really, but
How the fuck do they stay like away from the
it's
cartel?
crazy in
I think
2020. It's like a joke because
I
he
think
hated the
it's
idea
just
of a
not
central bank. He
it's
hated the idea of a
more
treasury.
problematic than
He thought that it should just be folks have their money, use gold and trade, and he So I think the U.S. bank at the time, I think it was called the United States. The bank in the United States was up for
So I guess what they do
to be renewed.
the night they build the
And he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it. Yeah, and it wasn't a thing you don't veto. You can't veto it now. He vetoed it. So then the next guy after him is his vice president, Van Buren. He takes over.
Because that's what
He
they
takes
do.
over.
Different from what they do with my company.
That's the way it goes. Yeah, the cool guys. America is made of cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and who show what kind of people they are. The nerds who actually get things. But the cowboys get the credit. The nerds get fucked. Everything got fucked. His name was Van Brown.
What part of Mexico is
Border. He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was like a little fucking especially I think he was one of
So
those
the mining
And
operation.
guess who has the
because Jackson
who has the
let's get this going. He's from New York. He was his nephew.
Chinese company?
He was the legend is that he was one of the first people to have
I mean, they're
Oh,
not
they're in on it.
Yeah,
They're partners with China.
Well, they're giving protection to the Chinese company.
from Kinderhook, New
So
York.
they're
So
made a
his
deal
name was
with the
OK.
government and with China.
Nice. That's where people say the OK comes from. Because it was like his thing was you OK with a check mark. That was the point. It was like,
Whoa, dude.
That's. I mean, I've been working on that fucking story still not out because I've been stealing a lot of sources and taking a ton of fucking stories. But I pitched it like a year ago. They said yes, and I'm still working on it. Slowly but surely. But yeah, that company.
This is the biggest. This is one of the biggest mining operations in Mexico,
It's the biggest in Mexico and one of the biggest in Mexico.
and it's owned by China in partnership with Sinaloa cartel.
Well, it's right now it's only the contract for exploration, right? To explore how much lithium is or whatever, but there are studies already proved that it's as big as possible. Lithium. So they're just setting up. They say on paper, they say they're just setting up and exploring.
But they could very easily be
But when you go there and talk to the residents of the area, the local residents, it's a very small town from the outside.
So everyone was like, we don't know what to do
They
here.
are actually now working on setting up the whole fucking plan.
Take over as an intern guy.
So I'm like, but the time they're just
And he was like,
exploring.
no, just the
I'm like,
president.
no, we're setting up.
And enough
We
that his
have
party
contracts to work on construction. And
So
we're
they were
setting up.
his
So
own
it's
party.
like exploiting the
Yeah.
plan.
Right?
Right? Mexico is threatening to nationalize all of this.
No parties. So he got nothing done.
But it's
He was
still,
never
they're-
up for
they're-
re-election.
I barely got out of high school. You gotta explain.
So that means that the whole lithium will belong to Mexico. So there will be a permit for you to China for whoever to exploit and do the job, but the actual mineral is Mexico.
Got it.
So that's what they're trying to do. The Mexican government is threatening companies to do that.
Which was like, that's really small.
So, but for the time being, they had the contract of exploration to a China company. It's under a subsidiary, it's like under a smaller company, partner company.
It's kind of a joke. It's like a midget box.
That the industry is instead of do it with it's called Bacanora Bacanora. So that's supposed to be the Mexican company. But that Bacanora on the webpage, the owner of Bacanora is this company that is the supplier for
About pussies.
So there's an interesting thing going on there. And when I spoke with some of the scenarios from the area, they were like, I was like, how's that playing out with you guys? Because I know that's a territory. And they told me, no, we were quite hard to keep up with the
So he came out the smoke with 54 and 44 fight.
From by Bacanora. Bacanora, you
Came out with that in the British brilliant in Rum Lounge.
So they're protecting the
So he
area.
called
That
that
means
in the British were
afraid to call it bluff.
are
It's like, fine,
threatening
take that.
kidnapping
So
from
it's
families
just
that
take
they
it
want
off.
to
This
sell
guy's too
their
nice.
land,
You can't
their own, to
fucking
their
use the lunch. So
the
he takes
same
that
prices to the
just
Chinese company. So if
and
the
then
Chinese
it's not just
company
Oregon's
wants to
wash.
pay them
You know how
$1
Oregon
for
is Portland,
a
Portland.
mile of land or whatever,
It was kind of,
and
you
they
know,
want to sell,
it was going to be
then this
awesome.
is not to take them to
It's
start
two
threatening
guys, Lewis and
kill.
Clark. Yeah. So one of them is Chris Jefferson. One of them is from Boston.
It's a big fucking
Portland, and they both want
and it's, I mean, it's under the radar, of course, because on paper, it's still, and then in the news, it's still on exploration. We're not even sure.
Oh my god.
But
Where else is this company in China getting these from? Where they're selling these services? Tesla's biggest supplier.
I think Bolivia,
just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first.
I don't know,
Finally, they
people
did.
do not know the YouTube, but I know you can
Finally, they shot
so
one.
have all the money.
You
And
know,
they're getting from a lot of places.
China is balling deep in Mexico.
so they
And in Mexico, I mean, they're the biggest, they have Tesla by the cars, they have Elon Musk, the biggest fucking, because the biggest fucking
70,000 troops.
business
Yeah, richest guy in the world.
because they have lithium, they're going to pull the fucking future of the cars.
Texas. And then
Or
who
they
was the
just
general?
start
Who was the general that
making a lot of fucking,
Mexico
I think every car making, right?
Every car, somebody said that, I think if somebody's riding it, they said that
Yeah, Zach
75
Retailers are
to
gonna
90% of cars in the US.
Mexican American.
So I mean, if they control one of the biggest port, the biggest lithium
He went into Mexico City, and if you go to Mexico City,
Mexico or in Mexico, America.
the big thing is those niños.
Are there any Teslas in Mexico?
Yeah, people drive Teslas.
Yeah,
Not just somebody showed me a video yesterday of in California. There was like fucking a line around 2 blocks, wrapped around 2 blocks twice, waiting in line to get the charge.
that was that's an old video from 2019.
Oh, is it?
It was like, yeah, it was called something like the Tesla. Something happened, but people tends to have to go into that specific place.
It's crazy. I think the thing I worry about with cars is that in Florida we get a lot of fucking hurricanes that only need power for multiple days on end. At least once or twice a year. So I think that's the one reason. I think that one little thing, is like makes me fearful of it. But like think about all of that. Like, it's weird when you compare it to all the benefits. I'm sure the out benefits way far outweigh.
When you really think about it, those fucking benefits are not really benefits. I mean, supposedly the benefit is for
America. It was about plantations,
environment, right?
families, and that's a
They're
year
not
and they love Europe.
So what are you gonna do with all this fucking batteries? What are you doing with
So during the Civil
your
War,
phone?
so Maximilian was just a Habsburg. The way kings worked back then,
What do you do
there were
with
some
all this shit?
royalty factories. So the Habsburg family,
It's
or
waste,
they were
but
like
it's gonna be
Flemish
there
or
for
whatever the
fucking
fuck.
years, contaminating
They
the
just
environment,
like
right?
somebody
Bury it?
I don't know. I mean, many of us, we just, the cameras, whatever, the batteries, many of us just fucking throw it in the trash. And that's contaminating a lot, right? If you do it properly, you go into a deposit, right? To leave the batteries.
But then there's just one second.
But what are they?
So then
Elon's whole thing is like we're eventually it's inevitable that we're gonna run out of fossil fuels at one point. He said. So we might as well start now. We're gonna run out of fossil fuels. But he said that the batteries, the lithium that we're using to make these batteries is not the best option. We might eventually get past that and figure out how to get it. He talks about
I don't know, but honestly, with the lithium, it's like, okay, the batteries are gonna start piling up in your fucking backyard every time they didn't work, right? Contaminating maybe more than the emissions of a fucking gas car. And the other thing is like the mining for lithium. It's called open mining, which is the worst fucking thing that ever happened. It's not underground. They basically blow up with fucking mine. So, and the mining is open to the open, it's not closed or under. And that shit contaminates like 100% than any other fucking type of mining. That's underground mining companies
They
are
shot at our
fucking
trees.
exploding.
I saw an old set one
Open
town
line,
center in Illinois at the time.
it's like 100% growth.
Be on there
So
today.
just that,
We
to
shot.
get lithium,
There was one guy that was
it's
posted
open
next to
line.
him.
What kind of damage does the open lithium mine do? It contaminates the atmosphere.
I think the atmosphere.
We're trying to take the Texas shot.
And in the whole ocean that we need to do in order to get to the parcel are very like harmful to the environment. I think that kind of like if you also have the emissions, so I think when we talk about lithium, I think just like that as a trend, like cool cars and but not really, not necessarily better than other things.
Yeah, I went for a while. The solar had so many problems, and I think we're looking at getting one of the diesel cars.
Yeah.
Environment.
I mean,
Electric diesel.
the diesel, yeah. I mean, it's crazy. But I think what are the solutions? What would it be to actually have maybe lithium-driven public transportation? Like instead of using a fucking car, you're using railroad or a fucking bus, and then we're using a collective fucking car, right? We're using a bus, we're using a train, shit like that, and that's electric, and that's not like emissions. So using batteries, but not a single 2 or 3 batteries for home,
Right.
and less traffic. Less
Yeah, I mean, there's already less of a situation. The way people have been
Now there's so much territory and the slaves.
and that too, yeah. But actually, I mean, it's helping, right?
Yeah, I'm sure even especially in your industry, journalism and publishing and stuff like that, I'm sure 99% of fucking reporters, journalists are working straight from home.
And that's pretty cool. I mean, that's
Yeah,
that's a big push for the environment, right? Stay fucking home, don't move.
yeah.
Don't commute.
Do you ever think about the idea if in the future this whole America, Mexico, China thing turned into like what's going on right now with Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. Do you think that could ever fucking happen?
Like sort of like a war.
Sort of how like Ukraine is just like this proxy area that the U.S. is using, to push against Russia and to fight against Russia, and it's like this middle ground. It's like this turf that they're using to wage the war between the U.S. and Russia, because it's Russia's main border between the rest of the EU, the rest of Europe, and half of Ukraine is divided. Half of it's pro Russia, half of it's pro EU, and it's just from what I'm like understanding from this, it seems like it's almost the same thing with China and the U.S. and Mexico kind of just being that fucking middle ground, where they're exploiting Mexico to fucking hurt the U.S. and I'm sure it goes the other way as well. But it seems like it's kind of the same thing.
It might be. I mean, I don't know if a proper like high intensity war is what happened in Ukraine, but maybe like a long term war, right? We don't have missile and all that stuff. Like thought we're using as proxy. What I'm not sure of is if I'm sure that China is using Mexico as a proxy, and I think that's going to be happening in the years. But I'm not sure that the U.S. can use Mexico as a proxy. I think the U.S. is going to go Taiwan.
Taiwan, yeah. There's a deal with it legally.
So I think Taiwan's going to be going more. I think Taiwan is more going to be observed to be.
I think I've heard people say that it's basically
I think that's what that shit is.
we're legally obligated to fucking hurt them or whatever. Keep them safe. So maybe Mexico just becomes like leverage or something for China.
Yeah.
So weird because geopolitical violence. It's so crazy.
And it's basically for the middle ground countries, right? In Mexico. It's
Especially
like,
like
we're
John
not fucking with anyone. Why are you guys fighting? because expansionists, like indirectly hurting Mexico as well. We're not having an issue in people using them, but it's being cool in Mexico. It's being shipped over from Mexico. That means the army, the U.S. is pressuring Mexico to go and fight a fucking undeclared war on the cities. That's affecting us. Everybody who lives there. I mean,
Well, what do you think it would take to get Mexico out of the state that it's in? Like, what would it theoretically take to fucking get rid of these cartels? And without the U.S., I'm saying like independent of the U.S., like, what would it really take to fucking turn Mexico into a sovereign country that is not fucking corrupt and overrun by all these criminals?
I think it will take a lot of fucking people to lose a lot of them. So I think that would change the situation. It will have, and not necessarily like okay, let's take all the money. I'm talking about like if you legalize drugs, if you actually work,
Other countries have to do that.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And Mexico.
So nobody felt more. Honestly, the thing that sucks about fucking Taylor dying is he was like kind of a beast that could maybe prevent civil war.
The Netherlands are?
The biggest sport right now getting
He signed.
drugs. How
This
much
is where it all
is
starts
higher
to
than
fuck
the
up.
US?
Every single one of these guys
over there that have legalized it.
It's just
But
fucking
I think that's why we're using that word to get
So Taylor was all
That's
for
why it's
the Compromise of 1850, which was
corruption. That word is called
some shit about one slave save one regular. They get to decide shit like that. As soon as fucking
so yeah, I
Taylor
guess
died,
So
Philip
it's
takes over
the
and
fucking
signs
the goddamn fucking churches. These Christian churches that are fighting against keeping drugs illegal, that are fueling all these fucking
Yeah.
deaths, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's that and that conservative thinking
Yeah.
that drugs are necessarily bad. And, I mean,
Crazy because you just legalize all drugs. Like, deaths would 100% go down.
exactly, and I know what some people believe that so everybody's going to use it, but that's going to be a way different, easier problem to solve. Problem prediction. It's not
Right.
going to be the fucking, it's going to be a healthy.
Right.
It's not going to be a security.
You're fighting only the people who are abusing stuff and getting addicted, and you're not fucking fighting tons of criminal organizations who are straight up fucking slaughtering people.
You'll definitely need years and years of education helping addicts and shit, right? But it's going to be a different fucking fight than
He's the saddest guy of all time. He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife.
Right. Murdering innocent monkeys. Fighting them. Yeah, there's a country, I forget what country it is, but they have a special program there where heroin's legalized, and if you're a heroin addict, you can actually go and get like supervised doses of heroin from a doctor, and where you're not on the street fucking suffering, like using dirty people and stuff like that.
I mean, the whole fucking world is got to a ridiculous point of hypocritical. In every single country, right? The governments are against these helpers that they go and deliver food to addicts and streets, and they go hard against them, and they arrest them, and they yell. It's like, good, those guys are trying to stop every single spreading and the use of and that's the same thinking where I don't know what happened in this recent shootout in Thailand. And if you think about that, like that it just seems like
the parade, the 4th of July parade.
and what I'm telling you is like it's crazy. That guy was posting videos online. He was having millions of listeners on Spotify, whatever. He was a rapper.
The shooter kid?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was a rapper. He was a fucking
You
rapper.
gotta find this, bro.
Yeah, he was a fucking rapper. He had like millions of listeners. And he was talking about like massive shootouts. He posted videos of how he was gonna go and shoot into people. Like he was all there, right? And he said like, okay, the U.S. looking all over our fucking phones or apps. Or have all of the fucking information. They can't get a guy that is openly saying that it's gonna fucking kill people. So talking about like reproduction rights, right? They are on the apps of every girl
Tracking their periods.
Right.
Yeah, my wife just fucking deleted that app off her phone.
because they're there. They're sneaking up on those fucking apps, but they can't fucking sneak up on the guy openly talking to millions of people.
This kid really a rapper?
No. Let's go awake the symptom.
Dude, I saw something when wow, he really did have a Spotify. Awake the rapper. I saw some sort of post where he said that he was a product, he was part of MK Ultra. The CIA's fucking mind control.
I mean, that's a screenshot. Like, all of his photos are
This video wearing the smiley face?
Yeah.
Well, what did you do in this video? We watch it. Can you find the video and watch it? Just click on the picture and pull up the video. Yeah. Pull up the article. Yeah, okay. Don't put this on the screen though, because I don't want to have to get
I can't remember what the name of the email account.
See, this is the problem too. We're fucking talking about it on the podcast and like giving this guy more attention. This is exactly what he wanted. Yeah, but it is a problem though, because we have, I mean, the fucking, all of the surveillance that the fucking NSA does on our phones, and the way that the government regulates Facebook and controls social media and tries to track people's information.
So they're tracking people, women trying to get help reproductive services, but they're not tracking those fuckers, right? So we are all thinking wrong. We are so fucking hypocritical.
How is that going to fucking affect Texas? I heard that it's going to be like day one, you find out you're pregnant. It's completely illegal.
I'm not sure, but that's what I'm hearing too. I don't know, man. I mean,
that's your state.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's fucking honestly, I'm fed up with that. White Texas is around
and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit.
And gun laws, how is charges getting done?
Uneducated,
What do you
not allowed to be
stolen literally.
You show up with all fucking face tattoos and neck tattoos, no good.
No, for sure. I mean, for real. That's what's going on. I mean, I'm not. I think the whole debate between the gone from if we should be able to or not able to, it doesn't really matter. Because if you look then again to Mexico, right? You just say like, let's prohibit everyone from having a gun.
Shooting up schools in Mexico.
That's not happening in Mexico, but still, there's a lot of fucking people getting killed in Mexico, right? I mean, how did I work for Mexico to be so strict, right? But the other way around is housing. What I'm trying to say is like, it doesn't really matter. It's the wrong debate. It's the wrong conversation. It doesn't really matter. It has no effect into what's happening in the states. People shooting. If you want to know, if you want to get what's happening it's easy to get in the legal. If it's legal, you're going to get it as well. You need to know that those guys are fraud systems. They're just trying to play fiddle.
Which guys? The guys like shooters? Yeah, the guys like the tyrants.
I don't know if people has ever crossed your mind doing some shit like that, right? And in most of us that grew up, I don't know, you always got a bully under school, you always got times. You didn't have something has happened.
Something
worse. And it's not. Those guys aren't saying like, oh, they're gonna come. It's easier for them, but it's harder in Mexico. but you're still having 30 people fucking killed a day. There's different problems the lives going as well. If you want something, you're gonna get it. If it's illegal, it's gonna cost you more.
If you know about that, there was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing.
If you want to kill someone and have a bomb and make a massive shootout, the problem is not how easy it is to get a gun.
He was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object.
He also, another part of the problem is
You
the
can't
fact
respond
that
by saying that's the law.
the media and politicians in the U.S.
Standing up.
they just
Right,
use
has
it
it fall.
just to get more power. They don't give a fuck whether it's not just a matter of get them more votes or something like
That brought us to as soon as
No,
it gets light,
again, I'm not
the South
not
just it.
one of these guys that's saying that let's all have weapons or whatever. I don't own more than 5 guns.
You don't like weapons at all? That's interesting coming from a guy.
Yeah, I've been around too much to like.
Yeah.
I'm not against them, but I'm not super fucking.
Right.
But at the same time, I think like if you make them harder to get, what you're gonna do is you're always gonna create a black market. A couple of people that's gonna make tons of fucking money. You don't want a black market. Right. That's not
I gave you that book, but that's a great
whatever.
It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness.
You
Telling
don't
the story of it's crazy. Just from when he took office, and when he was coming here, there was
It's a weird thing. Like the difference between Mexico and America is in Mexico, the violence stems from an industry, right? Like black market industry. It's like life or death, like trying to put food on the table and greed. Like making more money and turf, ego, businesses, and stuff like that. Control and here, like he's pointing out spiritually, even though it probably adds up to way fewer deaths than the rest of the almost like it's from like things are too good, and you have people who are just isolated and fucking ostracized from their fucking groups or their school groups, or whatever it is. They have fucked up parents, and just like the culture here in general is so much different than there. So it's like it's almost too big.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been talking to a lot of people in
gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day off. They said go home, and he went and got police.
And in other countries like the big fucking like Russia and China who exploit that to work for like Russians
heavily armed
propaganda.
So if somebody starts something, they would just go like this or elbow him or whatever. But the appearance,
at least in history,
peaceful,
throughout history, you have things like we're talking about with China and
that's what it took to
fentanyl.
get
Allegedly, that's what they're
that happened. Everyone was like, I
trying
don't
to
know if he's never
manipulate
going to
the
take
weaknesses
office. People believe he
that
would never be president. He wasn't even on the ballot.
I mean, and again, the media it's not helping, right? Because every single one of those
A
platforms,
lot of people,
they always
big
read
people, be like whoever now,
manifesto or a video
things saying
or
don't
something.
take
They want to
office.
suck
Your
you.
presidency,
They
your
keep getting your attention.
victory is
They keep
hollow.
getting their
It's
news
not
all
real. Not
over
even
the
just
fucking
people from the
news
South,
and
but people from Florida. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just
and already those mother trackers when they go out and think about like I'm gonna show a lot of people for nothing because no one's gonna fucking remember me anyway. That's gonna keep them
changing their slave laws, and yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here.
Yeah, it's more of a public suicide thing. It's like suicide mission.
Yeah, it's like the kid that calls their attention by harming, I don't know, the cat or
Yeah.
his pet or whatever.
Yeah.
Just fucking calling. I don't know, man. It's a hard thing to have an attitude. But I'm pretty sure that guns have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Bro, thank you for coming all the way from Mexico and doing this. I think we're almost at like 3 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes like that. Bro, it's been awesome. Tell people watching and listening where they can find out more of you, find more of your work, your Substack, everything, all quality.
For sure, man. If you go to my website, lchapato.com, you'll find my YouTube channel.
It's crazy.
But every time I find some interesting clips when I'm embedding with cartels or U.S. authorities, I get an embedding also with the border patrol.
Just let it happen. Whatever they want, we have our free flags here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing.
So every time I do something like that, I will post it on YouTube. Also, you'll find there every single one of my shows. And if you go there, it says one that's my subject. More of like the raw information, it's confidential, and I try to think confidential, like I post the raw stuff. Raw interviews, raw audio interviews, raw article without being properly
Spell check.
spell check, and like all that shit, or yeah, more like raw shit.
Stuff that you can get out. I like that better because it's more raw. You can get it out. When people are being more raw and trying to just get stuff out rather than sitting on it for too long, I enjoy that shit more. Because I used to like be the same way. I used to like create like a lot of like documentary style stuff and spend months on one project. And when I transition to doing this stuff, it's more authentic because you can basically just get right to it. You can fucking like me, like fumbling through my words, trying to learn as I go. But you're able to put out a lot more content.
Yeah, exactly.
I enjoy that shit more.
And sometimes in the news you can't post like the names, like who's controlling Sonora, who's controlling Chihuahua, and like who keeps the fun, right? But I do the fun. I'm just post photos like these are the project out for Chihuahua. I would post like the names and photos, like more detailed information. That it's not really making news, this is not making news, but we will keep you aware of yeah, I guess that's the way to go, and of course my Instagram will be also embedding information and sharing stuff that I guess.
Your Instagram's awesome, bro. You're super active.
I'm super active. I'm super active on Instagram. I had to do one thing. I guess that's
Cool, man. Well, I will link it all in the description. And thanks again.
Thank you, man. It was really fun. Thanks for listening.
Yep. Goodbye, world.
You're sitting there watching it, like, I gotta pretend to like this. It's fucking Hamilton. And then they shot him, and like, thank God. Jesus Christ, this shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson. So Johnson was the first guy to be impeached. Was he impeached? Oh yeah, first guy to be impeached. Yeah. Johnson shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be the big guy. Yeah, Lincoln. Well, he's one of the reasons.
Ready to go? Thanks for doing this, man. I appreciate you coming down.
Absolutely.
There was a deal to be made. It was like, don't
Obviously,
talk
wild
outside the family. He was like, so,
Not down, man. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate it. You got it. Your story is fascinating, and I think it's incomprehensible for people to understand what you went through at such a young age, the age of 16. For people who don't know, why don't you just give me a brief background on what happened? I was arrested at the age of 16 for a murder rape that I missed, and ultimately I was wrongfully convicted of that. So I had my wrongful conviction happened at the age of 17. I was qualified for West Coast University, misconduct, fraud,
it's just that Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit. It doesn't accomplish it. I don't remember why they went after him. He's very corrupt, fucked up guy. I don't know who knows. It's all shit that I heard because of them. But they impeached him and failed to get rid of him. I know nothing else about it, but fucking amazing guy. Great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool it was.
attorney now.
So quite stink much, this guy. I'm trying to help this out. He was pretty good. Well, and he was well, first of all, some people get on him because he owned us one slave because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. He wasn't like an activist.
It's unbelievable what you've been through and how common that this is.
You're that guy. You're like, why you had a slave? Why is this guy making me feel
So
uncomfortable?
what was the story of the girl who was, I think she moved from Colombia to New York? Yeah, and she was in a high school with you?
Yeah, that's right.
So,
So
Grant made the guy his partner. And they
as
started
I
a little
understood it, she
business
was
together,
living
and then
a very
freed the guy
sheltered life.
gave him
She
the
was like
So he gave the guy to go work with the slaves to be out there with them working. While he was like financially ruined, he freed his slaves and set them for himself. Wait, he had won them? I'm not sure. He might have had one.
How old was
story I
she?
just told you. I think his slaves.
15 years old. You guys were friends in high school.
He had one slave and he freed him and set him selling. And he gave him a business. He had started with his father-in-law.
As a freshman, one to sophomore, that was his second for
And
2
then
years.
he was in the army, and he went one of his first
Now, did you guys
jobs
interact
was
at all?
outpost near San Francisco,
Just like,
in the middle of nowhere.
passing
No,
by,
he
you
was in
met
the
her a couple
desert in
times, but
California. He was the only one
Yeah,
there.
it was a wreck, like you said. She just happened by coincidence with my school schedule. She happened to be in schools and friends. As a freshman, one of
They
us.
get somebody came
Like I said,
to
I
drop
briefly
the mail
spoke
and
with
the
her
family
twice.
was
One
passed
time
out drunk.
I passed the note to her on behalf of a male classmate who was
rigidly living guy.
was kind of nervous to
Known
go
as his drunk for the rest
and
of
that
his
was
life. So
really
every time he had a
So the day she went missing in 1989,
there's rumors he was fucked up and shot.
yeah, November 15th. So the day she went missing, where were you at? What was going on? What was that day like?
it was just like any other day in terms of the school day. After school, I had a friend named Jason, and he was nearby where I lived at, and we had developed a rather innovative way of playing one-on-one in wiffle ball. And so I played wiffle ball with him that day, and had dinner at his house, and around, I would say around 8 or 9 o'clock, I left his house on my bike, and I drove down the hill about like less than 10 minutes away, and that's what I was doing.
And I think that day when she left her house and she went to like a popular hangout area in the woods in mid-afternoon, I believe it was.
Yeah, so let me give some backstory. So Angela was in a photography class, and the teacher had assigned a class, including her to teach some foliage. So after school, she went back to her house with her older sister. The teacher had assigned like a buddy system, some protection to students, like the male students.
Went to the richest band in New York City.
And so she went back to her house, her sister went to the bathroom, and she came back out, and Angela was she left out of
So
she went to the park to take pictures of the foliage. The male student played hooky on the assignment, so he never showed up. So she was taking pictures of herself with a pack between Hillcrest condominiums. And well, this Hillcrest condominium, there's the Hillcrest school, and then the condominium, and there's like this woods, and the cabin path links the two. So she went down onto the path, which is not that far away from this wooded area called, which is called the Foot. And that wasn't very far from the park. So she's on this path of the woods taking pictures, and she comes across Stephen Cunningham, which is a drug addict at the time, and he sees her, he attacks her. This guy was smoking crack. That is correct. How old was he at the time of the crime? He was 29 years
So he met two guys on a train that like, why don't you write your autobiography?
So
It's like, done. So then, about a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, who's like his best friend. And Mark Twain
So he attacked her. Obviously, he murdered her.
He said, I'm doing that for these guys.
At what point did she get reported missing? And how long after that did they discover the body? Yeah, I think she got reported missing later, like early evening, that late afternoon, early evening. She got reported missing. You know, it was even there's a local case for
Dwayne, or his real name was Clemens, travels to, I think he went to see Sherman. He went to see, he's like, I need to see somebody trust, you know, listen to. So he went to visit Sherman.
Yeah, the body, and obviously she had been eaten, and she had a lot of
so
trauma. That's how they
telegram
found
saying, for the love of God, give
bludgeoning wound on her head.
That's all. So he wrote his
Gatorade bottle. Well, they the Gatorade bottle comes in later. So I'll get into that. I know what you're getting. Okay. Yeah. So she had like a diameter. He kind of flip flops a little bit. In one hand, he says, "Well, the wound on the top of the head that's killed her," but he also says, "Well, either that or strangulation." Okay, so you can't really determine which of those two things actually is what caused the death. But both of them are for we're going to get to the cancer Okay, and so the people investigating this, it's just the local police department. It's just the local Pittsburgh police department. Yes, and there have been very few murders.
Yes, he's buried in Grant's tomb on the
Not a common thing.
And when he died,
so of course the police investigation, they interview a lot of
northern and southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were allowed to put back on their southern uniforms because it was a big thing that this casket was carried by north and south. So you can never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in all of these.
Well, I know like a year older than me, my first year. So I let me hold on a minute.
Yeah, but he was fucking awesome when Lee surrendered. He was very like, I mean, it was unconditional strike. So he was like, you guys are gonna.
So my first year in the high school, the kids were like a year older than me. I skipped first grade. So
like he could have fucking destroyed this house. And he was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated Custer. I think Custer stole these swords.
Of course, I didn't know that. I grew up next to it, but I had my own. I went to classes with
Custer was bloodthirsty. And then on the parade back, Grant was obviously up front. Custer fucking rode ahead.
I was like popular after school.
Custer was
whatever.
I would just like to say looked at Custer. He was pretty fucking. I don't know much about it. He fucked up Jim's story.
Would be what we would do. Ride bikes,
Jim was
football, all types of things. It was all on basketball, all kind of work on one. That was after school. In school, that was
so then you got one did all of these.
I was so quiet here too. I wanted to go to some public school for high school, not private schools. I really wanted to go to school.
I get Leary. Yeah, this is like the Gilded Age.
Purpose was
all shit. But this is where shit, like it goes from we ended slavery to now. Just right back into just racism. Not slavery, but just every law against the subjugation, just everything became the same possession as before.
And to my surprise, I don't find the kids that I'm playing with in the neighborhood. These are all the kids that
all the way up until
avoid
now. Like we're
I mean, I was skipping through. So, I was definitely picked on for so my grades were so much so that I had to go to Sunday school. But I knew that if I went to Sunday school or the path, I was going to be stuck with those kids again next year. So I decided not to go to Sunday school.
Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish was like.
So I get now you're with kids. Now I'm with kids my own age.
Like the
So
speech
things
that
do get
Lincoln
better
has
some
on
faster.
his
But then at the same
monuments
time,
and
these are still
that's
different
not to
kids.
your
I was
country
not
and all
in
that
any
shit.
of the classes with the kids.
The greatest thing that he did
Other
because it
kids,
speaks
same
more to
ages
what
as me,
Americans
other
live.
kids. So I still didn't quite fit in. I wouldn't say I was picked on this one, but I
Destroyed
still didn't
and
quite
had to leave office
fully
and
fit in. So I
fucking
was still
resign.
relatively
And
quiet.
after a couple of I'm not a
So
crook
in
in
the
the
course
soul
of this
bullshit, you had to go and say,
investigation,
well,
the police
I'm gonna go. Still not good, but I'm gonna get out of here. Gerald Foreman takes the oath of office at this time at his office, and he left. Before he left, he gave a speech to his staff, to the White House staff. It was impromptu. It was just on his way to the helicopter, and he's just he's copiously crying in the speech. This video of his see. You have to try to find the whole thing because there's clips that you can find on YouTube. But I actually ordered from
How did you
C-SPAN
originally find out about it?
DVD of the
I
whole
found out
speech,
originally
and they're all staff and his family standing behind him, and he just tells them, "Look, don't." He's encouraging. This is a tough moment for all of us. He said, first of all, I don't want to encourage, I don't want to discourage him from taking from being in public service. He was afraid of
the whole city kind of shut down in a way.
what has happened. Yes, he was right. He said, "Don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling," and he said it for any mistakes that we made and all of everything that's happened.
There were
Now,
town hall
one
meetings
person
that
in
were held
this administration
updates on investigation,
gained
safety checks, that kind of
financial
thing. So everybody
from
was
being
talking.
left richer than when they got here. He made
So
it
the
first, so
police
he
thought that
offended
this
everybody
emotional
that was there,
reaction that I
and then he
had
just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autograph from his diary when Teddy's wife and
I was sorry.
mother
Well, how are you being emotional? What were
they
you
both
doing?
died of cholera or whatever on the same night. He was going from one room to the
No, I
other.
cried. I cried. I mean, many people. It affected me. I don't think I was that. In a way, I don't think I was that different than the rest of the people in the city. I know a lot of people are emotional.
And he said, so he read it to his staff. He
Went
said
to
that's how he felt.
multiple rape sessions. I mean, that was kind of commonplace. So much so that there
And
was
he went on
3
this
mental health
incredible life.
services
So he's trying to say,
offering
so he's saying, don't be discouraged. Never be petty.
Shut everybody up.
Don't
But we have
hate
these two
your
reasons
enemies,
that just
because
about
that's when you
why I'm
start
on
to
the
destroy
defensive.
yourself.
And
He
then there's
started
a
to
third
get really introspective about everything that happened without
piece
talking
of
about it.
police that got a
And he says it's
psychological
horrible. He
person
goes,
in my duty.
he says,
More experience.
they'll never write a book about my mother,
Give us his
but she
profile, what
was a
type
saint.
of person she was.
Oh man, and I think of her like one of
And
his brothers
so I
had
had the misfortune of
tuberculosis.
matching his
They
profile.
had no
And
money,
his
so she
profile
moved
said,
to
well,
Arizona where the
it's
air was
likely
better.
somebody that
And
likely
she
someone
was a
that
nurse
knew her,
witness.
someone that
She
was a
nursed
loner,
other people's
very likely
babies
somebody in
for
high school.
money. Her
Well,
son
that
lived in
fits me.
Arizona.
So
And he talks about his father who was a lemon farmer, but a
So,
failing lemon
for
farmer.
the next 6
They
weeks,
switch him in on a streetcar. He just talks about his
half the
parents
time was
and what they did for him and all that shit. He just cries. Oh, it's fucking beautiful, but it shows you a man at the height of American experience.
So
Destroyed
before
from that
I
height,
was
which is the
teenager,
worst thing that can happen to a person is to get that high and fall. And he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels, this is what this looks like. And here's all I can say. And then he went and they left. Incredible. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history.
Another thing about my background
Yes. That was he was fucking Eisenhower's vice president.
So you never met his father? Well, I met him for the first time after I was. Oh, wow. So I met him So I never had any interaction. So here's where we're at. The police became aware of it. They became,
there was a guy named Frank.
What I thought about. When I was in my teenage years, then I switched and I wanted to be a lawyer. But still, the idea of wanting to be a cop before that was something that was still kind of like part of inside me something. So I was vulnerable to this Jeff is junior detective helper tactics. They would say to him, kids won't trust who you are.
He was a strange guy. He was very serious, and he would just come and he'd watch you. And if he liked you, he'd get more.
Ask me
You'd
questions.
be on the show, so he liked you. He never did get me on the show, but he liked me. So I went to Letterman's office and met him, and I asked him about Nixon. He wrote,
They asked me,
Nixon
well,
has one big article,
what
RN,
route do you think
that Gannon co-wrote.
from house to the park?
And so I just thought about, well, I know what her house is, I know where the park is. This is the most logical route that she would take, and then and another thing would be they told me her keys were missing. And then they asked me to speculate, well, what kind of keys do you have? But separate from that, they told me there's a cassette tape that walk. So he asked me, what kind of keys? So I'm thinking, well, she's an immigrant. She's probably a I love New York type of keys. So they're just asking me these, and they're asking, they're using the word of, what do you think? And as far as I'm concerned, I'm just having a normal conversation. My speculations and my opinions in addition to that is that the claim did not happen. One of the people trying is pretending to be my friend. The other one is the bad stuff. So it's keeping me off balance that way. And in time, I began to look at the cop who's pretending to be my friend as like a positive role model in lieu of my father. So that goes on for about 6 weeks. And in the course of that, they're giving me details about that one time they brought me to the crime scene and they were trying to he's telling me three different scenes, at the crime scene, there's three different scenes at the overall crime scene where different things happen. The scene where she was first attacked, and she was dragged. Correct, yeah. There's a scene where she was first attacked, the area where she was raped, there's another area where she was dragged. So he tells me this, and then he's just asking me to, and then confirm this. And then later on, until I'm at the police station after that, and then the detective was pretending to be my friend, he asked me to draw a map of the area where you think that can happen. Because she's told me earlier where you think that can happen. So I'm just regurgitating what you're saying. And when I was at the crime scene, the detective said to me, her body was found here, and they almost, this was when he was building off of the cemetery. He says, well, her body was found over here, and there was huge on top of it. It was almost like somebody was trying to, as a contrast. On one hand, she'd been attacked or raped, but on the other hand, after that, there's like an attempt to try to protect her body from the elements by putting huge on top of it. So he tells me that at the scene, and then we're at the police station later with this map on, and then I'm just repeating stuff that they're saying, is what I'm saying. This is a microcosm of the many interactions.
Now we've got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, and smell good.
So they wind up taking a blood sample from me, and they said that they were going to send it to DNA testing.
I don't know what I need to.
One way that I can rule it out. So I
super easy after answering questions like how much do I sweat and how dry is my
they
skin.
tell me that there's some new information coming from this file, and they want to share that that's been around me to be more helpful. First, though, I'm going to take it as a holiday. So the next day, rather than report to the high school, instead
I'll tell you what, I used to like manscaping. I remember reading Manscaped's annual Battle of Manscaping.
and instead they drove me to the town of Bush, Putnam County. So it's 40 minutes away by car. So there's 3 cops that come in from But the bad cop and the lieutenant, they're in one car, they put me in a car by myself. With the cops
based on your
so now that it's
so there's truly no risk.
and throughout this process, they periodically, you like my friends. No, I'm not restraining this point. No, and they're periodically reading me the rights, but I'm a 16-year-old. I don't understand what you're saying. And every time they read anything you say can will be used against you before the law, I'm thinking to myself, my mind goes like a signal. In court, what are you talking about? You're not going to court. And that was all further up to it.
Make sure you're ready for
you know,
anything
build the walls and
or anyone
tenant.
that comes your way. It might
They
take
use my
you
help
off
to solve the
today,
problem.
so make sure you're ready
If
if you're in Walmart. Make sure
So
you're
they
ready
drove
for
me
anything.
to
Go to
Boost for 40 minutes to get my
Hawthorne.co,
car,
use
which
promo
now
code
means I'm not
DERANGED
able to
to
use
get
my
10% off your
totally
first
dependent
purchase.
upon
That's
the police.
Hawthorne.
It's a school day, so my mother and grandmother, they think that I'm in school. So they don't go around looking for me. They have no idea what I'm doing. They have no clue. They have no clue.
Do they have any idea of you working with the police for the weeks prior?
No, they don't. So my mother knew that I interacted with the police once, and she didn't want me to interact with them. But I didn't, right, so I didn't tell her. I mean, look, I'm at 16, and that's the age where kids are pushed back on the authority of their parents and try to get independence. And, we're all smarter than our parents anyway. And I didn't do anything, telling them, what could possibly happen.
They make it taste good. So not only are the chemical itself is addictive, they give it a
So that was kind of like the dynamic. They knew that I wasn't to interact with them, but I'm 16 years old, so I'm allowed to wait.
Check out the full line of products at lucy.co. Use the promo code DRENCHED at checkout.
So I get to the place, and since I'm living there, I don't know where I'm at. I'm totally dependent upon the police. So there's a Putnam County Sheriff. There's the polygraph is a Putnam County Sheriff's investigating and he's dressed up as a civilian, and he never identifies himself as law enforcement. And so we go to the waiting area, and he gives me a 4-page brochure which explains how the polygraph works. But it had a lot of big words in it, so I didn't understand. I figured, well, what does it matter? I'm here to help the police. Let's just get on with it. They don't give me anything to do the entire time. Then from there, they bring me to another small area where the polygraph is used for coffee.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'll see about change your water.
Yeah, please.
May 9th, Glasgow, Scotland. May 12th, Dublin. 13th, London.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. So it gives me countless cups of coffee. It seems fairly clear the purpose of giving me the coffee is to get me nervous. And then he attaches some polygraph machines in it. And then he launches into his third degree tactic. So he invades my personal space, he raises his voice at me, he asks me the same questions over and over again. And as I'm not used to talking to adult males. As I mentioned, my father was talking about my life, and I just spent most time with my uncles or the male members of my family. So I'm really not used to communicating with an adult male, much less somebody who's very kind and ferocious manner.
St. Louis,
So each hour that goes
San
by,
Francisco, Brisbane, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Adelaide, Australia.
and he keeps us up for 6.5 to 7 hours. Towards the end, it's a really long time. All I'm attached to this machine. And so he winds up saying at the end, I guess he was exasperated at that point. What do you mean? You just told me through the polygraph test result what you did. I just want you to verbally confirm this. And when he said that to me, that really shot my feelings. So at that point, the officer was pretending to be my friend. He comes in the door, but it comes to me, and he says, he tells me that the other officers are going to harm me, he's close to the law, he can't do so, I have to help myself. Then he says to me, just tell them if they want to hear, go home afterwards, you're not going to be arrested, and so being young, naive, and frightened, 16 years old, not thinking about the long term. Instead, he was concerned about mental safety and moment. I was in family life, the fact that I didn't know where I was, he knows that I was quite large. I was overwhelmed emotions and possibility of harm, so I just out to offer based on
Also, I would like to get
last time.
That's what I was thinking. Like for him, Gus, that'd be nice.
Ties back to the game probably one
That's happening.
made false
What do you got?
confession.
Trip at the stand,
What I said when I
Wednesday,
said
May 4th at 7 p.m. That would be fun.
see
So my Instagram.
story. A Gatorade bottle. At that time, Gatorade bottles were in glass. And there's no way that a Gatorade bottle
We're about to go do something. Could change our lives forever.
and then in addition, like shattered glass, shards of glass, slowly just doesn't make sense. At what point was this the point that you finally realized that you were getting swindled by the cops? No, this happens to me. Let me tell you about that. So I mean, you're going through all this interrogation, you put up to a polygraph, and you're saying that the amount of fear that you have is insurmountable. Yes. What is that fear of?
Part 2.
I thought it was fear of my safety. I thought that they might kill me there. I don't know. I don't know where I'm at. I'm in the middle of some place where I don't know where I'm at, and I have these adults that are going to question me, that are putting pressure on me. So at this point, you obviously have lost trust in them, right? Yes, I have. Definitely, obviously, I've lost trust in them. Yes. To which, up to that point, you trusted them, like they were helping you. Right. Yes. Yes. And then again, the cops just telling me my last best hope is friend. Right? He tells me they're going to harm me. He's telling me that they're going to harm me, that he can't stop me any longer. So that fear, is suppressed by this objective, this outside factor. And again, it's not all just external also. And the way that he's in my face when I'm being questioned, I'm in the chair, he's just mounting me, man. And he's within a couple of feet of my face, and he's raising his voice, he's asking me the same questions. It's all of those things in totality. So after that, after I gave this confession, I'm crying on the then I'm given something afterwards. And then it's time to go back to the police station. They take me back to the police station and we're going to share some pizza. And that's when they put me in the handcuffs, and I said, well, why are you putting me in there?
This is actually
Just told me that I'm not arrested. So I said, oh, this is just
these guys are to backstab.
so I didn't question that. So they put me in the car,
This capitals. Yeah, like now with the tech guys who are out with the Bezos and the
to the police station. And the cop was pretending to be my friend. They disappeared, but the bad guy, he's still there, but I'm interrupted by this uniform.
Like now it's not going to be democracy because people like to have
And so he winds up eventually
yeah, they're a bunch of monks like
fingers to
and now they took it and he's a piece of shit.
So I looked at this other detective and I said, what is he doing? I've got ink all over my fingers. I'm over here trying to eat pizza and I've got ink on my fingers. And he says, oh, he has a right to do that. And I said, well, what do you mean he has a right to
So
do
this
that?
is big for his.
And I was told that I wasn't going to be arrested. And that's when he said to me, oh, you are being charged with that. And I remember being angry. I remember also being dumbfounded and stunned. I couldn't, I didn't know what was happening.
And fucking, it just, there was no steel, coal, oil. What year we had?
During all of this, it's like they were grooming these to be their perfect suspect. Like, do you think from the onset that they were trying to frame you? Or do you think that did they believe that you could have been the actual murderer? Or do you think they knew from the onset that we just need to find somebody to kill? I think that they just, from the outset, they thought that we just need to find somebody to kill. Let me tell you why. So
firstly, the whole false confession, there was no video tape, recording, there was no science confession, it's just a contrary report. So when they come to court, crazy. I agree. And when you came to court, they left it right false promises out of their testimony. But let me. I mean, the reasons I think that it was not a good thing is because look, when the DNA didn't match the DNA before I go to trial, the results of the DNA test results come in from the FBI. The DNA doesn't match them. And rather than acknowledge the mistake, they continue to prosecute full speed ahead. So in his letter to the FBI, asking them to prosecute the lieutenant, the police lieutenant. Lieutenant General. So he writes a letter to the FBI asking them to expedite the DNA test. Because he's counting right, yeah, at that time. Yes. So he says to them in his letter that the test results, are either going to confirm my guilt or else it's going to exonerate me. But when the results don't match me, the case had going. He said after the fact, after I was exonerated years later, he says that he claims that he had concerns and he went to prosecute, but that was all he did. He didn't go to prosecute. He tried to touch the child. He just heard him. He didn't go to the Attorney General. He didn't go to the FBI. He just sat back and let everything happen. That's one aspect of why. Another aspect of it is that when the DNA didn't match,
he doesn't want the specialty flashes on and they cut through the audience like this, that's she knows who's a comic, she's looking at but it's the same energy.
she didn't have any friends, she didn't have any boyfriends, she didn't have any boyfriends,
They tested the semen.
That's right. Yes, they tested the semen, didn't match semen, and then that's what the medical examiner says. He comes up with this the day after he says that he remembered and he forgot. He forgot to get medical evidence. He said showed the position had been sexually back. So that opens the door to the prosecutor to argue. This is how the DNA doesn't match you, and yet, you still run the church. How could they possibly have a medical evidence? What is considered medical evidence that she's sexually active? Well, he claims that he saw perforations of her hymen on the medical side. That's what so wouldn't that be crazy? It would have. And not only that, but if there was a consensual sex, and then I murdered and raped her after that, that means that there would have been something for these two people. Right, not one. Right. Okay. So taking it a step further, he mentions another group by name that he claims had slept with. But he didn't try to prove that. He never had a DNA test performed to prove that. He never quoted him as a witness. He just made the unsupported argument to the jury. What I'm trying to get to is in that context when they're trying to support this consensual sex theory, the police were back into the field and interviewed 17 witnesses covering all the prohibitions. The police purposely did not document any of these organizations. So that way, there's complicated controlling that over to military. So I'm also speaking to the issue of whether or not I think this is error. That's what brings us in. Additionally, wasn't there also pubic hair found on her as African American descent? Yes, there was. There was pubic hairs found around the body that were determined to be Negroid and Mongoloid. So again, the prosecutor argues by inference. He says, "Oh, this must have come from the Vietnamese medical examiner, who's African American." So I've learned since then that pubic hair, it goes pubic and oh, yes, that, yeah. So he's saying he's just saying the word hairs, but he's referring to both. He's not saying he's saying, hey, if you would have said pubic hairs, you're right. That's not really making the body.
We got another issue.
Right. But he just says hairs to try to encompass everything. But the hair expert, I learned later, the hair expert on Dr. Flores says, that's the explanation. Get me the hairs from the medical examiner. Right. Let me do the actual comparison. Right. But he was never given anything of the, he was never provided with any hairs. And one more thing on the police level. Not exactly having forced the profession, but they tried to help the prosecutor get around the DNA also. So they fabricated statements. What I mean is they claim that I told that I didn't know the perpetrator ejaculated. And that word was not in my vocabulary as a 16-year-old. And that, when you look at the police reports, that statement in their write-up of the confession, that statement doesn't appear in their early write-ups about the confession. It only appears in their write-ups after the DNA test is finished. So it seems to me like they came up with that So there's a DNA test result, and all this stuff is taking place before the trial that I just mentioned. So in terms of the trial itself, I couldn't afford an attorney, so we had the witness account. So public defender I had assigned to me was Peter Lindstrom. He supposedly was the best. So he essentially didn't defend me. He rarely met with me. He would meet with me. I tried to explain that I was innocent. He was always shutting me up. Time he talked, he didn't care if I was guilty. He never interviewed my alibi. I told him I was playing football. He never interviewed a close witness my alibi. He never explained to the jury the significance of the match. He never used that to challenge the confession and argue that the confession is coerced and false. Speaking of the confession, sometimes he's arguing to the jury the confession happened. Other times he's arguing that it happened but that it was coerced. Still other times he's saying that it happened but it was false. So by adopting this throw mother against the wall type approach, he had to have been standing there with no credibility at all. And it was time to cross-examine his counsel. It obviously would have been important to attack his credibility because he's the one who came up with this consensual sex. But instead, he stood up in open court and with a big smile on his face in the medical exam. I said to him, "You're going to be pleased to know that I don't have a single question." And the last thing is that I wanted to testify at the trial so that I could put the threatened false promise on the record. So when you defend the case here with a false confession, you have to answer that confession. You have to explain that confession. You have to disprove the confession in many ways. And you bring in all the but he didn't do any of that. He didn't allow me to testify. That was, so all those things, I got a terrible defense. There were terrible defense, and there were a couple of other irregularities about the trial. Do you think the lawyer was just incompetent, or do you think that he was working with the other side? I kind of feel he was working with the other side because, some of these mistakes, even like the clergy of law students, do that. And when I met with defense lawyers in Westchester, I lunch with them. Often asked me, who is your trial lawyer? When I mentioned his name to them, they're quite surprised. And then he thought that he was so he's still practicing today. No, he retired. So here's your other irregularities that happen in the trial. So firstly, polygraph results, they're not investigative report. It's not scientific.
So he
In
said,
fact, even like intelligence agencies
so he was the second guy to get
right? So it's not scientific.
this is after.
And the whole premise of polygraph is that when somebody proves that if somebody lies, you'll get nervous. So police force and it's compulsory. It's
This is the
actually
first major media election. Papers are now starting to get partisan.
so because of that, polygraph tests
So he
results
gets
are
accused of having a kid
not
out of wedlock. James Blaine was a crook, whatever.
so despite that general rule, this judge comes up with this backdoor rule where he says that because the confession happened while it was attached to the polygraph, the rest of the polygraph is reviewed by the jury
It's not the way where your wife said, don't fucking move it.
while
White House
opening my attorney
for
question about the methods that we used to arrive at.
grandson of William Green Harris.
So that was one rule. And that was definitely
The
prejudicial.
extra did leave the office
Second thing is
every
that
day. And just go hunt, just go
the
upstairs.
business flows
Okay, so him
the
and
jury
you know,
has to
so this is
see
still just a
that
run for the
correlated to
all
all
the
the
state
stuff. The worst thing
marching
is that
through the 1800s,
the jury has to see the rub. And that's important because some laws on the can't be predictable design.
right? And the other
Jury
daughter,
has to
baby
see
Ruth.
and that's when the judge said that the evidence included
David,
including
I guess they definitely
left on the floor over the weekend. And that apparently the janitors thought that it was garbage, and so they threw it out, and that the bra is not available anymore. He substituted a photo in which he said you could almost see the bra in the photo. He substituted that from the actual bra. And, right. He refused to declare in this trial. He refused to strike any testimony. And the last thing is that on the third day of the jury deliberations, he got his own ego, but he can't come up with a verdict. Everybody be questionable. And the judge said yes. So I've learned since then that at that point, he's 11-1 for one but he said they were all freshmen. And he also said that when he sent out the vote, that the pressure actually left and that nobody wanted to be there to tolerate it. So based on that,
But there was like a run of straight through. A lot of Ohio. All these guys. So McKinley's from Ohio.
I guess it's not that.
He was last president served in the Civil War. He had one war. Everybody sees it.
Felt like I was
His
kind
whole
of
thing was
like
cultivating a good person. The first guy that's mastered that.
my
The
way
other
of
stuff
thinking
is
is that
Cleveland
at
before
that time, I thought,
fucking hate. So let's get to Teddy. Okay, I guess he's the only guy that I honestly is good to say about McKinley. Yeah, he started. He started in 1898. The Spanish Empire was falling in Cuba, so
the
there's Cuban
first three
grounds.
charges that they read, I
He
was
did one time, but eventually got talked into it because guys like
the
William Randolph Hearst,
fourth count that
major
we
media,
read that
like
they
we
said
gotta
guilty. And I
fuck that. So we sent the USS Maine to the Cuban port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. The media demanded more Spain. So that's what remember his name. All that shit comes from. McKinley created the situation in the White House. It was very tight. So it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, my mother was in the court.
And it's a 10-week war. The U.S. fucks them up.
And when they read that,
And there's thing, he annexed Puerto Rico and the Philippines. Also annexed
15 or 11. I was 17, 15 or 11. Well, that was when I was convicted. I went back and come back to court after that to get proceeded to the sentence.
So Teddy, fascinating
Yeah,
about
so
Teddy.
I
First of
remember
all,
the day
Teddy
of the
was born
sentence that, well, my mother and aunt
his lungs and his organs were too small for his chest
so
cavity.
did they believe that you were the murderer at that
His
point?
father,
No, they didn't.
he's got to stay in bed. He'll probably die.
So we went on the day of the sentencing. I begged the judge to return the verdict.
Bodies, you don't have to make your body. Teddy became insane.
The judge actually told me on the record, he said, maybe you are innocent. But he didn't. You would think that he would overturn the conviction, right? But instead he put him down by reversing any number of procedural rulings.
He was the first guy they did like
Everything coming out of the
because he had his crazy big team in his classes.
But instead he took the easy way out and beat the
funny version of him, and he liked it.
So I've been tried to result and tried to
Because they're
result.
thinking about the fact that they're caricaturized means that
How he's given every sentence to a men's match.
and he liked it, so he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he liked being in charge. He liked being number two. So like they asked him to run New York City Police Department, and he became a commissioner. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners. He was like number two, but he ran everything for the number two position. Being number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started, and I don't know this, I'm not educated, I read this a long time ago, but I think he invented police academy because New York City, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, you had a family of cops, or you had to pay somebody because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in uniform. The cops used to sleep like in alleys, and they didn't do it.
So listen, Jesus, God Almighty. So listen, I got a kid named,
New York City, and so and they were all fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's an age restriction, can't be old. He's going to be in shape.
That's horrible. That's horrible. I'm from Florida. What is going on with you guys? So, this is horrible. It's horrible. Woo! My eyes are about to start watering. Did you hit your eyes? Did you get your eyes? That's the worst when you get your eyes, though. My eyes were burning for like 2 days after I did it in public face. Woo! Don't get it mixed up. I shouldn't be right here, bud. Some people are telling me that you are happy going here. Is that true? I think for every one of those guys, there's 10 guys saying you should have me on here more. That's probably true. Even Bubba said that you're on here. Have you heard something?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're supposed to hit up Colby. Did you hit him up?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Okay, good. I hope it's going to work out. It sounds like it's going to be,
I don't know. I didn't really ask. Are you going to go back on this? Or not back? Are you going to
yeah, he called you at all?
No. I'm sure I heard you with Diaco that day.
How was it that one day when we called you live from his studio? I had to call you.
How? What do you mean?
Well, like, he made a whole video about it, right? Like, you weren't expecting us to call you. You were live on his radio show.
I
We called you.
yesterday.
Yeah, I saw the screenshot popped up on my YouTube page, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just me sitting there. Basically, I explained Bubba's situation for people that don't know who he was and who he is and the whole thing. And then I said, I went on the show. There was an issue. I got a call. And then I said, and then Danny went on the show. And then I said, they just called me. And then I said, I'm going to play the video. And I played the video where I'm sitting there going, okay, we're going back. It's like 38 minutes. Yeah. I mean, 8 minutes with me explaining who he is. I can't believe I'm such a doctor. What was I supposed to say?
What did you say about him?
Well, what do I think about? What was I supposed to say? I gave him. I didn't do it.
I mean, you're right. You must have not known.
Oh, Bubba had no idea.
He had no clue.
Well,
So
Bubba,
he never told me in the first place.
no. The guy said, I don't want him on the show again.
Right, and you tell him.
And Bubba just went, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And said, I'll never have him on again. Great, okay.
You think he's really like that? I don't think. Do you think he's really like straight up bitch boy like that, or do you think
Are they funding him?
Do you think he's really they got him by the balls like that?
Listen, prior to, so here's what I didn't say.
I don't think they have him by the balls.
Prior to that second episode, I had done the first episode. Bubba asked me to, we went out back, we talked for a while. Then he called me several times, and he asked me, look, would you consider coming on the podcast? Would you consider helping me with YouTube? And then we'll cut up the videos, and I'll give you half of the revenue from all the YouTube that comes in, and I'll bring you on the show. You'll be a regular. Come on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I'll give you this much money. And he was pushing hard, like, I don't know. Let me think about it. I'm not sure. Because I got Jess all the time saying, I don't trust this guy. I'm not telling you.
She's like, he's sleep wrong with him. He's burnt every bridge he's ever fucking had. If you look into him. So I'm like, I know, but what's the big deal? It's gonna pay me. You know, it'll help me. I can start a channel because I don't really have a channel yet. I can start a channel. It'll help me kind of garner subscribers. And so I had this whole conversation. And then I was like, I don't know, just, let me think about it. Let me see. Went on the show the next day. That whole thing happened, right? And then as I came, as soon as I got home, I got the text from Bubba. Boom. Hey, sorry, bro, it doesn't look like it's going to work out. Really? And he was like, yeah, it's not going to work out. And I go, I have a feeling it has something to do with the Diacos. Yeah, bro, it does have something to do with the Diacos. I don't want to get into it. Good luck. Like, that's it. Like, this is a guy who's blowing up my text for a week. Diaco said, boom. He said, yes, sir. And didn't even ask why. Like, let's say there was somebody who said, let's say I was like, hey, Danny, I'm going to have... Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have. They'll beep it out if you do. I'm gonna have so and so on my program, right? And you said, and I said, yeah, Danny, I'm gonna have him on my. Yeah, he's gonna come. It's cool. We're gonna do like a 2-hour thing. And Danny would say, yeah, bro, I really don't want you to do that. If I were to say, okay, yeah, that's cool, but you know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't say, okay, Danny, you're right. You said so. That's good, and never ask why. Unless it basically works for you. Like if you just said, I said no and it's no. Okay, man, yeah, bro, right, cool. That's the relationship we would have to have. For me to not say why. I'll think about it, Danny. We'll talk about it, but why? You need to have a good reason. Now, if you had a good reason, okay. But Bubba never asked. He never asked. He just said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like, to me, I don't know about you, but that says something about our relationship. Yeah. The one person's 100% in control. That's weird. You don't even get to question it.
That's so weird. I just find it hard. I just don't see it. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It makes total sense, but I just don't see that dynamic. I don't see him answering to somebody like that as far as content. Like, why would they fucking choke him out and stifle any sort of possibility for success by having you on there just because of some personal fucking petty shit like that?
It's absolutely petty. Like, and this is the thing too. Like I said, if I had been given instructions like, "Hey, bro, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that," but it was never like that. It was like, "Okay, you're sitting down here, we're gonna, okay, you ever seen the show? Not really, not recently, not in 25 years."
Diaco is like the Peter Thiel of Tampa.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Woo! The nice segue.
Did you watch that documentary?
Oh yeah. I wish I'd watched it before.
Oh, have you?
I didn't realize I had watched it before. I had watched it, I want to say, a couple of years ago, because all of that was very familiar to me. How old is the documentary?
2017.
Okay, so I have watched it. When I was watching it, I was like, oh wait, didn't this person buy this paper? Oh wait, wasn't he? So I knew I'd seen, as I was watching, I was like, I know I've seen this before for some reason. But yeah, and I knew the whole thing as I was watching. So I definitely saw it before. I just didn't know how long ago.
What was your take on the whole documentary?
I mean, I know
It was called, by the way, it's called Nobody Speak.
Right.
I wish I would have seen that before I talked to Bubba.
Well, I know your take is, that there's these billionaires behind the scenes that are helping, that are basically stifling free press, right? Yeah. So that's what. But do you mean just the Hulk Hogan thing?
No. I'm talking about the whole overarching thing of it, not just the Hulk Hogan. The Hulk Hogan thing is great. I'm a great part of it because it kind of sets it up, and it kind of is like a great kind of like clickbaity thing for the documentary. Like, right. It makes sense to draw more attention to it. Right? And it's kind of like a catalyst which sets it off. But like the overarching theme of these crazy overlord billionaires who are trying to control the free press.
I like that. Doesn't he? He's got great. So it's like what was the BoJack with the dark something of credit card fraud? Yeah, I mean something was just like anyway. Yeah, I mean, what do I think? It's funny because to me that's something that like you have special interest groups, right? Like lobbyists and stuff that do that all the time for laws, and it's not illegal. Like what they did wasn't illegal, but they also bought that one guy who bought the newspaper. It was a small local town newspaper. It wasn't massive. He didn't change. He didn't.
No, that was I think that was the biggest newspaper in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I guess it's not like it's massive, and even so, you didn't buy them all.
That guy's name was Sheldon Adelson,
Right.
the richest man in Vegas. He was
Yeah.
the richest casino owner in Vegas. He just died.
And they're back to printing whatever they want.
But he was trying to hide the fact that he bought that newspaper, right?
Yeah.
He did not want anybody to know that.
He did a horrible job. Like I'm gonna have my son-in-law is going to your son like obviously we know that you're involved.
You have all the money.
Yeah, your son-in-law runs some whatever he ran for him. I'm sure.
The Peter Thiel Gawker thing, Peter Thiel didn't hide from that at all. Yeah,
He came out like the next day.
Yeah,
that's right. You let him know.
I like that.
What did he
I
do?
like that's kind of gangster. I like the way Peter Thiel did it because fuck Gawker. I mean, Gawker was kind of just like they were just like grenade throwers. You know what I mean? They weren't really like doing any meaningful journalism. They were just doing like tabloid grenade throwing.
They had come out with some stuff before everybody else came because they required less. They were less. There was less scrutiny in their underwrite or in their journalism. Like they didn't require all these different people to verify the story. So they heard about something, they said sounds credible, run with it, as opposed to someone like the New York Times is like, we need two different sources. We need someone inside the administration. Like they're not running this big thing. Gawker was running, and on a few occasions it was a big story. Like, oh my God, we blew it first. Yeah, because you have no standards.
Right.
So yeah, they didn't knocking out Gawker wasn't. And Gawker, but as far as your you having a right to privacy, like you do have a right to privacy. Like you're in someone's house and they're videoing you, and then they sell the video. Like I'm not in public, bro. Like you need my permission to video me and sell it. Like you just do that. Like I get it if we're in public and you're videoing me. Like we're in public. Everybody can see this. We're in public. You can video me and sell it. That's news. But yes, this dude's in his house and banging his wife. Like it's a whole nother fucking. Yeah, it's a whole weird issue.
And the crazy part is Bubba only had to pay him $5,000.
Yeah. How weird is that? The whole thing,
You know what I really liked about it? The thing about the documentary is they were really kind of dumb. Some parts of it were pretty dumb. Like the people they were interviewing were talking about how the lawsuit was structured with Hulk's legal team versus Gawker. And the people that were interviewing people that worked at Gawker, and they were like, knew something was really, really fishy and not right when they removed one of the charges for psychological distress,
right,
or mental distress. They removed it because Gawker's insurance policy for lawsuits would no longer cover them if that was not part of the lawsuit. So this was really weird. Like that's not normal. Of course that's normal in a lawsuit because now you don't want the person you're suing to have money. That's the point. All lawsuits, especially those kind of civil suits, the point of those lawsuits is to fucking run them out of money. Right. Because you're not going to win. It's a show.
I think what they were saying was, the way I understood it was, if they did win, the insurance company would pay the verdict. If they removed the insurance company, then Gawker's owners were liable. They could bankrupt the company and they could go after the owners.
That's not what I got from it. What I got from it was that they had an insurance. They had a corporate insurance policy that covered the expense of the lawsuits like that. So
you mean the lawyers and the if they won and the suit if they or the verdict?
I don't know about the verdict. I don't know how that. I don't know. Even if they did win, I think even if Gawker did win, I don't think they would have gotten any sort of money. It's just even if they won. Because they weren't countersuing, right? They were just defending themselves. They weren't.
Yeah, I think they were just defending.
So their insurance policy was just going to cover their legal fees for their lawyers.
Yeah.
And if they remove that part of the lawsuit, then now their insurance company has an out. They don't have to cover their expenses anymore.
See, I was thinking that if they lost, our insurance company would pay whatever whatever the damages were. Like if it was $100 million, then now the insurance company has to pay. I'm sure there's a cap like of $20 million.
It would have.
Right.
It would have.
So to say, hey, I want to have them removed so that they cannot contribute because we want to make sure the person's gone. Right. Like that's the way I took it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like it was personal. It was personal. I don't want your insurance to bail you out. I want to make sure I bankrupt you.
Right, but still, you have a way better chance of winning. So if you don't remove that piece of the lawsuit, and they have insurance now covering their expenses, you're going to go for a bigger pot of money, but you have a smaller chance of winning because they have unlimited funds now. But
for their lawyers to fight you.
For their lawyers to fight you. If you remove that little piece of it, now they have.
Isn't the guy that owns Talker wasn't worth millions anyway?
Like, how much is he going to pay out of his pocket versus out of an insurance policy?
No, you're right. The insurance policy is probably going to pay out. Because especially if they're liable for if they lose. Like, we're going to dump a bunch of money because if we lose, we're going to get hit for $100 million.
Right, exactly. So now they've changed their whole way of thinking. They're fucking on their heels now if they're paying it out of their own pocket. So you're gonna win a smaller amount of money, but you're gonna have a way greater chance of winning that lawsuit because you're gonna fucking win that.
Yeah, they have less ability to mount the defense. But either way, he ended up winning. He got $115 million. If he got $115 million,
he did it. Probably when it all shook out, after the fee, the lawyers, probably got like.
Right? Yeah, and then he turned around and he sued Cox Media.
That was the bigger one.
Yeah. Then he sued
he got like 70 out of Cox.
And he sued somebody else and got like 40. He got another 110. Like
who else?
I forget the second one. He sued Cox Media and then another company like I don't know who he said, like Warner or ABC or CBS or something. Someone else. He sued them too. Damn, they paid him too. So he's got that's probably one of the best things that ever happened to him.
That was a big trade.
Yeah, that was a big chunk of
What a life! What a roller coaster of a life. He went straight from his divorce, where he was like ready to kill himself and blow his brains out, to that.
Yeah.
And the FBI sting, I was at the Sand Pearl, they had the FBI sting get set up.
Yeah, that's a nut. This dude's some of these guys who live these lives that you're just like the average guy, he goes to high school, maybe he goes to college, maybe he just gets some kind of a technical degree, or maybe he just gets into some kind of a field and he kind of stays in that field and he does okay, or does really well, whatever. He goes on, he meets a girl, they get married, they have 2 kids, and he teaches soccer, and he has just like a regular life, and they go on vacation. Like that guy listening to someone like Hulk Hogan's life or Bubba's life, or it's like bizarre. They're like, what? You did what? Like that. Like 99% of people kind of follow that. High school, I got a job, I married a girl that I'm in love with, I had kids, so they hear someone like, or even that guy I just told you, the guy we were talking about earlier that I to have on the program, the guy, Johnny Walker. Like, you listen to this guy's life and you're like, this is bizarre. Like, everything about this guy's life is insane. I mean, you've done things that I would have done. And I'll do some crazy shit. It's just like, wow. It's like, how did you think that was acceptable or was going to work? And then it did work. Same thing with Hulk Hogan. I'm gonna be a wrestler. Like, how did you come up with that? And how did you think you could make money with that? And how did you think, or even Bubba? I kind of like this, and I talked about this, and I got on the radio, but he had a radio show, and I got on the radio show, and it's like, how did that work out? Like, some of these guys' lives are just fucking insane.
Bubba was living hard.
Oh, at one point, yeah.
Did you listen to him back then?
Oh, of course.
In your heyday too, right?
Here's what's funny. I never mentioned this. And I was thinking about it the other day. I was driving down Fowler one time. This was when I was maybe 20, 21 years old. And there was like I don't know, it was like a huge SUV, and there was a hot chick who was walking out of like a 7-Eleven or something with some food or something, and there was this big fat guy pumping gas into this huge SUV, and I think it was like when the Escalades first came out or something when they were really big. And one of my buddies was like, bro, that's Bubba the Love Sponge. I was like, no, they go, look at the chick. You know that's him. He's like made a ton of money. They're like, look at that shit. Look at him. I was like, that is Bubba. Well, it had to be him. Like he was dating these women that were phenomenal looking, and he was porn stars. Yeah, it's overweight. He's driving this amazing car, and it was like. And then, of course, I did listen to him. He was always doing the whole shock documentary.
I didn't realize it, but on the documentary, they said he burned the Quran.
He threatened it.
Oh, he threatened to burn it.
They'd asked him not to do it. Yeah, he ran for sheriff.
The CIA?
Yeah, the CIA had to go through somebody to get to Bubba in order to say, this is a national security issue. Like,
that's how big of a fucking deal.
Yeah. Oh, and then one time I guess they killed a pig or something. They put him on trial. Yeah. What was the other one that he did? Like, he ran for sheriff. One time he ran for sheriff for like Polk or something like that. I forget which county, but yeah, he probably. Yeah, I want to say he had.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so that it would say Bubba the Love Sponge or something like that.
He got it legally changed, right? It's legally Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yeah, because when the I think it's because when it was on the ballot, he wanted it to say Bubba the Love Sponge. Like nobody's gonna know who his real name. Yeah, nobody's gonna know that. This is insane. What's wrong with you guys?
Close your eyes.
Let's talk about.
What's wrong with you guys?
Sometimes you need a little something extra to get you going, man.
You know, Charlie in the car. Driving long distance.
Yeah, that documentary was good. But it was like weird though. Towards the end, they kept talking about like, media doesn't lie. Oh, for the press, why would you say such terrible things on CNN? Like
they held the media out like they were just above reproach and they didn't have an agenda.
Right.
It was just like, come on, man, stop.
Yeah, that part of it kind of lost me.
Yeah, they and then they played the music. There was music in the background when they were giving their little speech about how clean and righteous they were. It was just like,
how righteous the media is.
Stop it, bro. You had me up until this.
They were showing Brian Stelter. Brian Stelter's the poster child for truth in media.
It was really bad. It was ridiculous. And it's so funny too because they were really hammering. Trump was president then, so obviously they were hammering away at him. Hammering.
Oh, they were shitting on Trump.
Yeah. He's out of here. Supporting Trump.
He's a weird dude, though. Have you seen the way he walks? He has a very weird gait. To work there when you walk.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem is with all of those guys, Bozak, I'm talking about. Like, you ever know, like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, like CEO, like Musk. They're all
awkward.
Yeah, it's like they're on the spectrum of autism. You know, they're somewhere on that spectrum. You know, there's like you saw how he talked. Teal,
very odd. He might be the weirdest out of all.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But I wasn't really aware of that. He's not so much in the spotlight as the other guys are.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize it until I saw that video. When he started talking, trying to explain something, I'm like, oh, wow. There's something missing. Right. And he just not, he apparently holds friends.
Imagine if you were him, you're a billionaire. You had done all this, and then some fucking fly-by-night Gawker website says, Matt Cox, yes, good deal. Matt Cox is gay. So Matt Cox is totally gay. That was the headline.
Yeah. Is he gay though?
Yeah,
he is. Right. Okay, so
and you hadn't told anyone. Like it was a secret thing. Only his family and his close friends.
Right.
And then they did that. That would kind of like
it does. It feels like it's an invasion. It feels like it's an invasion of my privacy.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's a big thing to out for the first time. So like, put you on public
Yeah.
spotlight for that.
Yeah, I agree.
I
don't.
can understand how he held it up.
I can, but I can't imagine spending the tens or 20 or 30 $1 million that he spent backing all of these
$4
guys.
billion.
Yeah, I guess it's nothing. It's pocket change.
$4 billion is like $200 grand is like $20.
Yeah, you say that, but rich people don't like to lose money. Like, they didn't get rich because you're okay with losing money. Like, you know, nobody wants to lose. Nobody wants to lose.
Yeah, some of them like more risk.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah, risk aversion.
Work.
Anyways, it was definitely good.
That was like a sketch that was of Teddy and little bear.
I just did a podcast with a guy named Barrett Brown,
Put that together, Teddy and Bear.
who is a former member of Anonymous.
Oh,
You know Anonymous, the
Yeah,
guys who what they put the mask on their face and they talk about shit.
yeah, the
They call it politicians and stuff.
This McKinley gets shot.
He wrote a whole thing about Peter Thiel. He's like studied a lot about Peter Thiel. And he talked about like how his company Palantir is like this facial recognition company. They have AI software that tracks you by your retinas and stuff like that. And their biggest contract was with InQtel, the CIA's investment arm.
right.
So
He said that in the
Yeah.
documentary.
right, and this guy Barrett Brown did this like whole crazy deep dive on him and how there's this thing called dark enlightenment that he wrote about.
Okay.
I don't know, very like dark shit. He says that he's basically
There's one in New York this morning.
and he's actually he can't come to the U.S. right now. He went to prison for 4 years. He went to prison for 4 years for 13 years. He got fucked by the FBI. The FBI fucked him for 4 years because he wrote for. I think he was a journalist for.
Imagine what Teal's gonna do.
What is Glenn Greenwald's? What is Glenn Greenwald's publication called? He wrote for that magazine and or that website, and he wrote some shit and got in trouble because he leaked information on an anonymous thread, an anonymous forum. About some of the information for the employees of a company called HB Gates, which is another intelligence contractor. So, like, like in the military-industrial complex, they will contract private military companies, send them overseas. This is a company that gets contracted by the government for intelligence, similar to Palantir. It was called HB Gary. They were like somehow contracted to spy on America or something, and they were trying to out those people. And because he outed some people who worked for HB Gary, the FBI sent him to prison. He got fucked for 4 years. He originally got sentenced to 105, but he somehow got out after 4 years in Texas.
So what, they hit him with some kind of espionage.
Something like that.
Espionage.
Can you pull up Barrett Brown's?
Like, well, I'm wondering what's the charge. Yeah, what's the charge?
We're gonna find out right now. We got Barrett Brown.
That'll be espionage. Espionage is like when a spy steals stuff, right? So it's got to be something. Yeah, it's something to do with like national security or something.
Oh, okay. So the FBI raided his mom's house, and then they charged his mom because his mom hid one of his laptops. They charged his mom with obstruction of justice. Yep. And then he went on his YouTube channel and he said something about, I know this FBI agent who's looking for spying on me right now and tapping my phone lines. If he ever comes around me again, him and his whole family will, you know what? Yeah, that's
how you threaten the life of an FBI.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's threat
on
a
YouTube.
Federal officer, obstruction of justice.
That's what they originally nailed him.
That was right.
900,000 to Stratford in restitution. What is Strap? Strap was another one of the intelligence agencies.
So instead of using the NSA, they just outsource it to some
Right.
other company, like a private
like
NSA.
Palantir or HB Gary.
That what can get around not spying on Americans,
Right?
We can't do it.
Right.
Exactly. It's like
There's no way.
it's like like they'll hire like Blackwater to go and kidnap some guy in another country and then show up on American soil and then call the DEA, hey, we're at the airport, we have so and so, look at him. Really? They come and they grab the guy and give him a check for $200,000 and take him away.
So this guy was saying that he goes, everyone thinks Elon Musk is this big shining star that's going to save the world. He buys Twitter. Let me tell you something. There is no way Elon Musk is not sitting in Peter Thiel's lap and Peter Thiel is fucking side by side with him when he's trying to buy Twitter. And Peter Thiel's the guy who owns Palantir and he's trying to control the fucking world with all this dark conspiracy shit, basically saying if Elon does buy Twitter, it's basically Peter Thiel owns Twitter, and we're fucked.
So what is this this was like a Zoom?
Yeah. He's in England right now. He actually, I think he got arrested again for saying he had this sign.
Mom again?
No, pull up Barrett Brown arrest in England. He was in the middle of a riot or one of those like BLM type riots, and he was holding a giant wooden sign that spray painted said "Kill Cops."
This guy can't learn. Listen, no offense, man.
Dude, he's got some sort of like complex where he just wants to fucking stir shit up. He wants to throw grenades.
I love these guys who are like, yeah, I think there should be no government. Really? So the other countries that have governments and armies are just going to roll in here and nobody's going to stop them? Well, we've got our guns to stop.
That's funny. Like he wrote.
Yeah. That honestly, yeah.
Because he was in DC.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea.
He was in New York. That's
not a great idea.
Not a good. No. Especially after just
that's him right there. Go to the picture of him wearing the tie.
You would think, especially after just doing time in the Fed. Yeah. Like, did he do the 4 years in the Fed?
Yeah, he did. He's an interesting fella.
Looks like he's 16.
He does. In that picture, that was like right when he got out, I think. Right before he went in, maybe. But if he came back on US soil, he'd get fucked. That's why.
Oh yeah, listen, if they want to get you, they're gonna find something. Everybody's doing something.
Yeah, they're not gonna get him in the
No. Well, I don't know. I mean, basically, they grab him and say, send him over here.
Well, they still haven't even extradited Julian Assange, have they?
What, yeah, but he's in Russia.
That's, I don't know Julian Assange.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Julian Assange is in an embassy, in the UK embassy, I think. They're trying to extradite him here.
So he's in the United Kingdom embassy in the United Kingdom.
You might need to verify that.
That's all they got.
Julian Assange. It's the latest on Julian Assange.
I can't even say Julian Assange. Assange.
This guy also was worked closely with Julian Assange. He got married. Worked really closely with Julian Assange. And
listen, I'm just saying.
Peter's watching.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for free press, but you know, you got a kid. You gotta start passing some of this stuff by your wife.
Julian Assange.
I think he's locked up.
Yeah, he's in an embassy. Locked up in an embassy, I think. Where is Julian Assange right now?
No, it says he's confined in Belmarsh Category A prison.
In London.
And he's probably fighting extradition.
Well, that's 2019. Where is Julian Assange now in 2022? There he is.
What's a Class A prison? Like a decent prison? A good one?
It says Class A prison.
I don't know what a class like. What that would
type in where is Julian Assange in 2022.
It sounds like it would be a nice prison.
There it is. Now,
like a 4-star prison.
Assange has been confined
Since 2019.
Okay. Well, that's in the UK though. That was halfway, right?
So what I know about Wilson is
Oh yeah, they're trying hard.
I read this book.
He's fighting.
It was called.
You know, so one of the problems with extraditing, I've known a couple guys that have been extradited from the UK, is that
Was how all the Middle Eastern countries
so,
were drawn.
is that it
Iraq,
one,
Iran,
if you have to basically go to them and say, look, here's the evidence. Like, we've indicted this person. He's a U.S. citizen, or he's let's say that you have dual citizenship, or you're one of your citizens in some cases. So he broke the law in the United States. We want to extradite him. Here's the evidence, and we'd like him to come over here and have to face prosecution. The problem is a lot of times they'll say, okay, well, that makes sense. Like, your evidence was pretty strong. We get it. You did indict it. Sounds like he may have done this. We'll send him over there. The problem is most of the times when it goes awry is when the U.S. comes and says something like, we want to extradite him. And, if he's found guilty, we're going to execute him. They're like, yeah, we're not sending one of our citizens to your country to be executed. So then it's like, okay, well, then we'll take that off the table. Okay, yeah, but if he's found guilty, then he has to get what? Life? Yeah. Yes. So life, based on the evidence that you guys have, we wouldn't give him life for that. So we're also not going to send him. Damn it. Okay, so you have to start negotiating with them because they're like, our laws are so strict. And I knew one guy that he had actually come over here. He was trying to tell us it wasn't a stop it. It's a scam. Like,
I love how you do that.
Stop it. Yeah, it's no, you don't understand. We did it. Okay, the moment you start billing people more than they're supposed to be billed for years, and you guys made an extra $500,000 or $1 million. Right. Yeah, but they saw what the bill. Stop. Don't try that shit. Like, you were supposed to be billing them the extra $12. You billed them for 5 years. 100,000 people. You guys made X amount of dollars. It was a scam. So, but once it all collapsed, this guy took off. He went to England because he had dual citizenship. So he goes to England. A couple of years later, he brings like one of his kids into the embassy to get like you have to give them like you have to sign something in the embassy so that they could also be an American. And he went in, and when he went in, they said, "Hey, by the way, you have a warrant from the United States." He what? He said he kind of knew it might have happened, but nobody'd ever said anything for years. So they grab him, they let him right back out, and when they let him back out, like he was in custody because he had to call in once a week. Like their custody and our custody is way different. So he was like, I was confined to my house and work and grocery shopping and going, bringing my kids to school. Yeah, exactly. It was ridiculous. I was like, you're free. He's like, I know, but they call it because. But once a week I had to call. I'm like, but you weren't allowed to leave like England. He's like, well, you could have called. Like what? He's like, well, it's the whatever it's the they all signed the treaty, right? Whatever the European Union is, like basically they're states, right? So anyway, the point is that when they got in front of the judge and they started arguing, they were like, okay, well these are fraud charges, and we agree you've got some evidence. And they were like, yeah, and this is very serious. He could get 30 years for this, and they were going on, and immediately his lawyer stepped in and went, Your Honor, this is fraud charges for $1 million. They want to give me 30 years. And the judge was like, yeah, we're not saying that. You're going to give me 30 years. Send him to China. Like it backfired on him right away. Like the U.S. was like, yeah, this is serious. And they thought that meant they go, oh, this go. Instead, they knew we're not saying this to get 30 years for something that over here, if he was found guilty, he'd get 18 months. 9 of which he'd be able to do in his living room on an ankle monitor. Like, no way. So they had to negotiate, and they negotiated like 24 months. And then he flew over there. He flew over to the U.S., went in for 24 months to the low, met me. That's where I heard the story. So, I mean, it's not always, you have to have a, and it has to be a comparable charge. Like, if they don't have a comparable charge over there, they're like, he did what? He did this and this and this. And they're like, that's not illegal over here. Like, a lot of countries don't have conspiracy charges. They're like, no, you don't understand. He did this and this and this, and it's conspiracy. Yeah, but he didn't rob the bank. Yes, but he was in the room when they talked about robbing the bank, and he helped plan it. But he didn't go in the bank. He didn't drive the getaway car. He didn't give weapons. He was just in the room talking and saying, "Oh yeah, you gotta watch out for this." Right. Yeah, it's conspiracies. Yeah, we don't. That's not a thing. But you could be in there. You can even help out with planning.
Not too much.
This is not a. He didn't pay anything. He didn't make any money just because he was there. Like to us,
Well,
you might as well walked in.
What would happen to this dude?
In China, they just take them all out back and shoot them in the head. Yeah. Did you see? Bozak and I did we did a video where these two bank employees had. This is in the Bank of China. Well, not the Bank of China. It was the bank in China. They basically were the vault managers, and they took cash on hand. They took some cash. One of them took some cash, went and gambled on the lottery. The problem was he won. He took like $200,000 and he won like $350,000. I'm sure I have the number wrong, but it wasn't that much. But because he won, he was like, "How much did he win?" He took like $200,000 and he won like $350,000. So he paid like $150,000 and he was able to put the money back. So then he thought, but this time he went and talked to the other vault manager and said, "Look, I say we pay. Like I already blew that money. We went through that in a year. So let's take with your help, no reason knows the money's going because you're the other person that kind of counts the money." And he's like, and they were like, "Okay." So then they also involved these two guards. Because we're going to come in here one night, we're going to move the money, we're going to buy lottery tickets, and we're going to scrape them off. And they literally talk about how they scrape them off until their fingers were broken. And who is this? This is these two guys, like I can't say their names, like Tim Tong and I don't know. So, but the fact is that the second time they did not win. I mean like that. Like they took out like a couple million and they had won back like 40,000. And so what did they do? Like, you know, they instead of saying, "You know what, let's get out of China, this is going back." No. So it was just off. We need to try this again. I got the wrong tickets. They get more money. Now there's so much money missing. Like the bank employees are like, "Listen, there was a big stack of cash a week ago, and there's a lot left." Now they were spinning them, saying, "Well, sometimes it happens. They come, we were here when they took this, and the other banks did." Like they're trying to do it, but people are getting wise. And so eventually the employees are complaining, and then they call the authorities. The authorities come in. Both these guys take off. They get caught right away. They're tried, convicted, and both of them are taken out back and shot for fraud.
Well,
this is fraud.
That's stealing. That's a little different than fraud, right?
Well, I'm okay.
You robbed the bank, essentially,
in a very nice way. Like you walk, it's not like they held him up. Like they walked out with.
It wasn't an armed robbery. It was like a breach.
It wasn't like you shot him in the hand.
It was like grand theft,
right? And not just that. Like this is like paper money in China. Like you guys can just run some more paper money and fix it, right? Like, I mean, this is not that big of a deal. Like you don't. They shot both of them. The other two guys got like 3 years. The other two, one of the two guards got like 3 years or something. Like literally for just looking the other way. They got like 3 or 4 years in like an internment camp where they go through re-education or something. Like, I didn't do anything. Like, oh, and by the way, that's how it needs to be. Oh my god. Oh my god. So listen, you know what's really,
you know, Shane agrees.
You know what's really fucked up?
I don't know if that's how it should be, but I mean, I bet you a lot less people be doing fucked up shit when you're like, "Hey, fucking Timmy over there got shot, got capped in the head. All he did was walk out with a couple more real nicely."
Yeah, they can't. Exactly. That's rough.
Yeah, they're rough.
Like it didn't even hurt anybody's feelings. Like they didn't come in with guns and zip tie everybody and scare them to death. Like they walked out with them in briefcases.
White collar criminals.
Yeah.
Non-violent.
That's kind of solid. But look, here's where it really, you know why they should have been shot in the head? They put the money in the lottery. Like,
yeah, that was
the stupidity alone.
Right.
That tells you the mentality.
They deserve
idiots.
it.
The problem,
put it on roulette or something.
The big problem was the guy won the first time.
Yeah.
Like
that
if he
might be
lost
the
the first time,
he might have been like, now he's trying to scramble 200 grand.
You know what's funny? This is how China is. They said that when one guy took off on the run, he took like a cab ride, like something like 50 miles or 100 miles or something, way outside of his district. Then he bought some kind of a decent vehicle with cash. Then he went to a nice hotel and rented the hotel or something with cash. The person who rented him the hotel room told the police, this guy came in, he's got a ton of cash, I think something's wrong. The guy who sold him the car said, this guy bought a car from me, all cash, very suspicious. The guy, the cab driver said, I just dropped this guy off here at this place, very weird, paid me in cash, over 50 or 100 miles of my cab, very strange. Like, everybody called the authorities. Like, everybody told on you. That was like,
Yeah, they ain't smart.
they're all snitching. The whole country's terrified. I wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
That's the kind of country that.
Oh my God.
I mean, what are the crime levels?
There's no crime. There's almost no crime.
And
Well, then the,
I mean,
the
if
process works, no?
It does. Yeah, if there is a crime, it only happens once.
and how many people are in China?
Law-abiding citizens.
Maybe you could find that, Jordan.
Is it like 3 billion or 2 billion?
Look, if you have to blow a couple fraudsters' brains out, and to prove a point, 1.4 billion.
1 point, what I say, 3?
At 1.302 are law-abiding citizens.
How many lives are you saving? Like, look at all the violence and murders and deaths we have in America every day. How many? I mean, there's got to be.
How this is going?
There's got to be thousands of
People shooting up schools, little children, and
I mean,
years in the carries.
Listen, maybe if we were a little bit stricter and had a little bit more, how we enforce a little bit more discipline on our citizens.
Oh my God!
We wouldn't have all these fucked up problems in our country.
Well, they want to lock them up for the money.
You do understand that 1% of our entire population is incarcerated. 1%. Here's the largest.
That's what I'm saying. Don't lock them up. Kill them.
I mean, I'm sure, like, people with DUIs, kill them.
Not DUI. Maybe.
People with fist fights, kill them. People that
Stealing golf carts.
by the way, drugs. You know, drugs.
Oh yeah, that plays.
No,
Yeah.
drugs should be legalized.
No,
Drugs should be legal.
No, kill them.
No, we have to
Kill them.
We need to legalize all
Just
guns.
like China. Listen, don't worry.
I mean, not guns. We need to we need to legalize guns, and we need to legalize all drugs. But if you go and shoot somebody and kill somebody,
These guys didn't kill anybody. They took some money.
or if you shot a bank, you're done. Or if you commit credit card fraud or mortgage fraud, you're dead. Off with your head.
I disagree. What's the next topic for the on the agenda?
How would the country? Don't you think China's winning though as a country?
Yes.
They're definitely winning.
Well,
Look, they have rules for people who use social media. If you're under 18, you can't scroll on TikTok and Instagram past 10 o'clock. After that, it's all educational content. Like they want to educate their populace.
I think China has some issues. Major issues. You know, like, well, I think, you know, like right now they keep talking about, like, listen, like Bozak and I go back and forth on this all the time. They're going to invade Taiwan. They're going to invade them. No. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. No, their economy is starting to implode. They're having major problems. You don't start a war in the middle of when you're Well, yeah, because I do think that the United
more like Russia.
I do think that the United States would probably. I mean, Biden has repeatedly said that he would back up, you know, Taiwan. Like, I think it's very. Listen, he's a decrepit old man. He's falling apart, but he is sending over tons of weapons and money to the Ukrainians. You know,
Billions and billions.
right? Like he probably would back up. Like, you can't let China invade Taiwan. Plus, the Taiwanese, they know they've been coming forever. Like, would China be able to take it? Probably, but honestly, it's going to be one hell of a bloodbath. Like this whole little tiny country is set up for an invasion. Like it's vicious. Like I mean, they've got everything in mind. They've got tons of anti-aircraft, weapons. They've been being trained by the United States this entire time.
Who has the Taiwanese?
Taiwanese.
Have they really?
Yeah, and they've got two. There's only twice a year when they could really kind of launch an invasion. Would China ultimately overpower them? Yes, probably. But then again, China has the same kind of problem with Russia. They don't have really their standing army. There's a ton of corruption. Their standing army, they don't really have like the U.S. where they have like career military going to stay forever. Most guys are conscripted for 2 years. They get back out. They're not trained very well. Their pilots aren't super trained. They don't spend a lot of time in the air. They don't have the ability to move all of their forces they don't have like the troop transports. But then again, Taiwan's not that far, So, but also their whole economy is having a real problem right now. Like they're about to be in one of the biggest bankruptcies in their economy. Yeah, why? So if I understand it right,
I don't know anything about economics.
Well, if I understand it right, and I might get a little bit off, but basically what they did was something like 90% of their society is farming. It's rural, right? Rural. They're like rural. Sorry. Yes, it's rural. I thought you said rural. So it's like they're like farmers. So a lot of people, most people in China, they're born on a farm or in a small town. They never really leave that small town. They kind of die in that small town. Well, because China's trying to grow.
China change. You grew up here and no doubt.
But he gets around more than he does. So and they have access to he has access to the internet. So he's more world. So
all he uses the internet for is sports betting.
So what the Chinese did, like in the 2008 financial crisis, during that time period, that what they started doing was they started supplementing developers to start building more and more residential communities near the cities, and the government was backing mortgages, so people in these little towns could move to the city, so the whole place could become more industrialized, right? So now these people are coming to the cities. Well, they start filling up the cities, and that's why you have these mega cities, right? But you understand that most of those cities are in between. Some of these cities are up to 44%, 45% vacant. They're calling them ghost cities and ghost towns. You go in these towns and there's just all these houses that are just empty.
How is that possible with almost 2 billion people?
Well, because the people are still on the farm. They've paid or they've given some money to this massive construction company to build them a house. But one of the things the construction company was doing, and then they would get a mortgage that was subsidized by the government, and then they could move there, but there were supposed to be jobs, but there's no jobs. So what's happening is there's all these places getting built, and they're never being sold. But the people are putting money down. So unlike in the United States, they were taking a lot of these down payments and using it to build other things. So and then it's about 5 or 6 years ago.
You're going too fast. The government's taking the down payments.
No. This is the company. It's a massive construction.
They were taking the down payments.
Yes, a developer. So got it. It's a developer. I'm not sure. So what happens is about 5 or 6 years ago, I can never say the Chinese leader's name. Whatever. What's his name? The president of China. Ling Powell, whatever. Anyway,
Jiang Qing.
Okay. So he basically a few years ago said, "Look, we're not going to keep subsidizing this." He basically a few years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, he said, "We're not going to keep backing this up. We're not going to keep giving you money for the mortgages and all this." Because they knew this is these cities are big different. Nobody's there, and there's no jobs. So these guys aren't coming. So they started taking in foreign investors to keep building. So this company keeps doing this, and what's ended up happening is, I think it was last quarter, which was a few months ago, that for the first time ever, they missed their quarterly interest payment to their overseas investors.
Who are their overseas investors?
I don't know if it's kind of a list, but that was the first time. And that means that now the second investment, or second one's coming due, they're saying they're going to miss that. They said at that point, most likely there's going to be some kind of a forced bankruptcy, and they said it will be the largest bankruptcy in China history. The other problem is all of these bullet trains that they were building in China, it's the same thing. Investors and the Chinese government has dumped a ton of money into these things, and although they're amazing, nobody's, first of all, COVID was an issue, but nobody's taking the trains. And now the other issue is the trains aren't going to places that have anybody living there. So you've got a high ticket train that nobody's paying for. They're 20 or 30% of what they should have been, and the foreign investors and the Chinese investors are pissed off. Like, they're just now starting to have major problems. So your whole economy's on the verge of really starting to have a recession. You don't start invading other countries. Like, you've got a problem. If things go bad, look, China only didn't go under in 91 when Russia broke, when the Soviet Union broke apart. They didn't go under because in Tiananmen Square, when they were holding their these large demonstrations where they were saying we want to be a democracy, the Chinese actually fired on their own people. Most of the countries that broke away from the Soviet Union, they wouldn't. The military wouldn't fire on them when they were saying, "Look, clear out the square, get all these people that are protesting, get rid of them." Like the Russians wouldn't fire on them. Like they're like, "Look, I'm sorry, but." I understand that they want to be in their own country, but I don't know these people. They're Russians. Like they're like, they'd be like the U.S. military. Right, like, do you really think, no matter how big the riot is, do you think that the government, that our soldiers would show up knowing what's happening and they say, listen, we want you to start mowing down these people that are holding signs? Like, they'd be like, no, yeah, CIA. Well, I'm not going to CIA would. I don't know about that, but I just know that I think that basically the American soldiers, they're like,
Bustamante asked him,
He's not going to mow anybody down. He's a nice guy. I'm sure he would kill American citizens. No. Calling him. Let's call him. Call him up. We're calling Bustamante right now. No way. I am calling him. He's got kids. Oh. You just said call him. I mean, I'm not ready.
I thought about it.
Oh, call him. Yeah. Listen, he's not.
You know what he said? You know what he was interesting? You know how everyone's really worried about like the nuclear button, Russia, sending nukes and the U.S. sending nukes out for the nuclear holocaust and all that stuff. Well, the process of firing off a nuke in Russia is completely different than the United States. In the United States, the president has all that power. Right? Like Trump could have made this like, okay, let's do it. He could do it. Yeah. Putin can't do that. Really? No. There's generals. There's a bunch of generals that each have their own. They each make the call themselves. Like he has to ask the general to do it, and the general, it's his decision. Putin alone can't make that decision.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So it has to go through a bunch of these.
I was just figuring Putin could say, "Boom, do it, fire him." No.
Okay.
That's something
I'm gonna send you a link to a video, Jordan. You can
I was gonna say I'm looking that up tomorrow.
You can post this. This is great. He went on Julian Dory's podcast. Oh, yeah, just like you did.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going on again.
He does a bunch of videos. So how do I send you this thing?
So Kennedy and Nixon.
It's on Instagram.
Debate on television.
Link. I'm gonna text it to you.
When Nixon and Kennedy's not the best.
Oh wait, can you pull up your texts? On probably can't pull them on the
You know what I mean? Everyone's saying what I need to say. Oh, he's got that.
You'll find that.
He just looks. Sometimes it looks like a
Yeah.
coat.
Oh, that's pretty fucking intense.
He has been.
Woo!
It's
Juneteenth.
I know.
Happy Juneteenth.
for sure. Yeah. Well,
How was your piss?
You're a decent looking guy. You're a nice looking guy.
For more death. For more bump of this stuff.
I mean, that's a handsome man with that head of hair.
Yeah. Give me the chills.
No,
This is the Juneteenth Matt Cox edition. What are you doing? You texting?
I'm telling him that, so I did call him, it went through.
Did he
So I
text
hung
you?
up on it. No, I'm just telling him, hey, I was doing the podcast. Calling him, but we decided to
Yeah, tell me they want to bother him.
Yeah.
Find it? Oh, come on.
smell it.
You can do
Yeah.
it. Just look up Julian Dory
It
on
really
Instagram.
really makes me think of chlorine.
Yeah.
JULINDOREY on Instagram. It's like his.
Did you see? Hey, listen.
It is
Julian,
his second to last post.
Julian does amazing. What are they called? YouTube.
This is it right here.
stories?
The one that says crazy. Watch.
Yeah, he does
Crazy.
great clips.
Yeah, he's a good clip guy.
He does great clips.
Fucker.
What?
You gotta be logged in to watch it. Log in? Maybe you can go on his TikTok. Search TikTok Julian Dory.
Does he have a TikTok?
Oh yeah, he's big on TikTok. There you go. First link. That one.
There's a great documentary.
Give me volume.
That's about Robert Kennedy.
Refresh it.
He made his own brother attorney general, which is insane. And it was like toying when it made him attorney general. And at the time, what's his name was fucking FBI guy. No, J. Edgar was head of the FBI, and he had to work under his kid Kennedy. That was a lot of the tension in the country about that. But anyway, history has J. Edgar. No, it hasn't. He was a kid. Well, he was a cross-dress. That's why people like some people. I don't know which version of this kind of thing it was, but yeah, we're close.
It's crazy how fucking calm he is about talking about this stuff. Isn't he?
Yeah.
He's just so like calm
He's great.
and relaxed.
I'm worried about his hair. It's really puffy.
Oh, he looks like Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah. Yeah, Julian has great clips. Great clips.
Man, he spends a lot of time doing that. Fucking little miniature movies.
Yeah. I have. I told you I started a clips channel and
Oh yeah, I
And
subscribed to it. I was your first subscriber. You're welcome.
and a TikTok one too. And my social, like it was down to like I was getting like 1,000 subs a month, and now it's up to like two and a half.
Yeah.
Like it's coming out. Like I'm almost.
What's happening? Your subscribers on your main channel are growing?
Jump. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Even my TikTok with my knockoff soft white underbelly. It's called Inside the Darkness. Remember, my TikTok already has like almost 3,000. I just started.
No
putting them out.
way.
Yeah, it's crazy.
My TikToks are like 100.
I mean, I post like once a day.
I got really? So what is it? What are you posting on there?
I'm posting the interviews of these guys. Like I do like an hour or 30 minutes, whatever the interview is, and then I just take it and I cut it up. I'll find like some of these guys say crazy.
What is the name of your TikTok? Go pull it up.
It's called Inside the Darkness.
Inside the Darkness TikTok.
Inside period darkness. Inside period the period darkness. But
And it's just like soft white underbelly.
you called it a discount soft white underbelly, which is accurate, but still it hurts.
Did it hurt really?
I started laughing immediately. That's perfect.
So he said to here's out.
The fucking dollar store soft white underbelly.
Yeah. Oh, and listen, I got this kid named Gunner. He's running. But this is the soft white. This is
Wow, you already got 3,000 followers.
So this is this one, but I have another one too, which is the other one I have is called Matthew Cox Crime. That thing's got like 22,000. What? Yeah, this kid started running it for me like 2 months ago. No, 6 or 8 weeks ago.
Go Matthew, right? HTTP, HTW. Prime. Oh,
Still didn't.
there you go. There it is. Top one.
Yeah.
So this is
23,000 followers.
Damn.
Yeah.
Are you making money on this? You make money on that?
You can, after 10,000 followers, you can monetize, but the kid Gunner was like, nah. He said, I've heard mixed things, and it's just you just don't make enough to make it worth it. He said, let's just keep going. And this is really boosted. This has doubled, almost tripled my subscribers per month.
On Instagram or on YouTube?
On YouTube.
What?
Yeah, because there's a button.
Just to see a dollar sign.
Yeah, there's a button for my YouTube. There's a button somewhere over here.
Watch one of it. What's your most viewed one on here? Let's find out.
Oh, one of them's got like 6,000. No, one of them
37,000.
96,500.
No, one of them's got 600,000. 500, 600,000. Can you sort it?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, it's got.
This guy's got it. Look at his thumbnails with the arrows.
Right? He's amazing.
Look, that's me.
That's 192
On the very right. Click on that one. Yeah.
14.
Oh, this was from our first podcast.
Yeah, he cut up a bunch of them.
Look at that green curtain. This was 3 years ago. This guy's killing it. Hunter. Shout out to Hunter.
No, Gunner. Oh,
Gunner,
here it is.
Gunner.
Look, that's the one.
What a cool name, Gunner.
It's got 561,000. Top right.
Oh, the top left. Okay. Wow.
561,000. That's one.
Son.
But yeah, 23. Like this kid, listen, you know what it had when he started? I think about 6 weeks ago.
Gunner, hook me up.
He had 300.
Nice.
He had what?
I had 300 followers.
How much you paying him?
What are you talking about?
You're not paying him, are you?
What are you talking about?
You're not paying Gunner.
What are you doing? What are you doing? We're talking.
Well, he's worth a fortune. Whatever you're paying.
He's doing great. These are great.
That's badass.
This guy.
I need Gunner.
Well, you do need Gunner.
Gunner's sick.
It's going to cost you now,
Yeah,
Jones.
Gunner's expensive, but yeah, Gunner's worth it. He's amazing. But listen,
Hey, I was thinking I'm gonna
22,000.
I'm thinking I was gonna
in
name
6
my
weeks.
new kid. I'm gonna name him Ripsaw.
We're not chainsaws.
Ripsaw.
Why Ripsaw?
I don't know. I've heard that name the other day. It sounded pretty cool. Ripsaw. Ripsaw Jones.
I
Is that good?
Which one?
Jones.
I think you should talk to your wife. What else is on your agenda?
That's it. Man, over the weekend, I heard you on the radio 3 times. 3 fucking times.
Is that serious?
On
serious?
ESPN radio. They must have the contract for Title Lock. I'm riding in the truck, I'm listening to this like sports, and I hear this guy talking. I'm like, fucking Matt? And then I hear the Title Lock guy come on. I said, no shit. On ESPN radio.
It's everywhere, bro. You were in the halfway house 2.5 years ago. Now you're
Fucking
all
on ESPN.
Listen, you know what's
Honestly,
so
I
funny?
was riding thinking about like, holy fucking this guy, this is ESPN radio.
Listen, you know what's so funny is that I'll be doing a podcast about fraud, and guys are leaving comments saying, "Do you realize that all the commercials are from banks and mortgage companies that they're advertising on my podcast?" Or
What a 360.
yeah, exactly. This is
What
on
a
Title Lock.
180.
Yeah. And I'm going to New York in like 2 weeks. I told you, I can't say for who, but I'm going there to be filmed for a thing for a
Big fancy production.
yeah, like a documentary type thing.
Fucking awesome.
It's right. It was, you know, it always sounds better than it is. You know,
No, but
still struggling.
the journey is you've come a long way, man. I've a long way.
A Matthew Cox come up.
Well, listen, and and every time I'll tell you right now, it was Danny's bullshit saying, "Well, I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking about. I'm on the phone with you. I'm thinking about doing it. I'd like to do some kind of maybe a true crime. Can I talk to you?" And he immediately scams me. Thank God he scammed me. He's like, "Well, the best way for you to figure out whether people are interested or not is to come on my thing and come on my podcast and tell your story." And then I go and I do it, and it like blows up and changes everything. It's like, because even when he said it, I was thinking, he just wants me to come and tell his stuff. And I was like, I'll do it. He has answered a lot of questions. I mean, he's answered every question, taken all my calls, returned all my emails, texted me. I was like, he's done. He's really
And you're in the fucking halfway house, no less.
And so as soon as I get out, he says, "Hey, I haven't put anything up like 2 weeks. You gotta come now. I answered your questions. You gotta come." Like, he dropped all pretense of being a nice guy. Listen, I was like, okay. And I thought
that phone call was literally our podcast that day failed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's right.
I mean, that guy rescheduled.
Yeah,
and I was like,
right
I need somebody. I was like,
did I come that night?
Call Matt Cox right now, and you came.
Yeah, because I figured this guy's gonna stop dancing. Like, he's been really good at explaining things too. And then I came and I did the thing, and it was great. And then I was like, hey, let's do a true crime podcast. He's like, but it never. Still worked out. It still worked out. Yeah, no,
Look at you now.
Absolutely. No, good times. We'll see what happens. It seems. Listen, everybody I know right now. Oh, the doctor said to say hi.
Oh, hey, doctor. Too bad this isn't live. We did a nice donation.
I'm telling you, right? Yeah, I'll explain the whole hunt, the whole gunner and the doctor and the whole.
Oh, he knows the doctor?
Oh no, he's orchestrating all. Listen, this dude's doing all kinds of stuff for me.
What?
He's amazing. I can't tell you. I don't want to jinx it.
Can you tell me off air?
Yes, of course. So, but like him, like I've got like 5 or 6 guys that are like in the know, and all of them are like, bro, you understand, like, you are on the cusp of something really happening. Like, all these things are about to happen, and I'm like, yeah, I felt like that for about 2 years. And they're like, well, it's close, and everybody, Jess, everybody's like, I'm telling you, like, I feel like something's about to blow up. I'm like, oh yeah, it would be nice.
Don't forget about your friends down here at Rap.
I'll be shouting out every time I'll be on Joe Rogan. I gotta say hi to Danny.
Hell yeah.
Before I forget about him next month, one last shout out.
Good time.
Hey,
I mean, you can call it.
So what is the deal with him? What's the story with the Emperor?
Okay.
Last time we talked, you thought.
What do you got?
People who don't know, the Emperor, who's the Emperor?
Oh, I mean, Frank Amadeo.
Frank Amadeo. What's his condition?
He's a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia. And he believes, since he was very young, he has believed that God is telling him ultimately he will be emperor of the world. Unfortunately, he's also a lawyer and extremely competent, and has tried to mount a coup in the Congo. There's a documentary about that called 9 Days in the Congo. He was convicted for stealing defrauding the federal government out of $180 million. But actually, and he eventually, I mean, literally, I got pictures of him with Bush. He was one of the financial backers of the NATO summit in Latvia. He owned several companies that were security companies that did like security consulting and guarded like food trucks and stuff in Afghanistan. So I mean, he had a ton of, like 40,000 employees. He had just a ton, like $500 million in revenue. He had a bunch of companies. So eventually, he gets in trouble with the government. According to him, really not even according to him, honestly, according to all the people, even the government, they drugged him, like he was drugged, They convince him to plead guilty. But
What kind of drugs? MK Ultra type deal?
no, like a Thorazine, like ridiculous amounts of just like he's like drooling during his sentencing. I mean, he's completely out of it.
Thorazine?
Thorazine. Yeah, it's like a downer. It's an antipsychotic.
You guys is it like a Vicodin?
It's not steroids. I mean, it's that. It's something you get.
Oh, is it kind of like
so?
What's your favorite drug that you love? Fentanyl. It's like fentanyl.
No,
That's a painkiller.
No. So anyway, he eventually pleads guilty, thinking he's going to get 2 years, and really, honestly, just drugged out of his mind. The government, he's awarded the state. Like basically, he's certifiably like he has a guardian, like he's kind of checked. He's got, they got him. He's got a legal guardian. He's got rights on him. So he pleads guilty. He gets sentenced. They give him 22 years. I go to prison. I meet him. I'm in trouble. I got 26 years. He handled my case because he is a lawyer. Handles my case. He ends up filing 22255. He gets 7 years knocked off my sentence the first time. 5 years knocked off my sentence the second time. He eventually gets himself out of prison. Yes. He gets himself out of prison on COVID, so he's out. Yeah. And I found out why he's out on. Okay, so that's and, like that's what they all call him. Like you get out. Oh, I got out on COVID. But I mean, there's a technical at his age and with his health, it's dangerous for him to be in prison because COVID is very rampant. So they let him out, put him on an ankle monitor, and he starts working while he works. Unfortunately, I believe there were 2 law firms that he was consolidating, and he started buying up other companies that were failing, or he was doing some kind of consulting for companies that were failing. Essentially, very similar to what he was doing before. It's my understanding. Like very limited understanding. But what ends up happening is his release gets violated. He goes back to jail. He's held in jail for, I want to say, 4 months. Never filed a reason why. Finally, they go in front of the government, in front of the judge. He finally forces the Justice Department to bring him back in front of the judge and says, "Why did you violate me? Why am I in custody?" They said, "We heard that he was suspected of committing a crime." What crime? Where's the evidence? The judge said, "Look." Oh, and they also said he left the jurisdiction without permission. So they said, "Great, where's the evidence?" The judge said, "You got 10 days." 10 days later, they still hadn't provided it. The judge said, "Okay, you got 10 more days." Still, like a month later, they still never were able to provide anything that they said they violated forces. The judge said, "You gotta let him out." So they let him out. And he got back out, and I thought he had re-violated, because I know someone who was in communication with him, and she had told me, I haven't heard from him in weeks, I think he may have been re-violated, because they have it out for him. So, but I texted his attorney, and his attorney said, "Nope, still out, he's doing fine. You can call him if you want, or text him, or whatever. Here's his phone number and everything else like that." But I didn't. But if you want to,
He's on your phone.
he doesn't know my number.
Okay,
Never called.
I'm gonna connect my phone to the speakers right now. Hello?
Like every Fox News day, my dad watches Fox with one goal. He's just trying to get one fact.
Oh, he texted me. Sorry.
He's trying to retain one piece of information that he can then relay to whoever's lucky enough to
Which I said, I would say that I'm doing a podcast right now, and we're discussing a story. I would love for you to chime in.
Crazy shit, Frank Amadeo. Hopefully we can get him on here soon. So what's going on with the economy right now?
We had this conversation.
But you're the shark in the housing pool. You're supposed to know about the housing market.
I mean, my understanding is just, but all I know is from listening to people that I know that are real estate agents and listening to same stuff you hear is just like the amount of houses that are on the market. Remember, there was like no house on the market. As soon as it came on the market, it sold. But now the inventory is like growing and growing and growing. Just in the last 3 months, the inventory is just outrageous. Like
Everyone's trying to sell
selling.
because they think the market's saying.
Right.
No, because they're paying so good.
Well, I think it was a seller's market before, right? Where if you were a seller, but now I think that the buyers are just starting to dry up. And is it, and look, everyone. And I think that it's just that because everything's so expensive because of inflation and everything's getting so expensive. Like if you thought, hey, I have all this extra money, I can go buy a house, I can spend a little bit more, I have more money on a down payment. Like none of that's possible anymore. Like within the last 3 months,
The interest rates are so high, 6%. The average is 6% now.
Well, yeah, but it's not that they're doing that. They're trying to slow the economy down. Like they're trying to slow it down because it was growing so fast. They should have been doing that 2 years ago.
Why? No, I don't understand this shit at all. Why would they try to be slowing it down?
Because they know that there's a bubble that's going to happen. And it's going to pop and it's going to be a crash. So they're like, they don't want it to keep growing.
So why do you want to stop people from buying houses and taking them more?
Well, you want to at least slow it down, not stop it. If they want to stop it, they make it 18%. They just want to slow it down. I don't know. It's getting too much.
What happens if it keeps going at the same rate, at the same fast rate? I don't understand. I look at that. People, you're a bunch of homeowners, so it's not a bad thing.
Because eventually when the market crashes, because look, at this point, all the money that they've dumped into the economy, it's now starting to take effect, right? Like you're starting to have serious inflation. And this is serious. Like I buy TV dinners. They're $3.41, 42, 45 cents. I used to buy them. Yeah,
Lean cuisine.
You eat lean cuisine?
I love lean cuisine.
What kind?
Lasagna.
Don't know different flavors?
Yeah, but no, but I mean,
No, there's one flavor.
Which one do you eat?
I eat I think it's turkey with apple
This shit up.
Apple spices. Is it
Turkey with apple spices?
Yeah.
Lean cuisine?
delicious?
I gotta see what the fuck this looks like.
We saw lean cuisine.
Yeah, like
A microwavable meal.
You know what
that's
they
what
are
Al
now?
Bundy would eat.
Listen, they were $3.45. They're now like $4.60.
Yeah, that's it. Fucking eat.
I love these things. Are you serious?
Oh my god, put food with me back. I made ribs tonight.
Where can I buy these for $3? It says $3.40. I don't know where they're
Walmart. You gotta shop online,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
$3.14 at Walmart.
Oh, listen, they're $4 and something at like $4.50, $4.60 at Publix. It's outrageous.
Publix highway robbery.
Yeah, but I mean, everything is shooting through the roof.
Yes. So why is the price? Are the prices of all this shit shooting through the roof? Why? Because the mortgages?
No.
Why?
Because they dump so much money into the economy.
The Fed did. They dumped.
Yes.
When you say dumping money in the economy, you mean sending people the fucking Trump checks? The Trump checks?
Right. All the checks, the Trump checks, and then of course Biden released them.
Didn't Biden did Trump checks?
Yeah, I think didn't Trump do 2, and then didn't Biden do 1? Plus all the PPP loans, plus all of it. Now we're going to pay you $600 a week to stay home.
You know, all these people having money,
right,
cause inflation.
Well, it caused them to go out and buy more stuff.
Right.
So they bought more stuff. So inventory goes down. So the guy who's So then they go out and they produce they produce more stuff and they raise their prices because everyone's buying. Because they're buying. So what do we do to slow it down? We're not charging enough. We're running out of sodas. Charge more for sodas. It'll slow the process down. We'll make even more money for what we're doing anyway.
Because the government starts sending people all the money, and then the prices are still high on these.
Right. And they're still buying, and then at some point it becomes.
Well, how much shit are you gonna buy? $1,400? Like,
because they're still buying. It doesn't matter. They also made car loans extremely. Remember, car loans in the middle of the pandemic they're like 0%, 1%. They're giving everybody a car. They lowered the guidelines for what you had to qualify, how much the down payment. Like anybody could get a car. I just got out of a halfway house and I got a car. Like you're giving 8 months worth of credit. You're going to give me like 100% at that point. Now, 735.
Damn, Matt.
Out of the half, I was just it was 750 something. But I still only had like 6 months worth of credit.
Right.
I got 6 months worth of credit and no job, and barely have a job at all.
Now you got what? You got 3 years worth credit now, and you still got 775.
Yeah, but I'm kind of wait, before I do anything. So, anyways, the point is that at some point, all that money and all the things getting charged more and more and more, are getting more and more expensive. At some point, it just can't keep going, and they stop giving you free money.
Right.
So what's happening is everything is suddenly about to just say, like, first of all, house prices. That's a perfect example.
What's up, world? You just watched a clip from one of our exclusive Patreon episodes. That's right, you can get weekly, pure, uncut content straight from the jungles of Colombia. If you want to watch a full episode, make sure you go to patreon.com/concretevideo.
The cheeseburger's Jewish, that joke. No. Cheeseburger is whatever type of cheeseburger you thought it was. And you're a racist. That's it. I just get online, read opinions from people. The news, like other news, this is the most divided this country has ever been. It's like the red states and the blue states. It's like, why? Because we tweet at each other.
What got you into these crazy marathon swims in Arctic waters?
The journey got me there. You definitely don't wake up one morning and say, I want to do the kind of thing that I'm doing. Obviously, I specialize in ultra extreme ice cream and stuff. So you eventually push your boundaries, first in my own, and eventually the boundaries of what is meant to be humanly possible. So taking it to the nth degree. And again, that's not something you decide to do. It's something that slowly evolves. I was just to backtrack a little bit, I think a wonderful part of my story is that at the age of 30 years old, 30, I would say 30, and everyone thinks in America I'm saying 50, but 30, I've done nothing. I'm 48 years old now, and I was a couch potato, doing very little and running an advertising business back in South Africa, doing really well and enjoying life. Relatively, it was active, but then that kind of slid into the couch. And one day I just decided to make a change, and I took a client away, and he said he joined my little swimming squad. And I hadn't done any swimming for many, many years up until that point. I've always enjoyed the water, so we were in the pool, and then I managed to do a few lengths before I almost vomited because I put myself in the fast lane, and then ego kicks in and try and keep up with the guys who have been there for years. And you're just on number one, session one. And I stuck to it, and that just started an unbelievable process.
So where were you the first time you did one of these ultra marathons? Where was it? Was it in like freezing temperatures?
No. So if anyone's been to Cape Town and had a swim in our waters in Kampsbad and Clifton, they're really, really beautiful. I encourage everyone to come, but the water is cold. I'm going to use the metric system, so we'll have to do some conversions to geography. But the water is round about probably 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and what you find, and that is quite chilly. So you are exposed to the cold water. If you ever want to get out the swimming pool and into the ocean, I don't wear any wetsuits or anything like that. It's clearly sort of a brief or Speedo type costume, one cap and goggles. And so I started to be exposed to the cold quite a lot. And there's a small, back in the day, there's a small swimming community that used to do short distances in these conditions. And I sort of joined them and started to be exposed to the cold and then take them more. And eventually someone challenged me to do a swim from Robben Island to the beach. Now, Robben Island is where Nelson Mandela spent 18 of his 27 years incarcerated. And the swim from Robben Island to the beach at that stage, it's 7.5 kilometers, so that's at about 5 miles. and it's cold water, and it's quite scary water, to put it bluntly.
What coast is that off? Is that island off of?
It is Table Bay, so it's right at the tip of Africa,
Right at the bottom, right at the bottom tip. That is a sharky place.
That is a sharky place. Yeah. So that we'll get into that, because that's where a lot of the psychology of what I do comes into. But just in the early days, I was if someone swam from Robben Island to the beach, and it made front page headlines, it was a big accomplishment. And I remember looking at these people who are doing it, and every now and then, maybe once a year, someone would do it, and they'd make the headlines, and I'd just be in awe. Yeah, it's just insane, crazy stuff. And eventually somebody set me the challenge, well, hey, you're not enjoying your swimming at the swimming pool, why don't you try set Robben Island as a challenge? And it was absolutely insane for me. But long story short, I ended up giving it a go after training for about 6 months and making it, and then starting to realize a little bit about myself, that what I thought was impossible for me or reserved for better humans was actually well within my grasp. And that set me on quite an interesting journey. So it was one part of the journey. The other part of the journey was I started through so much exposure to the element of play. I started to realize just how unbelievably impactful the element of cold is on the human body, but more importantly on the human mind. So we haven't as humans evolved well enough to handle cold, but we evolved exceptionally well to it. So if you throw yourself into cold water, your body and most importantly your mind experience a highly evolved and very powerful defense mechanism to make sure you get out of that situation. So you get pain and panic and fear and hyperventilation. All this kind of happens in your head, and people when it's really cold, you often deny the ability of rational thought. It just wants you to get out of that water, because the reality is if you stay in without protection, you're going to die. The water's going to cool you down to its temperature. That's just science. It's going to happen. And through repeated exposures, I started to realize just how overzealous this unbelievably powerful defense mechanism in my head was, trying to get me out long before I actually needed to. So there is an endpoint, I acknowledge that. There is an impossible. I'm just on a sidebar, I'm an inspirational speaker who's made a national career not saying that anything is possible. I actually say there is actually possible. There is an endpoint, let's be real. But where your mind tells you the end point is not where it is. That's the crux of what I preach. We're not going to tell you away. And I started to figure all of this out, that there's a line that your mind wants you to go back to comfort, and that's to keep you alive, which is great for the survival of our species, and as much as well overzealous.
And I'm sure that has to compromise for a major chunk of large degree of the human brain is probably designed to keep you away from dangerous situations.
Absolutely. And that is what we evolved to do, is to stay alive. And that makes complete sense, and it's obviously a very useful defense mechanism.
But it holds us back.
But it holds us back, and it usually, 99% of the time, it happens subconsciously. So it's something that happens at the back of your brain. You hit an uncomfortable situation and you steer towards comfort. That's absolutely normal. Now, when you throw yourself into cold water, what usually happens subconsciously comes down to the front of your brain. And you actually notice it, like, hang on, it wants me out right now, I can't think of anything. So here's an example, that Robben Island swim I spoke about. I did it the first time, it was my absolute Everest. I've now done it 122 times, so no one in the world has ever done it more than me. So it's become quite a routine now. In summer, when I've got more daylight hours, I go up to the island, I'm there by 6 in the morning, I swim maybe 2 and a bit hours to get to the beach, and I'm in the office before 9 a.m. So it's routine. But I tell you that because on each and every single one of those crossings, which is now routine for me, I get negative. There is at some point I start to look for reasons why he gets back into that support boat that's alongside me, rather than stay in the water and make it across to the beach. And I'm starting to become fascinated as to why this is. I mean, here's something I know I'm going to make it to the beach, yet my mind is just telling me I'm looking for every excuse under the sun to get me out. And you mentioned sharks. Cold water swimmer, I promise you, sometimes prays for a shark. just let the support crew see a fin, because then they will pull me out the water, and it won't be my fault that we failed because it was a shock. You start to actively look for reasons why you can fail, not why you should stay and succeed. And once I started to figure all of this out, I started to realize just how applicable it is what I'm experiencing in cold water. And the colder you get, the more brutal it becomes, or the more profound it becomes. It is happening in everyday life to every single one of us, especially in the corporate environment. It is absolutely quite profound. And the reason, I reckon, and I'm no scientist, but I figured this out through many swimming expeditions, is that defense mechanism that is designed to keep us safe, the side effect is to keep us safe from running into a fire or running off a cliff, I suppose. The side effect is it's also designed to keep us safe from the emotional pain that comes with failure. When we fail, there's a little bit of hurt, there's consequences, humiliation, there's all those things that go with it. So when we see an environment or a decision that we might take, or a step we might take that could advance us, but it could also lead to failure because we don't know what's on the other side of the line, it's not in our lane, we naturally just gravitate back to staying in the lane, delivering nice, steady performance perhaps, but just not excelling, not learning, not growing.
Jordan, could you pull up a map of that island? What was the name of the island?
Robin.
So Robin,
R-O-B-B.
yeah, pull up a map. I want to see what that looks like. So off in the distance, that is mainland.
Yeah, we can't swim there. That's the further route, but we can swim to the picture. You get the shortest route is 7.5 kilometers.
Oh, okay.
If you swim to Table Mountain, that's about 10 11 kilometers.
Now, I'm sure you've seen the video of Nick Fanning getting attacked by that great white shark in the middle of a freaking televised surf contest. Like, that is not, how does that, I mean, that is like one of the most terrifying things. That is like the epitome of my worst nightmare. And that place is full. South Africa is infested with those sharks, and sea lions, seals, and stuff like that swimming everywhere. But you're surrounded by boats that are constantly watching for this stuff and like looking out for sharks.
So firstly, my comment on the Nick Fanning situation, he wasn't attacked by the shark. The shark wanted to attack him, and he was stuck in his leash or something. So I was checking him out just to see what he is. But sharks are not man-eaters. I think we all know this. And in the daylight, they're opportunistic predators, so they want to come and see what you are. So I get nice and close, and on the rare occasion they take a bite and they take an arm and they continue the process and you are into it. And we call it a shark attack, which I totally understand. But 99.9% of the time they check you out and realize you know what they eat. And they go off. And I think in Nick's case, came a bit too close to get stuck in his leash and just completely But yes, so I'm not surrounded by boats, but generally if I'm doing an open water swim, I will have a support crew alongside. So there will be a boat and someone looking out for the wildlife.
But they have like a really tall tower so they can have like a nice aerial view. Because you can't see much from one of those little rubber boats.
No, you take the charts, you do the maths, and you realize you're going to be okay. But to be honest, the shark that you spot is not the shark you need to worry about. Right, we've got the great white is what's prolific down in the waters I swim in. And that comes and it's going to take you. It comes from below and it reaches and it's made its mind back longer. So it's going to do it. It's been watching you a lot longer than you've been watching it because you haven't seen it and it comes in.
What drew you to doing it? Was it more of like the adrenaline rush of doing this? Because it seemed like kind of making a trek like that. It almost seems like the equivalent of skydiving.
Probably, skydiving is still on my bucket list. I've never had time to do it. So yes, there is an element of that, but I'm not a cowboy. My journey is, I was totally unsporty, as I said. I was sitting on the couch and I started to do these swims that I didn't realize that I could do and reserved in my head for other people. And it's the element of cold that fascinated me, the element of how that impacted me and trying to go a little bit colder and a little bit further. And swimming with the sharks is just a side effect because they were there where I do my training and my swims. Does Does it add to it? It absolutely adds to it. It's a psychology. So swimming cold, swimming is obviously a very extreme sport. When you're tired, you're physically fatigued, you're salt water, you're mostly stung from all over from the jellyfish and blue bottles and things. So it's extremely uncomfortable. Then you throw in the element of cold, which really impacts you mentally and it kicks in those defense mechanisms. Then you throw in the psychology that you're looking deep down into the being of the person, you know what's down there. And even though you haven't seen what it's probably seen you, that just pings on your psychology as well and your state of mind to continue in what is often a very difficult challenge. And all of that put together makes open water swimming, certainly in my method, a very, very, very tough sport, which makes you quite mentally resilient. If you do it more, and if you manage to compartmentalize those fears, and I don't want to say it's irrationality because it's quite rational to be scared of sharks, but you put it in a place in your head, and once you practice that enough, you start to be able to move with other stuff and move forward in the direction of many parts.
How did you learn to control that part of your brain that's just cycling through those scenarios that are designed to get you out of the situation? Because I've been in a lot of those situations. I've spent a lot of time in the ocean, whether it be diving or sailing or surfing, or I've been in like hairy situations that I really wanted to get out of. And I know what you're talking about. My mind has been there before. Spending hours and hours in the ocean like that, there must be some sort of evolution of your way of thinking, spending that much time in the water. How did you learn to control that?
Through repeated exposures, I do a little bit of homework before, and you have a look at what the odds are. Is it likely that if I swim for that many hours in that boat that I will suffer? It's always highly, highly unlikely, but not impossible. It's that little thing us humans can't let go of, but chance. If you drive 2 miles down the road, you don't think, what are the odds of me getting killed? It's possible. But you shouldn't do it. It's something you do every day. And I put it in the same place, really. Maybe it's a little bit more extreme. So, let me tell you this story. So, I think I control it really well, and I do. I'm right up there with the top. However, when I'm swimming, you've got to find a very clear zone in your head, because sometimes we're doing great distances, and it's 10, 12, 13, 14 hours swimming, non-stop in the cold, and you've got to go into a certain zone in your mind to be able to handle that, because you're not there to worry about sharks, you're there to worry about your body and pacing yourself and making sure you can get to the other side. Sharks and everything else that stings you and that scares you is byproduct. So I put it to the side, but every now and then my hand was hit a jellyfish or a piece of kelp, and the reaction to that inside my body is a shock. That's when you realize you're just harboring the fear, just slightly left of center. So it's not front of brain anymore, it's just to the side, but it's still there. But I'm not aware of it while I'm swimming. I go into a zone and separate myself from it. But I'm rushing back in bump.
Right. I know what you're talking about. What is the longest swim you've ever done?
At this point, it's the English Channel. So it took me just short 13 hours to go across. But I was really rough conditions and should have been
13 hours.
Yeah, 12 hours of
non-stop.
Non-stop.
Jesus, you don't suffocate water or anything like that? You just have to drink water, right?
So you've got to support those, and you'll stop when whenever your feed schedule is. So every 50 minutes stop, and then throw new carb food. Because the one thing you know about the English Channel, I'm sure your listeners are familiar with carbo loading, the activities, which is not hostile at all, with carbs, and so fill the tank up. But in English Channel, swim in cold water, which turned out minus extremely rough as well. There's no way you can carbo load enough to get you across. At some stage, it's going to be dry. You drink carb drinks all the way through, but you deplete more than you can possibly do. So you're going to hit the wall. But you do feed. You can feed, but it's mostly liquids. So it's not like I swam 13 hours without stopping. A lot of people don't realize that you still need to drink, hydrate.
But you don't get out of the water.
No, you don't have to touch anything. So you start You start clear of the water, so your ankles must be outside the water, and then you swim in terms of the really start with Java, and then you swim all the way across to
What do you wear?
Speedo, so ground Speedo, one silicone cap, and not even allowed to wear any GPS watches, or you're not allowed to wear those extra music things in your ears, or anyone helps you.
Is there a benefit to only wearing? Oh, that's you right there. Is there a benefit to only wearing a Speedo and a swim cap, or would a wetsuit hinder you at all?
Not hinder, the opposite. So there's no benefit to wearing a Speedo. It's the purest side of sport. So a challenge like the English Channel, it's pretty much, as a crow flies, it's about 35 kilometers, but you're going to swim about 41 self-propelled on the day. And that is obviously a huge challenge in itself. But anyone can get that level of fitness and be dedicated enough for 40 hours. But the real challenge of that, and that Rob and I swim, and most of the cold water swims, the challenge is performing when your mind is screaming at you that you're on your way out. And that's the real challenge. So if you put on a wetsuit, it takes out all that. Plus a wetsuit gives you buoyancy, right? You sit a little higher and it reduces the drag. So the times increase a lot on the wetsuits are huge.
Did you start out just like sitting in cold tubs at all, or did you just dive right? Did you jump straight into ultra marathon in ice cold water?
No, definitely started slowly. So as I said, in Cape Town, the water's cold, so we start with a level of cold, right? And that triggered my fascination with the mental process of handling the cold. And once I've done everything in and around Cape Town, I'm looking a little bit further to see where else I could swim. In fact, my first international trip for the cold was to Alaska, Island, Pinnock Island, where most of the locals do the swim around the island annually. I think it's about a 12-kilometer circumference, and the water's around about 12 degrees Celsius as well. Get my cheat sheet for Fahrenheit, and I think many of the locals do it in wetsuits, so we went to see if we could do it in Speedo. Slowly but surely I worked my way to Siberia and ultimately
I think I've heard somewhere that swimming is the most taxing type of cardio exercise you can do because your body is unable to sweat. You're unable to perspirate in the water, so it actually takes the most out of your body.
I've never heard that, to be honest, because I think you do sweat. I don't know. Yeah. That's why you have to hydrate. A lot of people think you water, so you don't drink water. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
Even though it's cold water, you are physically exerting quite hectically. So it's a difficult sport. Especially when, if you take water that's absolutely flat like a mirror, swimming can be extremely. But you rarely get that. So generally there's even a small wind that whips the water up even a foot of chop, foot of chop, and that totally changes your swim. Because now you're not just self-propelling, you need to work, you use muscles to keep yourself stable as well, stabilized. You have to train all of that as well, so that uses great activity.
Have you ever read David Goggins' book?
No, it's right.
It's called, I think it's his own book, or his latest book. I listened to the audio version. Basically tells the story of how he did BUDS, Navy SEAL, the underwater demolition training course.
That's why someone recommended it to me.
It reminds me a lot of what he did. He talks about he failed it twice because of fractures in his legs, or splinter spider cracks in his leg bones, and he had to go back and do it. And he talks about how they have to tread water for 30 minutes. And that must be a breeze for someone. I do it in my pool every once in a while. I'll try to doggy paddle for 15 minutes. I'm really exhausted after doggy paddling. It takes the life out of me. 100%.
It is very strenuous, but you can train to it. Like anyone else, you can, and I'm very well trained. I'm a foot swimmer. I keep myself very swimming fit. And I'm not takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication, a lot of hours, mostly in the swimming pool, because you got to get out there and do that connection.
When you're not, when you're like preparing for one of these long swims, do you like daily go get into ice water? Is that like a daily ritual for you, or part of your daily routine?
And if I could, I would, but it's not that practical. So I live in Africa, it's hot, and we don't have a lot of ice water, we have cold water in the ocean. When I've done, I've integrated to doing stuff in the real cold, so 40 degrees Fahrenheit and below. And that's where things get hyper extreme. When I'm doing a challenge like that, then I will make sure I'm very fit and I will have lots of cold exposure, as cold as I can find it. And then what I do is I go to our local fishery and add lots of ice, and fill up big tubs and fill it with ice, and water, we bring that water down to 0 degrees Celsius, so about 32 Fahrenheit. Just before water freezes at that point, I get into my speedo and I sit in that. And I'll do that not every day because it's quite a process to get permission and get that set up. But I do that a few times just I'll talk you through why I do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it before myself, like after work, not getting into ice, but like I'll do it in the winter here. I will get into my pool and it gets to like maybe 60 degrees, the coldest. And before I get in, that is the most difficult mental aspect of it. It's just getting your body in there, like neck deep in a 60 degree pool. It's pretty difficult. Like, explain how you get through that, and also go ahead and explain why.
Yeah, so it never gets easier. There's the bad news. It's always going to hurt. And a couple of tricks of the trade that I can share with you guys. But you just, listen, I literally have a conversation with myself. I know it sounds silly, but before I am exposed to the real cold, the 60 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 0 degrees. For you, for me, I'm very used to that. It still hurts. So you get the ice cream headache and all of the things that everyone else will. But, I'm so conditioned now to know that it's just temporary and that disappears and you'll be comfortable in 5 minutes or and get through it. But when you start getting into the lower levels, it becomes really brutal. One of the reasons I do those ice buckets, is because there's quite a process that happens. I mentioned earlier, your mind is this defense mechanism, so you throw yourself in those overlaps that come together as a big second self-doubt and isolation, all of that happens. And while that is happening in the head, your body starts implementing its own defense mechanisms, and that is the blood rushes from the extremity to the cervical cord. And that's not just fingers and toes, it's arms and biceps and thighs, and all the blood rushes out of those muscles to sit in the cervical cord, because doctors and medicals we've got. You can live without arms and legs, but you can't live without a heart and brain. So all the blood rushes to keep your heart warm enough to keep supplying your brain with blood. So you lose all coordination and strength in your muscles because and that is a process I need to understand and I need to figure out. So, for example, when I took on a challenge in the Arctic to try to be the first in the world to south of the Arctic Circle, I would sit in there and I would have to compute that I'm going to be feeling all of this, because as you sit in that ice tank, it's absolutely brutal. It's excruciating. And through that pain, I sort of actually calm myself and say, well, you'll be walking down the gangway of an ocean liner in an Arctic area in 10 days, right? You're going to be diving into water that's as cold as what you're sitting in. And you're going to try and swim a mile distance. And how on earth are you going to overcome the massive distance that will kick in, the hyperventilation, the pain, and the fear that petrified this year and scared and everything is going to just try and get you out? How are you going to not sprint the first 200 meters out of sheer adrenaline and panic, and then not have enough energy to do the 1,400 meters after? All of these things I want to try and visualize while I'm sitting in a horrible tub of ice. So that's why it's a really important part of the process. But I don't do it every day. And
had to go to my niece's.
It's terrible. Have you noticed any sort of differences in like your health or anything like that? Like since you started doing this and spending more time in cold water, does it benefit you in everyday life at all?
So there's a massive global movement. I'm sure you're aware of the cold as well.
Oh yeah, everyone on my Instagram feed is showing off how they get into ice tubs.
Yeah, you know what? I look at those and I think I wish I'd love them to go and do a nice tub with me. Because so many people who go left or centre, and so fill it up with water and throw some ice to cover the top layer, and they jump in and it's probably brought down a few degrees, but it's you have to do a nice tub properly, because of course when you get in as a human, immediately you start warming that water up. You've got to keep adding ice to the ocean. You've got to warm the ocean up. It's going to keep cooling. So you asked about the health benefits. There's definitely health benefits to cold. I don't know, but I'm sure everyone's getting a little hot water and all these things which are taking on big time. I'm certainly not criticizing them, but I just don't know a lot about it. What I do, I don't think there's any health benefits, is about being pushing boundaries to the
Certainly a mental health.
Yeah, so let me tell you about the process and why I think everybody comes back and thinks it's such a great concept. And I'm not saying that it's wrong, but when the most dangerous part of any extreme cold swim is not why you swim, it's actually when you get out. And that is because there's a process called the after-drop. So now you've done your swim, you've gone through the pain in the beginning, you've got through that pain, you feel good about yourself, you've now sat in the water for a little bit when you've had the swim. You then get out and you feel great for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, that warm blood that's now sitting in your central cord and tipped in your heart starts to release those bacterial extremities. So those bacterial fingers and toes and all of that. Now they're frigid because they've had no blood in them and they've been exposed to the cold. So that warm blood that was in your core rapidly cools down and circulates back to your central cord. Cools the core temperature with the after drop, so after swim drop. And that core temperature just keeps coming down. Now, it's not that dangerous to most people doing sort of mildly cold swims and enjoying it, but what we do is it's a deadly process, because if you drop one notch below, you can't control it. If you drop one notch below, you get finished. That's how the hypothermia is an absolute killer.
Oh, that's what hypothermia is.
And when you do a weak wind, at some point, presumably you're going to die, which we do a lot to make sure you don't. You then turn what we call turning the corner, so you go back into and start shivering. And when you turn that corner, you start getting some wind back in your blood. It's someone requested me drug a lot easier.
Yeah, there's a lot easier ways to get the high.
I wouldn't know, so I'll stick to the cold. But I think when you feel that and you realize just how euphoric that feeling is, because when I do the cold swims, I always come out saying, that's it, finished, and I'm more intelligent than this, I'm not doing that again, it was wonderful. And then suddenly I come out of that after drop and I'm turn the corner and I'm like, wow, that's the opposite. Yeah, it's just a endorphin release that just makes you feel so good. That's why it's treating depression, it's treating anxiety, and all these things. You feel so good about yourself.
Yeah, there is no better feeling. I'm aware of the feeling just from surfing in like really cold water for hours on end, and then getting out and warming up and feeling that kind of like zero drag. It's like there's nothing holding you back. You're just kind of moving without dragging.
So you've got a good taste of what it's about.
Yeah, and then but when I do it in the tub or like in my pool, I have to get out once like I start to feel the pinging needles in my head and in my face. It's different. When you're out in the ocean, like for me, for surfing, it's like it's different because I'm not thinking about the elements, so I'm having so much fun. I'm doing something else. My mind is occupied and distracted. Exactly. But when you're in the pool, it's like, well, you can hit the escape button just by moving 2 feet to the right or just climbing right out. It's like it's right there. So it's in the book there, and it feels more dangerous.
You hit the nail on the head. There's distraction from your full fun right now. You're not distracted as you walk into really cold water. It's excruciating, and that's all you think. And I learned this, there's a beach called Camp Spade. It's often really flat when you just walk in. But every now and then there's a set of waves that I come through that dump in there, that you virtually keep timing on. And every time I go swim there and there are no waves, I find it extremely hard to get enough water to go through the tank. Every time there are waves, suddenly I'm swimming, I've forgotten all about the problem, hardly noticed it. And I started to put all those things together. And the pain's still there, but you just focused on something else. You focused on not getting dumped by the wave. So what happened to that pain? What happened to all those negative emotions and sentiments and screaming and So that was fascinating to me.
When you swim through giant surf, do you swim under the waves or do you swim over them?
Yeah, I would imagine. I don't have a surfboard in it, so I just keep low.
Right. Do you surf ever when you're out there?
I'm not at the moment. I used to as a youngster. Lighty, as we say in South Africa.
In Cape Town?
Really?
Why have you stopped?
Ran out of time, really.
Okay.
Too busy swimming.
Oh, swimming. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't have time for the rest. But it's a fantastic sport. In fact, I did it again the other day. I had a board. I was down to Luxembourg. Have you heard of False Bay? So False Bay is a body of water in Cape Town that is well known as one of the most dangerous places to swim. If you are ground attacks that happen. Not that many, so I don't want to flare it up a little bit. That's known as a feeding ground for the black shark. And that's where I did my surfing. When I was a surfer, I did my surfing. But to the point, that's a 54-kilometer across body of water. So you swim right across it. And last year, because maybe the goal to try and swim like 54 kilometers across, but in a direction. So 5 people have done it before, but in a different direction. And then I try to swim the other way around. And that's making not the Guinness World Record but the actual swim was a product of an amazing journey. A product of a failure. It's actually a female that is like in my swimming career, I started small and then I tried something bigger and I succeeded. And I tried something bigger and I succeeded. And I tried bigger and bigger. I kept succeeding and succeeding and succeeding. And then all of a sudden I tried to swim, which was from Ireland to Scotland, just the North Channel. And hit me in the back properly. But something called sight, which is swimming-induced swimming. And now we pull up the water and the mountain and basically drown it. I was doing this while I was swimming. And I've really nearly drowned. So, but it was my own fault to a degree in that we did give you a little bit of how it works if you're interested in this. Steer me. So when you go to do a swim like the North Channel, so that's also 35 kilometers across. It is 12 degrees Celsius.
Where is this North Channel?
That's between Ireland and Scotland. So you form
Ireland and Scotland.
So you swim just from Ireland to Scotland. And it's about 35 kilometers, but it's very cold water. There are no wetsuits and like that. And it's meant to be one of the toughest swims. I've done tougher, but this is a real tough one.
What makes it so tough? Just the distance?
The distance and the cold. Yeah. And the currents that move in between those, they're massive. So you have to get your timing right on tides. So there's only a certain tidal cycle that you can actually humanly give it a go. And that you rely on people to help you. But I booked that with a guy who knows the channel and has expertise in taking swimmers across. He tells me maybe 2 years in advance the tide I'm going to swim on. Okay? And I've got 1 week. I'm going to fly from South Africa to Ireland, where he's based. And I've got 1 week to make it across that body of water. And if the weather doesn't play ball in that 1 week, and that 1 week selected on tide, so tide bearers, if the weather doesn't play ball for those 7 days, you go home. It's like kind of like summiting Everest. The weather is terrible and you're only 100 meters from the summit. It doesn't take 2 years in advance because the tides are predicted. The weather's not. So the weather's in gamble. So you can tell me, I know exactly what tide's going to happen on the 1st and 7th of August to that first slot. So I arrived there, and then I've got to wait for a nice day to happen in that slot, and there is no nice day otherwise. But of course, Murphy's Law for me, there is no nice day. So there's thanks for coming to Ireland at great cost and trepidation and training to get yourself there. but you might as well go home because the water's not cool. But being me and being a little bit arrogant at the time, and I had all these successes, and I was the guy who succeeded. And the guy who figures it out. And no matter what the ocean throws me out there, I'll figure it out and I'll get across. And I managed to convince the guys to give it to me the other day on the day. They knew my reputation, so they were okay to do it. And it wasn't the roughest day in the world to me. So that's another thing I was just disclaimed that a swimmer looks at water very differently. So what looks maybe quite benign to most people, as a swimmer you'll be looking at it and that's terrible to swimming. So even just a big rolling swells are okay, where some people go, ooh, that's rough. But the swimmer looks like a chop and a washing machine kind of there's no uniformity to it, so you just cannot get into the water for 12, 14 hours. It's really hot. And I was out there in that kind of weather, and it was really cold water, so I think about, it was like probably about 50 degrees, but it's 12 degrees Celsius. And I was 6.5 hours into the swim, and I was doing really well, and I was getting a thumbs up from the support crew, and all of a sudden, they stopped me and had a scheduled feed, so on the half-hour mark, and they said, I need more from you. We don't use it to be told that it's more. And then it's, I need you to speed up, to slow down, because they trap you on the currents, and you've got to get to certain points before the tide changes, otherwise you get washed out to the ocean, so you have to cross, and you need to move to a certain pace. I remember thinking that's a little bit weird, because it's really hard, and thumbs up, I haven't changed it. So I tried to pull harder, and I just couldn't grip the water. It was just the most bizarre feeling. I'm trained to understand that. I'm trained to feel shit for a long time to perform under those conditions. So I was feeling shit as I expected to. And I just remember having absolutely no power on. I could not force, could not give the guy what he needed more. And then they stopped me again, and there's no kind of gentle love on these boats. So there's no like idea where you try and push a little harder. It's like, do you want to go to Scotland or back to fucking South Africa? You make a decision, give me more. And it kind of hits you, and I tried, but eventually all of a sudden everything just went black, and my eyes went totally fuzzy, I couldn't see. And I took my goggles off, apparently I don't remember this part, and I swam away from the boat. And obviously the crew realised there's something properly wrong there, and they pulled me out. And I can't remember getting into the boat or any of that, but I remember suddenly being in the boat, and I must have swimming or what's going on in the zone, and not doing what could only be described as a death rat. A rasping sound. It sounded like it was like a water boy around it, just filled up with water. So I was drowning. I got this swimming-induced pulmonary sight. And I went through a whole series of things that we unpacked later. My lungs were kind of allowed water to come. And also, in the rough water, I drank a lot of salt water, which also salt then upsets the balance and chemical makeup. So I was drowning. How did I get me wrong? Just because the waves were smashing over me. That's not how I get my lungs. That's how I get my stomach. But what I don't know too technically, but you've got a layer over your lungs which is permeable, so it doesn't allow water in. So you realize out. But when there's a chemical imbalance, the way I understand it, where something goes wrong in the body, that gets disrupted and allows moisture to seep in. I'm taking in a lot of moisture, so I suppose I'm salt water and various other things like sleep and music. There's a lot of hypothermia and everything that's just not comfortable. And slowly it's driving me, so I was like inches away from it. And that was, I don't remember why I started telling you the story, from like totally left of center anyway. That was a huge failure for me. That was a massive kick in the pants. I was talking about the failure for a unit, and that didn't me. I got the Coast Guard out, I remember they got oxygen on my face and they saved my life. I went to hospital and their office sitting down.
They got a helicopter out there?
No, they came out and we were about, I swam 20 kilometers, so we were 20 k's off the Irish coast, so they could get out and they were already on the water, and they carried oxygen, so they got it on my face, and then they They escorted me back to the harbour where there's an ambulance waiting and got me to Donegadi Hospital, fun place. And the doctors then explained, because I was quite belligerent, tough on bulletproof, and now that the oxygen was in my brain, I could start to compute that I'd failed to swim, and I was brutally unhappy. But being me, being the guy who had never failed before, I didn't know how to process failure. I did what guys do, and what I think guys do is I swept it under the carpet. And instead of processing what actually went on there and what my role was in that, I pointed fingers at everything else, and I set a bigger goal. And that's why I was telling you the story, because that bigger goal was to try and swim across False Bay in South Africa in the further Sharky way, which was, I knew was something that was going to really mess with my mind, and that's why I wanted to take that on. And yeah, it took me 3 years to get to that False Bay start. And the reason it took me so long was purely because I did not manage that failure well. I took no accountability. I did not go introspective on it. I did not acknowledge my role in it. And for 3 years, I set the goal. I trained my ass off for it. I spoke a big game, and everyone was waiting for me to do it. I had a team set up. But psychologically, in the back of my head, I just couldn't find that starting.
So you still to this day, did you figure out what it was that caused that? Like what could you have done differently to avoid getting all that water in your lungs?
So there's nothing conclusive. However, I could have been less belligerent and taken the pain of not swimming my week and coming back the following year. Number one, could not have pushed them as hard to have me swim on the day that they, as the experts suggest, I don't swim. I had to meet in the harbour at 3 a.m. in the pouring rain, freezing cold. And because I wasn't going to swim, but right at the last minute they said, okay, you've badgered us enough, we'll let you swim. I wasn't totally prepared, so I then had to spend, there's a lot, if you think of swimming, you just take your speedo and your cap and a towel. It's not how it works. You really, you'll be swimming for, in this case, 12 to 14 hours in cold water. You need a lot on the boat to make sure that you're going to make it across. So I spent probably till like 10, 11 p.m. preparing, and then getting into bed, and then trying to work on my headspace, because it's very important that you're in the right mindset before you stand on that shore. And then you want to get a good night's sleep. And when you've only got 2 hours to sleep before your alarm clock goes off, what happens? You don't sleep, you're waiting for your alarm clock, and then off I went to, so there was a whole combination of stuff. Plus there's some medications as well, which I don't tell a lot of people this, by the way, but I'll share it with you, is that I have a heart condition. So I have 3 stainless steel stents in my heart keeping me going, which was something that also impacted my psychology fairly recently. But I'm on medication for that, so that also impacts your psychology. Well,
do you think about it?
I think about it every day. So I was at a training session at the tender age of 39, and I was at my normal training session in a hectic time, and right at the end of the session I was doing a cool down. So you just do 20 laps just to kind of bring your heart rate down, and I just had this unbelievable pain in my chest, and I could actually feel myself sweating in the water. I could feel it really hot and flustered. I don't know what it was. I just thought
training in the ocean or a pool?
No, in the pool, with a coach and other people on Saturday mornings, kind of a social vibe. But you train hard. And I remember thinking, well, I'm not going to stop because I was just working. I felt like air trapped with some pressure in my chest. I don't know what it was. And I carried on. I finished doing the swim, and then I climbed out, and I was sitting on the side of the pool, and people were chatting to me. Even though I'm dripping wet, I can still feel sweat coming through. So I think that's really bizarre and horrible feeling. And then the pain subsided, and everything was fine. Didn't bother telling anyone. Got in my car, and I was driving home, and I just felt it just like a pain, just right in the dead center. And all the sweat and pain down the arm. And I just realized there's seriously, still not my heart. I'm super fit, super healthy, 39-year-old. It didn't make any sense. And I remember having to make a decision. I'm either going to pull over on the side of the road and die in my car, or I'm going to make it. So I decided I'm going to really push and get home. And long story short, I got home, and my wife at the time, I'm not divorced, I told her the story, saying something weird happened. And she could see I looked a bit disheveled. And she forced me to go to the doctor, which I reluctantly didn't want to do, but thankfully I did. And through a whole sort of extended story there, they diagnosed that with these arteries that were about to block off.
So it was a heart attack.
I never had a heart attack. I had the full-on angina. So I had days, weeks before the full heart attack came. So the arteries were really closed. Then they put the stents in those arteries to open them up. And you asked me why that affects you psychologically. It's a massive psychological blow. When you think you're bulletproof, when you're on the app and you're doing stuff that you've got all these plans, my swimming career just started, and I have plans to really push my limits, and then all of a sudden your body says no. And everyone and the doctors and all your family, like, well, we're glad you're still with us, but your swimming days are over. Now you just be a stay-at-home dad. And that just was so impactful to me personally. It was terrible. So besides the, I suppose, humiliation and belittlement that comes with it. Also, now when I did go back to swimming training, 2 days later, gently, every little niggle and little pain, still to this day, 9 years later, I still react differently. Because now I know I have a problem and I know it could trigger at some stage. And I'm normal, the stents have fixed it, but it just impacts you. So you feel maybe far more vulnerable than I would before.
Did you have any sort of history of this in your family, or did they say it was because of your lifestyle, or what did they say could have been the reason for it?
100% hereditary. Yeah, so my lifestyle's good, never smoked. I enjoy beer, glass of wine, make no mistake, but I'm fit as a fiddle. I'm active and generally very healthy lifestyle. My dad had some problems. He's still with us, so he's fine, but he had heart disease. And I got that through that ride.
What do you have to do? How long do you train for one of these swims?
Excuse me. Again, how long is a piece of string really? So you take something like the English Channel or the False Bay swim or the North Channel swim or one of these longer, cold marathon swims. There's a whole different training regime to trying, for example, to do a mile in ice water. Mm-hmm. And ice water we classify from 41 degrees and below. 5 degrees Celsius.
So before you do a really long swim in really cold water, do you have to change your diet at all beforehand?
You need to put on weight. So the more weight you have, the more insulation you carry. It takes, and it makes a huge difference.
And how do you put on weight? What kind of nutrients? What do you eat?
I'm not very scientific about it. I wish I was.
Again, is it more carbs, more fat?
Yeah, I eat more carbs, really. And I'm not necessarily a huge believer in carbs. It's just they're the most accessible and the easiest way to put on weight. I am, from what I do, I'm really not the right physique for it. If you saw me now, maybe you disagree, but I'm generally not the right physique for cold water swimming. If you look at most cold water swimmers, they are very large units. I'm not, and that means I'm at a greater disadvantage.
They have a lot of fat on them.
A lot of people have a lot of fat, and that plays a huge role.
I mean, I'm sure it does. Fat is supposed to be one of the best sources of energy, and it's also very buoyant. So I imagine it just makes it way easier.
Buoyant, and but from a cold perspective, it keeps the cold out for longer.
Right. Have you tried or experimented, thought maybe about transitioning and getting more fat on you? Or?
Yeah, so before a big swim, I often try and bulk up a little bit. You don't do the opposite, but it's sometimes a bit of a push and pull because up until recently, I lose weight really quickly. Now that I'm getting a bit older, it's getting a downside of it. But I've got to readjust to that. But I would be eating a lot and training more, and just very hard to put on weight. I was told to put on 6 or 8 kilograms before going to English Channel, and I think I managed to put on 2 or 3.
Wow.
Yeah, I got cold.
So before you do a big swim like that, you would just gorge on food. You would eat a massive fatty steak or something.
I absolutely love food, so it's a great sport for me to justify. I do. For example, I'll go and do a 20-kilometer pool training set, which is horrible and brutal. It takes about 7 hours. laps backwards and forwards. And the thing that will get me to the end is the burger I'm going to eat afterwards.
Really?
Fantasize. And funnily enough, in fact, I went in great detail in my book about it on the English Channel. I got to a point where my nose got blocked because there's quite a lot of ship diesel and stuff in the water, and the salt impacts my sinuses, so my sinuses completely blocked. Plus the weather went really foul, so I've got big waves. And now you've got to try and picture, you've been swimming, let's just say at this stage, for 10 hours, so you're tired, you're freezing cold, it's getting dark, and now you've been drinking liquids, but now you want to eat, like, I have like little marshmallows or a grape or a little piece of chocolate or something that you throw it up, and that gets thrown to me in the water in a Tupperware. So now, picture swimming, holding a Tupperware with one hand, taking the lid off, and then having to pick stuff out with the other. Now both your hands are above the water, right? So your legs are not treading water, but you've got waves coming over you, so you've got to try to get high. The higher you get, the harder it is, the more energy. So when you've been swimming for 10 hours, it's just not great. Cramp kicks it. So what was happening, I'd take that Tupperware and I'd shove it all into my mouth. And it won't. But then just like dump it in. But now my mouth's full, my nose is blocked, now I can't breathe. So I then have to spit it all out. So these are the things you can't train for, and you've got to get through. And so all of a sudden, I'm in a place where I can no longer eat any solids. I can still drink, but no solids. And solids were part of what I planned for 2 years on this particular swim. So I had 5 more hours to swim. No, okay, wait, it's 10. So I had like 3 more hours to swim, not knowing I had 3 more hours to swim. But I got through the last 3 or 4 hours of that swim fantasizing, because I couldn't eat, fantasizing about what I knew, because I'm cold and hungry. I knew was in that boat. And if I made it, and I got back on that boat, because you don't then stay in France, you go back to England, I was going to eat absolutely everything on that boat. And true to form, I did make it. And I did get on that ship, and I remember, the English crew, I said to them, bring that roast chicken, bring that thing, I'm going to kill it. And he said, no, I'm going to bring you the vomit bucket. I said, no, don't worry, trust me, I do not need to vomit. Just bring me the food. So he brought me the food and the vomit bucket. Because he knew 5 minutes later I was vomiting like a storm.
Does that make it easier thinking about food at the end of having, like, does it give you some sort of like dopamine grit to keep you alive?
Each to their own, but you need to incentivize yourself. So whatever works for you. For me, that was part of it. Was actually fantasizing about what I can eat and how many calories I burnt on this, and I don't care anymore anyway.
Yo, dog, what is this bullshit?
And for other big swims, long swims where you really, it's just you and the water. There's no one to talk to, no music to listen to, no nothing. You are just there by yourself. Yes, there's a support boat, but you can't talk to them unless you stop, and you don't want to stop. In cold water swimming, you don't want to stop. So you have to stop and feed, but you drink and go, never longer than 30 seconds. Okay, so it's not like you can have a conversation. So you spend a lot of time in your own head. And when you're in your own head in cold water, all you feel is discomfort. All you feel is negativity. All you feel is your hunger. All you feel is the things you want to lack. Right? Okay. So if you let that get the better of you, which is very easy to do, because the element of cold again makes you this excuse magnet. That's true. You might understand that when you're in a hostile environment or uncomfortable environment, you want to get out of it. And if you get out of that uncomfortable environment, in my case, that's failure. So I start becoming an excuse magnet. How can I fail? And it won't be my fault. Like I mentioned, that the shark thing. So you start to all of this kind of snowballs. And so my strategy, which was a very rehearsed mental strategy, was to promise myself that I'll have no negative thoughts whatsoever. And when something horrible happens, like I swim into a jellyfish or a blue bottle and it stings me and hurts, I need to laugh about it. Physically laugh out loud under the water. And even though I'm cursing deep down, just to keep those endorphins, keep those positive. And when you take a breath and a wave hits you, you gulp down another mouthful of disgusting seawater. Laugh about it. So yes, this is what you say, everybody. It's just a mental way that I keep myself tough in this one.
Do you ever look into or read about
different types of breathing while you're swimming. For instance, I read that book called, I think it's called Breathe or Breath, all about breathing, and he talks about like endurance, breathing through your nose, basically like gives you way more cardio endurance, and makes you go longer than breathing through your mouth. But it's hard in the water, knowing from surfing, and I try to focus on it when I'm surfing, like when I'm trying to like paddle like out through a really long line and there's big waves, trying to do it through my nose. And it's extremely difficult because you have water splashing. You ever try to focus on that like swimming? It's impossible.
It's impossible. So you need to breathe in through your mouth and out through your nose. Right. That's kind of the accepted. And that's pretty much what I do. But I get such like shoot your salt water, so often my nose is closed. I get sinus. So my breathing is really bad. But I do believe that there's a breathing plays a big role. But as you suggest, it's really possible to practice a certain breathing regime. I mean, there'll be ways of breathing in through a closed mouth and sucking like that, or there's different, some for energy, some for calm, some for stress. There's lots of different breathing techniques that I've read about. None of them you can do in the water if you swim, unless you stop and do them. That's not going to happen in the cold.
Unless you're maybe doing the backstroke. Have you ever done the backstroke when you're swimming? Never tried?
No. So,
why not?
Listen, I don't like the backstroke.
No?
No, I'm very trained to do. You want to. Some people do breaststroke. It blows my mind. But
so you only do freestyle?
I do freestyle. That's the fastest. Generally, the mindset is to get across in the least amount of time. Backstroke is not efficient. Not for me.
Yeah, but like take a quick break. Like do backstroke for 5 minutes.
So that's it. I'm talking about traditional backstroke. So one of my techniques is, so if I'm doing, I mean, we're talking about the English Channel a lot. I've done a lot more than the English Channel anyway. So that's a nice point to reference. So when I'm feeding, some of the psychology I'm going to do probably about 22 feet. So in other words, I will stop me or hand me a drink bottle or something to eat or whatever. And I've got 30 seconds usually, maybe a minute tops, to shut down that before I need to get going. So I never tread water and consume. I get on my back and demonstrate on the podcast, but you kind of kick the breaststroke kick on your back while I'm breathing. So even in those 30 seconds, I've still moved maybe 20, 30 meters further towards my destination. So I do an element of that. It's certainly not my preferred means of propulsion.
Right. I would just like thinking about it. I would imagine people would switch it up just to that kind of a distance. Not do breaking for how long did it was again? You break
30 seconds.
30 seconds. And 20 times.
Approximately every half an hour, over longer than that. So it took me 13 hours, so I did approximately 2 stops.
Didn't you say that you swam in Siberia, somewhere in Russia?
Yeah,
What was that like?
I'll tell you this story, it's quite interesting. So through my journey, we've done all the marathon. You get marathon swimming, which is always the channel and the first down and North Channel. And then you get ultra extreme cold. So through my journey, I'm tackling the elements of cold and brutalizes the body and mind. I started to obviously get cold and cold and look for cold and colder water. And one day coming back from a cold swim somewhere, I think we try to be the first to swim around the southern tip of South America, and I want to tell you that story. We came back and we were trying to, we get quite into this cold, myself and a couple of like-minded mates. And we had a look at where is the body in the book of Red that tells you what a cold swim is, and then records different feats in the cold. Who's done the furthest and the hardest. So we went to the internet and tried to find like where you can find this, and it doesn't exist. There is no body or book of record that tells you what ice swim is and then records feats in the cold water. Because, as I've described before, the cold is the challenge, it's not the distance. It's keeping your head in the game for the distance while the cold impacts you. That's the challenge. And we were sitting in Cape Town, which is on the southern tip of Africa, and it was a boiling hot day, just kind of like Tampa. And we decided, why don't we start the organization or the body that tells people what you need to do a cold swim and then record different feats in the cold. And on that day, at least in my mind, the International Ice Swimming Association, so it's an association. Yeah, so it's a formal association. It wasn't started by me, it was the idea of another gentleman. But I was a founding member of it. And together as a bunch of mates, we said, let's tell the world the following. If you want to say you've done an official ice swim, you have to commit to swimming a 1 mile distance, so 1,609 meters. You have to swim that 1 mile wearing only a Speedo costume, one cap and goggles, no wetsuit, no crease. You've got to have a plaster on you, you've got a cap here, take it off.
No watch or anything?
Yes, take your watch off. No watch. You have to swim that 1 mile in your Speedo in an outdoor body of water, can't be indoors, and that body of water needs to be 5 degrees Celsius, which is 41 Fahrenheit or below. You can do 1 mile in the attire I've described and follow the rules that we set. You will be recognized by our organization, the International Ice Swimming Association, as having done an official ice mile. You will give you a certificate, and you will give you a red jacket and a badge, cool stuff. And you will go on our book of records as having done this ice mile. The gentleman who started it, takes all the credit, did all the work to make it official, and we then sent it off into the world to see if we get any bites or anybody out there who actually wants to try this stupid stuff. And off it went, and probably about 3 weeks later, 3 of the founding members received an invitation to come and partake in an ice swimming event in a place called Tunin in Siberia. Tunin, T-Y...
You gotta pull up the map.
T-Y-U-N-E-N. Okay, Tunin. And they were holding an ice swimming event. They had come across the International Ice Swimming Association, and they wanted to use the good name of the association at their event. And if we were prepared to do that, they would then fly us over. We were allowed to come to the event, not to do a mile, but to do like a 50 meter or 100 meter dash, maximum 400 meters. Okay. I haven't seen this place for a long time. I've got mixed memory.
That can't be it.
Yeah, it looks like that's summer before 2 minute winter.
Is this? So are you swimming in a river or in the ocean?
No, so T-Y-U.
T-Y-U-N-E-N.
Try that.
Louisiana became a separate nation. The first president.
Now that's the right spot.
So,
Now pull up like a map view of it.
Okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys. I like Adams' fathers. I like Adams from the show.
from North in Russia.
Okay. Like the northern tip.
As a president. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he was not a
Looks
great
cold.
president.
Yeah, so anyway, when we
That
sit
shows
in Africa,
everybody's
we
got these
get
different
this
kind of strengths. He
call
was
from
a
them to
great
say, we found your organization, we're having this ice swimming event, and if you want to, we'll fly across if you let us put your organization's name to our event. And we were like, hell yes, we went to South Korea. I couldn't believe that anyone wanted to pay for us to do anything. And it was unanimous that we're not going from Cape Town all the way to South Korea to swim a short distance, a 50 meter or 100 meter dash, which is what they were saying we could do. We were coming and swim a mile. And they weren't happy with that. But anyway, long story short,
They weren't happy with
no, they said, yes, not going to happen. So there was a lot of banter, and eventually we compromised on a 1 kilometer distance, 1,000 meters. And they said, okay, we can try that shot and put them in two places. We were a bit annoyed about that, and there was a lot of banter, and should we go, shouldn't we go? Eventually we said, of course we've got to go. We'll toughen them up a little bit and, just spread the word about our organization. See Russians coming up. And we arrived probably 10 days later without doing much more homework, and we escorted to the swimming schools in inverted commas. And I got off the bus and walked into the teeth of minus 27 Fahrenheit air temperature.
in the air.
The air temperature is minus 27. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I live in Africa. We just do not experience stuff like that. I knew without doubt that there was the biggest mistake that I've ever made in my life to write. There were no pools, there was nothing, no water, it was just absolutely white and everything was powder. I had 2 beanies on, 2 gloves in each hand, 5 layers of clothing, and I was absolutely impaled. There was frostbite, you know, it was just insanely cold. Okay? And the idea of stripping into the idea of stripping into a speeder and jumping in water which doesn't exist, because it's just ice. It was impossible, literally impossible. And they were eventually cutting through the ice with chainsaws to expose them. And to add insult to injury, the local media was fascinated by these 3 men who have come from a distant land.
Crazy Africans.
Who have invented the International Ice Swimming Association and who have known that they can not swim a mile and only get to swim a kilometer. These guys, camera people, wouldn't leave us alone at all. It was just unbelievable. And I'll never forget a very pivotal moment in my life. That the story I previously accumulated in my book was when we broke away from the cameras and the media. 3 of us that gone to Siberia from South Africa, we went and sat in a little sauna that was provided at this event in a wooden hut, and we barricaded the door closed from the inside. So sitting in a sauna, which is very hot, 5 layers of clothing, barricaded the door, and there was none of the usual testosterone kind of banter that we get off on. You know, it was just wide eyes, and you could only think like, how the hell do we get out of Dodge? I mean, this is just you saying, you'll pay back the money, but fuck this, I'm out of here. And I honestly believed outside that door, if I took off one of my gloves, that, you know, my fingers would fall, because that's it. And it's a fascinating 24-hour mental journey that I went on inside there. From absolute certainty of the suicide, 24 hours later, standing on the edge of this pool of death that they cut out with a chainsaw, being ready to swim a kilometer minus 27, Fahrenheit, minus 26. And yeah, it absolutely excruciatingly brutal, but I survived it and got it. Frostbite to prove it to it. And taught me some unbelievable lessons.
How the hell did you swim that far? I mean, they weren't able to cut that distance out with the chainsaws?
I want to show you the videos.
You have the videos?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Well, on my computer.
Oh, they're not online?
No. There's a lot of them are in my keynote. You'll find this. I'll gladly share with you. Also, maybe you can cut it in.
Yeah, we'll have to cut it in.
I'll give you little snippets because it's quite amazing.
So they basically just cut this long strip, like a long swimming lane.
They already mapped it out. Okay, so
you might be able to find pictures of it. If they've done it, if there's a lot of people have done it before. What's it called? Siberian swimming.
Yeah, so they
ice swimming.
They do it in more places than that. You can see while I'm considering. I kind of get the idea there a little bit. That's what they use for podcast listeners.
Oh, okay. They even put the lane separator.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that's real.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Can you full screen that?
I think it might be.
Sure. Watch that video right there. The video to your left. Up.
See, a lot of this is people just doing the in and out, you know, jump in and jump out, and it's all funny.
No. To the left of that. Right there.
Swimming with a beanie on.
Yeah.
So a lot of people you'll see swim with their head up. They don't put their head under because that's where you lose most of your
Right. Little kids? What kind of a psychopath you gotta be to put your kid in that water? Look at this guy. Oh my god. So when you do, like for example, when you do like plunges in the pool when you're not swimming, do you go all the way under or do you just go like up to your neck?
No, I go all the way under. So when I'm doing the ice tubs, it's up to the neck, but then I always go under, completely under as well. But when you're swimming, it's face down, freestyle. Straight from the rig.
Right, so you have no, obviously when you're swimming.
Yeah.
That looks torturous.
So yeah, so Siberia was, I mean, the early days. So the swimming thing, this ice swimming thing was caught on a lot. And we also learned a lot from our Russian friends as well. Obviously,
really
far more useful used to this environment, but the distance that we did that day, the kilometer, was way more than most would ever consider doing, and that's what kind of put us a little bit on the map and taught us a lot about what we were able to bear, and that's where that was kind of the benchmark to take away from.
How do you? Is there a process when you're in Siberia doing that? When you get out, when you're done, what is like? Well, there has to be like an immediate protocol once you get out to like make sure you don't fucking die.
So you're pretty useless when you get out. So you're gripping, and you're absolutely gripping. And let me tell you just quickly. So what they do, they cut that lake out of 25 meters swimming pool out of it, and they put wooden boards on each side. Okay, so when you turn around, you're going to be relaxed. You've got something to kick with your feet. You're not allowed to do a tumble turn, because when you do a tumble turn, you're quite disoriented because the cold in your ears go all funny, so you're off balance, and sometimes people skew you end up underneath that ice sheet, and it's just not good. It's horrible. It's dark and scary. So you're not allowed to tumble turn. You have to touch the side when you swim. Even on just changing directions, touching the wood above the water, your hands stick. That's why it's like a little so you end up then touching underneath it. So the protocol is, obviously there's a support team ready there, there's medics and everything, and they literally help you out the water jersey, because you actually put it feels like there's going to crack off your floor. They got me out, and I'd walked down, being South African, I came in